After his birth, Jin Huan unexpectedly lost all 4 limbs, relying solely on his impaired body to navigate the perilous world of cultivation. Fortunately, he retained the memories of his previous life. With his charm, could he achieve his ultimate goal? Chapter 1. What? I have reincarnated as a human stick. In the Hall of Reincarnation, the final stop for all souls before their rebirth and the initial station for the next life, souls are assigned to different reincarnation entrances. Based on the merits accumulated in their previous lives, after transcending the thresholds of 3 lifetimes as a tree and 10 as a beast of burden, Jin Huan finally gathered enough merit and returned to the Hall of Reincarnation. The queue for rebirth was extensive, with Jin Huan positioned at the end. After a brief wait, it was finally his turn. Name, merit points, inquired the clerk without lifting his head. Jin Huan promptly bowed. My name is Jin Huan, and I have accumulated 996 merit points. 996? The clerk raised his head in surprise upon hearing the number. With over 800, one can indeed reincarnate as a human, but it requires a consumption of 500 points. Are you certain you wish to reincarnate as a human? Jin Huan nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. I have waited through several lifetimes to be human again. The clerk nodded and said, proceed to room 8. Your merit has already been automatically deducted. Jin Huan bowed once more in gratitude before plunging into the Hall of Reincarnation. Inside, the hall was resplendent, with a massive reincarnation wheel at its center slowly rotating, emanating a mysterious glow. Nearby, staff members had long been awaiting his arrival. One gently pressed his ear and softly announced, a VIP from room 8. Turning to Jin Huan, he smiled broadly. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, you have reached adulthood. However, do you know that there are ranks among humans? Jin Huan, having only ever been a beast of burden, was intrigued by this notion. Oh, is there such a classification? Please enlighten me, senior. Sensing a potential sale, the staff member swiftly approached Jin Huan. Consider this, friend. Living in a land abundant with spiritual energy, as opposed to a barren wilderness, is certainly a different experience. Jin Huan couldn't help but nod in agreement. And growing up in a family of cultivators versus a mundane household, is that not also a disparity? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Jin Huan's eyes. Currently, it only requires 400 merit points to know. I will generously offer you a discount. For just 250, you can upgrade to a VIP membership at our Hall of Reincarnation, enjoying the most premium rebirth package. Upon hearing the price, Jin Huan shook his handful of meager merit points, his head shaking vigorously like a rattle drum. These merits were hard-earned during his lifetimes as a beast of burden, and he was reluctant to squander them. The clerk's expression turned cold. Room 8 is that way. No further assistance will be provided. He pointed in a direction and dismissed Jin Huan without another word. The difference in attitude was stark. Having endured disdain in previous lives, Jin Huan was accustomed to such treatment. Following the indicated path, he soon arrived at room 8. That the staff within seemed to have received the same message, their demeanor notably indifferent. They conducted a simple registration and offered no further assistance. Of course, many others shared Jin Huan's predicament in room 8. Navigating through the bustling crowd of souls, he arrived at the attribute pavilion, the last hurdle before reincarnation. Within the pavilion, 6 towering crystal pillars stood at the center, representing strength, spiritual power, agility, comprehension, attack, and charisma. Each attribute boasted 5 levels, ranging from 1 to 5, corresponding to varying degrees of capability. The default setting was 3, a standard level. Adjusting downward could yield extra attribute points. Conversely, ascending would require a cost. Standing before the crystal pillars, Jin Huan furrowed his brow. He possessed 5 attribute points to allocate, yet determining the optimal distribution to secure the greatest advantage in his next life left him in a state of deep contemplation. Just as Jin Huan wrestled with his indecision, the Hall of Reincarnation suddenly trembled. A violent quake sent panic rippling through the souls, and Jin Huan was no exception. Looking up, he saw fissures appearing in the ceiling, with large stones cascading down. The entire structure seemed on the brink of collapse. Not good. We are under attack. A guard shouted in terror. Immediately, all guards and staff rushed out. However, the hall quaked violently 2 more times. Jin Huan's heart raced. He understood that if the hall collapsed, he might lose his chance at reincarnation. What startled him further was that the crystal pillars in the attribute pavilion began sliding toward the weakest level due to the tremors. Oh no. He had waited far too long for this moment. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. As the Hall of Reincarnation teetered on the edge of ruin, Jin Huan dashed forward, seizing one of the pillars and adjusting it to the highest level before leaping into the reincarnation portal without a glance back. Hey, you haven't drunk the Mengpa soup yet, came the anxious voice of Meng Po from behind. Jin Huan smiled faintly and replied, I'll drink it in my next life. Then, Jin Huan felt himself being drawn into an endless vortex by an overwhelming force. His consciousness began to blur until darkness enveloped him entirely. rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, Jin Huan slowly opened his eyes. Is this a successful reincarnation? But soon, he realized he had only one eye remaining, and the world appeared exceedingly hazy through it. Before him, the entire world was shrouded in gray. What is happening? He soon discovered that he struggled to discern the sounds around him, all muffled, and only his right ear could perceive any noise. Attempting to vocalize, he could only produce incoherent sounds. As it seemed his tongue was reduced to mere fragments, he struggled to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. When Jin Huan managed to lower his gaze to inspect his body, he was horrified to find he had no limbs at all. Where hands and feet should have been, there was merely some mangled flesh. I have become a human stick? Jin Huan recalled that in the attribute pavilion, he had lowered all 5 of his attributes to the minimum level, with only one attribute adjusted to the maximum. However, it was evident that his physical strength was at the lowest tiered. If Jin Huan could see his health bar, he would find his life points capped at just 1, with only a single drop of blood remaining. Even a passing ant could bring about his demise with a single bite. How could he possibly survive in the treacherous world of cultivation with such a body? It seemed that the merits he had painstakingly accumulated over centuries were wasted in vain. Just as despair began to set in, he heard a faint sizzling sound nearby. Struggling to turn his head, he saw a venomous snake opening its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged toward him. This was the end. Chapter 2. Medicinal herbs? Meat. With a crunch, just as the snake's attack was about to connect, a large foot descended and crushed the snake's head into a pulp, splattering blood all over Jin Huan's face. Hey, what is this? A strange voice emerged. Jin Huan widened his eyes and strained to look forward, discovering that the newcomer was an elderly herbalist, who gazed at him with curiosity. He occasionally pinched his cheeks, poked at his body, and intermittently emitted sounds of astonishment that, oh my, this herb is quite remarkable. It has even taken on a human form. Could this possibly be the legendary ginseng spirit? Jin Huan, upon overhearing the old man mistakenly regard him as a mere herb, was incensed and prepared to unleash a tirade. However, he soon realized that he had no tongue. What would have been a string of profanities transformed into a playful babble of ah woo. He can even mimic a baby's speech. Quite impressive. This must undoubtedly be a ginseng spirit. What a windfall. The old man chuckled heartily, grasping Jin Huan's chin and uprooting him from the soil, as if he were a mere radish. Disregarding his struggles, the old man turned him over in his hands for examination. Though it has taken form, its condition is rather poor. Not only is its vitality exceedingly weak, but its limbs and features are also underdeveloped. Suddenly, as if noticing something, the old man flicked his fingers downwards. Jin Huan felt a sharp pain in his groin. Still a male. The little creature is lacking in limbs, yet its form is rather well proportioned. Fortunately, that part remained intact. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Well then, little one, encountering me is your fortune. At least you shall live a few more days. The old man produced a vial from his robes and poured its contents over Jin Huan's head. A crimson liquid cascaded down Jin Huan's face, reaching his lips. Having been parched for an indeterminate time, Jin Huan fervently began to suckle at the liquid. According to the old man, he still held value, and he should not face harm in the immediate future. Once the liquid entered his stomach, a wave of warmth radiated throughout his body. Jin Huan felt a significant sense of comfort. As his defenses lowered, drowsiness began to wash over him. After casting one last lingering glance at the old man, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In a vague haze, he sensed himself being tossed into a basket on the old man's back, bouncing along the way. Subsequently, it seemed he was handed over to another person. This individual, upon seeing him, gasped and carefully wrapped him up. Soon after, Jin Huan felt himself being transported yet again, though this journey was far smoother. Ultimately, he arrived in a brightly lit chamber, where he was unceremoniously dropped into a pool of some liquid. Strangely, even though the liquid enveloped him completely, Jin Huan felt no sensation of suffocation. Evidently, there was a substantial amount of air within this liquid to breathe. What delighted him even more was that this liquid seemed to be of the same nature as what the old man had given him, albeit of a significantly superior quality. His body felt exceedingly comfortable, and he sank into an even deeper slumber. Jin Huan dreamt of being in a place filled with radiant white light. The brilliance was so blinding that he could barely open his eyes. In his daze, he noticed a graceful fairy standing before him, her form aglow, as if she were a celestial being not to be profaned. The fairy spoke coldly. Jin Huan, why have you not allocated your attribute points? Your actions have disrupted the heavenly order of this realm. Jin Huan opened his mouth, eager to explain the situation regarding the reincarnation hall, only to find himself still unable to speak. Very well, it is too late for explanations now. As compensation for your unallocated points, the remaining ones shall be converted into an upgradable martial art. This technique shall belong solely to you. others cannot steal or learn it. Thus, the deficiency in the heavenly order can be rectified. With that, a golden light flashed, and Jin Huan instantly felt a surge of new knowledge flooding his mind. This martial art was called Heaven's Will, and it granted a 0.1 chance of instantly vanquishing an opponent with each attack. Wait, how much? 0.1. Wouldn't that mean one would need to strike their opponent 1,000 times before even activating it? And who would stand still to let you strike them 1,000 times? What a ridiculous fate. Jin Huan continued reading, only to discover that this martial art came with restrictions. The probability mentioned earlier applied only to opponents of the same level. When facing cultivators of a higher realm, this probability would further diminish. For each minor realm higher, the chance would decrease by 0.1, and for each major realm, it would drop by a full 1. Of course, facing opponents of a lower realm would proportionately increase this probability, but given his current state, were there even any cultivators of lower realms in this world? Forget it. These 500 merits were wasted. Perhaps he should endure a few more lifetimes as a beast and be reborn again. Although the reincarnation hall has been destroyed, it is better than hoping this body can cultivate normally. The fairy seemed to sense Jin Huan's dissatisfaction and snorted disdainfully. Young one, do not aspire beyond your means. This is one of the few martial arts in this world capable of ascending beyond the celestial tier. For someone of your kind to receive it is a tremendous blessing. Do not be ungrateful. With that, the fairy waved her hand, causing the entire dreamscape to become unstable. While this martial art may seem lackluster at first, it can indeed be upgraded. Jin Huan quickly examined the conditions for upgrading the martial art. For each opponent of the same realm he vanquished, the base probability would permanently increase by 0.1. Should he defeat an opponent of a higher realm, it would rise by 1. Jin Huan was at a loss for words. These conditions were even more absurd than the martial art itself. Forget about defeating higher realms. He couldn't even crush an ant at this moment. Before he could voice his grievances, the dreamscape collapsed entirely, and he awoke. As he slowly opened his eyes, Jin Huan found himself in a brightly lit room. However, unlike the dream, the light here was gentle, emanating from the countless luminescent stones embedded in the walls. Surveying his surroundings, Jin Huan realized he was in the alchemy chamber of a grand sect. The room was filled not only with a variety of seemingly precious herbs, but also with intricate instruments related to alchemy. To his astonishment, the place he initially thought was a pool turned out to be a large vat filled with medicinal liquid. Good heavens, had they truly submerged him like a ginseng in a potion? At that moment, a sudden creaking sound broke the silence. Someone had entered. He had to feign death quickly. Jin Huan shut his eyes, spreading his non-existent limbs, floating limply in the vat like a dead fish. Chapter 3. You are the flesh infant. A series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Analyzing the sound, Jin Huan deduced that there were two individuals approaching, and they soon entered the room, advancing towards him. Suddenly, he realized that his hearing in the right ear seemed to have returned, even surpassing that of an ordinary person. Moreover, upon reflecting on the recent events, he noted that his left eye's vision had also inadvertently restored and even improved to a certain extent. If he could see his health bar, he would discover that his maximum health had risen from the original 1 to a current 50. Although this still paled in comparison to the 300 of an average individual, at least he was no longer in immediate danger of perishing. This potion truly proved effective. However, the condition of his mutilated limbs and missing facial features remained unchanged. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen developments, he was destined to live as a disabled person for the rest of his life. While lost in thought, the newcomers had reached him. Unsure of whether they were foes or allies, Jin Huan decided to maintain his pretense of unconsciousness. Elder, this is the transformed ginseng brought back by the subordinates. One of them reported. After soaking in the spiritual liquid for so many days, the ginseng's vitality has significantly recovered. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the individual referred to as the elder did not respond. It was evident that he was scrutinizing Jin Huan intently. Xiao Luoguo, how long have you been at the Yaowang Valley? The elder finally spoke. Xiao Luoguo paused momentarily, then replying to the elder, it has been over 20 years. Over 20 years? What rare treasures have you not encountered in the Yaowang Valley? Have you ever seen such ginseng? The elder retorted, diminishing Xiao Luoguo's confidence. Oh, it turns out it is not transformed ginseng, he realized. He had believed he had discovered a precious treasure, one that could earn him significant rewards from the sect. Yet, as expected, no free meal falls from the sky. This peculiar item seemed to be nothing of value. It is entirely my fault for wasting the elder's time. Before he could finish, the elder remarked with a hint of melancholy. This is clearly the flesh infant recorded in ancient texts. Oh, flesh infant? Xiao Luoguo was evidently taken aback. Yes, the flesh infant. This is a supreme elixir formed from the world's spiritual essence. For cultivators below the Yuanying stage, consuming it can greatly enhance the probability of forming a fetus. For those above the Yuanying stage, it can even condense a second Yuanying, significantly augmenting their strength. Indeed, cultivators in this realm are classified according to their stages: refining qi, foundation establishment, golden core, and yuanying. Beyond that lies the transcendence to become divine beings. Among ordinary people, only 1 in 100 possesses spiritual roots, embarking on the path of cultivation. Among those with spiritual roots, the majority remain stuck in the refining qi stage. Only a rare few can break through to the foundation establishment stage, becoming true practitioners capable of commanding the elements. As for the golden core stage, even among these exceptionally talented individuals, only 1 in 10,000 manages to advance. Without a doubt, those in the nascent soul stage are the pinnacle of existence in this continent, a rarity indeed, few and far between. As far as Xiao Luogua knows, there are only a handful of renowned nascent soul cultivators, each serving as esteemed elders in various formidable factions. The number of hidden powers, known only to a select few, remains an enigma, but it is unlikely to be substantial. Breaking through to the nascent soul signifies the ability to command the heavens and the earth, granting one the potential to share longevity with the cosmos, a goal fervently pursued by countless cultivators. The ethereal herb known as the flesh infant renders this seemingly unattainable fantasy a tangible possibility. Its value is self-evident. Upon contemplating this, he could not help but swallow hard. However, at the same time, Jin Huan was inwardly cursing the fool opposite him for mistakenly identifying him as another type of herb. You are the herb, and your entire family is composed of herbs. Yet, despite his inner vitriol, Jin Huan maintained an outwardly harmless demeanor. After all, the higher others perceived his worth, the longer he could sustain his existence. Well, to have discovered such a treasure of heaven and earth is no small feat. You shall directly claim your reward at the Baibao Pavilion, the Grand Elder remarked, patting Xiao Luogua on the shoulder. He then added, moreover, I advise you not to harbor any ulterior motives. Remember to remind your fellow disciples to refrain from any thoughts of that nature. I have placed restrictions on this flesh infant. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on it, I will know immediately. You should be well aware of the consequences. Xiao Luogua hastily ingratiated himself, saying, if anyone dares to touch what the Grand Elder values, I, Xiao Luogua, shall be the first to oppose it. You can rest assured that this treasure will be absolutely safe in my alchemy chamber. I will instruct my guards to protect it around the clock. The Grand Elder merely nodded in response. The two lingered a while longer in the alchemy chamber before departing together. Only after confirming that they had both ventured far away did Jin Huan cautiously open his eyes. Indeed, the room was devoid of any others, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The current circumstances presented him with both good and bad news. The good news was that he had captured the attention of the Grand Elder, ensuring not only his safety, but also that he would be treated with care and indulgence. The bad news, however, was that he had indeed become a captive. Not only was he under the watchful eye of the Grand Elder of the seemingly vast Yawang Valley, but he was also guarded by a watchful team, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Given his current debilitated state, escape was not a feasible option. At this juncture, he could only take one step at a time. Time passed, and soon, a cacophony of noise emanated from outside once more. Jin Huan distinctly noted that this time, the footsteps sounded far more chaotic than before, suggesting a considerable number of visitors. Were they here to gawk at him again? He thought. I am not a monkey in a zoo. Fortunately, upon entering the chamber, the crowd did not approach Jin Huan, but instead gathered around the alchemical furnace. The atmosphere soon fell into silence until a familiar voice broke the stillness. Ahem, esteemed new disciples, now that you have joined our apothecary valley, the first lesson I shall impart is, of course, the art of alchemy. I am Xiao Luogua, your elder brother in teaching. In the days to come, I implore you to diligently follow my guidance. Should any of you prove unruly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It was indeed Xiao Luogua. The remaining individuals must be the newly accepted disciples of the apothecary valley. A sudden thought crossed Jin Huan's mind. Being in a world where he possessed neither background nor strength felt akin to a cataclysmic start. Given that circumstances could hardly worsen, he resolved to consider himself a disciple of the apothecary valley and clandestinely absorb their teachings. As for the notion of escape, he would set that aside for the moment. Chapter 4. The art of alchemy is like cooking. The key lies in timing. Fortunately, everyone's attention was captivated by Xiao Luogua, allowing Jin Huan to stealthily immerse himself in the alchemical pot and begin his covert studies. The first step in alchemy is to discern the nature of medicinal herbs. With thousands of herbs in the world, some are hot in nature, while others are cold. Failing to balance these properties can lead to overly potent elixirs, resulting in failed concoctions. Thus, Xiao Luogua devoted several hours to expounding upon various herbs and their attributes. Only when darkness enveloped the sky did he dismiss the disciples, instructing them to return and reflect upon their learning. Once the room returned to silence, and Jin Huan opened his eyes, his face was drenched in cold sweat. It was not the fear of being discovered that troubled him, but rather the startling realization that despite the simplicity of the content, he was utterly unable to grasp it. Could it be that my comprehension has been set to its lowest level? Jin Huan felt utterly despondent. While others enjoyed narratives of protagonists blessed with extraordinary talents and wise mentors, he found himself burdened with the dual challenges of disability and ignorance. Perhaps a fresh start was in order. With gritted teeth, Jin Huan slammed his head against the alchemical pot. Bang! The pot remained unmoved, while he became disoriented. Stars dancing before his eyes. His vitality plummeted from 50 to 12. Fortunately, the restorative properties of the potions began to mend his wounds gradually. This collision, however, also served to awaken him. Perhaps it was the pain that did. He resolved not to abandon his efforts easily. Even if his body was frail, his will remained steadfast. Even when the world deems it impossible for the disabled to pursue cultivation, I shall strive to turn the impossible into the possible. This is the essence of my resolve. Jin Huan's heart of Tao. Nevertheless, despite his stubbornness, the issue of his learning difficulties needed addressing. Jin Huan devised a plan. If he could not learn it once, he would attempt it twice. If twice proved futile, he would endeavor 3 or 4 times. With diligence, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. 10 days later, the time arrived for Xiao Luoguo's second lesson. With a frosty gaze directed at the crowd below, he quietly inquired, "Have you all mastered what I taught you previously?" In unison, the crowd responded, "We have." Although Jin Huan remained silent, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Over the past 10 days, through relentless effort and countless sleepless nights of arduous study, he had ultimately relinquished the notion that ignorance was an insurmountable barrier. Just as birds cannot learn to run, rabbits cannot master the art of flight, and fish cannot comprehend the intricacies of the West Lake vinegar fish. Some things are simply beyond reach. Thus, the essence of the issue lies not in effort, but in choice. Jin Huan chose to let go. Among the myriad paths available, there exists one suitable for every intellect. If this herbal study proves unfruitful, we shall simply pursue the next. Upon hearing his disciples' responses, Xiao Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Each of you has been selected for your aptitude, and I have no doubts regarding your potential. Let us proceed directly to the next lesson, the art of temperature control. The arrival of new knowledge was palpable. Though Jin Huan lacked limbs, one could vividly imagine him readying himself with enthusiasm. Alchemy, akin to culinary arts, hinges critically upon the mastery of heat. Without proper control, even the finest ingredients yield only worthless concoctions. Therefore, the temperature control technique is not merely to be learned, but to be perfected, with the ability to apply knowledge creatively. Xiao Luo meticulously demonstrated the technique for the eager learners, pausing frequently to elucidate intricate details and dissect the underlying principles. A seemingly simple art of temperature control consumed 3 hours of instruction before it was thoroughly imparted. At long last, Jin Huan had grasped the technique. However, mastery remained elusive. The crux of the temperature control technique lies in the precise management of heat. In his testing of the potions, Jin Huan either nearly froze himself or was on the verge of boiling himself alive. Fortunately, the potency of the potions was remarkable, regardless of the severity of his injuries. As long as he had even a breath of life left, he could gradually recover. Thus, Jin Huan had at last acquired his first spell in this world. Time sped by, and another 10 days had slipped away. This time, Xiao Luo was to teach the final step in alchemy, the art of object manipulation. Whether it involved casting ingredients into the cauldron or retrieving the hot elixirs post-transformation, this technique was indispensable and rather elegant. No cultivator would resort to the labor of mere mortals when practicing alchemy. Remarkably, this lesson concluded in just half an hour. For the art of object manipulation requires little precision and is devoid of technical complexity, an essential skill. Even Jin Huan, after 100 failures, managed to master it. In this manner, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be merely 10 days until this batch of disciples embarked on their inaugural alchemical endeavor. Constrained by his innate limitations, Jin Huan had never truly contemplated mastering the art of alchemy. However, now ensnared in this predicament, he could only resign himself to the situation. That night, feeling rather ennui, Jin Huan whimsically manipulated the tools in the alchemical chamber, sending them soaring through the air. Ever since he had acquired the ability to control objects, this had become his sole form of amusement during moments of solitude. After all, the art of temperature control posed considerable dangers to him. At that moment, an unexpected rustling sound wafted in from outside the door. Was it a mouse? Over time, Jin Huan had discerned the patterns of the guards outside the alchemical chamber. Aside from the lessons that occurred every 10 days, not even a mouse, let alone a fly, could escape. Yet at this hour, the presence of any sound outside was indeed peculiar, too peculiar. Thus, Jin Huan swiftly resorted to his tried-and-true tactic, feigning death. With a soft click, the door creaked open, and a stealthy figure cautiously entered. Jin Huan slightly cracked open his eyelids, discerning the identity of the intruder. It was him. How had he gained entry at this hour? And what was his purpose? Jin Huan recognized this individual as one of the less conspicuous newcomers among the disciples, seemingly named Sanpang. However, the man's low cultivation level left Jin Huan astounded. To have evaded such a formidable guard, it was quite remarkable. What puzzled him further was the absence of any valuable items in the room besides himself. Could it be that this person was indeed here for him? A sense of unease enveloped Jin Huan. Yet, Sanpang did not approach Jin Huan's vicinity. Instead, he stood before a row of shelves, retrieving a piece of parchment and began to murmur to himself. Recipe for the corpse soul pill. 3 stalks of ghost headgrass, for blooms of silver flower. 5 ounces of fern roots. As he recited, he also collected the well-dried herbs from the shelves. Was he intending to concoct a pill? Jin Huan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 5. The corpse soul pill. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jin Huan floated silently in the cauldron of the alchemical chamber, feigning complete stillness. Meanwhile, Sanpang moved cautiously about the room, his motions imbued with trepidation, as if he feared disturbing something. Jin Huan's heart raced. He was unaware of Sanpang's motives for infiltrating this place at such a late hour, but his instincts warned him that this was far from a good omen. The corpse soul pill? Jin Huan recalled hearing the name mentioned by Xiao Luohua in a previous lesson. This pill was notoriously nefarious. When ingested by the living, the physical body would remain unscathed, yet the soul would be immediately corroded and dissolved, rendering the body a mere soulless shell. Moreover, as the pill contained the alchemist's essence blood, the shell would be subject to the alchemist's control, descending into a state of utter mindlessness. Yet, due to the body's lingering vitality, outsiders would perceive no abnormalities. They would only believe that the individual had undergone some profound transformation, resulting in a drastic change in temperament. It is precisely due to the myriad of sinister effects that the corpse soul pill has long been classified as a forbidden substance by virtuous individuals, including the renowned Medicine King Valley, famous for its alchemical prowess. Ordinary people are entirely oblivious to its existence, let alone capable of concocting it themselves. Contemplating this, Jin Huan's gaze fell upon the portly figure of Sanpang, heightening his suspicions. Sanpang's fingers danced over the medicinal herb rack, softly murmuring the names of the ingredients listed in the formula, meticulously selecting each necessary herb. Jin Huan's eyes followed closely, attempting to glean even the slightest clue from Sanpang's actions. However, it was evident that Sanpang was exceedingly cautious. After choosing a few more herbs, he unexpectedly departed. What on earth is this fellow up to? Jin Huan couldn't help but ponder. Observing the note in Sanpang's hand, it was clear that he had not gathered all the required materials. Furthermore, even if he were to collect everything, could he truly intend to concoct pills here? When the alchemical flames ignited, it would not require an alarm for the nearby guards to notice something amiss and promptly corner him in the alchemy chamber. Yet, apart from this, Jin Huan found it challenging to fathom how Sanpang intended to seek an opportunity to refine pills. After all, even in the Medicine King Valley, the only accessible alchemical location for ordinary disciples was this very chamber. Surely, he wouldn't dare to concoct a forbidden substance in front of everyone during class, would he? Indeed, Sanpang did just that. Before long, the day arrived for the new disciples' inaugural alchemical endeavor. This time, the task assigned by the instructor, Little Luohua, was to produce the most common and simplest elixir in the realm of cultivation, the blood recovery pill. By sequentially adding the required herbs in accordance with the specified quantities and order into the alchemical furnace, and maintaining a vigorous flame for 3 uninterrupted hours, one could yield a pot of blood recovery pills. Upon consumption, cultivators could alleviate their injuries. If the wounds were not severe, they could even heal instantaneously. Naturally, the quality of the elixir varied, categorizing it into 9 grades, with the first grade possessing the most potent efficacy, while the 9th grade was the weakest. For instance, a first-grade blood recovery pill could restore a full 100 points of vitality, whereas a 9th-grade pill would merely restore 50 points. Little Luohua required each disciple to produce at least 30 pills of grade 7 or higher. Each disciple was assigned a finely crafted small alchemical furnace along with the necessary materials for the blood recovery pill. After imparting a few key points regarding the refining process, Little Luohua retreated to a corner for a nap. The remaining disciples exchanged glances, and eventually, each commenced their own alchemical endeavors. Despite their promising talents and solid theoretical foundations, when it came to practical application, they faltered completely. Not only did they struggle to produce 9th-grade pills, but even the formation of elixirs posed significant challenges. Within mere minutes, several disciples had already caused their furnaces to explode. Meanwhile, Little Luohua remained indifferent, waiting until the time had elapsed to assess the results. In their helplessness, the disciples could only resort to further exploration on their own or seek guidance from their peers. However, Jin Huan observed that among these disciples, there was one anomaly, Sen Pang. The young rascal conceals himself quite adeptly. Although the rotund figure makes every effort to appear flustered, his alchemical skills are remarkably proficient. Every half hour, he feigns frustration before retrieving a failed concoction, which he meticulously collects on the side. His clumsy demeanor and lack of success lead the other disciples to lose interest, gravitating instead towards the few who excel. Seizing the opportunity while attention is diverted, he surreptitiously substitutes the ingredients for the healing elixir and embarks on another round of alchemy. Naturally, this endeavor is destined for failure. For only he is aware that he is not truly refining potions, but rather preparing the materials for soul-rejuvenating pills. This scene causes even Jin Huan to feel a pang of anxiety, prompting him to wipe his brow in concern. As for the healing elixirs, before nightfall, the rotund figure manages to concoct 31 grade 7 healing pills, barely fulfilling the task at hand. As time elapsed, Xiao Luo rose and returned to the center of the alchemy chamber to evaluate everyone's results. Remarkably, all had completed their assignments, though some performed exceptionally while others merely scraped by. Xiao Luo offered praise to the outstanding disciples without reprimanding anyone, simply instructing everyone to continue their alchemical pursuits in 10 days before departing. The disciples collectively exhaled in relief and gradually left. Observing the rotund figure from behind, Jin Huan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. He sensed that this individual could potentially become a considerable source of trouble. However, given his current predicament, he found himself hoping that such trouble might serve as a catalyst for change. Thus, Jin Huan was eager to discover what surprises this rotund figure might bring. In the following nights, the familiar silhouette returned. Jin Huan felt little surprise at the rotund figure's presence. After all, he had yet to gather all the necessary materials and would inevitably return. As for whether anyone would notice the depletion of ingredients in the alchemy chamber, both seemed unconcerned. Firstly, the vast resources of the Medicine King Valley rendered a few missing herbs inconsequential. Secondly, the high failure rate among the young disciples in alchemy contributed to significant herb consumption. Whether wasted or pilfered, no one seemed inclined to investigate. Nonetheless, there was one matter that Jin Huan found particularly intriguing. How had this rotund figure eluded the layers of guards? He was genuinely curious. Should a chance arise, he planned to make his escape, and knowing the means to bypass the guards would ensure the success of his scheme. With the expectation that the rotund figure would depart the Medicine King Valley after successfully crafting the soul-rejuvenating pills, Jin Huan resolved to extract the secret to his stealthy movements before that occurred. If necessary, he would resort to creating a bit of chaos. As he watched the rotund figure's retreating form, a sinister smile crept across Jin Huan's face. Chapter 6. The Enchanted Cloak. Creating disruption, while seemingly straightforward in theory, demands a considerable degree of skill and practice. The most formidable challenge lies in successfully sabotaging the opponent without revealing one's own identity. After all, the corpulent rogue, known for his audacity even in concocting illicit potions, would undoubtedly retaliate if he discovered the source of his misfortune. Caution is paramount. One must exercise extreme vigilance. At present, Jin Huan possesses only two magical techniques: temperature control and object manipulation. Through diligent practice, his temperature control skills have seen significant improvement. However, he still has a considerable journey ahead before they can be applied to alchemy. As for his object manipulation, it can be deemed masterful, though such prowess seems hardly worthy of boasting. When it comes to executing a scheme, these are the only means at his disposal. A clever idea sparked in Jin Huan's mind as he observed the corpulent figure rifling through papers on the shelf. Seizing the moment of distraction, he willed a nearby vial to topple to the ground. Had the vial truly shattered upon impact, it would have produced a resounding crash that pierced the stillness of the night. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his rotundity, the corpulent man displayed remarkable agility. With a swift bend, he crouched down and caught the vial just before it hit the floor. Thanks to his ample cushioning of fat, there was no sound at all. Clutching the vial, the man patted his chest in relief, attributing the incident to his own clumsiness, entirely unaware of any presence in the room. Jin Huan, taken aback by the man's unexpected dexterity, quickly devised another plan. Seizing the moment of his opponent's relaxation, Jin Huan immediately employed his temperature control technique. The corpulent man shivered, suddenly feeling an intense chill, which triggered an involuntary sneeze. Achoo! The sound reverberated throughout the vicinity, prompting an immediate response from the guards, who swiftly surrounded the alchemical chamber. The leading figures dashed into the room without hesitation. In a moment of panic, the corpulent man hastily extracted an item from his cloak and draped it over himself. In an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Jin Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was that? A magical cloak? An invisibility mantle? The guards missed no detail, and soon, a multitude of personnel flooded into the alchemical chamber, searching every nook and cranny. Even as they passed directly in front of the corpulent man, they failed to uncover any evidence of wrongdoing. This magical cloak truly was remarkable. It could indeed render one invisible. Jin Huan mused, contemplating how to acquire this treasure. However, he maintained the facade of being utterly motionless. He realized that this invisibility cloak was undoubtedly the key to the corpulent man's unimpeded access to the alchemical chamber. With it, he might find a way to escape the valley of the apothecary. Shortly thereafter, the head of the alchemical chamber, Little Crooked, received word of the commotion and hastened to the scene. As the guards noticed the arrival of the little roguish figure, they promptly approached him and relayed the results of their search. What? No anomalies detected? The little roguish figure furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of his subordinate's report. However, with so many individuals involved, how could they possibly conspire to deceive him? Filled with doubt, he personally conducted a thorough inspection of the entire alchemy chamber, leaving no detail overlooked. Yet, indeed, nothing of concern was found. Suddenly, it appeared that a realization struck him, and he made a beeline towards Jin Huan's position. This is bad. He is coming for me. Jin Huan cursed inwardly. What a case of misfortune. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained an outward demeanor of a languid fish, floating quietly in the medicinal vat. Sure enough, the little roguish figure arrived at the vat and came to a halt. "Oh, little ancestor, are you awake?" he inquired, bending down with a face full of flattery. It seemed there was no escaping this encounter. With a resigned sigh, Jin Huan opened his eyes and revealed a grin showcasing his crooked teeth. "Good. It's wonderful that you're awake. Please wait a moment, little ancestor. You, and you. Go fetch the premium medicinal herbs I prepared for the little ancestor's meal." The little roguish figure hastily commanded his subordinates. Before long, an abundance of precious herbs was presented. The little roguish figure opened the vat and carefully began to introduce the herbs one by one. Jin Huan, not one to stand on ceremony, immediately began to gnaw on the herbs. Although he felt no hunger while immersed in the concoction, his mind and stomach were at odds without something to consume. As for the taste of the herbs, why bother with such concerns? The act of consuming them was what mattered. If anyone were to discover that he was not a flesh-and-blood infant, but rather an ordinary disabled person, that would truly be a dire predicament. As the herbs were ingested, Jin Huan felt an invigorating vitality coursing through him, granting an unprecedented sense of comfort. His health points surged to a full 100. If he continued this way, he would soon return to the vitality of an average person. However, regrettably, the areas of his disability showed no signs of improvement. Noticing Jin Huan belching repeatedly, the little roguish figure nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, little ancestor, you may rest. We shall not disturb you further." Jin Huan, ignoring him, pretended to be a great lord and shut his eyes. Indeed, one must say that playing the role of a master was far more comfortable than feigning death. The little roguish figure, unfazed, exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates. They all silently retreated. As for the earlier anomalies, what anomalies were there? It was merely the little ancestor sneezing. Bearing such a heavy burden and consuming their herbs, Jin Huan felt it was worth it. After a considerable time had passed since the others left, Sanpang cautiously removed the magical cloak, revealing his form. Unsurprisingly, he rushed to stand before Jin Huan, fixating on him intently. Isn't this just a worthless ginseng spirit? Why do those people treasure him so? At first, Sanpang genuinely believed that Jin Huan was scheming against him. However, upon observing Jin Huan's disheveled appearance up close, he realized that such a dismal state could not possibly be the result of any machinations on his part. Jin Huan, upon hearing that Sanpang had likened him to a ginseng root, bared his teeth in anger, abandoning all pretense. "Oh, little one, you certainly have quite the temper." Sanpang, far from being irked, felt a sense of reassurance upon recognizing that Jin Huan's capabilities were rather limited. The earlier incident must have been merely a moment of carelessness on his part. Additionally, the oppressive aura in the alchemy chamber was so intense that it had left him feeling under the weather. Next time, he would need to dress more warmly. With winter upon them, the chill emanating from the ground was indeed too severe to endure lying down. Thus, Sanpang dared not linger. He swiftly gathered the remaining herbs, clutching the note, and donned his magical cloak once again, making a discreet exit. Jin Huan, meanwhile, regained his composure, though an unusual glint lingered in his eyes. Although he had revealed himself this time, it was evident that the exposure was not complete. In fact, the current situation seemed to work in his favor, allowing him to proceed without hesitation. Of course, this was merely a metaphor, for he possessed neither hands nor feet. Chapter 7. A new crisis since Jin Huan's exposure. Xiao Luogua had made nightly visits to the alchemy chamber, presenting a plethora of precious herbs. Jin Huan, of course, accepted them all without reservation. Consequently, his physique experienced a comprehensive enhancement, with his health bar soaring to an astonishing 400 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. However, His limbs and facial features remained unchanged, suggesting that he was destined for disability in this lifetime. Furthermore, once his health bar reached 400 points, it ceased to increase. Jin Huan speculated that his body had developed a resistance to the herbs. Nevertheless, he had to continue consuming them. Otherwise, if they suspected him of staging a hunger strike, the repercussions could be dire. Moreover, Jin Huan noticed that Xiao Luoguo's visits had become increasingly frequent, with the quantity of herbs he brought growing substantially. One evening, even the Grand Elder himself took it upon himself to personally assess Jin Huan's condition. However, upon witnessing Jin Huan's state, the Grand Elder's expression shifted from delight to concern. As he furrowed his brow, he then whispered a few words into Xiao Luoguo's ear before departing without further ado. From that day forth, Xiao Luoguo ceased to appear at night, let alone provide any sustenance. After consuming such a multitude of spiritual herbs, Jin Huan, despite possessing only one eye and half an ear, found his vision and hearing markedly superior to that of ordinary beings. He distinctly recalled the Grand Elder's words. "He's nearly ready. We should find a time to act." This utterance sent a shiver down Jin Huan's spine. It seemed they were indeed preparing to take action against him. Thus, the plan for escape needed to be executed promptly. Jin Huan meticulously devised a rough plan in his mind. Before long, the day for the second round of new disciples' alchemy arrived. The elixir to be refined this time is the Spirit Restoration Pill, a staple and fundamental potion within the realm of cultivation. Unlike the Blood Restoration Pill, this concoction does not replenish the spiritual energy expended by practitioners during their spellcasting. After all, the spiritual energy within a cultivator is derived from their own cultivation techniques, which transform the essence of the heavens and the earth. It cannot be directly acquired. However, the Spirit Restoration Pill serves to expedite this absorption process. Thus, whether in combat or for personal cultivation, the Spirit Restoration Pill is indispensable. After imparting the essentials of pill refinement, the little hunchback remained seated in a corner, overseeing the disciples' brewing endeavors. Meanwhile, Jin Huan's gaze was fixed intently on San Pang, awaiting his next mischief. Ever since San Pang had gathered all the necessary materials, there was no longer a need for him to stealthily infiltrate at night, which consequently deprived Jin Huan of the opportunity for private interaction. Nevertheless, his escape plan was intrinsically linked to the magical cloak San Pang possessed. He needed to devise a strategy. The disciples were still floundering in their attempts to concoct the pills. Although they had one prior experience, the novelty of this new elixir led to a high failure rate. Before long, most of the disciples had gathered around the few exceptional ones, observing their techniques. Seizing this opportunity, San Pang commenced his performance with heightened caution and an evident improvement in his acting skills. At intervals, he would discreetly extract some failed spirit restoration pills and carefully stash them away. The others remained oblivious, completely unaware of his actions. Jin Huan observed this with a smirk of silent amusement. He thought to himself, "Apologies, but this time I intend to make you suffer." He scanned the room and set his sights on a rather timid disciple, whose talent was mediocre, yet who persisted in his pill-making efforts. Taking advantage of the disciple's momentary distraction, Jin Huan subtly employed his telekinesis to pilfer 2 of the few successful pills from his plate. The frail disciple was cautiously opening the alchemical furnace, revealing a commendable batch of 5 satisfactory spirit restoration pills. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a sense of satisfaction, he was about to place the pills onto his plate. However, the next moment, he stood frozen in disbelief. Who has stolen my pills?" His frantic cries echoed throughout the alchemical chamber, prompting everyone to cease their work and turn their attention towards him. It was no wonder. With only a handful of pills on his plate, the sudden disappearance of 2 was glaringly evident. It is worth noting that a cultivator with such a resolute mind, even aware of their inferior talent, would not easily belittle themselves. Instead, they would strive diligently in silence, endeavoring to catch up with their peers. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the fruits of their labor paled in comparison to those of their suddenly enlightened counterparts. Even with a steadfast heart, their spirit was shaken. Now, the meager rewards of their hard work were ruthlessly pilfered, leaving them in profound anguish. "Who dares? Step forward if you have the courage. I shall settle this with you today." The frail disciple, struggling to maintain his composure, stormed over to a nearby disciple's seat in search of something. Although the other disciples felt displeased, they were too weary to confront his erratic behavior. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Jin Huan, once again, engaged in mischief, stealthily placing the concealed elixirs upon San Pang's table. In the next moment, the frail disciple found himself standing directly before San Pang. "Step aside. I have no elixirs for you." San Pang furrowed his brow, aware that his clandestine alchemical endeavors were a grave secret that must not be discovered, lest everything be ruined. Yet, the frail disciple's eyes immediately fell upon the elixirs on the table. Overwhelmed with excitement, he seized the 2 pills with fervor. These cannot possibly belong to anyone else but you. Ah, Senpang, I never would have suspected you, a seemingly honest fellow, to harbor such wickedness. Did your parents not teach you that thievery is wrong? In a secluded corner, Jin Huan sneezed, unnoticed. This outburst not only left Senpang dumbfounded, but also drew a gathering of curious disciples eager to witness the spectacle. This is not mine, I swear, Senpang stammered, caught off guard by the turn of events. Your denials are futile, the evidence is clear. Though seemingly weak, the frail disciple grasped Senpang's collar, his demeanor radiating an intensity that was not to be underestimated. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Silence. It is Xiao Luogua. A palpable aura of authority swept through the room, compelling all disciples to bow low to the ground. After all, Xiao Luogua had already attained foundational cultivation, while most of these new disciples were merely at the first or second layer of qi refining. Everyone, return to your tasks. If you fail to complete your assignments before nightfall, you shall all face punishment at the penal hall. As the oppressive presence dissipated, the disciples trembled and hastily returned to their respective duties. Xiao Luogua then cast a glance at the frail disciple and Senpang, clicking his tongue, and added, "Take your elixirs and leave. This matter ends here." To someone of his elevated status, the trivial concerns of the lower ranks were of no consequence, as long as they did not impede his own interests. Although the frail disciple felt a sense of injustice, he dared not voice his grievances in the face of Xiao Luogua's formidable presence. With a frustrated glare directed at Senpang, he took his elixirs and departed. As the commotion subsided, Senpang's secret remained undisclosed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that amidst the earlier turmoil, Jin Huan had stealthily hidden a portion of the herbs he had secretly refined. Chapter 8. The accusation of injustice. Only an hour remained. Xiao Luogua reclined in the corner, listlessly addressing the gathered disciples. Most of those present had completed the crafting of the replenishing elixirs, while the remaining few were engaged in the final stages of their work. Due to being undermined by Jin Huan, Senpang found himself significantly behind schedule, compounded by the fact that his actual workload was several times greater than that of his peers. Fortunately, his technical skills were up to par. Having completed the processing of all materials for the corpse soul pill, he merely needed to refine one last batch of the spirit-enhancing pill to meet the required quantity. However, it was inevitable that unforeseen events would arise. Observing Senpang's smooth progress, Jin Huan could hardly resist the temptation to create some trouble. Shortly thereafter, the materials that had long been concealed began to drift leisurely toward Xiao Luogua's location. What is that scent? Xiao Luogua, a seasoned alchemist with over 20 years of experience in the alchemy chamber, immediately sensed something amiss from a distance. The remaining tasks became considerably simpler. There was no need for Jin Huan to intervene. Xiao Luogua instinctively followed the aroma to its source. Refined tianxiang grass? Peculiar. As this herb was not required for the spirit-enhancing pill, he quickly located the pre-prepared materials. After picking them up, he first brought them to his nose for a sniff, then examined them with his hands. The fact that the delicate tianxiang grass had been perfectly refined without any damage, preserving even its original essence, spoke volumes about the alchemical skill involved. This level of craftsmanship was not something I could impart, and even for me, it would be quite challenging to achieve. Xiao Luogua finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He raised the tianxiang grass in his hand and strode to the center of the room. "Everyone, cease your work and gather here," he commanded. "Anyone who dares to delay will not escape my wrath." Witnessing Xiao Luogua's genuine fury, the others hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Looking at the group of disciples who were still processing the situation, Xiao Luogua's gaze turned icy. Whose craftsmanship is embodied in this tianxiang grass? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, each as confused as the next. Only Senpang felt an intense wave of panic. Oh no, if there are no others in this room preparing the corpse soul pill, then the tianxiang grass in Xiao Luogua's hand must belong to me. Yet, despite his carefulness, how could he have overlooked such a crucial material and allowed Xiao Luogua, the one person he could not afford to provoke, to discover it? Senpang surveyed his surroundings and noticed the frail disciple still glaring at him with disdain. "Ah, so it was you, old hard pen. I wondered how, despite my low profile, you would still seek to trouble me. Clearly, you must know something." He resolved that this individual could not be permitted to remain. He needed to devise a means to eliminate the threat. Senpang silently mused while maintaining an outward appearance of confusion, a reaction that was hardly unwarranted. After all, the only time frame for potential wrongdoing corresponded with the chaotic interval initiated by the frail disciple. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Xiao Luogua repeated, "Good, good, good. No one is willing to admit it, is that so? Very well. While people may deceive, potions cannot. I will compare each of your alchemical techniques one by one, and I am confident the truth will soon come to light." After speaking, Xiao Luogua truly descended from the stage, inspecting each disciple's position one by one. At this moment, San Pang was genuinely drenched in cold sweat. It was not that San Pang lacked the ability to conceal his methods. Rather, the urgency of the task coupled with Xiao Luo's unprecedented seriousness left San Pang without the time to put in any effort. Should Xiao Luo discover San Pang's elixirs, there would be no hope of concealing the truth. However, it was too late for any remedial measures now. Soon enough, Xiao Luo completed his inspection and arrived at San Pang's position. As he picked up a single elixir, the answer crystallized in his mind. Whose position is this? He turned around, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. It belongs to San Pang. The frail disciple suddenly felt invigorated. He had been seething with pent-up anger, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. Oh, not only Xiao Luo, but everyone turned their attention to San Pang, their eyes filled with sympathy, as if San Pang was undoubtedly doomed. Xiao Luo placed a hand on San Pang's shoulder, giving it a firm pat, while wearing an unsettling smile. My dear San Pang, do you have anything to explain? It is true that when one is cornered, their potential can be unleashed. In those fleeting seconds, San Pang suddenly devised a countermeasure. Returning to the master. This is indeed my position. However, the materials in your hand are not of my making. Oh, so you are implying that my judgment is in question? Xiao Luo asked coldly, shaking the elixir before San Pang. The temperature in the room noticeably plummeted. San Pang took the elixir from Xiao Luo's hand, feigning an inspection before returning it. To everyone's astonishment, he replied, I report to you, master, that this is not an elixir I crafted. Now, the crowd was taken aback. Not expecting such a cunning rebuttal, the frail disciple was the first to leap forward. You claim it is not your elixir? This is your position, your furnace. Could someone possibly sneak in and swap your elixirs? Initially, he spoke with righteous indignation, but as he continued, the absurdity of his argument began to dawn on him, and his momentum weakened. What a splendid assist. San Pang glanced at him, then bowed to Xiao Luo, saying, Master, I suspect that my elixirs have been swapped by someone with ill intentions. The frail disciple became frantic, pointing an accusing finger at San Pang. You are talking nonsense. You are wronging me. You are the one who stole my elixirs. At this moment, before San Pang could speak, the surrounding disciples had already begun to murmur among themselves. You know, he has been quite unusual today, daring to cause a scene in public. Indeed. Accusing others of stealing elixirs is utterly absurd. Although San Pang may be somewhat clumsy, he wouldn't stoop so low as to steal the concoctions of another fool, would he? I observe that certain individuals harbor hidden agendas, boldly accusing others while concealing their own misdeeds. The frail disciple, utterly flustered, weakly implored the crowd, It is not I. Truly not I. You know my character. I could never commit such an act. After witnessing the entire farce, Xiao Luo seemed to have formed a judgment in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Bring him forth, and subject him to rigorous interrogation. Immediately, 2 towering guards entered, prepared to escort the frail disciple away. Just as they were about to exit, the disciple suddenly grew resolute, gripping the doorframe tightly, and cried out to Xiao Luo, Brother, it is truly not me. San Pang possesses a cauldron of elixirs that I could never tamper with. Once that cauldron yields its concoction, the truth will be illuminated. Chapter 9. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to find merit in the frail disciple's suggestion. If they could wait just another half an hour, the elixir would be complete. Regardless of its success, they would glean some insight from it. However, Xiao Luo was evidently unwilling to wait that long. With a disdainful snort, 2 streams of energy surged forth towards the frail disciple. The disciple's hands, clinging to the doorframe, were severed, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed. Remove him. Xiao Luo turned to his subordinates and instructed. The guards, not daring to hesitate, hastily dragged the nearly lifeless unfortunate away. Everyone, return to your tasks. Those who fail to complete their duties will share his fate. A chilling silence enveloped the crowd as they scurried back to their posts. Upon returning, San Pang focused on regulating the furnace's temperature while contemplating his predicament. Although he had narrowly escaped disaster, the essential materials for concocting the corpse soul elixir had been confiscated. What was he to do? If he could not reclaim them, he could resort to stealing materials to forge a new concoction. Yet, he feared that his scapegoat would not endure for long, and should the wrongdoer be discovered, his own troubles would escalate significantly. It appeared that time was not on his side. Lost in thought, an unusual noise suddenly emanated from a corner of the room. Everyone looked up to see a peculiar creature inside a medicinal jar, repeatedly striking its body against the container with a resounding thud. This, of course, was Jin Huan himself. As the crowd pondered the situation, Xiao Luo was the first to approach. My little ancestor, what troubles you? Although his tone remained relatively polite, the initial warmth had long since dissipated. Jin Huan, undeterred, gestured with his chin towards the Tianxiang herb in Xiao Luo's hand and opened his mouth. Are you hungry? This was hardly surprising. given that Xiao Luohua had not fed him for several days. Since the herb was of no use to him, Xiao Luohua, without a second thought, opened the jar and tossed the medicinal material inside. Jin Huan, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, devoured the entire herb in one gulp, then grinned broadly at Xiao Luohua. In response, little Legu merely shook his head and walked away, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sampang was in a state of anxiety. Please don't chew, whatever you do, he silently prayed. His heart only eased slightly upon witnessing Jin Huan swallow the entire portion of herbs. Thankfully, they were still usable. He merely needed to extract the herbs from Jin Huan's stomach later. There was still time. Thus, Sampang collected himself and resumed his alchemical work. That night, Sampang indeed returned, and earlier than usual. The guards typically exhibited their weakest vigilance during the latter half of the night, making it the safest time to infiltrate. However, Sampang was clearly restless. Upon entering the room, he discarded his magical cloak and strode directly toward Jin Huan's jar. Spit out my herbs, you little rascal. Before Jin Huan could react, Sampang lifted the lid of the jar and delivered a punch that left Jin Huan dazed. Without allowing Jin Huan a moment to recover, Sampang pried open his mouth and reached inside, extracting the contents of his stomach. Fortunately, it had not yet been digested. You've certainly got a diverse palate. Haven to you? Ignoring Jin Huan's incessant coughing, Sampang focused solely on the state of his painstakingly crafted herbs. Once he confirmed their safety, he felt completely reassured. The infiltration mission had been successfully accomplished. Sampang carefully secured the herbs and closed the lid over Jin Huan once more. Before sealing it, driven by some whim, he struck Jin Huan on the back of his head once again. You truly are quite ugly. After uttering this, Sampang donned his magical cloak once more and stealthily made his way out. It took a considerable time for Jin Huan to recover from the intense dizziness. So this is how you want to play it? Bullying a mute who can't protest, is it? You fat fool. This grudge is now firmly established. Although Sampang's recent misfortunes were entirely orchestrated by Jin Huan, he remained blissfully unaware. Such indiscriminate violence was truly lacking in decorum. However, the beating was not in vain. While swallowing the herbs, Jin Huan had secretly mixed in a drop of his blood. Once the corpse soul pill was successfully refined, he would possess a share of control over the victim. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, marking the third alchemical session for the new disciples. Upon completion of this session, they would officially be initiated. Thereafter, they could join the corresponding halls within the sect according to their preferences, embarking on their cultivation journey. Of course, this was contingent upon the successful completion of the current alchemical task. Little Luogu stepped into the center of the room, bearing both bad news and more bad news. The first piece of unfortunate news was that the frail disciple who had been captured was dead. The elder from the punishment hall had employed exceedingly cruel soul-searching techniques, yet had failed to uncover any useful information. In other words, he is likely to be wronged. As he spoke, little Hunchback occasionally cast glances at the three fatty. If the frail disciple is indeed innocent, then the most suspicious one is undoubtedly the three fatty. Unfortunately, both the herbs confiscated at the time and the final batch of elixirs refined by the three fatty are irretrievable. Without evidence, one cannot convict. However, it is indisputable that time is running out for the three fatty. Moreover, the second piece of bad news is that today is not for refining elixirs, but rather for the preparation of various auxiliary materials. Much like how one must chop scallions, ginger, and garlic before stewing meat. Today's work involves using not a personal small furnace, but the enormous cauldron located in the center of the alchemy chamber. This cauldron can be regarded as the treasured artifact of the Medicine King Valley, capable of refining even elixirs suitable for the nascent soul stage. Typically, without permission from above, one is not even allowed to touch it. It seems that the time has indeed come for him. Jin Huan bitterly smiled. The elder finally intended to take action against him. His time was also running short. Little Hunchback swiftly assigned the disciples in order to refine different herbs. All disciples lined up to take turns using the cauldron. Should one fail, they would go to the end of the line and wait for their turn to refine again. In this manner, the utilization of the cauldron could be maximized. As usual, the task must be completed before dark. The consequences for those who fail to finish their materials are needless to say. However, the disciples were all filled with trepidation at this moment. If they failed, they had no idea how long they would have to wait in line. If they did not complete their tasks before dark, they truly dared to kill. After assigning the tasks, little Hunchback returned to his usual place to rest. Under such immense pressure, he did not believe anyone would dare to be lazy. Well, Three Fatty dared. At that moment, Three Fatty looked at the ignited cauldron, his eyes filled with fervor. He had made it. He had finally prepared all the materials for the corpse soul elixir before using this giant cauldron. He chuckled inwardly. Chapter 10, Where's My Cloak? It wasn't long before the queue reached Three Fatty. Half of the disciples who had preceded him had returned to the end of the line, their faces covered in dirt. The failure rate was undeniably high. Nevertheless, little Hunchback remained unconcerned. He was only interested in the outcome, not the process. As the tasks among the disciples were independent of each other, Three Fatty paid no heed to whether others were watching and directly tossed all the materials for the corpse soul elixir into the giant cauldron. Subsequently, he timed himself, pretended to take out some waste products, and began to feign anxiety after a failure, returning once again to the end of the line. According to his estimation, the corpse soul elixir would take at least 5 hours to refine. Based on the current pace, he still needed to pretend to fail twice before he could successfully reap the rewards. However, this would spell disaster for the disciples who followed him. Unaware of the other substances in the cauldron, they continued to refine according to their original heat settings, resulting in nothing but failure. As time progresses, it appears that more than half of the individuals may not complete their tasks before darkness descends. In this regard, Sanpang can only conclude that they are unfortunate in their celestial fate, having crossed paths with him. After all, in the realm of cultivation, celestial affinity is an essential aspect. With such ill fortune, their journey ahead will likely be fraught with challenges. It would be better for them to shoulder the blame here. As each moment ticks by, the expressions of the crowd grow increasingly grim. Even Xiao Luogwa could no longer resist sitting up. In previous cohorts, despite a low success rate, such a situation had never arisen. Could it be that the materials prepared by the elder for this occasion are particularly challenging? Finally, only a stick of incense remains before the corpse soul pill is completed. At that moment, it is Sanpang's turn to approach the alchemical furnace. He decides to abandon all pretense, placing his hands on his hips and standing resolutely before the furnace. After a while, the disciples behind him noticed Sanpang's immobility and lack of intent to proceed, prompting a sense of urgency within them. Sanpang, are you going to use it or not? If not, step aside. One disciple boldly exclaimed. Yes, exactly. The others echoed in agreement. The repeated failures had already frayed their nerves, and Sanpang's antics ignited their tempers further. Yet, in the face of their accusations, Sanpang remained silent, merely turning to glare at them. For reasons unknown, his fierce gaze sent a wave of palpable intimidation through the crowd, causing them to hush abruptly. Seeing that the crowd had quieted, Sanpang turned back and resumed his patient wait. After a brief interval, someone could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward again. Sanpang, what on earth are you doing? You are delaying each of us by a minute, and the entire day will pass us by. Indeed, indeed. The others chimed in once more. They had even prepared themselves for conflict, ready to collectively force Sanpang aside. If they failed to complete their tasks, they would all face dire consequences. Sanpang, now somewhat irked by their persistence, rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront the situation head-on. At that moment, the gigantic cauldron began to exhibit strange phenomena. The flames flickered erratically, accompanied by eerie wails emanating from within. Success. Sanpang utilized his telekinetic skills to extract the completed corpse soul pill. Truly, the corpse soul pill demanded an extensive investment of my time and effort, resulting in a mere single pill. However, its quality is commendable, at least above the 5th rank. With satisfaction, Sanpang retrieved a medicinal box, ready to secure the pill. Just then, the keen-eyed Xiao Luogwa finally arrived, drawn by the commotion. Sanpang, what is happening? Upon recognizing the pill in Sanpang's hand, his extensive experience allowed him to identify it immediately. He fixed a cold gaze on Sanpang and inquired in a deep voice, the corpse soul pill? Dare you concoct a forbidden elixir without authorization? Sanpang, I demand a reasonable explanation. An explanation? I shall provide you with a fitting retort. With a sudden transformation, Sanpang's aura surged from the first layer of chi refinement to the second layer of foundation establishment. He then produced a whistle and blew into it with great force. Before long, the entire Medicine King Valley was filled with a cacophony of whistles, followed closely by the sounds of combat and anguished cries. What a clever boy. To have accomplices. You have lurked beneath my very nose for so long. This time, I shall not let you escape. Xiao Luogwa summoned his magical artifact and took up a combat stance. Block me? Do you think you can? Sanpang snorted coldly and drew a talisman from his possession, tossing it forth. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed. The scene remained largely intact, yet smoke billowed, obscuring the situation within. Amidst the chaos, Sanpang produced a magical cloak and draped it over himself. Instantly, his form vanished into the crowd. The only one who witnessed this was Jin Huan, who was hiding within a medicinal jar. Xiao Luogwa was choking on the smoke, coughing incessantly. However, with a slight exertion of spiritual power, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Sanpang's figure had already disappeared from view. Xiao Luogwa's face turned ashen. He shouted loudly, Guardians, where have all the men gone? No one answered. At this juncture, chaos reigned throughout the Medicine King Valley, and the Guardians were stretched thin. Unable to attend to this matter, left with no choice, he resolved to guard the sole exit of the alchemy room, hoping to intercept the intruder. Under ordinary circumstances, Sanpang, cloaked in his magical garment, would have strolled out with ease. However, he had provoked the formidable Jin Huan. Even as San Pang donned the magical cloak, Jin Huan discreetly manipulated some medicinal residue to adhere to the garment. Meanwhile, Xiao Luoguo was observing a certain direction, where a cluster of floating medicinal remnants was drawing near. Traitor, meet your end. Xiao Luoguo commanded his artifact, unleashing 2 sharp blades of wind. San Pang halted momentarily, clearly taken aback by being discovered. Fearing damage to the magical cloak, he hastily removed it and produced a small shield to defend himself. 2 loud thuds echoed as deep dents formed on the shield. San Pang gazed at the shield, a wave of trepidation washing over him. What a vicious attack. He did not linger, swiftly retrieving 2 talismans from his robe, one a smoke talisman as before, the other infused with the power of lightning for an offensive strike. Xiao Luoguo, well aware of the potency of these talismans, opted not to face them head-on and swiftly rolled aside. Consequently, the exit of the alchemy room was once again laid bare before San Pang's eyes. He sneered, thinking his opponent too weak, and prepared to don the magical cloak once more and charge forth. Yet, as he reached for it, his heart sank. Where is my magical cloak? How could such a large garment simply vanish? San Pang erupted into a frenzy, shouting in despair. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Assassin Organization. Yamaha. It goes without saying that this is undoubtedly the work of Jin Huan. If one were to assert that Jin Huan had truly mastered the art of object manipulation to a masterful degree, it would be nothing short of astounding. Just as he had removed his cloak, it was swiftly whisked away. One might surmise that the ancients who originally developed this technique never envisioned their spell would ultimately transform into a coveted artifact. Naturally, Jin Huan had concealed the cloak. He was not foolish enough to hold on to such a perilous item directly. By the time San Pang regained his composure and looked around, he found the room only filled with disciples, dazed and choking from the smoke. How could he discern who had pilfered his cloak? Little Luoguo did not afford him the luxury of time, blocking the exit once more while simultaneously casting a spell. In the next instant, a dragon of wind coalesced, lunging towards San Pang. Cursing vehemently, San Pang retrieved his small shield to withstand the onslaught. Crack! The shield, after absorbing the dragon's strike, shattered into 2 pieces in mere moments. The remaining force of the attack struck San Pang, sending him flying several meters, crashing into countless tables and chairs before he collapsed to the ground. Upon hitting the floor, he spat a mouthful of blood, scattering his belongings across the ground. Typically, cultivators, especially those at higher levels, carry spatial storage bags to facilitate the transport of essential items. However, San Pang had removed such items to masquerade as a novice infiltrating the Medicine King Valley, leaving only a few life-preserving tools. Although he possessed foundational cultivation, his life had been dedicated to alchemy, leaving him with little combat experience. Moreover, he had relied on the magical cloak as a formidable aid in his escape, never anticipating he would encounter the calamity that is Jin Huan. At this moment, San Pang remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Little Luoguo seized the opportunity, unleashing 2 more blades of wind. Gritting his teeth, San Pang grabbed 2 talismans from the ground and rolled aside. While he narrowly evaded the most lethal of attacks, a deep, bone-exposing gash was left on his back. The remnants of his belongings were shredded by the wind blades, rendering them unusable. He was left with only 2 talismans, both of which were offensive in nature. The situation was far from promising. Little Luoguo let out a cold laugh. His ascent to this point had not been a mere matter of idly coasting through life. He advanced steadily towards San Pang, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Speak. Who sent you to the Medicine King Valley? If your answer satisfies me, I may grant you a swift end. San Pang, lying on the ground, wiped the blood from his face and suddenly erupted into laughter. It was your grandmother who sent me. With that, he sprang to his feet and swiftly hurled the 2 talismans in his hand. Yet, little Luoguo had anticipated such a move and would not allow him to succeed. Wind Wall Technique. A whispered incantation summoned a solid wall of wind, formed from concentrated air, standing resolutely before little Luoguo. To speak of the potency of this talisman, it is indeed formidable. Even with prior preparations, the wind barrier was rapidly thinned by the ferocious assault, ultimately dissipating before the eye. However, even though the wind barrier did not entirely deflect the attack, the remaining force posed little threat. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Luo summoned his spiritual energy to disperse the final remnants of the talisman's power. Now what else is there to say? Xiao Luo was foot-pressed against San Pang, exerting 30% of a foundation establishment cultivator's strength. Blood gushed from San Pang's mouth like a fountain, rendering him incapable of uttering a curse. At this moment, he was indeed at the end of his tether. As San Pang appeared on the brink of collapse, Jin Huan sighed in lamentation. He then discreetly retrieved the box containing the soul recovery pill from the ground, using his telekinetic abilities, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention. At that moment, San Pang, with a somewhat dazed expression, looked at the imposing Xiao Luogua and suddenly broke into laughter. Xiao Luogua furrowed his brow, feeling a chill at the sight of that unsettling grin. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp sword emerged from his chest. The ensuing agony was unbearable. Xiao Luogua struggled to turn his head, discovering a veiled woman standing behind him, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Greetings from the underworld. What? Ignoring the pain, Xiao Luogua stepped forward, pulling his body away from the blade. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them. The underworld. You are that mysterious assassin organization. Indeed. The woman sheathed her sword, her demeanor still stern. She bent down and swiftly inserted a high-grade healing pill into Sanpang's mouth. At last, his life was preserved. Now that you are aware of our origins, you cannot leave here alive. Seeing that Sanpang was unharmed, the veiled woman raised her sword and charged at Xiao Luogua once more. Damn it, wasn't it you who initiated this? Xiao Luogua summoned all his spiritual energy to seal his wounds, bracing himself for the confrontation. The two engaged in a fierce battle, leaving the scene in disarray. Meanwhile, Jin Huan, who had been quietly observing the spectacle, suddenly conceived a bold idea upon witnessing the veiled woman's graceful figure and the elegance of her swordplay. The escape plan had changed. As the two were preoccupied with their fight, Jin Huan discreetly manipulated his telekinetic powers to slowly move the previously concealed soul recovery pill closer to Sanpang. Although Sanpang still clung to life, his meridians were completely severed, rendering him immobile. Seeing the soul recovery pill approach, terror filled his eyes. No, don't come any closer. It's no wonder this room is so laden with malevolent energy. There truly are ghosts. He lamented inwardly. Yet, Jin Huan paid no heed to his plight. Huh. Little fatty, today is your day. He forcefully pried open Sanpang's mouth and swiftly administered the soul recovery pill. Sanpang wished to resist, but he was utterly powerless. In the fleeting moment of a breath, the light in his eyes dimmed, yet the vitality within him grew stronger. This was, of course, the effect of the healing elixir. Meanwhile, the young warrior, already gravely injured, was no match for the masked woman. He clumsily parried several blows before, in sheer pain, resorting to a last-ditch maneuver that temporarily repelled her, allowing him to make a hasty escape toward the entrance. Just as the masked woman intended to pursue, she stepped outside only to discover a large contingent of reinforcements from the Medicine King Valley approaching in the distance. The mission of the Underworld Hall was initially intended to be swift and decisive, with no expectation of annihilating the entire fighting force of the Medicine King Valley. After millennia of existence, the formidable sect had likely been caught off guard at first, but now they were surely gearing up for a counterattack. It was time to leave. Three Masters, how is your injury? The masked woman abandoned her pursuit and hurried back to assist the fallen figure. Three Masters? Is she referring to the chubby one? Jin Huan wondered to himself. At that moment, he was attempting to harness the power of the corpse soul pill to manipulate the body of the chubby one. Three Masters? Three Masters? Seeing the chubby one remain unresponsive, the masked woman anxiously tapped his face. Suddenly, as if resolved, she raised her hand high. Success! Jin Huan's consciousness successfully attached to the chubby body, enabling him to slowly open his eyes. However, upon doing so, he was met with the sight of an enormous hand descending toward him. Slap. Chapter 12. I finally escaped. I'm sorry. When the masked woman saw the chubby one's eyes open, her hand, poised to deliver a slap, could not be retracted in time. A clear imprint of her palm now adorned his face. With Jin Huan's consciousness having taken over, he too bore the brunt of this unexpected surprise. No matter. After all, this was the first member of the opposite sex he had encountered since arriving in this world. Moreover, her appearance was undeniably exquisite. He would not hold such trivial blunders against her. This incident also revealed that the chubby one's status, even within the enigmatic Underworld Hall, was quite respectable, as even a member of such beauty and strength as the masked woman was compelled to lower herself in his presence. Since Three Masters is unharmed, we must retreat quickly. The people from the Medicine King Valley are about to catch up. The masked woman urged anxiously. Jin Huan, controlling the chubby one, nodded and suddenly pointed in a certain direction. That is a valuable item. Bring it to me. The item in question referred to Jin Huan's original, battered body. At this moment, the strength of his soul was insufficient. While he controlled the chubby one, his original body remained in a state of unconsciousness. Manipulating with the corpse soul pill was essentially akin to possession. However, unlike possession, which could only be performed once in a lifetime by a cultivator and was successful only if the target was of lower cultivation, the corpse soul pill operated differently. As long as there are sufficient elixirs and a powerful soul, commanding an entire army is hardly a challenge. With such formidable effects, it is no wonder that these substances have been classified as forbidden. The masked woman naturally dared not defy the orders of the corpulent man, swiftly approaching the cauldron containing Jin Huan's essence. However, Upon laying her eyes upon Jin Huan's form, a flush of crimson involuntarily crept across her cheeks. The corpulent man, while retrieving the concealed magical cloak, rummaged through the belongings of the fallen disciples scattered around. Noticing the masked woman's unusual reaction, he could not help but inquire. "What is it? Is something amiss?" "Nothing." The masked woman fervently shook her head, lifting the entire cauldron and returning to the corpulent man's side. "I just find this little fellow rather endearing," she murmured in a voice so faint it was almost imperceptible. Upon hearing her words, the corpulent man's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he would not permit anyone to declare him unattractive, this appearance was hardly synonymous with adorableness. Suddenly, an unsettling thought surged through Jin Huan's mind. Wait, could it be that all my attributes have been allocated to charm? Charm. A rather futile attribute that serves no purpose among peers, yet significantly boosts affection from the opposite sex. Unless one seeks a life of mediocrity, no one would squander precious attribute points on charm. The corpulent man slapped his forehead, feeling as though his life had been irrevocably ruined. However, upon witnessing his gesture, the masked woman became flustered. "I apologize. I have behaved inappropriately." Jin Huan waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. "Enough, take me away from here. I do not wish to remain in this place for even a second longer." "As you command." The masked woman summoned a flying vessel resembling a small ship, spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. Cradling Jin Huan's essence in one arm and supporting the corpulent man possessed by Jin Huan in the other, she ascended aboard the vessel. The trio swiftly departed from the Valley of the Medicine King. Simultaneously, members of the Yama Hall scattered throughout the valley also summoned their flying instruments, initiating a retreat. In an instant, the skies above the Valley of the Medicine King became a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, from a certain location at the valley's heart, a furious roar erupted. No, the elder sensed Jin Huan's cauldron being passively activated through the previously set restrictions. However, at that moment, he was besieged by multiple members of the Yama Hall and was utterly overwhelmed. Now, feeling Jin Huan's aura drifting further away, his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. My flesh infant. My flesh infant. Unfortunately, as the members of the Yama Hall retreated, they employed a powerful technique to ensnare him. Even with his peak golden core cultivation, he found himself unable to escape and could only watch helplessly as they departed. After flying several hundred miles, even upon confirming that no pursuers were in sight, the members of the Yama Hall decided to disperse, evading any potential inquiries into their whereabouts. The masked woman, with Jin Huan, fixed her gaze on a specific direction and accelerated away from the main group. After flying alone for a day and a night, they finally alighted in a thicket-laden deep mountain, a place seldom trodden by human feet, which seemed to offer temporary safety. "Let us pause here for a while," suggested the masked woman. She descended from the flying vessel first and surveyed the surroundings before allowing Jin Huan to disembark. "By the way, this is the storage bag you entrusted to me earlier. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner." With that, she produced an exquisitely luxurious storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Jin Huan. "Thank you, Fairy," Jin Huan replied instinctively as he accepted the bag. "Fairy? My lord, do you not remember me?" The masked woman's eyes glistened with tears. It dawned on Jin Huan that he had misspoken, and he hastily sought to amend his words. Well, yes, I have amnesia." "Amnesia?" The woman tilted her head, visibly skeptical. Jin Huan, quick-witted, gestured animatedly. "Consider this. I was nearly beaten to death, and then you followed up with such a hefty blow to my face. How could I not suffer from amnesia?" He pointed to the palm print on his face. Upon realizing that it was her actions that had caused this predicament, the masked woman felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, immediately launching into a flurry of apologies. "I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Please, punish me." Jin Huan graciously waved his hand. "Let us forego the punishment. After all, I cannot recall anything at present. Please recount all that has transpired between us in detail. And by the way, remove your veil. I wish to see your face." Upon hearing this, the masked woman's face flushed as she silently removed the light veil covering her features. When Jin Huan finally beheld her true visage, 3 words echoed in his mind: a stunning beauty. How could such an exquisite enchantress exist in this world? Then, she began her introduction. "I am called Yi Wuxuan. 10 years ago, my father was gravely poisoned, and it was you, my lord, who personally concocted a potion to save his life, bestowing a life-saving grace upon our family. Thus, I vowed to serve you faithfully for 50 years. As for whether I shall remain or depart after those 50 years, that shall be at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Jin Huan grew anxious and hurriedly posed a question he was deeply concerned about. "So, have you and this rotund fellow engaged in anything beyond mere friendship?" Chapter 13. The chubby one turns out to be a male saintess. Upon hearing Jin Huan's inquiry, Yi Wuxuan lowered her gaze. Despite her careful demeanor, Jin Huan discerned a hint of disdain for the middle-aged man in her eyes. "Not at all. My lord was so engrossed in the art of alchemy that he remained oblivious to other matters. Ah, that is reassuring. It appears my resolve remains quite steadfast. Jin Huan said, his face alight with genuine joy. Yi Wushuang observed him closely, sensing that this man before her seemed truly transformed. Could it be that amnesia alters one's character? Please, continue your tale. Jin Huan observed her peculiar expression and, fearing that she might see through him, quickly diverted the conversation. Yi Wushuang, not daring to overstep, continued, as your renown as an alchemist grows, so too does the number of factions eager to win your favor. After all, alchemists, particularly those of advanced skill, are exceedingly rare on our Xinzhou continent. It was not long before a group of mysterious individuals approached us. Could it be the Yinluo Hall? Jin Huan conjectured. Yi Wushuang nodded in affirmation. Strangely, while you have resolutely rejected other factions without hesitation, you accepted the Yinluo Hall's overtures without a second thought. Hence, I accompanied you, becoming a member of the Yinluo Hall as well. They have treated us well, granting you a third seat among the esteemed. The term esteemed refers to an individual of near sacred status, ranked only beneath the main and deputy hall masters and the elders. As she spoke, she produced a pitch-black token, engraved with a fierce skull. Jin Huan weighed the storage pouch of Sanpang and retrieved a similar token. Though his was a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood, the esteemed are not bound by the stringent regulations of the Yinluo Hall, enjoying the freedom to move about and various privileges. Thanks to your influence, I too can partake in these benefits. However, it is worth noting that the esteemed must also fulfill their respective duties periodically. Upon hearing this, Jin Huan felt a headache coming on. What duties? What are these responsibilities? As the esteemed alchemist, your duty is to complete alchemical tasks. Every 5 years, the hall will outline the quality and quantity of the elixirs required, and you need only fulfill these requirements within that time frame. Rest assured, you have already completed all obligations for this 5-year cycle. The next set of tasks will not be issued for another 4 years. Jin Huan nodded, acknowledging Sanpang's diligence. Now, tell me about the operation at the Medicine King Valley. Yi Wushuang's expression turned somber. Forgive me, but my lowly status affords me little knowledge of the full plan. My orders were simply to be present to assist you upon the signal. This revelation surprised Jin Huan. He had not anticipated such a high level of secrecy surrounding the plan, even from Sanpang's personal maid. However, she added, I did overhear you mention that this operation seems to be but a small cog in a much larger scheme. Naturally, I have no awareness of that grand design. The situation grew more enigmatic. It appeared that the Yinluo Hall was orchestrating an intricate strategy. As an esteemed member, Sanpang ought to be privy to some insider information. Jin Huan wondered whether these developments would impact his future endeavors within the Yinluo Hall. For now, he resolved to take things one step at a time. Having escaped the Medicine King Valley, he felt liberated. Subsequently, Jin Huan inquired further about the affairs of the cultivation world. Yi Wushuang seemed to think that his head had been struck senseless, as he meticulously introduced him to the details. It turned out that this was an expansive open world, and the place they inhabited was known as the human gathering of the Xinzhou continent. Beyond the Xinzhou continent, the human race collectively referred to the outer lands as the wilderness continent. The wilderness continent was fraught with peril. Even Yuan cultivators could not guarantee their safe return upon entering. Consequently, the human race had scant knowledge of the outside world. In addition to humans, various beast clans, insect tribes, and even demon races that had surreptitiously crossed over from the lower realms inhabited this world. The relationships between these races were predominantly adversarial. In the face of numerous formidable foes, the ancestors of the human race sacrificed several generations to establish the current Xinzhou continent, a sanctuary for human survival. The present ruler of the human race is a formidable entity known as the Human Emperor. It is said that His Majesty has reached the pinnacle of Yuan cultivation, just a fraction away from breaking through to transcendence and ascending to divinity. However, the Human Emperor is apprehensive that once he ascends, there will be no successor to safeguard the human race, leaving them vulnerable to external threats. Thus, he has restrained his cultivation. This implies that the Human Emperor is indeed a benevolent figure, does it not? Jin Huan remarked, somewhat bored by the repetitive nature of these narratives. Indeed, as the Human Emperor loves his people as his own children, he serves as the bedrock for all humans. Yi Wushuang concurred with a nod. However, upon hearing of a potential twist, Jin Huan's interest was piqued. What twist? Well, after joining the Yinluo Hall, we uncovered some clues suggesting that the Human Emperor may not be as simple as he appears on the surface. Now that is intriguing. So, what is our goal as an underground organization, the Yinluo Hall? Is it to resist the Human Emperor's rule? That is beyond my knowledge. In any case, our external operations have always revolved around receiving payment for assassinations. Boring. Yi Wushuang then proceeded to elaborate on matters related to cultivation. The Shinjo continent is rich in a unique mineral that can wholly retain the spiritual energy input by cultivators, remaining effective for extended periods. Hence, this mineral is referred to as spiritual stone. Spiritual stones are not only essential tools for cultivators during their training and combat, but also the only officially recognized currency. Naturally, spiritual stones are categorized into several grades based on the quality of spiritual energy. As for cultivators wishing to break through to higher realms, they must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through various cultivation techniques, transforming it into their own spiritual power. They then utilize this abundant spiritual power to continuously break through the bottlenecks within their bodily meridians. Each breakthrough elevates their realm. The act of breaking through not only enhances physical strength and prolongs life, but also significantly boosts overall capabilities. Once all the meridians in the body are unblocked, one reaches the state of divine transformation. The Golden Dan and Yuan Ying represent advanced forms of cultivation achieved after reaching certain realms. Particularly, the Yuan Ying embodies the crystallization of a cultivator's soul and power, resembling a miniature version of oneself, yet containing unfathomable strength. It possesses independent consciousness and cognitive abilities, even capable of existing apart from the physical body for extended durations. Thus, upon reaching the Yuan Ying stage, it is akin to having gained an additional life. However, for an ordinary person, not only is achieving the Yuan Ying state a distant dream, but even the privilege of encountering a Yuan Ying cultivator is far beyond their reach. After all, such beings represent the pinnacle of existence in this world. Chapter 14. Cultivating immortality requires strolling through markets and attending auctions for Jin Huan. He harbors no grand ambitions. The realms of Yuan Ying and Huashan seem too far removed from his aspirations. Having lived several lifetimes as a mere beast of burden, he yearns to savor the simple joys of being human. Safety and tranquility are his ultimate desires. If he could be accompanied by a beauty like Yu Wushuang, it would be all the more delightful. Yet, he does not forget his aspirations. If everyone believes that a disabled person pursuing immortality is but a fool's errand, he is determined to shatter that prejudice with his own hands. Thus, the immediate concern is how to ensure his frail body can navigate this world successfully. After all, the experience of being regarded as a mere flesh doll is far from pleasant. Where shall we go next? To the headquarters of the Yinluo Hall? Jin Huan inquired casually while rummaging through Sanpang's possessions. However, Yu Wushuang did not respond. Instead, she gazed at him with a perplexed expression. Master, do you truly not remember anything? The Yinluo Hall headquarters is located deep within the endless western desert. Ah, so far away. We must hasten our journey, he replied. Not at all. The Yinluo Hall has established secret bases in every major city. We need only to contact our superiors at the nearest base. Oh, how could I forget these matters? I was merely testing you. Well done. You have passed. Master, it seems you have truly transformed into a different person. Also, please remove your hand from my leg. Are you not my personal maid? I have changed my mind. No longer will I be so close. Master, you are simply too greasy. Do not. Oh, Schwanger, let me touch just once more. Get away. The two playfully bickered as they boarded the flying vessel once more, setting course for the nearest major city, Qingyan City. It must be said that the healing elixir provided by Schwanger is remarkably effective. Sanpang's dying body has surprisingly recovered to a significant extent. Of course, this is also attributable to the formidable physical constitution of a foundation-building cultivator. Jin Huan could not help but marvel at the efficacy of a foundation-building cultivator's physique, which surpasses his own disabled form by leaps and bounds. Nonetheless, rather than abandoning his original body, he prefers to elevate its strength, primarily because Sanpang is truly unattractive, far less so than his own original form. This stark contrast deviates significantly from his impression of the majestic image of cultivators. Moreover, Jin Huan stumbled upon an unexpected delight. His effortlessly acquired cultivation technique has now advanced. His probability of delivering a fatal strike has risen to an impressive 1.1%. This development likely stems from feeding Sanpang the corpse soul pill, which allowed the technique to automatically assess his capacity to slay enemies beyond his own realm. It appears that this technique is solely concerned with outcomes rather than the processes leading to them. Henceforth, he can capture several higher-tier cultivators, incapacitate them, and then return to his original body to deliver the finishing blow. This strategy would undoubtedly facilitate rapid advancement. Nevertheless, even with the final harvest, it seems a tad challenging for oneself. One cannot possibly resort to using the art of manipulation to bludgeon someone with stones. Otherwise, it would be akin to administering poison to another. Yet such an endeavor comes with an exorbitant cost. It appears that one must select a suitable offensive spell for the true self. Furthermore, in order to swiftly enhance one's cultivation, acquiring a commendable cultivation technique is imperative. Hence, upon entering the city, a thorough procurement must ensue. Fortunately, The treatment received by Sampang is rather generous. Within the relics, there are numerous spirit stones. Financial concerns need not trouble me. With leisure time at hand, he retrieved a book from Sanpang's storage pouch. A brief overview of pill formulas? Jin Huan quietly read the 4 prominent characters on the cover. Flipping through a few pages, he discovered it contained all the pill formulas meticulously compiled by Sampang throughout his life. Each formula was accompanied by Sanpang's own insights on the crafting process. The formula for the corpse soul pill was inscribed at the very end of the tome. Sampang truly is a veritable enthusiast of alchemy. However, as he continued to peruse, he realized that the previously obscure terminology, when viewed through Sanpang's perspective, was as comprehensible as a child's writing. The advantages of such comprehension were indeed evident. Oh, if that is the case, then all techniques could first be grasped through Sanpang's body before being cultivated with my own essence, thus elegantly resolving the issue of my lower comprehension. It must be said that Sampang has indeed broadened Jin Huan's path to cultivation. Within Sanpang's storage pouch, aside from the formulas and spirit stones, the remaining majority consists of finished pills. Relying on his recent memory of the formulas and Sanpang's innate talent, Jin Huan recognized most of the pills. Among them were several high-tier foundational pills of remarkable quality. As for the golden core pills, they could certainly be crafted given Sanpang's prowess. However, pills of the same realm could only be produced using a furnace of superior quality. Such golden core-grade furnaces are exceedingly rare, considered a prized possession across the entire Shenzhou continent. Regarding those of nascent soul quality, the only known treasure resides within the Valley of Medicine Kings. Indeed, the corpse soul pill is classified as a nascent soul-grade pill. This explains why the Underworld Palace dares to invade even powerful factions like the Valley of Medicine Kings. It seems the corpse soul pill is the very objective of the Underworld Palace's endeavor. One wonders, after expending such effort, for whom this misfortune is ultimately intended. Now that the corpse soul pill has been consumed by Sampang, the troublesome matter lies in how to account for it upon return, Jin Huan mused. Should one devise a method to refine another? Although the materials for crafting the corpse soul pill are rare, they can still be gathered with relative ease given sufficient funds. The crux lies in the sophisticated technique required to manipulate nascent soul pills and, most crucially, the nascent soul alchemical furnace. The crafting technique presents no concern, for Sanpang's prodigious body remains intact. However, the issue of the furnace, must one venture back once more? Jin Huan shook his head in self-deprecation. How could that possibly be achieved? Just as he contemplated this, the flying vessel began its descent. Jin Huan gazed outward, and a magnificent city unfolded before his eyes. Is this Qingyun City? He inquired. Yi Wushuang nodded in affirmation. Within the city, there exists a prohibition on flying. Regardless of one's status, all must traverse the ground. Unless, of course, one happens to be among the few formidable Yuaning elders who are beyond reproach. Yet, all these cities are governed by the Emperor of Humanity, and the city lords are trusted confidants of His Majesty. To offend the Emperor, even a Yuaning cultivator would tremble in fear. Thus, Jin Huan and his companion prudently descended outside the city and proceeded on foot. Qingyun City bustled with life. A cacophony of voices and the clatter of carriages filled the air. The throngs waiting to enter the city were incessant. However, the city lord's management was exemplary, and his subordinates were well trained. After a brief wait, they were granted entrance. Upon stepping into the city, Jin Huan was awestruck by the vibrant spectacle before him. After all, this was his first venture into a city since his reincarnation. Just as he was about to explore, Yi Wushuang tugged at his sleeve. My lord, this way. The Yama Palace has its stronghold hidden within the marketplace of Qingyun City. Chapter 15. The threat of the bull-headed one indeed. Attending to important matters takes precedence. Jin Huan nodded earnestly and followed Yi Wushuang towards the marketplace. As for Jin Huan's true form, it had become too conspicuous and was stowed away in a storage pouch. Fortunately, the pouch belonging to Sampang was sufficiently advanced to accommodate living beings without issue. Upon entering the marketplace, the streets were flanked by bustling shops, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that left Jin Huan in a state of bewilderment. Almost every establishment was thriving with patrons. Some upscale shops even required customers to verify their financial capability before allowing entry. Yet, at the corner stood a shop devoid of any customers. This was the establishment Yi Wushuang intended to lead Jin Huan to. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a disarray of worthless merchandise strewn across the shelves, while the shopkeeper lounged behind the counter, exuding an air of indifference. A shop like this would be fortunate to have any patrons. Upon noticing the entrance of customers, the shopkeeper could scarcely be bothered to lift his gaze, lazily reciting a well-rehearsed line. Exquisite treasures and exotic beasts, alluring concubines. This shop has it all. Feel free to browse. Jin Huan was taken aback. Are these items even legal to sell? Furthermore, it appears your store has nothing of value. Yi Wushuang, however, appeared unperturbed, calmly approaching the counter. "Shopkeeper, we are not here to purchase, but rather to sell." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper finally opened his eyes. "Sell what? If the items are unsatisfactory, this shop will not accept them." Yi Wushuang turned to Jin Huan and exchanged a knowing glance. Jin Huan instantly understood, retrieving San Pang's crimson token. "Might I trouble you to take a look at this?" The moment the shopkeeper laid eyes on the token, he sprang up from his reclined position, shedding all lethargy. "Greetings, esteemed guest." The shopkeeper, hesitant to raise his voice, spoke softly. He cautiously peered outside to ensure no one was paying attention, then deliberately announced in a loud tone. "A fine treasure indeed. Come, esteemed guests, please follow me upstairs." His careful demeanor explained how this hideout managed to remain concealed for so long. The two, fully embracing their roles as customers, sauntered leisurely up to the second floor. Upon arrival, they found the space cluttered with miscellaneous items, resembling a storeroom. Anyone unaware might easily overlook the oddity of the situation. The shopkeeper then guided them to a humble room in the corner. Observing this, Jin Huan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He leaned in close to Yi Wushuang and whispered, "Are all the hideouts of our Yama Hall this shabby?" Yi Wushuang did not respond but pinched him sharply on the thigh, causing him to wince in pain, though he dared not utter a sound. The shopkeeper reached the door, opened it, and respectfully stated, "Esteemed sirs, this is the hideout. I must attend to my shop downstairs and keep watch for you." Yi Wushuang nodded, dismissing the shopkeeper. Without waiting for Jin Huan's protest, she kicked him in the rear, propelling him into the room. "You insolent girl, you are becoming increasingly outrageous." Jin Huan groaned, rubbing his backside as he lay on the floor, cursing. Yi Wushuang, uninterested in his complaints, found a spot and sat down. When Jin Huan finally raised his head, he was taken aback by the room's unexpected opulence. Despite its unkempt exterior, upon stepping inside, it resembled a luxurious club. The place shimmered with gold and splendor, complete with a steaming artificial hot spring, truly extravagant. Jin Huan swallowed hard, pointing at the hot spring, and suggested to Yi Wushuang, "After our arduous journey, perhaps we could." "Absolutely not." Yi Wushuang interrupted him decisively before he could finish his thought. Jin Huan, sensing her resolve, wisely fell silent and settled into a corner. On the table in the room lay an array of spirit fruits and wines, all highly beneficial to cultivators, appearing exceedingly tempting. Jin Huan, not one to hold back, began to indulge heartily. Not content with merely eating, he stuffed handfuls of spirit fruits into his storage bag, relishing the moment. Yi Wushuang shook her head in disbelief at his gluttonous display. How had her once respectable companion devolved into such a state? It seemed her earlier reprimand had indeed been too severe. As Jin Huan continued to feast, he grumbled. No wonder so many shops that appear to have little business managed to thrive for so long. There's a hidden paradise within. It's so corrupt, utterly corrupt. Yi Wushuang seized a piece of high-grade meat from a magical beast and shoved it into his mouth. "Just eat. Enough with the chatter. Once we are satisfied, we must attend to business." She took Jin Huan's token and pressed it into a recess on the table. The shape of the command token and the groove fit together perfectly, just right for insertion. As the token was placed within, the entire table emanated a pulsating red glow. Moments later, an ethereal image of a bull's head materialized above the table. "Greetings, Elder Bull." Upon recognizing the apparition, Yi Wushuang hurriedly pulled San Pang down to kneel. "It has been quite a while, esteemed figure. I hear that all members hidden in the Medicine King Valley have retreated. How did the mission fare?" The bull-headed specter did not spare a glance at Yi Wushuang, and instead directed its attention solely to Jin Huan. Its voice was akin to that of a machine, devoid of inflection, rendering it impossible to discern joy from sorrow. Jin Huan surmised that the inquiry pertained to the soul corpse pill. However, how to respond? "I report to Elder Bull, the mission has failed." The bull-headed figure emitted two mechanical chuckles before stating, "Indeed, you are truly remarkable, San Pang. Even in failure, you speak so nonchalantly to me." Jin Huan detected a veiled implication in the elder's words and quickly attempted to defend himself. The soul corpse pill was on the brink of success, but the vigilant little Luo from the Medicine King Valley saw through my disguise. Not only did he destroy the pill, but he also severely injured me. "Oh." The bull-headed specter slowly turned its head to regard Yi Wushuang. "Reply, Elder. This is indeed the case. Had it not been for the timely intervention of this servant, the master might have perished." The bull-headed figure remained non-committal to Yi Wushuang's response, turning back to fixate intently on Jin Huan. Under such scrutiny, Jin Huan felt a chill run down his spine. Although San Pang had indeed sustained serious injuries, he was uncertain whether the elder could perceive his possession. After several breaths, the bull-headed figure resumed speaking. "It appears, San Pang, that you have indeed suffered considerable harm. This mission has truly been arduous for you. Though the task failed, it was not due to a flaw in your alchemical technique, but rather an interruption by others. To successfully refine a nascent soul pill with a foundation establishment body, Your talent lives up to the cultivation bestowed upon you by the Yama Hall over the years. Yet, so much time and effort have been expended on this plan, with a significant number of elite members lost. You wouldn't dare to dismiss this failure lightly, would you? Chapter 16. Jin Huan's contemplation. I am doomed. Though the elder's tone remained unchanged, Jin Huan could distinctly sense that uttering even a single erroneous word could seal his fate. It was the overwhelming pressure of a superior over an inferior, devoid of any subtlety. Quickly, devise a plan. Elder Bull, this mission was not entirely devoid of gain. At the very least, we have discovered this. In a moment of desperation, Jin Huan chose to betray his own interests. He hastily retrieved the medicinal jar containing his true form from his storage pouch and presented it before the bull-headed specter. This is, the bull squinted its eyes. This is a flesh infant, Jin Huan instinctively exclaimed, but as the words left his lips, he immediately regretted it. In the words of the elder of Yawang Valley, the flesh infant is a rare treasure coveted even by nascent soul cultivators. Should I surrender myself so easily, although the immediate peril would be averted, my true self would undoubtedly plunge into a new predicament. The flesh infant? Elder Nyo, possessing scant knowledge of alchemy, was unaware of the legends surrounding it. This ignorance afforded Jin Huan an opportunity for subterfuge. His mind swiftly concocted a new rationale. The flesh infant was a name fabricated by the elder of Yawang Valley to mislead outsiders. In truth, it was the secret progeny of a high-ranking official from the valley who had been cruelly harmed and subsequently returned in this wretched state. Thus, while they could not clearly articulate the origins of this child, they cherished him dearly. As for this matter, based on my understanding of that old fellow, he is indeed capable of such deeds. Elder Nyo scrutinized Jin Huan's true form once more, but aside from its incomplete beauty, he found nothing particularly remarkable, leading him to a definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang, kneeling nearby, gazed with her enchanting eyes, lost in her thoughts. Indeed, given their level of concern for this child, we could easily spin a tale of a secret offspring to negotiate with the higher-ups of Yawang Valley, potentially evolving into a narrative of an orphan of the valley. Jin Huan's skill in deception was growing increasingly adept, seamlessly referencing texts to support his claims. Elder Nyo nodded slightly. If this were indeed the case, we could leverage this child in negotiations with Yawang Valley. However, this matter is of great magnitude. I must first report to the Hall Master before making any decisive moves. Henceforth, this child shall be entrusted to you, Sin Shangren. If necessary, we may also discreetly divulge his presence in our Yama Hall to incite unrest within Yawang Valley. This would be a significant achievement, perhaps even more advantageous than simply retrieving the corpse soul pill. Sin Shangren, I shall duly note your contributions. With that, the spectral visage of the bull began to fade, preparing to depart. Wait, Elder Nyo. Jin Huan, sensing the threat had dissipated, grew increasingly audacious. This task bears considerable risk, and my strength falls short. I fear it may jeopardize the grand plans of the Hall. His true intention was to extort something from Elder Nyo, be it a powerful artifact or a high-level spell tome, anything he could manage to obtain. Yet Elder Nyo merely replied with a calm assurance. Si Shangren will come to find you. Upon uttering this, the entire apparition vanished. Si Shangren, who is that? Jin Huan stood bewildered. However, Yi Wushuang erupted into laughter. Observing her mirth, Jin Huan's expression turned quizzical. What? Do we know Si Shangren? Not just know. My dear sir, you are on very familiar terms with Si Shangren. As she beamed with mischief, Jin Huan couldn't help but shiver. If all went as anticipated, this Si Shangren would soon become an unexpected twist in his fate. Jin Huan remained somewhat disheartened. It appeared that he was safe for the moment, yet in reality, the people of Yawang Valley still had their sights set on him, while he found himself ensnared in a mysterious plot of the Yama Hall. Truly, he was caught between a wolf and a tiger. In light of the current circumstances, the only viable course of action is to swiftly enhance one's own capabilities. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Wushuang interrupted him. My lord, the annual auction in Qingyun City is set to take place in 3 days. Shall we attend? Indeed, we must attend, Jin Huan promptly replied. Recalling his memories from previous lives, he recognized that those pivotal characters often seized fortuitous opportunities at such auctions, thereby altering the course of their destinies. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could one possibly forego it? Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. In the following days, Jin Huan accompanied Yi Wushuang as they traversed the bustling marketplace, exploring various shops. To elevate one's strength, one must engage in both the practice of cultivation techniques and the consumption of medicinal pills. Among the formulas left behind by the previous owner, there were several types of pills capable of enhancing strength, ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage. Naturally, Jin Huan had his sights set on those suitable for the Qi refinement stage. These particular pills not only required simple materials, but were also relatively easy to concoct. at least when considering the resources and talent of the previous owner. The strengthening pill and the vitality pill serve to augment the physical stamina and spiritual capacity of chi refinement cultivators, respectively. The soul strengthening pill enhances the potency of one's spirit and consciousness, while the speed pill increases one's evasion speed. The tough skin pill, with its straightforward name, enhances physical defense. There were also pills aimed at prolonging life and improving comprehension, but Jin Huan deemed them unnecessary and thus discarded them. After visiting several herbal shops and gathering the requisite materials, he was now merely lacking an alchemical furnace to commence the pill-making process. This posed no challenge, as both chi refinement and foundation establishment-grade furnaces were readily available in the marketplace, albeit at varying prices. Next on his agenda was to consider cultivation techniques. According to the classification in this realm, techniques are ranked from lowest to highest as human, yellow, earth, and heaven tiers. Human tier techniques are ubiquitous. Even the most impoverished cultivators can afford one or two. The yellow tier techniques, however, are significantly more advanced and consequently more expensive. In battles among cultivators of the same tier, victory often hinges on who possesses a greater number of yellow tier techniques. As for earth tier techniques, their rarity escalates sharply, and they are essential for establishing sections. Most immortal cultivation families have inherited an earth tier technique, enabling them to survive for over a century. Heaven tier techniques, however, remain unseen. There are even whispers of skepticism regarding whether the original standard setters devised an additional tier merely to perplex the masses. Only Jin Huan is aware of the true existence of heaven tier techniques, and he possesses a cultivation method that has the potential to advance to that level. Nonetheless, that is a matter for another time. At present, Jin Huan's objective is to procure a heart method of at least yellow tier status, along with 2 or 3 offensive or defensive spells. After several days of searching, he managed to find only one technique named rapid fire arrows, which suits his needs. This technique allows the user to expend spiritual energy to summon multiple fiery arrows, launching them towards the enemy. This multifaceted assault perfectly complements Jin Huan's Heaven's Will. As for other techniques, one can only hope for fortune at the auction. Currently, he has no use for magical artifacts or talismans. After all, he is accompanied by the formidable Yi Wushuang, and soon, the addition of the 4 elders will further ensure his safety. Thus, the next step is to await the commencement of the auction. Chapter 17. A fortuitous find. Before long, the day of the auction arrived. After confirming their identities, the attendant at the entrance provided Jin Huan and his companion with 2 masks. These masks effectively concealed the wearer's aura, preventing recognition, a valuable feature in the chaotic environment of the auction. Once they donned the masks, a dedicated attendant guided them to their seats. It must be said that the organizers excelled in managing such intricate details. As they settled in, Jin Huan curiously scanned his surroundings. At the front of the auction hall stood a raised platform, flanked by 2 golden core cultivators serving as guards. This was evidently the stage for the upcoming auction. Behind it lay the seating area for attendees, spacious enough to accommodate a couple of hundred individuals. Jin Huan and his companion found themselves seated in this very section. On the second floor, several private rooms awaited, undoubtedly reserved for attendees of high status. The Yanluo Hall is not an organization that welcomes the limelight, especially after their recent audacious act in the Medicine King's Valley. Thus, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. The ordinary seats arranged by Yi Wushuang were, indeed, quite suitable. At this moment, with some time still remaining before the auction commenced, the seating area was only about 70% full. The private rooms upstairs were entirely vacant. However, the attendees were not idle. Some eager cultivators had already begun to spontaneously organize small-scale trading sessions. Just as Jin Huan contemplated joining a nearby gathering, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Brother, interested in some illicit manuals?" the person asked, furtively producing several tomes of techniques. These illicit manuals likely referred to yellow-tier techniques. Jin Huan scrutinized him with suspicion, casually selecting one and flipping through a few pages. "Is this book genuine?" he inquired. "Absolutely. I guarantee its authenticity," the man boasted. Thumping his chest, Jin Huan returned the manual and picked up another one. After perusing several, he shook his head at the man. It wasn't that the techniques were lacking. They were indeed legitimate yellow-tier manuals, some even quite formidable and would undoubtedly be in high demand in other circumstances. However, none were suitable for Jin Huan. The man, mistaking Jin Huan's rejection as a critique of his merchandise, stamped his foot and exclaimed, "What about earth-tier techniques? Interested in earth-tier manuals?" At this, Jin Huan's expression turned grave, and even Yi Wushuang approached quietly. Earth-tier manuals are not casually exchanged. The individual was either setting a trap or possessed dubious sources. Neither scenario bodes well for Jin Huan. The individual remained utterly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, continuing to chatter incessantly. I merely need some funds in haste for my journey, which is why I am offering you this deal. Why are you silent?" Do you want it or not? Observing his tone, Jin Huan sensed that the man was not deceiving him. He resolved to probe into the stranger's background. My good fellow, how may I address you? Jin Huan extended his hand with a sense of purpose. The man seemed taken aback by this gesture, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly shaking his hand. I am Liu Bei. And you? Liu Bei? No wonder you deal in dubious literature. Jin Huan was astute enough not to divulge his real name. Greetings, Brother Liu. I am Jin Samping. Upon hearing this name, Yi Wushuang nearly burst into laughter. Greetings, Brother Samping. Now, do you truly wish to acquire this earth-level mental technique? Liu Bei persisted in his sales pitch. What about the goods? Let us first examine them, Jin Huan inquired bluntly. Liu Bei hesitated, yet ultimately produced a jade slip. For techniques of this caliber, recording them on paper would indeed be rather undignified. Thus, higher-level techniques are typically inscribed upon jade using spiritual energy, making them quite convenient to read. Merely touching the jade with one's consciousness reveals its contents in the mind. Consequently, when Liu Bei unveiled the jade slip, both Jin Huan and Yi Wushuang significantly increased their trust in the transaction. Jin Huan accepted the slip, glanced at it briefly, and then handed it to Yi Wushuang. After a thorough inspection, Yi Wushuang nodded in affirmation, indicating there were no issues. Thus, it seemed they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Regardless of whether this earth-level mental technique would be of use, they had to secure it. With this thought in mind, Jin Huan maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. The item appeared sound, yet Jin Huan chose to create a suspenseful pause. But what is it? Liu Bei, clearly lacking social experience, became genuinely anxious at this. The conditions for cultivating this technique are excessively stringent and not particularly beneficial for individuals like us. Moreover, the funds we have brought are solely sufficient for attending the auction. We do not possess any surplus for its purchase. Jin Huan fabricated this lie with an unwavering facade. What shall we do? Liu Bei's face fell, revealing his dismay. This was understandable. A commoner possessing a precious item often invites trouble. Carrying an earth-level technique while seeking buyers could easily attract undesirable attention. If he could sell it promptly, all would be well, but failing to do so would invite various misfortunes. Liu Bei had presumed that no cultivator could resist the allure of an earth-level technique, and that his efforts would surely succeed. Little did he know, the first person he encountered was the seasoned Jin Huan. Perhaps we might reconsider. I can offer you a discount, selling it at a lower price. I genuinely need this money. It is imperative that I secure it today. Liu Bei made yet another blunder by revealing his desperation. Realizing the man's urgency for funds, Jin Huan felt emboldened even further. Ah, Liu brother. Although we have only just met, your trust in me has already solidified my perception of you as a friend. When a friend is in distress, I, Jin Samping, shall stand resolutely by your side. Observe, I possess a total of 1,000 foundational spirit stones. I shall forego participation in the auction entirely and dedicate these stones to procure your esteemed cultivation technique. How does that sound? Jin Huan's heart has become thoroughly darkened. Such a commodity as a terrestrial-level cultivation method, which is invaluable yet rare, could hardly be acquired for a mere 1,000 elixir stones. Yet he dares to propose such a paltry sum. Even Yi Wushuang, standing nearby, could not bear to witness this and gently tugged at his sleeve. 1,000 foundational spirit stones? This is exceedingly insufficient. I urgently require these funds to purchase a considerable quantity of pills and talismans. Liu Bei bit his lip, genuinely beginning to ponder the offer. Upon hearing his words, Jin Huan suddenly became intrigued. Oh, I lack talismans, but I do possess some elixirs. With that, he produced several elixirs left by Sampang and laid them before Liu Bei. Although these elixirs held significant value, they paled in comparison to the terrestrial-level cultivation method. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly examined them, nodding his head in excitement. Indeed, these elixirs are precisely what I desire. Brother Jin, with 1,000 foundational spirit stones alongside these elixirs, this transaction is feasible. It seems I have truly encountered a Navi one. Chapter 18. Reunion with an old friend. Jin Huan, fearing Liu Bei might have second thoughts, hurriedly stuffed the spirit stones and elixirs into his embrace. Then gleefully secured the deceitfully acquired terrestrial-level cultivation method. It was only after Yi Wushuang firmly reprimanded him that he reluctantly produced the remaining elixirs as compensation for Liu Bei. Even so, this maneuver proved to be a substantial profit. As for the elixirs, given Sampang's talent, he could procure as many as he desired, and he felt no regret. Liu Bei, having acquired such a bounty of elixirs, was profoundly grateful, further solidifying his friendship with Sampang in his heart. With his objectives fulfilled, and while no one was paying him heed, he swiftly departed from the auction. At this moment, the auction time was drawing near. Guests were entering in succession, and the first floor was nearing full capacity. Even the nobles, who preferred to make grand entrances, had arrived at their boxes. Jin Huan found himself devoid of spare funds, yet he remained eagerly anticipative of the upcoming lots. If necessary, he could always borrow a little from Yi Wuxuan. Before long, the auction commenced in earnest. An elderly man took to the stage and began, "Thank you, esteemed friends, for attending this auction. This event is jointly hosted by the Groundhog Chamber of Commerce in Qingyuan City. Without further ado, let us proceed to the first item on the auction block." A scantily clad maid presented a tray, upon which rested a vial. One foundational pill. The efficacy of the foundational pill requires no elaborate introduction from me. The starting bid is 500 Qi refinement spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. The elder leisurely introduced the item. To everyone's astonishment, the first lot was such a precious treasure. Upon hearing the elder's words, the audience instantly erupted with excitement. Soon, individuals began to participate in the bidding, one after another. This elixir is an essential pill for those in the Qi refinement stage aiming for foundation establishment. Throughout the history of humankind, very few prodigies have succeeded in establishing their foundation solely through innate talent without the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Moreover, even with the consumption of such a pill, success is not guaranteed. Therefore, those cultivators with resources would typically prepare at least 2 or 3 of these pills. However, despite the abundance of resources on the divine land, it cannot sustain the excessive consumption by every Qi refinement cultivator. Thus, aside from those grand sects and esteemed cultivation families capable of supporting alchemists, the demand for foundation establishment pills remains substantial among the majority of cultivators. Consequently, apart from the nobles on the second floor and a handful of guests, most individuals joined in the competition for the foundation establishment pills. Ultimately, the first item was auctioned off for a staggering price of 5,000 Qi refinement spirit stones. Naturally, Jin Huan, who possessed the body of the top alchemist Sanpang, scoffed at the notion of competing in such a bidding war. Even with Sanpang's wealth, he could indulge in foundation establishment pills to his heart's content. However, as the first item was indeed a foundation establishment pill, Jin Huan grew increasingly eager for the subsequent items. Following this, several magical artifacts and techniques of commendable quality were presented. Although Jin Huan felt a twinge of temptation, it was not enough to compel him to bid. Before long, the auction progressed into its latter half, and the atmosphere became utterly frenzied. The next item was the Azure Spirit Brick True Talisman. The ambience erupted instantaneously. Did I hear correctly? Was it truly a true talisman? A true talisman is a high-level talisman capable of sealing the power of golden core stage cultivators. Indeed, possessing a true talisman allows even those in the Qi refinement stage to unleash a blow equivalent to the full force of a golden core cultivator, making it a formidable weapon. Regrettably, each true talisman offers only 10 uses. The elderly man stroked his beard, grinning as he listened to the discussions below. Indeed, this Azure Spirit Brick True Talisman is entirely new, with all 10 uses remaining intact. The starting bid was set at 500 Foundation Establishment Spirit Stones. Upon hearing this price, most individuals calmed down. Considering that 1,000 Qi Refinement Spirit Stones are required for a single Foundation Establishment Spirit Stone, it is evident how substantial this sum is for ordinary Qi Refinement cultivators. Even someone of Sanpang's standing, who had accumulated wealth over a lifetime, could only afford 2 of these talismans. Of course, Sanpang's lifespan was indeed somewhat short. Jin Huan felt a strong yearning for the talisman, yet his pockets were rather shallow. He turned to Yi Wuxuan with hopeful eyes, but she shook her head, unable to assist. At that moment, a voice shattered the silence of the crowd. 1,000 Foundation Establishment Spirit Stones. A cultivator on the first floor suddenly stood up and declared. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to gaze at him. 500 was already beyond many, yet this individual had doubled the price. It seemed he was indeed quite eager for this treasure. 1,001 Foundation Establishment Spirit Stones. A voice emerged from a private booth on the second floor. It appeared that this young master or young lady was more interested in humiliating the previous bidder than in acquiring the treasure. The man cast a lingering gaze back at the speaker, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of taboo. This was hardly surprising, for those who occupied such esteemed seats were invariably either affluent or noble. Even if one's personal capabilities were lacking, the forces backing them were formidable and not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. Yet, after much contemplation, he resolved to raise his bid once more. 1,500 Foundation Building Spirit Stones. This artifact holds immense significance for me. I implore the esteemed elder above to show favor. He had upped his offer by an additional 500. If the onlookers had initially regarded him with mere curiosity, they now viewed him with newfound respect. 1,501 Foundation Building Spirit Stones. The wealthy gentleman above, however, paid him no mind. This incited not just the man, but all the guests on the first floor into a state of unrest. To increase the bid by a mere 1 spirit stone was a blatant affront and an act of discrimination. Were it not for the presence of 4 golden core cultivators stationed at the venue, those with fiery tempers might have sought to confront him. "Ha ha, brotherly. You remain as unyielding as ever." Another voice chimed in. "Then I shall bid 1,006. At this moment, voices from another private booth began to chime in. Despite the masks worn at the auction that concealed one's aura, the individuals qualified to sit on the second floor were few, each possessing formidable intelligence networks that made their identities known to one another. Upon hearing the latest bid, the previously agitated crowd on the first floor fell into a hushed silence. The surname, Li, was none other than that of the Lord of Qingyun City, a revelation that rendered the identity of the young lord unmistakable. To defy the city lord's residence was a daring act that none present had the courage to undertake. Even the initial bidder chose to sit down in recognition of the situation. Seeing his identity revealed, the younger member of the Li family expressed dissatisfaction. "Humph. Since Fairy he has also entered the fray, I shall need to display some true prowess." 1,800 foundation building spirit stones. Seizing the opportunity amidst their escalating bids, Jin Huan leaned in to whisper to Yi Wushuang, "Pray tell, who is this Fairy he? If this servant has not misjudged, Fairy he should belong to the He family, one of the three great cultivation families of Qingyun City." Jin Huan nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware that the three most prominent families in Qingyun City were the He family, the Ma family, and the Wang family, all of which ranked among the elite in the cultivation realm across the entire divine continent. At that moment, another resounding voice captured everyone's attention. "Ha ha. It seems this true talisman is indeed in high demand. The Apothecary Valley cannot resist joining the fray." 2,200 foundation building spirit stones. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jin Huan felt a shudder of unease. Was that not the voice of the notorious little Gonghua? Not only Jin Huan, but even Yi Wushuang's expression darkened. It was all due to this servant's failure to act promptly in eliminating this scoundrel. Yi Wushuang thought that San Pang had recalled the painful memories of their previous encounter, and she quickly offered her apologies. However, Jin Huan merely waved his hand, indicating that the matter did not concern her. In a fierce competition, the price of the true talisman soared to 2,800 foundational spirit stones, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. 2,800 foundational spirit stones. Could there be a higher bid? If not, this talisman would belong to young Master Li. The elderly auctioneer beamed with delight. Should this transaction succeed, his commission would yield a substantial sum. Just as everyone believed the bidding had concluded, a trembling voice rang out. 3,000. This voice did not emanate from the second floor, but rather from the initial bidder on the first floor. The announcement once again astonished the assembly. Even the seasoned elder stood momentarily dumbfounded. "You little rascal. 3,000 foundational spirit stones. Can you truly afford such a sum?" Young Master Li, instead of increasing his bid, erupted in fury, for even the coffers of the city lord's estate would require careful deliberation over such an amount. "I possess only 2,000 foundational spirit stones and cannot present the full amount at once." The individual trembled but mustered the courage to stand. "What nonsense is this? Seize this troublemaker and expel him." Young Master Li appeared to have anticipated this scene, preparing to command the guards. "Wait. I also possess a golden elixir furnace of Dan quality, valued at no less than 1,000 foundational spirit stones. I can offer it in exchange." The man hastily defended himself, producing a resplendent golden furnace. This silenced young Master Li. The elder promptly halted the auction and descended to inspect the item himself. After a quarter of an hour, he returned to the stage. "The auction resumes. I have personally examined the furnace, and it is indeed of Dan quality, valued at over 1,000 foundational spirit stones. Thus, the bid from this young hero stands valid. Young Master Li, shall we continue bidding?" Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, young Master Li snorted disdainfully. "Though this talisman is remarkable, its price has already exceeded its true worth. I choose to withdraw." "Very well. Then the Qingling brick true talisman shall belong to this young hero." The elder struck the gavel, concluding this round of bidding. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as if celebrating a victory of the proletariat over capitalism. Shortly thereafter, a maid approached the victorious bidder with the true talisman. Upon receiving it, the individual showed no interest in the subsequent lots, swiftly departing the auction hall. Witnessing this, Yi Wushuang could not refrain from commenting, "Alas, he may possess the talisman, but perhaps he shall not live to use it." Jin Huan glanced at the extinguished lights in young Master Li's box on the second floor and nodded. To offend the young master and hope to escape? The auction continued, and the elder, seizing the moment, announced, "Next, we shall auction the golden elixir furnace presented by the previous young hero, starting at 1,500 foundational spirit stones." "Ah, what a remarkable fellow." The heart of this old man is darker than that of Jin Huan. A chorus of disapproval arose from those present. However, the elder was no stranger to the world. His skin was thicker than the walls of a fortress. 1,006, came a voice from the crowd, with someone boldly making a bid. Jin Huan looked up to see that the bidder was none other than Xiao Luogua. 1007. Jin Huan raised his hand amidst Yi Wushuang's astonished gaze. On one hand, he truly needed an alchemical furnace. On the other, how could he not greet an old acquaintance properly? Xiao Luogua appeared taken aback, not anticipating that anyone would dare to compete with him after mentioning the name of Yawang Valley, especially at such an exorbitant price. After a brief moment of hesitation, he raised the stakes again. 1008. As Jin Huan prepared to bid once more, Yi Wushuang hastily pressed down his hand. My lord, are you mad? Our combined wealth does not even amount to that. Jin Huan seized the opportunity to grasp her silky, delicate hand. Do not worry about this. I know what I am doing. He then shouted, add another 100. This declaration completely captured Xiao Luogua's attention. Fellow Taoist, your voice sounds familiar. Do we know each other? If so, I kindly ask you to reconsider. Yawang Valley would be exceedingly grateful and would certainly reward you handsomely. Xiao Luogua moved to the window of the private box and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Jin Huan. However, Jin Huan was not inclined to reciprocate with kindness. Spare me your pleasantries. If you have the money, bid. If not, be silent. Xiao Luogua's face turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing this. Others began to point fingers at Jin Huan. Previously, it was the wealthy youth bullying the commoners, and naturally, people empathized with the underdog. Yet, Yawang Valley was renowned, and Xiao Luogua's demeanor was quite proper. In contrast, Jin Huan seemed to be instigating trouble. Ultimately, Xiao Luogua, having been well-educated, managed to suppress his fury and maintained a facade of calm. This price exceeds our budget. If you can indeed produce such funds, Yawang Valley would be willing to facilitate your desires. The implication was clear. He doubted Jin Huan could muster such wealth. While Yawang Valley was affluent, it did not mean they were willing to be taken advantage of, no matter how precious a golden elixir furnace might be. This price was evidently excessive. More than acquiring the furnace, Xiao Luogua was far more concerned with discovering who dared to oppose him. I may lack funds, but like the gentleman from earlier, I possess treasures that can be exchanged, Jin Huan declared confidently. This proclamation once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Even the presiding elder began to express his discontent. Young hero, I sincerely hope you possess a treasure worthy of this price. If not, my 4 esteemed uncles in the golden core stage might desire to stretch their limbs. In this critical moment, Jin Huan suddenly leaned closer to Yi Wushuang and asked, if you were to challenge Xiao Luogua again, do you think you could prevail? Yi Wushuang found herself somewhat bewildered by his actions, yet she replied candidly, previously, he was no match for me, and having inflicted severe injuries upon him, it will be even easier to deal with him now. Jin Huan nodded and straightened his posture. Then, in full view of the audience, he revealed his true form, a fragmented body floating within a medicinal cauldron. I possess an entity known as the Flesh Infant. Upon this declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Eyes darted among the spectators, none of whom understood what a flesh infant was. Even the erudite elders displayed expressions of bewilderment. Only the little hunchback's eyes blazed with fervor. I bid 2,000. No, 3,000. No, 4,000. 4,000 foundational spirit stones for the flesh infant in your possession. Chapter 20. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits in the shadows. It exploded. Completely erupted. The entire assembly was thrown into a frenzy. Even the elders serving as the auctioneer stumbled and fell to the ground. Is this truly the case? The elder asked, taken aback. Humph, when has the Medicine King's Valley ever gone back on its word? The little hunchback snorted coldly, unfazed by his impulsive bidding. Then, brave young sir, are you willing to proceed with this transaction? The elder's demeanor toward Jin Huan underwent a complete transformation. With such funds presented to me, what reason do I have to refuse? In the face of this substantial sum, Jin Huan appeared remarkably composed. Very well. I hereby declare this transaction established. The elder struck his gavel with such force that it shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. Soon, a scantily clad maid approached to retrieve Jin Huan's true form and ascended to the 2nd floor. Moments later, another maid arrived bearing a significant amount of spirit stones alongside a cauldron of golden elixir quality. Naturally, this sum had already deducted the organizer's commission. Even so, it amounted to a considerable profit. Jin Huan meticulously examined the alchemical furnace before weighing the bag filled with spirit stones, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. However, Yi Wushuang grew increasingly uneasy after Jin Huan's true form was taken away. My lord, is this truly wise? Jin Huan shot her a glance. I have no objections. It is you who begins to question. What could possibly be wrong? Was this not the directive given by Elder Niu? It was then that Yi Wushuang recalled Elder Niu's instructions to publicize the existence of the flesh infant in their possession. Yet, publicity aside, why did he sell it outright? Observing Jin Huan's air of confidence, she attempted to convince herself that everything was under control. Then, my lord, having reaped such substantial gains, should we not withdraw? Clearly, Yi Wushuang had noticed several unfriendly gazes fixated upon her. Yet, Jin Huan continued to tinker with the alchemical furnace. Let us wait a moment longer. There are those who are even more eager than we. Upon hearing this response, Yi Wushuang was initially taken aback, but quickly turned her gaze toward the upper floor. Indeed, the lights in the box occupied by the little hunchback had dimmed. In light of Jin Huan's inexplicable inquiry, Yi Wushuang suddenly comprehended Jin Huan's strategy. My lord, you intend to. The remainder of her words remained unspoken, and there was no necessity to articulate them. Jin Huan smiled and nodded. It is nearly time. We must send our old friend on his journey. He took Yi Wushuang's hand and led her towards the exit of the venue. Shortly after their departure, several groups followed suit. The finale auction item had yet to be presented, and the number of attendees at the auction had dwindled to less than half. Both the members of the Groundhog Merchant Association and the guards of Qingyun City were acutely aware of what would transpire next. However, as long as they did not act within the jurisdiction of Qingyun City, who would truly care? Upon leaving the auction, Jin Huan and his companions swiftly exited the city, unleashing their flying vessel and heading towards the direction of Yawang Valley. Yet, before long, Yi Wushuang's expression turned icy. My lord, someone is pursuing us. Jin Huan appeared unfazed, calmly inquiring, how many are there? Yi Wushuang closed her eyes momentarily, then reopened them. There are 5 in total. 3 at the peak of Qi refinement, and 2 at the first level of foundation establishment. While I can manage this number, I cannot guarantee your safety, my lord. Fear not. Maintain this speed, Jin Huan commanded. Yi Wushuang felt perplexed by this order. At their current pace, it would be impossible to catch up with the little pot. And instead, they risked being cornered by the pursuing rascals. Nevertheless, thus far, Jin Huan's judgments had proven accurate, compelling her to grit her teeth and persist. Yet soon after, her expression darkened once more. My lord, another group has caught up with us. This new group, both in number and cultivation, surpassed the previous one. Oh, Jin Huan replied succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further, implying that they should continue at the same speed. Yi Wushuang wiped the sweat from her brow and complied. After enduring for a while longer, Yi Wushuang could no longer contain her alarm. My lord, a third group has joined the chase. All are of foundation establishment and above. Moreover, the first group is now less than 100 miles behind us. Jin Huan opened his eyes, pointing in a direction and commanding, that mountain, full speed ahead. Finally, they could increase their velocity. Yi Wushuang unleashed her spirit energy without reservation, propelling the vessel forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. With a connection to the vessel, Jin Huan could accurately pinpoint the location of the little pot. However, it seemed the little pot was not hastening back to Yawang Valley, but rather hiding within a nearby mountain. It appeared that not only did he wish to hunt the little pot, but his pursuers also sought to hunt him in return. Even aware of the impending traps ahead, Jin Huan remained silent, merely instructing Yi Wushuang to adjust their course. Oblivious to the underlying dangers, Yi Wushuang dutifully followed his commands. Before long, the pair arrived at a valley. In the depths of the valley, a figure emerged, none other than the little pot. Upon recognizing the intruders, little pot not only remained unfazed but also let out a cold, mocking laugh. Indeed, it is you remnants of the Yamahal. Yi Wushuang stowed away the flying vessel and assumed a combat stance. Meanwhile, Jin Huan hid behind Yi Wushuang, peering out to threaten, little pot, surrender the flesh infant, and I may grant you a chance to escape. Little pot did not flinch. Instead, he summoned his magical artifact. How could I possibly stumble in the same place twice? Today, not only will you not take the flesh infant, but you 2 remnants of the Yamahal shall also remain here. Yi Wushuang chuckled coldly, gradually closing the distance. Such bravado. One wonders how much you have grown during this time. Upon hearing this, little pot's expression twisted into a snarl. Who told you I am alone? The law enforcement team of the Medicine King Valley, assemble. Pursue the remnants of Yamahal. In an instant, from the hidden corners of the valley emerged over a dozen uniformly clad cultivators, their faces fierce as they surrounded Jin Huan and his companion. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap, Yi Wushuang exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly shielding Jin Huan behind her. Yet, she understood in her heart that this time, their fate appeared grim. My lord, I will do my utmost to delay them. Please, seize the opportunity to escape without concern for me, Jin Huan lamented. This maid, Sampang, is indeed unwaveringly loyal. However, as he gazed at the approaching shadows on the horizon, he patted Yi Wushuang's shoulder. Then, addressing little pot, he inquired, so, who informed you that we were but 2? He then turned to the rapidly advancing crowd and shouted, Brothers of Yamahal, annihilate this band of hypocrites from the Medicine King Valley. Chapter 21. Who is singing their in ambush? An ambush? The members of the Medicine King Valley were taken aback, quickly forming ranks to confront the approaching figures. Meanwhile, those newcomers, upon spotting the practitioners of the Medicine King Valley, were utterly bewildered. Were they not pursuing the lucrative golden leaks? How had they transformed into members of the Medicine King Valley? Yet before they could explain, the practitioners of the Medicine King Valley had already deemed them as members of Yama Hall and commenced their assault. In a dire situation, they were compelled to retaliate. Soon after, a second wave and then a third followed. The people of the Medicine King Valley were astonished by the overwhelming reinforcements from Yama Hall. Those who had originally sought to profit handsomely were equally perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? Who am I fighting? And who is fighting me? The scene descended into utter chaos. Amidst all this, the instigator, Jin Huan, had long since donned a magical cloak, enveloping himself and Yi Wushuang within. At this moment, they sat leisurely on the ground, assessing the combat prowess of both sides. My lord, your foresight is truly remarkable. Yi Wushuang was now thoroughly convinced. Jin Huan feigned humility. You still have much to learn. The chaotic battle raged on for an hour. Ultimately, the scapegoat was entirely vanquished. In the Valley of the Medicine King, only the battered little Luohua and 2 severely injured disciples remained. Then, before their terrified eyes, the fully rejuvenated Jin Huan and Yi Wushuang appeared as if conjured from thin air. With a theatrical flourish, Jin Huan crossed his arms and malevolently proclaimed, "You truly deserve to die for slaying so many elite members of my Yama Hall. Today, unless I reduce you to ashes, my heart's resentment shall remain unsated." He then turned his gaze towards Yi Wushuang, inquiring, "Can you handle a 1 against 3? Yi Wushuang gestured dismissively, indicating that it was well within her capabilities. Jin Huan nodded in approval. "Leave one to return with news. The others shall be eliminated." With that, he turned to scour the corpses scattered about. "Unforgivable. I shall fight you to the death." Little Luohua gasped, charging at Jin Huan. However, Yi Wushuang would not allow him to succeed and promptly confronted him. By the time Jin Huan had thoroughly plundered all the storage bags from the fallen, the battle on the other side had concluded as well. Yi Wushuang cautiously cradled Jin Huan's essence and returned to his side. This scenario was far superior to the betrayal of his own self. It appeared that little Luohua had entirely vanished from this world. Noticing this, Jin Huan beckoned Yi Wushuang closer and spread out a collection of magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs on the ground. "Select what suits you. Choose quickly to enhance your strength." Yi Wushuang did not hesitate, diligently making her selections. Had it not been for Jin Huan's foresight, their fates would have been dire. This was the first time Yi Wushuang felt such an acute sense of crisis. As the saying goes, a horse cannot be well fed without grass, and a person cannot prosper without external wealth. Having profited immensely from this encounter, Yi Wushuang felt a newfound confidence that even if she faced a similar situation again, she could ensure a safe retreat for both herself and Jin Huan. The notion of single-handedly defeating a dozen fully empowered peers was a fantasy beyond her wildest dreams. Once Yi Wushuang completed her selection, Jin Huan waved his hand, collecting all the spoils into his storage bag, including the storage bag voluntarily submitted by Yi Wushuang containing little Luohua's belongings. As for the total gains, Jin Huan had lost count, only aware that it was an outrageous sum. Calculating the time, he estimated that the auction should be nearing its conclusion. It would be wiser to return to the marketplace in Qingyun City to liquidate some unnecessary items. Without hesitation, Yi Wushuang produced a slender flying vessel, a recent acquisition from their spoils. Although it could accommodate only 3 individuals, its speed had significantly increased and was more efficient in consuming spiritual energy, making it ideal for both Jin Huan and herself. As they boarded the vessel to return to Qingyun City, they anticipated arriving before nightfall. While soaring through the skies, Yi Wushuang suddenly turned to Jin Huan with a peculiar expression. "My lord, another group is approaching us at great speed." Another one? This was beyond Jin Huan's calculations. With no time for further contemplation, the two concealed the flying vessel and donned their magical cloaks. Not long after, a resplendent golden carriage swiftly approached from the horizon, halting near the 2 individuals. In contrast to the previous figures, those aboard the carriage appeared somewhat disheveled and bore various colorful adornments, suggesting they had just endured a fierce battle. Curiously, what had just been present had suddenly vanished. The driver of the carriage sheepishly addressed those inside. "You useless lot. Truly inept. It takes you so long to deal with a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, and you've squandered 2 opportunities for genuine talismans. Now you tell me you lost track of someone?" The voice from within the carriage boomed, revealing a state of agitation. At this revelation, Jin Huan could easily deduce the identity of the newcomers. This must be the party led by young Master Li, who had pursued the cultivator that had captured the true talisman of Qingling Brick. It seemed that, despite their tribulations, they had successfully acquired the talisman. The fate of that cultivator was, of course, evident. Yet, their dissatisfaction lingered, as they were now contemplating the misfortune of passing individuals, Jin Huan and his companion. Had it not been for Jin Huan's magical cloak, they would likely have faced dire consequences. Jin Huan gazed at the golden carriage. a glimmer of greed igniting in his eyes. He yearned to uncover the true depths of a city lord's resources. If young Master Li dared to covet his possessions, then Jin Huan too could set his sights on young Master Li's. Such is the principle of reciprocity. As Jin Huan quietly retrieved a stack of talismans from his storage pouch, Yi Wushuang hurriedly intervened, alarmed. Throwing out such lethal talismans would have a catastrophic effect. Even if young Master Li possesses numerous trump cards, they would surely be obliterated. However, offending someone from the city lord's family, particularly their most cherished son, would spell the end of their own paths to immortality. Jin Huan wrestled internally in a fierce battle of thoughts. Ultimately, rationality triumphed over avarice, and he returned the talismans to his pouch. Since the target had eluded them, it was best to return. I am weary. I shall seek out my maidens for a proper massage, young Master Li languidly declared from within the carriage. The group promptly acquiesced and resumed their journey. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A melodious tune wafted through the air, accompanied by the resonant voice of a man reciting poetry. Carefree, immortals wander without a care, drunkenly dancing, free from worldly despair. All earthly troubles are but a fleeting wisp, while the ghosts and specters heed Yama's crisp. Jin Huan produced the Yama Hall token from his pouch. Observing the rhythmic flickering of red light upon it, their expressions turned from calm to anxious. Why did the four ascendants choose this precise moment to arrive? From the horizon appeared a figure riding a mechanical yellow ox. In the next instant, the four ascendants and their ox materialized before young Master Li's party. Before any words could escape young Master Li's lips, the mechanical yellow ox spoke first. A beam of light, as thick as a water barrel, erupted forth, erasing the very vitality of young Master Li and his companions from the realm of existence. Chapter 22. What else can we do? Let us run. Jin Huan and his companion removed their magical cloaks, staring blankly at the newcomer. So you killed him just like that? The elder coldly scoffed. I saved your lives, and this is how you repay me? Save your grandmother. Do you even know who you're provoking? Jin Huan rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge, but Yi Wushuang quickly restrained him. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of Qingyan City. Who dares to harm my son? Soon, an overwhelming consciousness, powerful enough to belong to a nascent soul cultivator, swept over the area, immediately locking onto Jin Huan and the others. It was only at this moment that the elder realized the gravity of the situation. His earlier nonchalance replaced by alarm. Damn it, how did you provoke a nascent soul powerhouse? Sweat poured down the elder's forehead. Do you think if we push this foolish donkey out, the city lord will spare us? Jin Huan pointed at the elder and turned to Yi Wushuang. However, Yi Wushuang's expression was one of utter dread. It's too late, we must hide. She swiftly snatched the magical cloak and enveloped the three of them within it. Yet, the cloak was limited in size, making it quite cramped for the three. Before ducking inside, Jin Huan concentrated and gathered the belongings of the young Master Li, especially that shimmering carriage. Having already offended the individual, he figured it was best to take advantage. In less than 2 breaths, a formidable presence arrived in the vicinity. Whether they could evade the nascent soul cultivator's scrutiny now depended solely on the effectiveness of the magical cloak. However, the city lord merely glanced around before fixing his gaze on their location. What does this mean? Have they discovered us? The elder asked anxiously. His voice, in the stillness of the environment, felt jarring. Initially uncertain, it was now clear that they had indeed been detected. Jin Huan looked at him, exasperated, and pulled out a teleportation talisman from his storage pouch. The talisman's effect was to instantaneously transport the cultivator to a random location within 1,000 miles. The advantage was its ability to quickly extricate a cultivator from peril. The downside was that such unpredictable teleportation could lead one from the dragon's den straight into the tiger's mouth. In the next moment, the three vanished from their original spot. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic force erupted at the same location. 1,000 miles was not far, merely a breath away for a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, as soon as the three landed, Jin Huan drew another teleportation talisman and transported them once more. Fortunately, after thoroughly looting, he had an abundance of talismans at his disposal. Indeed, in the next moment, the city lord reappeared at the original spot. Little brat, you can run pretty well. The city lord sensed the direction of the three and pursued them again. After utilizing 3 teleportation talismans, the trio was compelled to halt. Overwhelmed by dizziness, their bodies were ill-equipped to endure such frequent long-distance transfers, and a potent wave of vertigo swept through them. As they endeavored to recover, they found themselves in an extraordinary locale. Surrounding them was a steaming pool, inhabited by numerous unclad female cultivators. Goodness, this seems to be Linglong Pavilion. Yi Wushuang remarked with an awkward glance around. Linglong Pavilion is a prestigious sect, renowned alongside the Apothecary Valley, and is notably an all-female faction. Fueled by a deep-seated animosity towards men, the female cultivators of Linglong Pavilion have honed formidable physical prowess, allowing them to excel in battles against males. At that moment, upon the sudden appearance of Jin Huan and his companions, especially with 2 men among them, the disciples of Linglong Pavilion erupted in screams, hastily fleeing the scene. Soon after, a consciousness, powerful enough to rival that of the Lord of Qingyun City, locked onto the trio. Who dares trespass into our sacred pool? Goodness! We stirred the ire of a nascent soul expert, Jin Huan exclaimed. No time to dawdle, let us flee. He hastily produced 3 high-grade elixirs, distributing them without regard for their specific effects, knowing that any advanced elixir would mitigate the adverse physical impacts to some extent. Once again, the teleportation talisman was activated. Just before a pink tank crashed into the sacred pool, the trio vanished. With each 5 teleports, they consumed 3 high-grade elixirs. Were it not for the dire need to escape, Jin Huan, who held wealth in high regard, would never have squandered them so. Yet, faced with such peril, survival took precedence. At that moment, they were united in purpose, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Despite his grievances towards the 4th elder, Jin Huan did not abandon him. However, the other 2 clung to him like stubborn adhesives, refusing to be shaken off. Eventually, after an indeterminate number of teleports, the 3 could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, retching. No more running. This is unbearable. Perhaps a swift end would be preferable, they conceded. Yet, after a lengthy wait, their pursuers failed to materialize, raising questions. What is happening? Have they finally given up? The trio staggered to their feet, curious about their surroundings. They appeared to be on a solitary island amidst a vast sea, the atmosphere shrouded in gloom and fog. Had Jin Huan not been in Sanpang's body, he might have thought himself blind once more. It seems they will not pursue us any longer, the 4th elder sighed in relief, maintaining his composure. Jin Huan cast a scornful glance at the instigator of their predicament. Did you deduce that? Ignoring his sarcasm, the 4th elder continued. We have left the continent of Shenzhou. Jin Huan rolled his eyes in response. Did you deduce that too? In this desolate expanse, situated in the northern region of the Shenzhou continent, lies the place known as Biming. Are you familiar with it? The figure known as Saihangren paused momentarily, then raised a finger towards the heavens. In Biming, there exists a colossal fish named Kuan, whose vastness is beyond comprehension, spanning thousands of miles. Sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere, Jin Huan ceased his banter and turned to gaze in the direction indicated by Saihangren. It was not the darkening sky that captured his attention, but rather a gigantic fish-like creature, obscuring the sun, leaping into the air. At that moment, the creature opened its enormous maw, akin to a city-sized abyss, descending towards Jin Huan and his companions. Jin Huan patted Saihangren on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, My dear 4th, could you perhaps inform us sooner when faced with such occurrences? In the next instant, the creature descended, engulfing a vast area within hundreds of miles. A thunderous crash resounded as the creature's body plunged back into the sea, restoring tranquility to the waters. However, the figures of Jin Huan and his 2 companions had vanished entirely. Chapter 23. Return to the essence. The surging waves roared, the tides rising and falling. A powerful current swept Jin Huan and his companions relentlessly towards an unknown destination. Once calm returned, the exhausted trio lay sprawled upon the ground, sputtering water from their mouths. This place, compared to the belly of the Kuan, resembled a miniature world of its own. After confirming their safety, the 3, too fatigued to contemplate their predicament, simply yearned for a moment of respite. Their continuous flight had drained them both physically and mentally. After a considerable interval, they finally regained their composure. It was then that Yi Wushuang recalled the need to introduce Jin Huan to Saihangren. This esteemed individual is Saihangren, holding the same rank as you, with no distinction in order of precedence. While you excel in alchemy, Saihangren possesses his own expertise and is heralded as a future master of weapon forging. Upon hearing Yi Wushuang's introduction, Saihangren appeared somewhat perplexed. Wait a moment. I have been in contention with the 3rd for over a decade. Why must you specifically introduce me now? Yi Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at Jin Huan, gesturing towards Saihangren's head. Ah, so it is a matter of memory loss. Saihangren's expression shifted to one of realization. It is amnesia, not mental decline. Jin Huan began to understand why the 3rd had harbored disdain towards him. Yi Wushuang, seemingly accustomed to their bickering, continued. You believe Saihangren's craft is merely child's play, while he considers your reliance on medicinal substances will inevitably lead to addiction. Neither is willing to yield, and thus their arguments persist. Who claims victory? Just look at how he has deteriorated, clearly proving my point. Saihangren immediately entered into the fray of dispute. Jin Huan, equally stubborn, retorted, You think yourself clever, yet your mind, having been kicked by a mule, is utterly incapable of reasoning. Just see where your antics have led us. Do you dare to repeat that? The mere act of arguing could no longer satisfy the 2 individuals. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in a substantial endeavor. However, a peculiar circumstance arose. Though their stances were firm, their legs remained utterly immobile. What could be the matter? It seems my feet have become unresponsive. Strange, I feel the same. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that their feet had inexplicably become embedded in the ground, with only the parts above their ankles remaining above the surface. Not only were they affected, but Yi Wushuang found herself in a similar predicament, with an even greater portion of her body ensnared. This is bad. I can no longer cast my spells. Hearing the cries of their companions, Jin Huan and Yi Wushuang quickly began to probe their predicament. Yet, despite exerting all their strength, the spiritual energy within them barely stirred. After extensive testing, they finally grasped the situation. This place, being within the body of Kuan, exerted a formidable restriction on their cultivation. The higher one's cultivation level, the stronger the limitations imposed. Only cultivators at the Qi refining stage could move freely here. Yet all three present were at the foundation establishment stage. Now, escaping was not just a challenge. Even basic movement had become cumbersome. Were they to be imprisoned here for eternity? Just as despair began to envelop them, Jin Huan spoke softly. There is still one method. Spit it out. Jin Huan shot him a glance and retrieved his true form from his storage bag. Is this the illegitimate child of the esteemed Yawang Valley you mentioned? It looks rather unimpressive. With that remark, he managed to offend two individuals at once. As both Jin Huan and Yi Wushuang glared at him with palpable ire. At this juncture, he was the only one still at the Qi refining stage. Their potential escape rested solely on him. Rely on him? A pitiful creature who could barely move? What could he possibly contribute? In their dire situation, Jin Huan found himself too weary to engage in further disputes over the matter. It is what it is. If you have a better idea, feel free to share. Finally, the fourth individual fell silent. After a considerable pause, he murmured, if only my crafting abilities were intact, I could fashion him prosthetic limbs that rival those of ordinary mortals, ensuring he could move with agility. Jin Huan's eyes sparkled with hope. I can still refine pills. Upon hearing this, the fourth person perked up, hastily summoning his mechanical bull. Within the bull's body, for stomachs housed different crafting chambers, capable of producing a variety of tools. Excellent. I can also craft. I refine pills, you forge tools. Adjusting the quality of this body to its optimal state is our only hope. Indeed, this was the case. Yet, the fourth person remained somewhat hesitant. That may be so. But can you truly ensure that this lad won't betray us? Don't be absurd. How could I betray myself? Jin Huan fabricated a casual lie. Not a chance. I've given him obedient water. He will remain dutifully compliant for life. The obedient water, undoubtedly, was a creation of his own improvisation. Upon hearing this, the fourth man was taken aback, not out of skepticism regarding the existence of such water, but rather from a deep-seated concern about the possibility of being unwittingly administered this potion, thereby becoming a puppet for eternity. This substance was only effective during the Qi refinement stage. Observing his reaction, Jin Huan was rendered speechless and hastily added a clarification. Although the fourth man remained unconvinced, his expression softened considerably. Thus, to everyone's astonishment, these two longtime adversaries, who had fought for over a decade, began to willingly collaborate. Jin Huan had prepared all the necessary medicinal materials beforehand, and with the addition of a golden elixir furnace, alchemy was no longer a hurdle. It could be assumed that the fourth man, who relied on the path of tools, was not in a dire situation either. After 2 days and nights, everything was in place. In fact, during the intervals of alchemical crafting, Jin Huan secretly comprehended the earth-level heart technique he had obtained from Liu Bei. This technique, known as the body refinement formula, allowed for cultivation at double the speed of yellow-level techniques. The formula consisted of 4 layers, each corresponding to a distinct realm. In the first layer of the Qi refinement stage, when a cultivator attracts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, half of this energy dissipates automatically, transforming into essence that nourishes the entire body. Consequently, the further one progresses in this technique, the more formidable their physical form becomes. However, in terms of spiritual energy reserves, one would lag significantly behind peers of the same level. Yet, what others perceived as a disadvantage was trivial for Jin Huan. On one hand, he had no need to rely on physical prowess, rendering spiritual energy irrelevant. On the other hand, he discovered that his dantian was, in fact, incomplete. His spiritual energy capacity was naturally only 1/10 of that of others. Whether it dissipated or not was of little consequence. An incomplete dantian also bore its advantages. At the very least, his breakthrough in cultivation was limited to only 1/10 of that of peers. In essence, this translated to a natural cultivation speed 10 times that of others. As long as he refrained from direct confrontation, he was a self-defined prodigy of cultivation. Another delightful revelation was that due to Kuan's consumption of vast amounts of celestial treasures without sufficient time for digestion, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world was 3 to 4 times stronger than that of the outside realm. This undoubtedly further augmented his cultivation speed. Chapter 24. A familiar encounter in a foreign land on the fourth man's side. The custom-made prosthetic limbs and hands for Jin Huan's true body were already prepared. Even the incomplete facial features had been addressed. However, a temporary issue arose. The materials utilized by the fourth man were similarly constrained by Cohen's physical limitations, constantly corroded by the air in this place. Therefore, the crafted limbs could only be used for a month. Within that time frame, regardless of whether a means of departure was found, Jin Huan's true body must return to this location for the fourth man to conduct repairs once more. Otherwise, he would revert to a state of disability. Before departing, the fourth man personally attached the limbs to Jin Huan's true body, ensuring that he could wield maximum power. To avoid raising suspicion, Jin Huan fabricated an excuse that San Pang's injuries were too severe, necessitating immediate seclusion for healing. Thus, Jin Huan's consciousness smoothly returned from the body of the third fatty to his own true form. Ultimately, it is indeed one's own body that one has grown accustomed to. Jin Huan rose to his feet, attempting to maneuver his mechanical limbs. To his surprise, they functioned exceedingly well. Apart from the noticeable differences in appearance, these limbs felt as natural as if they were a part of him from birth. More importantly, each of these appendages equated to a superior magical artifact, not only remarkably durable, but also possessing a certain offensive capability. According to the teachings of the four elders, the quality of magical artifacts ranges from basic artifacts to treasured artifacts, spiritual treasures, and divine weapons, with the corresponding power reflecting the four realms from chi refinement to nascent soul. Each quality can be further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, corresponding to the stages of cultivation, early, mid, and late. Therefore, each of Jin Huan's limbs could unleash the strength of the later stage of chi refinement. In this miniature world where higher realms could not function normally, they represented the pinnacle of configuration. Young man, do not forget your objective. Furthermore, remember to return within a month. You may also gather some unique local materials to bring back. I suspect that tools made from such materials will endure longer here. The four elders resembled a mother sending her son off to battle, endlessly nagging. Understood. And I am not young man. I am Jin Huan. This marked Jin Huan's first time living in this world under his true name. He cast a final glance at Yiwu Shuang, whose face was flushed, and accepted the various elixirs crafted by the third fatty. Thus, Jin Huan embarked on his journey. In this realm, the majority of the expanse remained oceanic, with only a few scattered islands. Moreover, these islands were distanced from one another, making travel exceedingly inconvenient. The location they found themselves in was the very first solitary island they encountered upon being drawn in. Although it seemed unlikely to yield any clues, Jin Huan deemed it necessary to explore the island, to swiftly grasp the overall situation of the island. The best approach was to ascend to the summit and survey the terrain. As Jin Huan climbed the mountain, he took out a pill and consumed it. Following the intake of the elixir, he began to cultivate the bone-tempering scripture. Every medicine carries its poison. Even the elixirs concocted by the third fatty still retained a considerable amount of medicinal toxicity. Therefore, after each consumption, it is prudent to allow the body to expel all traces of the toxin before ingesting another. Otherwise, the accumulation of toxicity could lead to mild obstruction of the blood vessels or, in severe cases, instant demise. Their frenzied consumption of pills while fleeing had been a desperate measure. Furthermore, this earthly-level cultivation method was indeed formidable. Even while in motion, one could continue to cultivate. Naturally, the efficacy was somewhat inferior compared to sitting meditation. Soon, Jin Huan found himself at the halfway point of the mountain. Perhaps due to years of erosion from the sea, the lower slopes were nearly devoid of vegetation. Only above the halfway mark did sparse flora begin to appear. Just as Jin Huan was about to continue his ascent, a gust of sea breeze swept past, chilling him to the bone. Achoo! He sneezed, lamenting that his chi refinement body was indeed weaker than his foundation establishment form, unable to withstand even the chill of the wind. At that moment, he suddenly realized something quite significant. He appeared to be without clothing. Jin Huan glanced down, and his embarrassment deepened as he noticed his modesty suspended in the air, swaying with the sea breeze. This was a predicament. He now understood why Yiwu Shuang's face had reddened like that of a monkey's backside at their farewell. The only possible cover was the surrounding foliage. Jin Huan hurried to a nearby tree, stripped off its bark, and fashioned a makeshift garment from branches tied together. Adorning this rudimentary attire, he felt like a true wild man. Pressing onward, he found nothing but sparse vegetation. Upon reaching the summit, Jin Huan surveyed the entire island and felt despair wash over him. The island was shaped like a fan, aside from the flat area he had ascended. The remainder consisted solely of cliffs. It appeared that the only escape would be to venture into the sea. With his efficient mechanical limbs, he swiftly felled several nearby trees and crafted a raft and oars. On the ocean, there were no points of reference. Jin Huan could only randomly select a direction and set sail upon his raft. Unlike the island, the ocean's resources were relatively abundant. After all, the food devoured by the Kuan primarily thrived in the sea. In just half a day, Jin Huan encountered 3 waves of sea beasts. Although he was merely at the first level of chi refinement, his superior tools rendered him capable of dispatching the sea creatures with ease. All the beasts he encountered became his sustenance, with the remaining parts collected for future inquiry with the elder about their potential use in crafting. Regrettably, slaying these mindless lower-tier sea beasts did not contribute to the upgrade of Heaven's will. It seemed that only his compatriots served as the finest nourishment. After dealing with 2 more waves of sea beasts, Jin Huan's raft finally reached another island. Upon setting foot on land, he was greeted with an unexpected discovery: several distinct footprints of humans on the nearby beach. Were there people beyond the divine continent? And had they also been consumed by the Kuan? Jin Huan found the situation puzzling. Nevertheless, this was the only clue available, compelling him to pursue it further. Upon leaving the beach, the footprints became less discernible. However, from the surrounding signs, it was evident that someone had recently traversed this path. It seemed that, like Jin Huan, they had prioritized scaling the mountain upon reaching the island. At that moment, he considered the possibility that they might already be at the summit, perhaps even watching him. The thought of encountering familiar faces in a foreign land stirred a sense of trepidation within him. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, he resolved to advance and meet them. They might possess the means to escape this place. With hope in his heart, Jin Huan followed the direction of the traces and continued his ascent up the mountain. Chapter 25. A truly enormous pig. As Jin Huan ascended further, he found the surroundings increasingly peculiar. This mountain differed greatly from the previous one, with lush vegetation enveloping it. Amidst the trees, one could occasionally glimpse tantalizing spiritual fruits. However, many had already been harvested. It seemed evident that prior adventurers had been here. The presence of these fruits indicated they were likely safe for consumption. Since Jin Huan had not yet reached the level of fasting, he took the opportunity to gather a few and savor their delightful sweetness, their juices flowing abundantly. After collecting the remaining fruits, Jin Huan pressed on, following the trail ahead. Given that spiritual fruits flourished in this mountain, it was only natural that spiritual beasts would be drawn to reside here. Perhaps those who ventured before him sought to hunt these creatures. The motivations behind their hunts could range from sustenance to the possibility of discovering clues for their departure. All would become clearer once he encountered that group. With this thought, Jin Huan quickened his pace. After traversing a stretch, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the sounds of combat echoed faintly from within. This had to be the place. Entering the cave, he discovered an extraordinary expanse inside, larger than he had anticipated, with bones scattered all around. It appeared to be a den of beasts, and judging by the ferocity of the remains, the resident creature was formidable. Jin Huan picked up a bone, scrutinizing it closely. Thankfully, it was not human. It likely belonged to the marine beasts that had inadvertently become prey for this savage creature. The sounds of the struggle grew increasingly distinct. They must be just ahead. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, followed by several anguished cries. This was perilous. They were in danger. Jin Huan sprinted forward with utmost urgency. After rounding a bend, he emerged into a broad clearing. There, 5 or 6 robust men were attempting to capture a massive mountain pig. What an enormous beast! The mountain pig towered 2 to 3 men high, its muscular form exuding a menacing presence. Among the group of humans, only 3 remained, wielding makeshift harpoons to restrain the pig, while 2 others writhed on the ground in agony. At this rate, it would not be long before the group faced total annihilation. Upon Jin Huan's arrival, both the men and the mountain pig momentarily paused, caught off guard. Then, wariness flickered in the eyes of both factions. The mountain pig was the first to strike, using its sharp tusks to charge and repel the 3 men. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged toward Jin Huan. "Come at me," Jin Huan thought, raising his left hand, palm facing the approaching beast. Within his palm lay a carefully crafted mechanism. He retrieved a refining spirit stone and fitted it into the groove of his arm. In an instant, a beam of light, as wide as a bowl, erupted forth, wielding the formidable power typical of a peak refining stage. With a resounding crash, Jin Huan's body collided with the mountain wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The hide of this swine demon was remarkably unique, impervious to ordinary spells, leaving physical attacks as the sole recourse. One of the 3 companions offered a kind-hearted reminder. "You could have mentioned that earlier." Jin Huan struggled to rise, feeling as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the mountain boar charged at him once more. Damn it! Knowing the beast's weakness doesn't make this any easier. Jin Huan inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! This strike possessed the might of a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. Furthermore, having been steeped in medicinal concoctions, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. However, the boar merely staggered back a couple of steps. Good grief, is its hide truly that thick? Jin Huan was utterly astonished. After receiving a direct blow, the boar shook its head, its ferocity intensifying. Lowering its head slightly, it prepared to charge again. Run! Jin Huan sprinted away, with the boar hot on his heels. The two raced in circles within the cavern. Aim for its eyes, strike its eyes. The trio could no longer contain themselves and urgently called out. The boar halted, focusing on Jin Huan's eyes. What the hell, brother, are you tricking me? Jin Huan quickly raised his hands to protect his eyes. Are you an idiot? I meant for you to aim for the demon's eyes. That is its only vulnerability. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jin Huan collapsed to the ground, narrowly evading the boar's charge. Easier said than done. The boar isn't just going to stand there and let me hit it. How could I possibly aim? Jin Huan swiftly rose from the ground and shouted to them. We are here to lend you our strength. With your immense power, just restrain the boar for a second. We will handle the rest. The leader of the trio quickly responded. With that, all three brandished their harpoons. Given the circumstances, Jin Huan appeared somewhat skeptical of their assurances. Yet there seemed to be no better alternative. You all better keep your word. Just 1 second. Don't betray me. Jin Huan spun around, lowering his waist, his hands poised for action. For ounces, to deflect 1,000 pounds. He grasped the boar's tusks, launching himself into the air, and executed a death roll akin to that of a crocodile. The boar let out a howl, landing on its back, legs flailing. Now, the trio coordinated seamlessly, rushing forward. Two of them swiftly approached the boar, each aiming their harpoon at its eyes and thrusting fiercely. Aya! The boar shrieked in agony, its limbs convulsing uncontrollably. One more eye? The remaining companions slid to the rear of the boar, thrusting the harpoon deep into its body. The boar's rear tensed, convulsing violently before finally becoming still. Phew! It's over. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground. After a brief respite, the leader inquired of Jin Huan, Brother, which island do you hail from? How did you come to seize our prey? Jin Huan, bewildered, replied, I belong to no island. I was just recently swallowed into this realm. And your prey? Does it even possess any claim? Indeed. To hunt on the Beast Island, one must apply for permission from the chieftain. Upon approval, others from different islands are prohibited from venturing onto that island. Wait, you mentioned you were just swallowed into this place. The man, belatedly realizing the implication, regarded Jin Huan with newfound interest. Jin Huan nodded in affirmation. How curious. This island has not seen newcomers for centuries. Could it signify something? The man pondered thoughtfully. Regardless of the implications, since you do not belong to any island and possess such remarkable skills, despite your apparent lack of wit, we would be delighted to have you join us. What do you say? The man extended a warm invitation. Jin Huan, eager to understand the dynamics of this place, considered their proposal. However, feeling slighted by their remark about his intellect, he retorted within, Am I to be underestimated? I, Jin Huan, can effortlessly vanquish 3 waves of bandits and the denizens of the Medicine King Valley. You dare question my intellect? Chapter 26. The bizarre nature of the Blue Shark Island. Yes, I shall join. A gentleman avenges himself, though it may take a decade. There are more pressing matters at hand. I, Jin Huan, can endure any hardship. The leader, visibly pleased, patted him on the shoulder and remarked, Excellent. Young man, what we need on Blue Shark Island are individuals like you, brimming with bravery yet lacking in strategy. Upon hearing this, Jin Huan felt another pang in his heart. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the captain of the hunting team from Blue Shark Island, known as Old Wang. These two are Huan Huan and Zhuang Zhuang. Huan Huan and Zhuang Zhuang, who were assisting 2 injured comrades, immediately abandoned their task to greet Jin Huan upon hearing their captain's introduction. The injured pair appeared gravely wounded. Huh, Huan Huan and Zhuang Zhuang truly embody their names. Jin Huan chuckled and returned the greeting to these 2 companions, who seemed only capable of functioning individually. As for the 2 on the ground, they could be referred to as sleepless and unresponsive. They are always the first to lie down during missions. Everyone has long forgotten their real names. Jin Huan thought, feeling a headache coming on. What manner of organization is this? It is a miracle they have survived until now. And you, brother? Just call me Jin Sampang, Jin Huan replied, preferring not to associate his true name with such a peculiar organization. Very well, Brother Sampang, from this day forth, we are family. Come, let us return home. After tending to their injured companions, the group proceeded to carve the mountain pig into smaller portions. Such a sizable beast would suffice for the inhabitants of Blue Shark Island for an entire month. Subsequently, they all boarded the fishing vessel bound for Blue Shark Island. Upon learning that Jin Huan had navigated via a raft, everyone eagerly dubbed him a fool, one with brawn, but lacking intellect. The fishing vessel moved swiftly, and for reasons unknown, the monstrous sea creatures did not assault them during their journey. This unexpected peace allowed Jin Huan, who had remained vigilant, to breathe a sigh of relief. After half an hour, they finally returned to Bisho Island. As Jin Huan stepped onto the island, his eyes sparkled with wonder. Truly, it was a resident island, meticulously arranged for human habitation. The residential areas, commercial zones, plantations, and livestock regions were all distinctly defined and orderly. Soon, the Lao Wang and the others disembarked, calling out to the village, "Father, we are back." The term father did not refer to their biological parent, but was a respectful title for the island's leader. In no time, an elder appeared, accompanied by villagers. "Oh, the Lao Wang, why have you returned so early? Did this hunting expedition fail once again?" "Father, please do not speak foolishly. What do you mean by failed again? Can't you see the efforts of my brothers? Look here. Look at the injuries sustained by Sleepy and Can't Get Up. They nearly lost their lives." The Lao Wang retorted quickly. "I may be old, but I am not foolish. When have Sleepy and Can't Get Up ever returned without needing to recuperate?" The island leader shook his head, showing no regard for their pride. Jin Huan felt a sense of frustration. Continuing this conversation would take until nightfall to resolve. Thus, he quickly intervened. "Old gentleman, I can attest that the Lao Wang and the others truly succeeded in their hunt. Behold, these are the spoils." He then produced a well-cut wild boar leg from his storage bag, each leg standing as tall as a person. "Oh my goodness, what a massive leg. And you are?" The island leader, first taken aback by the size of the boar leg, then expressed confusion. The Lao Wang approached with a grin. "This brother has just arrived from the outside world. He is a bit simple-minded, but I took a liking to him, so I let him join us." Upon hearing this, the island leader stepped back in shock. "What? From the outside? Has the human race perished?" "No, it has not perished. Old sir, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us ascend the island first." "Yes, indeed." The group then made their way towards the village on the island. Jin Huan and the others delivered the hunted pork to the appropriate individuals before several of them proceeded to the village's council hall. With the island leader's introduction, Jin Huan began to comprehend the situation here. It turned out that hundreds of years ago, the human race had contemplated expanding their territory and organized a reconnaissance team to explore the wilderness. However, the harsh conditions of the wild led to tragic fates. Some perished in the jaws of giants, others in floods, some were swept away by tornadoes, and still others were parasitized by insect races. Their ancestors had even been swallowed by a Kuan during an investigation in the northern abyss. "I had never heard of such occurrences," Jin Huan remarked, his face a mask of disbelief. The island master took a sip of tea and said, unhurriedly, "The matter of the Survey Corps is inherently confidential, known only to a select few among the higher echelons of the human race. Given the thorough failure of the situation, the upper echelons are naturally inclined to conceal it, ensuring that the common folk remain oblivious." Jin Huan nodded in acknowledgement. However, as if recalling something, he promptly inquired, "Several centuries ago? At that time, the human emperor must still have been in power, correct?" The island master cast him a meaningful glance, but refrained from providing a direct answer. Reflecting on Yi Wushuang's words about the complexity of the human emperor, Jin Huan felt a chill run down his spine. The island master continued, "After our ancestors became trapped here, they never abandoned the quest for a means of escape. Yet, as you can see, we remain here, which speaks volumes about the outcome. Although you have only just arrived, I advise you to relinquish any thoughts of leaving and to integrate with us as soon as possible." When the first generation of humans arrived at this place, they initially gathered on a single island, which is now known as Alliance Island. However, as the population grew and resources on the island dwindled, many powerless individuals were unjustly accused and exiled to other desolate islands. Over the centuries, with the increasing number of developed desolate islands, many astute individuals, sensing an opportunity, voluntarily relinquished their rights to reside on the main island. The lofty rulers finally sensed a crisis and formed an alliance with several nearby powerful islands to create a coalition army, launching campaigns against those islands that defied their governance. Jin Huan became increasingly intrigued and quickly asked, "Did no one resist?" The island master replied, "Resist? How could they resist? Those with power were co-opted into the fold, while the powerless were left to stand at attention and endure blows. After all, people do not genuinely care about fairness. They are merely concerned about which side of the scale they find themselves on." The coalition army's offensive was relentless, encompassing all resident islands, and even the beast islands, home to ferocious creatures, were stripped of their ownership. To hunt on these islands, one must pay a substantial application fee to the coalition army. Jin Huan was taken aback by this domineering approach. "So, isn't it possible to refrain from hunting? I observe that this island has an abundance of resources. One could sustain oneself without hunting, couldn't one?" The island master sighed. "Do you think they have not considered that? Each year, all resident islands are required to pay tribute to the coalition army in the form of beast materials. Failure to do so is deemed rebellion. Naturally, these beast materials can only be obtained by hunting on the beast islands." Chapter 27. This is a bit excessive. To maintain stability, the islanders must regularly submit beast materials. Obtaining these materials requires not only paying exorbitant application fees, but also risking their lives in pursuit. In the end, the common folk receive nothing, while the coalition army, doing nothing, profits immensely. These cunning individuals are truly adept at scheming. Even someone like Jin Huan, after hearing all this, felt a seething resentment. No wonder the people on this island take pride in appearing foolish. Yet, thanks to you, Sanpang, I have heard from Big Lao Wang that we need not worry about this year's tribute. A few individuals engaged in pleasant conversation before departing joyfully. The compassionate old Wang thoughtfully found a vacant room for Jin Huan in the residential area and personally brought over a generous serving of the island's hearty stew. As news of Jin Huan's deeds spread throughout the island, the local inhabitants eagerly came to pay their respects. Laughter and merriment persisted well into the night before Jin Huan's abode finally settled into tranquility. With 29 days remaining, Jin Huan rose early to bid farewell to the island's chief. Although life here had afforded him a sense of relaxation, he recognized that this could not continue indefinitely. Besides, 3 souls awaited his rescue, and he could no longer bear the foolish praise he had received throughout the evening. After a heartfelt attempt to dissuade him from leaving, the island chief graciously presented him with a meticulously drawn maritime map crafted by the Allied forces, clearly marking the various islands and perilous waters. One must commend the Allied forces for this. It truly alleviated a significant burden. Old Wang then summoned the young men to drag out an old fishing boat from the warehouse. After some repairs, they generously gifted it to Jin Huan. Despite its worn appearance, it was a vast improvement over Jin Huan's previous wooden raft. Furthermore, they explained that each fishing vessel is inscribed with ancestral formations on its underside, thus warding off marine beasts, an invaluable asset for travelers. Bidding farewell to the assembled crowd, Jin Huan left Bisher Island, embarking on a new journey. The absence of an exit here did not imply that other places were devoid of possibilities. Even the faintest clue was preferable to surrendering hope. Jin Huan unfurled the maritime map. If one considered the Allied island as the center, Bisha Island remained on the periphery. According to official delineations, the Allied island and its nearby 5 or 6 islands formed the first ring, while the next outer circle comprised 30 islands, constituting the second ring. The remainder formed the third ring. Notably, Bisha Island, even within the third ring, occupied a marginal position. This observation revealed the rapid advancement of humanity within the Kuan's body over the past few centuries. The closer one ventured to the center, the higher the caliber of individuals encountered, thus enhancing the likelihood of discovering valuable leads. Therefore, Jin Huan resolved to commence his search for clues from the third ring, progressively moving inward until he reached the Allied island. The first destination on his journey was Cultivator Island, the most powerful entity within the third ring and one of the 10 nations of the Alliance. Cultivator Island lay neither too far nor too close to Bisher Island. A mere half-day's journey away, Jin Huan oriented the fishing boat and allowed it to navigate on its own while he settled into meditation and cultivation. During his practice the previous day, he had sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the second level of qi refinement and decided to exert himself further today. Achieving a promotion from the first to the second level within 2 days was a feat only someone like him, with a congenital deficiency in his dantian, could accomplish. Indeed, after a single hour, a warm current surged from his dantian, coursing through his entire body, evoking a pleasurable sensation that made him wish to sigh in contentment. He had broken through. Rising to stretch, Jin Huan felt a notable enhancement in his physical attributes. More importantly, the erysipelas induced by self-medication was now entirely expelled from his body through perspiration. Thus, he retrieved a vial of medicine and ingested the second pill. Concerning the order of consumption, Jin Huan resolved to first take the elixir that would enhance his soul's perception. Once the potency of his spirit was bolstered, he would be capable of simultaneously controlling both his own body and that of Sanpang, thereby mitigating numerous risks. In fact, should the opportunity arise in the future, he could even nurture various gifted individuals, achieving a state of comprehensive self-sufficiency. Of course, that was a matter for another time. After swallowing the second pill, his spiritual awareness surged almost instantaneously. Previously, he could only perceive objects within a 50-meter radius. Now, he was acutely aware of everything within 100 meters. Even if he were to lose his sight again, he would no longer feel trepidation. For instance, at this moment, he distinctly sensed with his spiritual awareness that an armed warship was hurtling towards him at full speed. What was happening? Jin Huan opened his eyes in astonishment and rushed to the bow of the ship to look ahead. There, he beheld a vessel towering twice his height, carrying over a dozen crew members and bristling with cannons along its sides, advancing toward him. A flagpole stood tall on the ship, displaying a banner that bore half a sun and half a moon. Allied forces on routine patrol. All non-combatants, stand clear. What a shock. How could he have encountered the Allied forces here? Moreover, This was not merely a patrol, it was blatantly an act of intimidation against him. Jin Huan dared not provoke the allied forces and swiftly turned his ship to evade. Yet, even though he had promptly yielded, the allied forces were not inclined to let him go. Fire! Boom! 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 3 cannons fired simultaneously. How could he endure this? Jin Huan unleashed a barrage of rockets. Employing the spells he had procured from the marketplace of Qingyun City, 3 rockets coalesced instantly, hurtling toward the incoming cannonballs. Bang! 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 The projectiles collided, igniting countless flames upon the ocean's surface. Observing his dwindling spiritual energy, he grasped 2 spirit stones in his hands, channeling their power as he bellowed. You are being exceedingly unreasonable. I have already evaded, so why continue firing? The leader of the opposing forces chuckled in response. We are targeting you. If you wish to avoid it, then do so. This is how we, the allied forces, operate. Since I dare to strike you, I am prepared to face all consequences. If you possess the ability to annihilate us all, I shall concede to that outcome. However, if you lack such power, then you shall accept the consequences of my attack. He gestured towards his ship, adding, Do you see? Since I took command of this vessel, it has undergone repairs over 100 times. Even the cannons have been replaced 3 times due to excessive use. This is how we operate. If you are incapable, then you must endure. Such words provoked a fury within Jin Huan. He produced 2 brand new spirit stones, precisely fitting them into the grooves of his arms. Then, he readied himself, preparing to utilize his arms as superior magical artifacts to deliver a severe lesson to his adversary. As for what to do after the lesson, given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, it was clear that retreat was the only option. However, at that moment, the Commander SA discerned the markings on Jin Huan's vessel and quickly whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, the Commander's demeanor softened considerably, and he inquired of Jin Huan, Are you from Bisha Island? Chapter 28. The work of Kuitian Island. Jin Huan felt a twinge of confusion. What was unfolding here? Nevertheless, since there was room for discussion, he chose not to sever ties. Indeed, I am Jin Sampang, the 6th member of the hunting team from Bisha Island. The commander nodded and smiled. Ah, so you are the 6th. Greetings. The tribute you delivered yesterday from Bisha Island has greatly pleased our island lord at Kuitian Island. Among the hundreds of resident islands in our alliance, only Bisha Island consistently fulfills its tax obligations with both quality and quantity. If only everyone adhered to the rules as you do, our allied forces would find their tasks considerably easier. It was no wonder the commander's attitude had shifted so graciously. He had encountered a significant taxpayer. With the conversation flowing freely, the tension dissipated. The commander instructed his subordinates to stow their cannons and weapons, then engaged in friendly chatter. My dear 6th brother, where are you headed alone? Excuse me, but I believe I introduced myself as Jin Sampang. Why do you persist in calling me the 6th? Jin Lalu replied, somewhat vexed. Sir, I have heard that Kuitian Island is a place of lively songs and dances, with vibrant willows and a flourishing atmosphere. I envy it greatly and wish to take the opportunity to visit. Upon hearing his response, the commander sighed. It is indeed splendid to have leisure time. While my position in this alliance provides excellent benefits, it leaves me with little time to rest. The higher-ups require us to sign some elite program, and even the few days of annual leave must be forfeited. Listening to you reminds me that it has been a long time since I held hands with Xiao Hong and Xiao LV from Fengyue Street. With that, he seemed to drift into a reverie, absent-mindedly grasping at the air. Jin Huan, unusually, refrained from disrupting the atmosphere and quietly awaited his turn to speak. By the way, if you wish to unwind, Kuitian Island is indeed a wonderful choice. However, beneath every beautiful reality lies a clearly marked price. Should you encounter any trouble on the island, just invoke the name of General Xiaozhang. Consider this a token of goodwill stemming from our fateful encounter. When General Xiaozhang finally returned to reality, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jin Huan. Afterward, he took his men and ventured back into the depths of the ocean. What a remarkable individual. Without any conflict arising, he had inexplicably made a friend. Ultimately, no matter how glamorous the exterior, one's identity as a worker cannot be concealed. Jin Huan shook his head in self-deprecation, readjusted his course, and continued toward Kuitian Island. Along this route, he encountered no further obstacles. Thus, when Jin Huan arrived at Kuitian Island, night had just begun to fall. Observing the various buildings on Kuitian Island adorned with brilliant lights, the illumination was particularly striking against the backdrop of dusk. Melodious songs, rhythmic dances, and lively shouts filled the air, each sound resonating in his ears. Culinary delights, fine wines, and joyous occasions captured his attention in every aspect. Such is the essence of night Kuitian. What a splendid night Kuitian it is. Jin Huan docked his vessel and gazed, somewhat dazed, at the bustling scene before him. However, at that moment, a jarring voice disrupted his reverie. Temporary docking is 5 spirit stones for an hour, and 20 spirit stones for overnight. He noticed a woman in uniform approaching, who adeptly affixed a price-labeled talisman onto his fishing boat. When you leave, simply place the spirit stones on the talisman. It will automatically remit the stones to the island's treasury. Having completed her task, she did not spare him a glance and turned to depart. Hey, wait a moment. Jin Huan quickly seized her arm. What is this? The woman seemed quite averse to physical contact and promptly shook off his hand. How many times must I say it? Address me by my title while at work. She pointed to the small badge on her chest, which read Dock Manager. But isn't this a public docking area? Why are you charging? Jin Huan inquired softly. Do you think public means free? Do you believe this is your family's property? She retorted sharply. All right. No need to scold. I will pay, Jin Huan said, wiping the spittle off his face in haste. With that, the woman walked away, hands on her hips, casting a fierce glare over her shoulder. These young people today, always seeking enjoyment, utterly oblivious to the notion of hard work. Without the struggles of our generation, where would you find the beauty of life you enjoy now? Jin Huan felt somewhat speechless. Even before stepping onto the island, he had already faced a harsh welcome. After carefully securing his boat to ensure it would not obstruct others, Jin Huan leapt onto the island. He resolved to seek a means of departure, deciding that he should first venture to the most populated area. Recalling General Xiaozhang's words, he opted to stroll through the island's Fengyue Street. Fengyue Street. Its most exquisite scenery lies in its people. As he walked, Jin Huan surveyed the lively maidens on either side of the street, all eagerly greeting him. The grand island truly offered a spectacle of vibrant allure. The maidens donned rabbit ears, sported cat tails, and some even lay on the ground mimicking dogs. After much effort, he finally discovered a tavern that appeared somewhat respectable and swiftly slipped inside. Alcohol serves as a catalyst for human connections. To gather information, there is no better place than a tavern. The primary reason Jin Huan selected this particular establishment was its exclusive presence of male attendants, devoid of any maidens. In such an environment, he finally felt a sense of relief. As soon as he settled down, a servant approached with a tray in hand. What would you like to drink, sir? Something white, yellow, or perhaps something more stimulating? The servant placed a cup of water before Jin Huan, and, with a playful flick of his finger against the liquid, he theatrically brought it to his lips, leaving Jin Huan momentarily dumbfounded. No, just water for me, Jin Huan thought to himself, feeling a wave of trepidation. The servant, assuming he had encountered a miser, instantly wore a frosty expression. A cup of pure spring water costs 50 spirit stones. What? Jin Huan exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the cup before him. Are you saying this cup of water is 50? Drink or leave. Of course I'll drink it. Reluctantly, Jin Huan fished out 50 spirit stones, grumbling. Does Guitian Island have its own currency? Why is everything so expensive? However, this did ensure that he would not be disturbed. He hoped to glean some information worth such an exorbitant price. Sure enough, after a while, a pair of patrons entered, not out of mere curiosity. Hey, have you heard? The Alliance recruitment is about to begin this year. Wow, that's a solid job. Have you applied? Of course. My family has made all the necessary arrangements for me. I've heard the competition in the Alliance is quite fierce, darling. You must take care of yourself when you get there. Oh, what is there to worry about? They certainly claim the competition is tough. Otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry would think they could join in. Don't worry, with my family backing me, no one can make me suffer. You're the best, sweetheart. I knew I chose wisely. With that, the two linked arms and ascended to a more private area upstairs. Jin Huan pinched the flesh between his upper lip and nose, stifling the urge to retch. However, he had managed to extract some valuable information. It seemed that if he wished to uncover more secrets, he would need to infiltrate the Alliance himself. Given that it was the perfect time for recruitment, he resolved to take a chance and apply. Just as he made up his mind to leave, the earlier servant intercepted him at the door. Halt. You think you can leave without paying? Are you trying to dine and dash? Jin Huan looked at him, perplexed. What do you mean? I already gave you 50 spirit stones. The servant, hands on hips, retorted, 50 is the price of the product, but there's still a 10% service fee. Jin Huan nearly burst into laughter and frustration. What service fee? What service did you provide? So you're trying to weasel out of it. Someone, close the door and send a message to Captain Liu of the enforcement team. Soon, someone produced a communication talisman to relay the message. Jin Huan felt a pang of regret. He had aspirations of joining the Alliance, and causing trouble at this moment was not particularly wise. Wait. I'll pay. Is that not acceptable? Upon finishing his words, he reached into his bag for money. Alas, it was too late. I observed your furtive demeanor, coming to the tavern yet abstaining from drink. You must surely be a spy. Once Captain Liu apprehends you, he shall thoroughly interrogate you to see if you confess. This could spell trouble. It seems I have truly landed in a predicament. As the conversation unfolded, a fully armed squad entered the establishment. Who reported this? One of them inquired authoritatively. It appeared that this was the Captain Liu they spoke of. Upon seeing him, The servant immediately adopted a subservient demeanor. Captain Liu, you have finally arrived. This young man has been dreadfully mistreated. Captain Liu, with an expression of disdain, brusquely pushed him aside. Step aside. Let us discuss matters. Do not compel me to slap you. The servant awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before pointing at Jin Huan. It is he. He consumed without paying. Oh. Captain Liu turned his gaze towards Jin Huan. Jin Huan hastily clarified. It is not that I did not pay. I was unaware that a service fee was required. Look, I have my money ready, yet he remains unyielding. Captain Liu furrowed his brow. Unaware of the service fee? This has been a tradition of Coatian Island for decades. Are you from out of town? Indeed, I hail from Bisher Island, Jin Huan quickly proclaimed. Hoping the reputation of the tax-paying island would absolve him of suspicion. Everyone must pay. Come with us. With that, Captain Liu reached for Jin Huan. Wait, this is futile. Please, Captain Liu, could you exercise some leniency? I have pressing matters that cannot be delayed. What if I offer additional payment as compensation to the establishment? Jin Huan presented a substantial sum of spirit stones, attempting to place them in Captain Liu's hands. However, Captain Liu forcefully swatted the stones away, declaring with righteous indignation, "Scoundrel. Rules are rules. How dare you desecrate them? Seize him." The enforcement team swiftly surrounded Jin Huan. What a predicament, impervious to both persuasion and authority. In a moment of desperation, Jin Huan shouted, "General Xiaozhang. General Xiaozhang is my friend." Upon hearing this name, Captain Liu's demeanor visibly shifted. Wait, you claim to know General Xiaozhang? Yes. Indeed. The general of the Allied forces. Captain Liu, still somewhat skeptical, retrieved a communication talisman. It appeared he was contacting General Xiaozhang directly. After a brief exchange, the righteous expression on Captain Liu's face softened with a hint of ingratiation. I have long heard of General Xiaozhang's renown, but have never found the opportunity to make his acquaintance. Thanks to you, young brother, I can finally connect with General Xiaozhang. As those around him gradually retreated, Jin Huan finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, having local connections proved invaluable. To ensure Jin Huan did not harbor resentment, Captain Liu grimly addressed the servant, "You wretched rogue," making baseless accusations against honest citizens repeatedly. Had it not been for the captain's keen insight, General Xiaozhang's relatives might have been wrongfully accused. The attendant, having stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle, immediately wore a pained expression and protested, "Captain, how can you say that? I have acted strictly according to the regulations." "Impertinent. You dare to invoke the regulations. Someone, take him away and confine him for a night. Let us see how he responds." In the blink of an eye, the one who had been apprehended was now the attendant. However, the attendant no longer had any formidable backing and was directly escorted towards the prison on the island. Observing this, Captain Liu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jin Huan, saying, "So you are Brother Liu? I shall not intrude on your important matters any further. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply use this communication talisman to reach me." With that, Captain Liu handed Jin Huan a token. "Thank you, Captain Liu," Jin Huan replied. After bidding farewell to Captain Liu and his companions, Jin Huan reflected, "Connections are indeed plentiful for those in power, within a single day. I have established rapport with two influential figures without any effort on my part. Yet for an ordinary person, even the act of gifting can be fraught with misunderstanding." With the matter resolved, Jin Huan dared not linger any longer and hastily departed from Fengyue Street. Gutian Island is undoubtedly one of the largest islands, with industries thriving in every sector. As night fell, Jin Huan decided to seek a tavern for a night's rest. The commercial street offered a plethora of options, and after a brief exploration, he found a satisfactory inn. After settling the payment, he was promptly escorted to a secluded single room. It must be noted that apart from the somewhat steep prices, everything else was quite satisfactory. Lying on the soft, plush bed and reflecting on the day's surreal journey, Jin Huan soon drifted into slumber. 28 days remained. Today, he was to register for the Allied forces. Jin Huan rose early and inquired with the innkeeper about the registration location and important details, then set off immediately. However, upon arriving at the registration site, he found it already teeming with people. Is it really necessary to have so many applicants for just 5 positions? Faced with tens of thousands of people, Jin Huan stood frozen in disbelief. With such a crowd, he feared he might not even secure a registration form. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the din. "Oh, is that not Brother Liu?" Jin Huan turned to see Captain Liu of the law enforcement team, whom he had met just the day before. "Captain Liu, you are here too." Jin Huan greeted him warmly. Captain Liu, shedding his usual stern demeanor, placed a hand on Jin Huan's shoulder. "Let us not stand on ceremony. Just call me Brother Liu. We are here today due to special circumstances to maintain order. By the way, are you here to register as well?" Jin Huan nodded. "Registration is a good thing. With General Xiaozhang as your ally, your standing in the Allied forces is bound to soar. Come, let me guide you through the form." Having spoken, Captain Liu grasped Jin Huan's hand and strode directly into the throng. The once chaotic crowd, upon noticing Captain Lu's uniform, obediently parted to create a pathway. In mere seconds, Jin Huan found himself before the registration desk. "Sisterly, this gentleman is with General Zhang. I kindly ask for your assistance." Captain Lu addressed a woman diligently working at the desk. "Oh." Sisterly paused her work, lifting her gaze. Jin Huan scrutinized her closely. She possessed an oval face and cherry-red lips. Though marked by the passage of time, her countenance radiated an undeniable vigor, exuding a unique charm. Was she not the epitome of a sophisticated woman? Meanwhile, as Jin Huan assessed her, Sisterly was also appraising him. However, upon catching sight of his face, a flustered blush instantly crept across her cheeks. "Are you here to register? Please fill out this form," she stammered, averting her eyes as she extended a form toward him. That damned charisma had once again launched an indiscriminate assault. Captain Lu, a seasoned veteran, swiftly discerned the palpable tension in the air. Leaning closer to Jin Huan, he whispered, "Sister Li is a workaholic. At her age, she hasn't even experienced a proper romance. My brother, I can assist you up to this point. The rest is up to your own efforts." With that, he turned to bid farewell, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he departed. "Sisterly, I must return to my post. I entrust this young man to you." Jin Huan offered a wry smile as he accepted the application form from Li Mu. To speak of Li Mu's beauty, it certainly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, yet he found himself favoring Yi Wushuang even more. After briefly completing the form, Jin Huan handed it back to Li Mu. She glanced at it, letting out a soft gasp. "Oh, I heard from old Lu that you are with General Zhang. So your surname is Jin." Unaware of what compelled him, Jin Huan inexplicably replied, "Li is also acceptable. I am quite easygoing." Upon hearing this, Li Mu's ears flushed a deep crimson. Was this a subtle hint? "And no issues here. You may enter and wait," she mumbled, lowering her head and hastily fiddling with her hair to mask her embarrassment. Realizing he had once again stumbled into a predicament, Jin Huan quickly made his exit. As Jin Huan entered the venue first, the crowd, which had been waiting outside for an extended period, grew increasingly displeased. "Sisterly, I don't understand. Did you not say the examination hall would open after a stick of incense? Why is that young man allowed to enter ahead of us?" A hot-tempered, portly man was the first to voice his complaint. The others, seeing someone take the lead, quickly chimed in. Observing Jin Huan's departure, Li Mu's demeanor reverted to her usual composure. Coldly, she addressed the portly man, "Let me see your application form." A grin immediately spread across the man's face. It seemed that causing a ruckus might just earn him some privileges. Unexpectedly, upon receiving his application form, Li Mu did not even glance at it before tearing it in two. "Your political awareness is lacking. You have been eliminated." Following this, she assertively placed her leather boots upon the table and surveyed the crowd with a commanding gaze. "Is there anyone else with objections?" The onlookers, glancing at the sobbing figure of the overweight man on the ground, promptly sealed their lips. "Then continue to wait for me. Do not expect me to repeat the same command twice." Li Mu disregarded the crowd and resumed her work. Meanwhile, Jin Huan was the first to enter the recruitment venue. The space was desolate, with only a few staff members preparing the area. One of them, upon noticing Jin Huan's entrance, paused momentarily before quickly regaining composure. Those permitted early entry typically possessed significant connections, individuals whom they could not afford to offend. "Please, esteemed guest, come in. The trials have yet to commence. Allow me to introduce the specific procedures of this recruitment. This recruitment consists of 3 rounds of trials, and only those who successfully complete all will be formally inducted into the Alliance, becoming our comrades. The first round features a group discussion, where participants will engage in a leaderless team hunt. Applicants will be randomly assigned into groups of 10, required to collaborate in eliminating the released beasts. Should any beast remain alive beyond the designated time, the entire group will be disqualified. The second round involves a technical interview, where examiners will evaluate candidates based on their cultivation, spell potency, and combat strategies, among other factors. The top 100 scorers will advance to the next round. The final round consists of an officer interview, where 3 officers from the Alliance will formulate questions and score the applicants' responses. The 5 individuals with the highest scores will be the final recruits. As Jin Huan listened to the incessant explanations, cold sweat trickled down his face. This process was strikingly reminiscent of his previous life, where he had toiled like a beast. After waiting a while longer, the venue was finally ready. And the time had come. The doors swung open, and applicants surged in like a tide. Naturally, Jin Huan, being among the first to enter, held an advantageous position. Once the staff concluded their introduction of the trial rules, the first round of group assignments commenced. By fortune or some other twist of fate, Jin Huan was assigned to the first group. This not only spared him the lengthy wait, but, based on prior experience, the beasts encountered were typically the least formidable. The other members assigned to the first group erupted in cheers, as if they had already claimed half the victory. Thus, under the guidance of the staff, Jin Huan and 9 other fortunate souls stepped into the arena. As the iron gate swung open, the 10 of them entered alongside the beasts. Before them stood a creature resembling a bird with 2 heads and 3 feet. Despite its fierce appearance, the beast was fundamentally discordant, as neither head was willing to submit to the other, resulting in significant disarray. With 3 feet and 2 heads, the creature was doomed to self-inflicted exhaustion, even without external aggression. Witnessing such a simple, foolish beast before them, the other applicants watching from the sidelines could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Within the arena, Jin Huan cast a glance at his companions and soon spotted a familiar figure. Is that not the second-generation official from the tavern last night? Indeed. He has been assigned to this group as well. Chapter 31. On the art of deception, Jin Huan understood well that a leaderless group hunt tested not only teamwork, but, more importantly, the participants' leadership abilities. This was a lesson he had learned deeply in his previous life in the workplace. Therefore, without waiting for others to react, Jin Huan stepped forward and spoke first. Esteemed friends, I am Jin Sanpei. Before us stands the 3-legged bird, a beast of little threat. However, we must not forget our mission, to slay this creature within the allotted time. Now, I hope one of you will volunteer to assist with timing, while the rest join me in the attack. Under Jin Huan's guidance, the others quickly fell into rhythm. The second-generation official chimed in. I am Gary, naturally sensitive to time. Allow me to accurately keep track. We have 15 minutes remaining. Frustratingly, the 2 most crucial roles in the team had been claimed. Others grew anxious, and soon someone could no longer contain themselves and charged toward the monster. I excel in close combat. I will secure the first blood for us. Jin Huan was alarmed. Come back. Though these 3-legged birds appear foolish, their attacks are formidable, especially in close quarters. But it was too late. The 2 beasts, sensing an enemy, steadied themselves on their 2 feet while the third kicked out with alarming force. The reckless individual was sent flying back like a ball, seemingly rendered incapable of further combat. Jin Huan's expression darkened as he commanded, from now on, everyone must heed my orders or face the consequences. Though this was their first encounter with him, his commanding presence awed the group, evoking a sense of submission. Was this what leadership entailed? Even Li Mu, who observed from a distance, felt a stir of admiration within. Those skilled in close combat, position yourselves at the front to shield the team. Those adept in ranged attacks, unleash your might and seek the creature's weaknesses. With Jin Huan's command, the formation shifted instantly. For rushed to the front, intercepting the fireballs launched by the 3-legged birds. Excluding Jin Huan and the unconscious individual, the remaining 4 unleashed a flurry of spells in retaliation. In an instant, the arena was awash with a tempest of magical energies. Yet, Jin Huan remained steadfast, not joining the fray. Why did he not engage directly? With his limbs equipped with superior artifacts, he could easily overpower the adversaries single-handedly. However, the world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It revolves around human relationships. If he were to seize all the glory alone, it would not only contravene the requirements of this assessment, but also risk inciting dissatisfaction among his teammates. In this harmonious moment, where everyone has the opportunity to shine, the pivotal third role within the leaderless group emerges, the recorder or summarizer. Ladies and gentlemen, I have observed that whenever the 2-headed, 3-legged bird is attacked at its core, it suffers significant damage due to its inability to evade. Therefore, I urge you all to focus your assaults on its center line. Jin Huan smiled faintly, pleased. He turned to the speaker and inquired, what is your name? The individual, somewhat timid, replied, I am Jin Huan. Jin Huan, you have done well. Gary, how much time do we have left? It has only been 5 minutes. We still have ample time. That should be sufficient. It is now my turn to shine. Jin Huan shouted for everyone to step aside, and with his legs harnessing the power of his weapon, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Before the 2-headed, 3-legged bird could react, he was already upon it. In the next instant, he seized one of its central legs, exerting his strength to swing the entire creature down repeatedly against the ground. The bird hesitated, momentarily stalling due to the question of leg ownership, thus missing the optimal moment to evade. The entire arena trembled. All present, both inside and outside the venue, were left in stunned silence. This attack was undeniably straightforward and brutal. After swinging it a dozen times, Jin Huan estimated that the bird's health was nearly depleted, so he tossed it into the air, preparing for his final performance. Rockets unleashed, and the heart-piercing arrows flew forth. 3 flaming arrows materialized, the intense heat warping the air around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows were released in unison, targeting the bird's center line. Its heart was singular. With a tear, blood splattered in all directions, raining down upon the arena. The bird's dual heads gradually lost their focus, completely devoid of vitality. The crowd erupted in fervor. Jin Senpang! Jin Senpang! Jin Senpang! Everyone began to chant Jin Huan's name in unison. At this moment, his accomplishments were cloaked in anonymity. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Jin Huan strode towards the exit without looking back. This cold figure had undoubtedly captivated many of the young women present. However, in his heart, he was already reveling in joy. It is so easy to impress those at the chi refinement stage. I hardly exerted myself, and they are already in awe. This was hardly surprising, considering the two-headed, three-legged bird possessed only mid-chi refinement strength. Even with the early chi refinement prowess of all present, they could have easily worn it down. Jin Huan's intervention merely expedited the inevitable. The trials continued. Teams followed one after another. Some triumphed, while others faltered. Yet, none of this concerned Jin Huan any longer. At that moment, he sat in the lounge, leisurely sipping tea. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. Jin Huan's peripheral vision caught sight of a short, plump figure, swaying its ample backside as it approached him. Sanpang Gij, enjoying tea alone? It was Gary, the ostentatious scion of wealth. Jin Huan's mind flooded with distressing images from that night in the tavern, nearly causing him to spew his tea. Ah, Gary, what brings you here? Despite his profound disdain, he was reluctant to offend a privileged offspring of the elite. Hee, Sanpang Gij truly enjoys jesting. I am not here for any particular reason. Can't one simply seek you out? Gary chuckled, covering his oversized mouth with a hand. Jin Huan's brows twisted in dismay. What was this fellow up to? Why was he acting so brazenly during daylight? And didn't he already have a partner? Noticing Jin Huan's silence, Gary pressed on, leaning his hands on the sides of Jin Huan's chair, his belly nearly brushing against him. Let me tell you, Jin Huan Gij. My father is the deputy commander of the Allied Forces Koatian Island branch. Deputy commander. Sounds quite distinguished. What shall I do, resist? As he beheld Gary's increasingly close visage, Jin Huan wrestled with inner turmoil. At that moment, a celestial voice interrupted his plight. Please maintain order in the examination hall. It was Li Mu. Chapter 32. The high-level secrets of Central Alliance Island in stark contrast to Gary. Upon seeing Li Mu's eternally melancholic yet charming face, Jin Huan's heart wavered completely. Forgive me, Schwanger. At this moment, I declare, Li Mu's stock is surging. Hearing Li Mu's voice, although Gary felt somewhat irked that she had interfered with his intentions, he reluctantly straightened up due to her authoritative presence. Ah, isn't this sisterly? My father often speaks highly of you, and asked me to convey his regards. Gary brazenly invoked his father's name, attempting to overshadow Li Mu with his familial connections. Your father is too courteous. I shall personally express my gratitude at next month's anti-corruption conference on Central Alliance Island, Li Mu replied, unyielding and impressively composed. Even though Gary was a libertine, he was not entirely oblivious to decorum. With a huff, he cast one last lingering glance at Jin Huan before departing. As soon as Gary left, Jin Huan sprang up to clarify. Sisterly, please let me explain. I am not. Li Mu placed a finger over Jin Huan's lips, silencing him. It smells delightful. No need for explanations. I already know. Furthermore, do not call me sisterly anymore. Address me as Muur. A blush spread across Li Mu's cheeks. All right, Muur. Jin Huan replied with joy, grasping her hand. How smooth. Aside from being a few years older, Li Mu was utterly perfect. Moreover, the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Jin Huan was indeed fortunate, akin to Yang Yongxin's successful assassination of Qin Shi Huang. After the examinations conclude, wait for me in the small garden at the back. Li Mu playfully pinched Jin Huan's cheek and walked away with a cheerful demeanor. Jin Huan gazed at her retreating figure, grinning foolishly like a lovesick fool. After countless lifetimes of toil, he finally savored the sweetness of love. The second round of evaluations commenced, focusing on technical skills. The examiner for this round held a deep impression of Jin Huan's previous performance and felt quite satisfied. After posing a few strategic questions about combat and assessing the nuances of spellcasting, he effortlessly granted Jin Huan passage. Undoubtedly, Jin Huan topped the list with a perfect score, advancing successfully to the third round. At this juncture, only 100 candidates remained. Jin Huan glanced at the list and noticed that besides Gary, his companion from the first round, Qin Fun had also progressed smoothly. This fellow appeared to lack any prominent background, yet his sheer strength had propelled him to the third round, earning Jin Huan's respect. If the opportunity arose, he truly wished to befriend him. Soon, the third round of military evaluations was about to commence. Despite the seemingly low difficulty, this round was crucial for determining successful admission, as the fate of 5 candidates rested in the hands of the 3 officers present. The trio consisted of the familiar Li Mu, the retired Qian Lao, and the ambitious Wu Xiaotian. As the top candidate from the second round, Jin Huan was naturally the first to enter. Before Jin Huan could take his seat, Li Mu initiated the conversation. How has General Zhang been lately? This seemingly casual exchange subtly communicated to the other 2 examiners Jin Huan's significant connection as the esteemed General Zhang's protege. Observing their immediate shift to a more serious demeanor, Jin Huan marveled at Li Mu's adeptness in political maneuvering. In response to her inquiry, Jin Huan expertly maintained an air of mystery, neither revealing the true nature of his relationship with General Zhang nor downplaying its importance. Thus, even before the evaluation had begun, he had secured a substantial advantage. Shortly thereafter, Jin Huan emerged with a relaxed expression. Unsurprisingly, he had secured one of the coveted 5 positions. Ignoring the envious gazes of the crowd, he strode directly out of the examination hall toward a quaint little garden, where he intended to await the arrival of his love. As night fell, her figure finally appeared, albeit fashionably late. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Li Mu said apologetically, playfully tossing her short hair. Such a gesture was less about tidying her hair and more about stirring Jin Huan's heartstrings. Stepping closer, he gently lifted her chin with his hand, stating, "For you. Waiting is never too long." Li Mu lowered her head, a blush creeping from her ears to her neck. "After a long day, you must be famished. Come, let me take you out for a bite." Without waiting for Li Mu's response, Jin Huan confidently took her hand, leading her toward the vibrant commercial street. The dazzling lights of the street illuminated Li Mu's enchanting face, making her appear even more captivating. The two strolled through the food stalls, marveling at the acrobatic performances, and eventually reclined on a grassy patch, gazing at the splendid fireworks that illuminated the sky above Turtle Island with magical artistry. Bang! Another firework exploded, scattering sparks that cast a gigantic heart upon the vast canvas of the night sky. Li Mu nestled in Jin Huan's embrace, her eyes shimmering with dreams. If only the remaining decades of life could be spent with you. In an instant, Jin Huan was jolted awake. Indeed, if they could not transcend the Qi refinement stage, their lifespans would be but a fleeting few decades. Setting aside the time before reaching maturity, the hours spent toiling for livelihood, the necessity of sleep, and the mundane acts of sustenance, how much time truly remained for them to share with their beloved? No. I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling. I must cultivate. I wish to embark on the path of immortality alongside my beloved. I yearn for eternal life, for a divine partner. I long to escape this wretched place. Jin Huan reclaimed the aspirations he had nearly lost. He helped Li Mu to her feet, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Mu'er, I will take you away. You have been in the Alliance for so long. Do you know a way out?" "Out." Li Mu was taken aback. Since her birth, she had always lived in this realm. Not only her, but her father and grandfather had as well. Had Jin Huan not mentioned it, she might have resigned herself to the belief that this was the entirety of existence. "To my shame, my rank is insufficient to access such information. I fear I cannot assist you, Jin Lang." Jin Huan felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that there truly was no way out? "However, I am aware that there is a department in the Central Authority dedicated to seeking methods of returning to the outside world. Whether they have uncovered any leads is classified information." Li Mu reflected thoughtfully. "There is hope." Jin Huan lifted Li Mu, joyfully planting a kiss on her. "Then how can we access that classified information?" Li Mu shook her head. "It is unattainable. Only the highest leaders of the 10 islands of the Alliance have the privilege to access such secrets, and these island lords are predominantly hereditary, unlikely to relinquish their authority to others. Unless what? Unless the 10 islands of the Alliance were to become the 11 islands. In that case, the lord of the 11th island would also qualify to learn of this information. Yet, the equilibrium of the 10 islands has persisted for nearly a century. Disrupting this balance is an arduous task. Chapter 33, Change, a Shift in the Heavens. Jin Huan sighed. Although challenges lay ahead, they had finally unearthed some clues. As for what to do next, they could only proceed step by step. On the 27th day, a piercing alarm resonated throughout Turtle Island. Jin Huan awoke from his slumber, noticing that Li Mu was already dressing. "I apologize, Jin Lang. An urgent mission has arisen in the Alliance. I must hurry back." Li Mu spoke with a hint of apology. Jin Huan nodded, advising her to exercise caution. "By the way, do you possess a communication talisman?" Li Mu suddenly inquired as if recalling something. Indeed, Jin Huan produced the communication talisman gifted to him by Captain Lu. Li Mu also retrieved her own talisman. When the two talismans touched, a connection was established. "If you miss me, simply send me a message. I must take my leave now." With a cheerful smile directed at Jin Huan, Li Mu hurriedly exited the inn. Jin Huan, lost in recollections of the previous night, began to grin foolishly once more. Just then, his talisman vibrated unexpectedly. It was Captain Lu from the enforcement team. "Hey, Brother Lao Lu, where are you? We have a serious situation." "Lu Gu. I'm in room 3 of the Ru Ting Inn. What is the matter?" "Stay put and don't move. I'll come to you right away. This is urgent, and I need to speak with you in person." "Understood." After the call ended, Jin Huan felt an ominous premonition. With the alarm bells ringing, Li Mu's sudden recall, and Captain Lu personally seeking him out, it seemed something truly significant was unfolding. Before long, there was a rapid knock at the door. "Brother Lao Lu, it's me. Open up quickly." As soon as Jin Huan opened the door, Captain Lu rushed into the room and seized the water jug from the table, gulping down its contents. I'm parched. I haven't had a moment's respite this entire morning. It's maddening. Lu Gu, take your time drinking, don't choke. In this frantic rush. What exactly is going on? Captain Lu set down the jug, casting a grave look at Jin Huan as he began. Brother, you must listen closely to what I'm about to say. Do not act impulsively. Jin Huan's curiosity piqued immediately. What? I'm prepared. Please tell me, brother. General Xiao Zhang has been killed. What? Jin Huan leaped to his feet. This was no jest. Although they had only met once. It was the support of General Xiao Zhang that allowed Jin Huan's endeavors here to proceed smoothly. The sudden loss of such backing was undoubtedly shocking. Captain Lu continued. I have just received word that General Xiao Zhang's fleet was ambushed by a dozen fishing boats while patrolling the offshore waters. They claim to have suffered under the Alliance's oppression for too long, and today they have risen in revolt to form a rebel army against the Allied forces. Tragically, before any reinforcements from the Allied forces could arrive, General Xiao Zhang and his crew were all slain, and even their ships were seized. These ruffians are utterly lawless. Jin Huan indignantly exclaimed. But the situation is even direr. The rebel army has rallied support, and already over 100 islands within the three circles have declared their allegiance. At this very moment, the formidable rebel forces are marching towards the two remaining allied islands, Koatian Island and Shiba Island. It seems likely that Koatian Island will fall before sunset. Is it truly so urgent? Has the allied army dispatched reinforcements? These cowards, accustomed to wielding power, have never encountered such a scene. At this moment, they shamelessly propose the absurd justification of needing a formidable defense on the second ring, leaving us to fend for ourselves. It was then that Jin Huan recalled the hasty departure of Li Mu and urgently inquired, what is the status of Li Jie and her troops? Captain Lu, with a rare and meaningful smile gracing his serious demeanor, replied, Oh, to what stage have you progressed? Jin Huan, surprisingly flushed, quickly diverted the topic, insisting, Let us focus on the matter at hand. Brother, please share the situation. They are urgently setting sail to confront the enemy, aiming to buy time for the higher-ups to escape from Koatian Island. My brother, do not blame me for my harsh words, but I fear the outlook is grim. Jin Huan's expression darkened considerably. Do not worry too much, my brother. The fortunate are always protected by fate. I have observed Li Jie's countenance, and it is one of great wealth and prosperity. She is not so easily undone. On a different note, I must share something intriguing with you, which I believe will pique your interest. At this moment, Jin Huan was hardly in the mood for jest, responding perfunctorily, What is it? Do you know which island is leading the insurgents? Captain Lu leaned closer, asking with a conspiratorial tone. Which island? Jin Huan sensed that something was amiss. It is Baisha Island. Surprising, isn't it? The most obedient Baisha Island has turned out to be the mastermind behind the rebellion. By the way, dear brother, you seem to hail from Baisha Island, right? The sixth member of the Baisha hunting team, Jin Sampang. A wave of murderous intent descended upon him. Jin Huan instinctively recoiled as a dagger plunged into the spot he had just vacated. Captain Lu Jingyi of the Koatian Island Law Enforcement Team. Here to capture the traitors of Baisha Island. Captain Lu retracted the dagger and drew a large blade from his waist. Brother, would you believe me if I claimed I had nothing to do with this and was completely unaware? Do not call me brother. You cunning rascal, you deceived even me. Prepare to pay with your life. The blade danced wildly, slicing towards Jin Huan's vital points. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Jin Huan's feet moved, evading every attack and positioning himself behind Lu Jingyi. He raised both hands, firmly gripping Lu's wrist while constricting his neck. To his surprise, Lu Jingyi faltered without managing to counter a single move. Brother, this was not my intention. Jin Huan, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, sought to persuade him. But Lu Jingyi simply closed his eyes. Go ahead. I, Lu's family, am filled with loyalty. I will not allow a scoundrel like you to tarnish our honor. Crack. Heavens will upgraded, probability rising to 2.1%. Lu Jingyi lay dead. The Allied forces may deserve their fate, but Lu Jingyi did not. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he merely compromised to survive in this sordid political arena. He held himself accountable to his principles, to his family, to Koatian Island, and indeed, to this damned Allied force. Such a person should not have met their untimely demise. Jin Huan resolved to hold the Allied forces accountable for this grievous loss. After properly laying Lu Jingyi's remains to rest, he gazed out at the chaotic streets beyond the window. In just one night, this once thriving island had descended into utter ruin. It seemed the time had come to depart. Boom, boom. Several shells struck the island, the explosions deafeningly resounding. Had the assault on the island already commenced? How much time had passed? What had become of the Allied forces sent to delay the attack? Where was my Muir? Chapter 34. Kamayama, you scoundrel, the communication talisman. Jin Huan hastily retrieved it, eager to reach Li Mu. Yet, there was no response from the other end. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. No, it cannot be. Muir must simply be occupied, lacking the time to reply. He feigned calmness and dashed outside. The streets were filled with panicked souls fleeing in all directions. In the distance, the beach was teeming with a multitude of fishing boats. A large contingent of rebel forces had already begun to land. Surrender and lay down your arms. No harm will come to you. Surrender and lay down your arms. No harm will come to you. The repeated cries echoed from all corners of Kamaima Island, creating an oppressive atmosphere. It appeared that the place had been thoroughly encircled. As Jin Huan contemplated an escape, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the rebels. Big Brother Wang. Upon hearing his name called, Big Brother Wang turned to face him. 3 fat brothers. So, you are indeed here. Delighted to see Jin Huan. Big Brother Wang hurried over. I saw the fishing boat that took you earlier at the dock. I didn't expect to run into you so soon. Observing his formidable demeanor, Jin Huan felt a surge of emotion. By the way, what of the others from Baisha Island? Sleeping Beauty and the one who can't get up are wounded and currently recuperating on the island. As for the foolish and the plump, they have gone to assault Shiba Island. While speaking, Big Brother Wang produced a red armband. As usual, rebel forces. Will you join us? Of course. I shall join as always, Jin Huan replied eagerly, accepting the armband and fastening it to his arm. Given the sudden turn of events, the rebels had not even had time to create a uniform and were forced to use these red armbands as substitutes. You must be cautious, brother. Those wearing this are our own, so do not mistake them, Big Brother Wang cautioned. Jin Huan nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he grasped Big Brother Wang's arm and quietly inquired, did you encounter any fleets from the Allied forces on your way here? Big Brother Wang pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, we did come across a few ships. What became of them? Jin Huan asked anxiously. Strangely enough, just as we were preparing for battle, they abruptly turned their vessels around and retreated. That is precisely why we were able to encircle Kamaima Island so swiftly. Perhaps even the island lord, Kamaima Rokuro, remains on the island at this very moment. Big Brother Wang stated with a hint of pride. Muir is safe. Jin Huan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, all is well. As for the absence of a response to the sound notes, there exists a multitude of reasonable explanations. The only concern now lies in the fact that one has aligned with the rebels while Muir remains with the alliance. The next encounter may well transpire upon the battlefield. However, Jin Huan possesses unwavering confidence. As long as life persists, solutions will invariably present themselves, regardless of the complexity of the challenges. Is that scoundrel Kitata still on the island? This is splendid news, for I have accounts to settle with him. Jin Huan brandished Lu Jingyi's formidable blade, intending to demand an explanation from Kitata Rokuro in retribution for Lu Jingyi. Amidst the chaos of war and the rising smoke, the remaining armed forces on Kitata Island hastily assembled private soldiers from various noble families to establish 3 lines of defense. The first line, the beach defense, offered little resistance and was swiftly breached by the rebels. The second line, the commercial street defense, was already precarious by the time Jin Huan joined the rebels. The third line, the estate of the island's lord, stood as the strongest and final bastion. The only protective formation on the island had been activated, with the remaining soldiers poised for combat, safeguarding the trembling dignitaries within. At this juncture, Jin Huan and the other rebels had arrived, ready to clash. In a flash, spells and enchanted artifacts soared through the air as neither side yielded an inch. In mere moments, casualties mounted on both sides, transforming the scene into a veritable meat grinder. Quickly, breach the protective formation, roared the elder Wang, his eyes bloodshot as he surveyed the losses among his ranks. Several adept long-range cultivators commenced their incantations, and soon, a terrifying aura emerged, directed towards the protective formation. Boom! A fissure appeared in the once impenetrable formation. Yet, it was insufficient. The cultivators who had unleashed the attack were overwhelmed by the strain, blood streaming from their orifices. They hastily withdrew, replaced by a new contingent. Boom! More cracks marred the protective formation, but this new group too succumbed to incapacitation. Again, commanded Elder Wang. A fresh wave of cultivators prepared to advance. But Jin Huan swiftly intervened. Allow me. He produced 2 spirit stones, inserting them into the recesses of his arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of laser-like energy surged forth, shattering the protective formation as if it were mere glass. Well done, Brother Sanpang. Rewards await you upon our victory. Now, brothers, follow me into the fray. Undeterred by the fierce onslaught, Elder Wang led the charge, the first to breach the enemy's lines. This time, the opposition could not withstand for long. Soon overwhelmed by the tide of assault, the ultimate target, Kitata Rokuro, the group stormed into Rokuro's chambers, kicking the door open with force. Yet, the sight that greeted them compelled them to retreat, covering their noses in horror. In the center of the chamber lay a grotesque mound of flesh, towering 2 or 3 men high, covered with festering sores that oozed a foul, putrid ichor. Upon the mountain of flesh, there loomed an enormous, grotesque head. "Is that you?" came Todoroku, ventured the elder Wong with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing the voice, the monstrous head gazed at the assembly with terror, then desperately inhaled through a lengthy straw protruding from its mouth, which twisted and coiled down into the ground. This was dire. It was siphoning the energy of the Kuin. The magnitude of the Kuin's energy was unfathomable. How could a mere chi-refining cultivator dare to harness it? As he continued to draw from the straw, the entire mountain of flesh began to swell, with numerous patches of skin bursting under the strain of the immense energy, only to swiftly regenerate into new, pulsating sores. With this influx of renewed power, came Todoroku opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of grotesque phlegm towards the crowd. "Look out, quickly!" Jin Huan shouted, forcefully pushing himself and Elder Wong aside. Unfortunately, the other two were not so fortunate, as they were engulfed by the corrosive phlegm, vanishing amidst their agonized screams. "No one is to advance. Only distant spells may assist," Jin Huan declared decisively, showcasing his remarkable leadership. Yet, someone had to bear the brunt of the confrontation, and that responsibility fell upon him alone. Gripping his sword, Jin Huan began to stride toward the inner sanctum. At that moment, a massive hand clasped his shoulder. "Listen to me, brothers. Everyone must remain behind to support. I shall accompany you into this den of dragons and tigers," Elder Wong proclaimed. He then leaned in closer, whispering, Hey, you mustn't steal my thunder." Jin Huan chuckled. "People might die? You underestimate me. Do I appear to be one who fears for his life? Very well. Then let us proceed together. After all, only fools like us would engage in such seemingly foolish endeavors." Chapter 35. The abundance of flesh. Jin Huan and Elder Wong stepped into the inner sanctum side by side. Given the gargantuan size of the creature, its movements must surely be cumbersome. "Let us test our mettle, brother. We shall strike from both sides and see who can behead him first." Elder Wong licked his lips, his face betraying no hint of fear. Jin Huan offered only a brief reply, "Don't die." At that moment, came Todoroku. Upon witnessing their return, trembled with fright, his corpulent flesh quivering. He inhaled another deep draught of Kuin liquid and expelled another stream of foul phlegm. Dodge. Drawing from their previous experience, both men effortlessly evaded the foul projectile. Meanwhile, the rebel forces behind them sprang into action, launching fireballs and ice shards. Various spells hurled toward came Todoroku. "Ah, it hurts," he bellowed in agony. However, the damage inflicted by the spells would soon heal, as if their efforts were futile, merely causing discomfort without any lasting impact. Seizing the moment, Jin Huan clutched his sword tightly, while Elder Wong readied himself for battle. The competition commenced with a burst of excitement. Dalao Wong, wielding a harpoon, dashed madly to the right, while Jin Huan set off almost simultaneously, opting to advance on the left. The two diverged in their paths, leaving Koetian Lulang momentarily perplexed as to whom to attack first. After a brief hesitation, Lao Tan made his move once more. With a swift somersault, Dalao Wong evaded the attack, only to discover that Jin Huan had already surged ahead of him. Jin Huan gracefully slid to the side, easily dodging the assault, yet found himself surpassed again by Dalao Wong. The rebels behind them quickly realized the situation and drew forth the high-grade magical artifacts scavenged from the nobles. "Dodge!" came a resounding shout as Jin Huan and Dalao Wong swiftly sidestepped. Boom! A colossal energy cannon struck the meat mountain, instantly creating a gaping wound. Although the wound began to heal, the process was evidently much slower than before. Soon, another magical cannon was hoisted into position. "Dodge!" Boom! Another wound appeared. Koetian Lulang cried out, his voice piercing and unpleasant. However, he quickly inhaled deeply through a straw, as the essence of Kuin coursed down his throat. The boils on the meat mountain writhed, and the wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace. This was untenable. They had to dislodge his straw first. Even the simple-minded Dalao Wong recognized the root of the problem. The straw was too slender, making it difficult to target with large-scale destructive artifacts. They could only rely on the two at the front to brave the advance. The rear halted the waste of magical artifacts and resumed a barrage of spells to cover their comrades at the front. With this brief respite, the two finally approached Koetian Lulang. Jin Huan and Dalao Wong exchanged determined glances, each seeing resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Dalao Wong took the initiative, leaping high and hurling the harpoon towards the straw with great force. No. Koetian Lulang, witnessing the act, swiftly twisted his massive form to evade. His corpulent flesh congealed, attempting to envelop the straw. Yet, it was too late. The harpoon pierced the straw, creating a small opening. A faintly bitter scent wafted through the air as a pale yellow liquid began to seep from the breach. "You rascals! You are all rascals!" Fury finally etched itself onto Koetian Liulang's face. In the next moment, A large, greasy hand suddenly appeared behind De Lao Wang, seizing him in its grasp. De Lao Wang found no escape, his face etched with despair. De Lao Wang, Brother Wang, Jin Huan, and the others screamed in horror. Damn it, the assessment was wrong. This turtle's body was surprisingly agile. Blood gushed from De Lao Wang's 7 orifices. Ah! Jin Huan erupted, advancing with fervor, his long knife gleaming ominously as it aimed for Kuaitian Liulang's eyes. Kuaitian Liulang let out an enraged roar, spewing a viscous liquid in an attempt to thwart Jin Huan's assault. Jin Huan, undeterred, swiftly brandished the large blade in his hand, stirring the thick phlegm into a frenzy. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he flung the viscous substance back. Tear! A cry erupted from Kitata Rokuro, as the flesh upon his body was rapidly corroded by his own phlegm. In agony, he relinquished his grip, allowing De Lao Wang to collapse to the ground. De Lao Wang opened his mouth, but the strength to speak had abandoned him. He could only gesture toward the location of the straw. Jin Huan nodded, aiming his half-corroded blade at the straw and decisively severing Kitata Rokuro's source of power. I will kill you, roared Kitata Rokuro, his hands rising suddenly. His enormous hands, akin to banana leaves, were poised to squash the 2 men before him like flies. Fire! Boom! 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 The rebel forces behind him coordinated seamlessly. As the straw was cut, multiple cannons were already aimed at Kitata Rokuro. Shells whistled through the air, piercing his body before erupting in a cacophony of destruction. Kitata Rokuro's hand, suspended in midair, froze as he gazed in disbelief at his own ravaged form. Fire again! Boom! 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 The mountain of flesh was obliterated, various foul liquids splattering in all directions. Without the support of the phlegm, such a massive body could no longer sustain itself. The entire mass collapsed like mush, ultimately transforming into a grotesque amalgam of blood and flesh. Pain! Pain! Father, stop hitting me. The only remnant of Kitata Rokuro was his deformed head, now resting atop the flesh mound, having utterly lost its sanity. I will no longer steal food. I will no longer indulge in play. Father, please don't strike me. The blood he left behind was no ordinary blood, but a corrosive acid. Observing the blood gradually seeping out, Jin Huan, despite his exhaustion, dragged De Lao Wang slowly towards the exit. With the threat of Kitata eliminated, the rebels outside could no longer adhere to the previous commands and rushed forward to assist. Once everyone had evacuated to the outer chamber, they silently regarded the desolation of the once great tyrant. I will strive to surpass my brothers from other islands. I will not bring shame upon you, Father. I will obediently heed your words. Father, I am so cold. Father, I am in such pain. Kitata Rokuro gradually closed his eyes. Let us depart. It is all over, Jin Huan addressed the gathered crowd. At this moment, De Lao Wang had been administered healing medicine, his life preserved, though his left hand had been utterly crushed, rendering him among the disabled. Just then, Jin Huan's senses detected an anomaly. He quickly turned his gaze back towards the inner chamber. To his horror, he saw Kitata Rokuro's head still perched atop the flesh, his eyes wide open. Not good, Jin Huan urgently warned. The crowd hastily resumed their battle stances. However, Kamita refrained from launching another assault and instead spoke earnestly. The alliance of 10 islands corresponds to ulcers within the belly of Kuan. Currently, 2 of the ulcers in the 3rd ring are on the verge of eruption, and a deluge of gastric acid will obliterate everything. You must flee. Chapter 36. Today we toast to our triumph. Upon finishing his words, Kamita Rokuro's head began to collapse, transforming into a mass of flesh. Heavens will leveled up, with the probability rising to 3.1%. Thus, one of the 10 leaders of the alliance of 10 islands met his demise. He clung to his last breath solely to urge our escape. The now recovered Big Wang asked in disbelief. Jin Huan nodded with a bitter smile. This despised scoundrel appeared just as foolish as the entourage behind him. Yet, at last, he had avenged Lu Jingyi, the rigid stickler for rules, who incessantly preached adherence to them, ultimately lost his life due to his unwavering commitment. He remained oblivious to the fact that the rules he cherished were merely tools wielded by rulers to deceive the masses into believing in fairness, mere mechanisms for governance and the protection of the elite. Is there truly fairness in this world? Some are born into opulence while others are condemned to the depths of servitude. What manner of equality is this? The lofty authorities chastise the commoners for their lack of ambition, claiming that the alliance holds no future, while the common folk don tattered garments and consume counterfeit sustenance, exhausting generations of savings for mere bricks and tiles. If they dare to rest, they are scorned by these well-fed elites for lacking dreams and passion. What sort of fairness is this? Jin Huan's wrath was directed at these wretches. Yet, was Kamita Rokuro not also a tragic figure? Deprived of parental approval, lacking peer understanding, and devoid of his followers' recognition, even his earnest efforts were met with derision. It was always about self-interest alone. Over time, one could lose their very essence, becoming a mere abomination craving power. Nevertheless, in his final moments, he had at last reclaimed a sense of self, performing a righteous act for his island's subjects and his kin. Big Wong seemed to recall something and hurriedly produced a communication talisman. "Hey, Han Hai, how are things on your end?" From the talisman emerged Han Hai's proud voice. "All resolved. West 8 Island has been entirely seized by the rebels." The island lord, Ziburo, was so terrified he wet himself, constantly begging for mercy. "But I skewered him with a harpoon. What about you all? We're nearly done as well. We'll discuss the details later. For now, pay heed to my words. Immediately gather everyone and evacuate West 8 Island. It is about to explode." "What? That's news to me. I'll lead the retreat at once." After ending the communication, the rebels promptly organized an orderly evacuation of all on the island. Once everyone had boarded the vessels and departed, they turned to witness Kamita Island's summit erupting like a volcano. A vast torrent of yellow liquid surged forth from the summit, cascading down the mountainside. Wherever it flowed, all forms of life were eroded to oblivion, and the very ground itself began to collapse. In a short while, the entire Turtle Field Island vanished beneath the surface of the sea. Similarly, on the other side, West 8 Island met the same fate. Thus concluded the penultimate day, the 26th. On Blue Shark Island, joyous laughter resonated. The 360 islands of the Tri-Ring had collectively declared their allegiance to the rebellion. At this moment, the principal leaders of each island gathered on Blue Shark Island to commemorate this significant occasion. This battle had been fought with remarkable prowess. The annihilation of 2 islands from the allied 10 islands had invigorated the spirits of the rebels. Even some islands within the second ring began to waver in their resolve. However, this had also captured the full attention of the allied forces. The failure of the first island chain had thoroughly awakened them. Consequently, in the second island chain of the second ring, the allies not only deployed a substantial amount of troops, but also sent 2 island leaders to oversee the operations. Victory could no longer be achieved through mere ambushes. The rebel craftsmen diligently labored to construct warships and various weapons, hoping to swiftly bridge the gap in strength between the 2 sides. Meanwhile, all combat personnel seized this opportunity to commence military training. Originating from the hunting teams of various islands, they possessed considerable combat experience. With just a modicum of training, they would soon evolve into a formidable fighting force. This period now marked the tranquil calm before the storm. According to various assessments, this tranquility would last for approximately 5 days. What should be done during this calm? Naturally, it was a time for relaxation. An abundance of exquisite food and fine wine was transported to Blue Shark Island, where handsome men and beautiful women spontaneously engaged in delightful dances. What was once the exclusive privilege of the officials was now accessible to all equally. As everyone feasted, drank, and laughed, tears flowed freely. This, indeed, was what one might call life. Just as the revelry reached its peak, the acting commander of the rebel forces, Adai, ascended the stage with a cup in hand. "Silence, everyone. Allow me a moment to speak." The crowd quieted, recognizing Adai's voice. It was well known that our rebels had fought a commendable battle. "I, as the acting commander, have taken note of each of your contributions and hardships. Now, let the awards commence. I hereby appoint the esteemed Old Wong, who dedicated himself to the cause, as the general of the vanguard, to lead the first brigade of the rebels." The crowd erupted in applause. "I also designate Jean Sanpang, who played a pivotal role in the Turtle Field Island campaign, as the general of the center, to lead the second brigade of the rebels." The audience applauded fervently, to avoid favoritism and to boost morale. The position of general of the rear was bestowed upon another highly regarded leader from a different island, known as Li Shuai Shuai. Subsequently, the leaders of each island were awarded military ranks commensurate with their contributions, and all positions held real authority with no nominal titles. This initiative once again garnered unanimous approval, and the morale soared to extraordinary heights. As the revelry continued among the crowd, Jin Huan quietly departed from his seat and stepped outside. He attempted multiple times to call out to Li Mu, yet received no response. Despite the belief that his counterpart was likely safe, Jin Huan remained consumed by worry. Now serving as a general of the Central Forces, he would inevitably lead the rebel army in a direct confrontation against the allied troops. In that moment, they would be adversaries. He pondered what thoughts might occupy Li Mu's mind upon seeing his current status. Jin Huan yearned to share so much with Li Mu, to recount the amusing tales that had unfolded. The old Wong, having lost his left hand, still insisted on leading the hunt on the neighboring island, only to return battered and bruised by the ferocious beasts he encountered. Had it not been for the assistance of his subordinates, he would have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Han Han and Pang Pang engaged in a brawl to determine who deserved more credit for conquering West 8 Island, only to tire themselves out and fall asleep mid-fight, their equal strength rendering the contest futile. They awoke to find themselves in the hospital after stumbling home inebriated. "I found a way to leave this place. Also, I miss you so much. Jin Huan spoke to the communication talisman, engaging in a monologue despite the silence from the other end. Chapter 37. The Might of General Jin. 25 days remaining. 24 days remaining. 23 days remaining. 22 days remaining. On the surface of the sea, two armies faced each other. One banner bore the sun and the moon, while the other displayed a harpoon and a fish catch. Over the course of 5 days, the rebel craftsmen scarcely rested, ultimately completing a sufficient number of vessels, albeit with somewhat rudimentary quality. Nevertheless, the rebels commanded the support of the populace, their numbers nearly 4 to 5 times that of the Allied forces. At this moment, a formidable fleet loomed darkly, confronting the well-equipped yet numerically inferior Allied troops. Old Wang commanded the northern forces, while Commander Li held the southern front. Amidst the fray, Jin Huan led the charge, piercing through the enemy lines like a sharp blade at the helm of the 2nd Battalion of rebels. Fire! The Allied forces initiated their assault. Return fire! Jin Huan stood at the bow, raising the harpoon that symbolized the rebellion, calling out with fervor. Boom! 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 Several Allied warships were sunk, while the losses incurred by the rebels were double that of their adversaries. This disparity in equipment was evident. Observing the relentless fall of his subordinates, Jin Huan's face darkened as he continued to urge them forward. With his skills, he could easily save those around him. However, war was not a stage for individual heroics. There was no room for romanticized notions of valor. If his soldiers witnessed their supreme commander rushing about to rescue others, they would not feel gratitude but rather succumb to panic. Yet, should he refrain from any frantic gestures and simply stand at the bow, it would instill a sense of reassurance in the hearts of all. The rebel fleet advanced resolutely, and the two sides exchanged fire once more. Boom! 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 The Allied forces' ships were continuously being sunk, while the rebels faced even greater losses. At last, the distance between the rebels and the Allied forces shrank to less than a kilometer. Panic ensued among the Allies, as numerous ships began to turn around and retreat. It was hardly surprising. The rebels were prepared for battle, while the ranks of the Allies were filled with those who had risen through connections rather than merit. When the situation turned dire, it was only natural for them to flee. At this moment, Jin Huan discarded his harpoon and drew his half-sized saber from his waist. Brothers, today is the day to achieve glory. Follow me into battle. The cries of the rebels echoed like thunder. Jin Huan abandoned his ship, utilizing the power of his high-grade artifact to leap forward, landing atop an Allied warship. Kill! Others swiftly followed suit, unleashing their flying artifacts to charge ahead. The upgrade of Heavens will reach a probability of 3.2%. Following a few days of intense training, Jin Huan had already broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, nearing the mid-stage of Qi refining. Consequently, the upgrades of Heavens will begin to slow against these common soldiers. However, the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming. By the time the signal was given to cease hostilities, the probability of Heavens will had finally risen to 5%. Jin Huan sensed that the quality of Heavens will had ascended from a human tier technique to a yellow tier technique. At that moment, the restrictions on challenging higher levels shifted from a 10-fold reduction to a 5-fold reduction. On the battlefield, the rebels achieved a resounding victory, while the Allied forces retreated thousands of miles. Even though the second island chain remained, many of the islands within the second ring had completely exposed themselves to the rebels. Unsurprisingly, these islands publicly declared their allegiance to the rebellion. In addition to the increase in numbers, the inclusion of the second ring islands brought vast wealth, along with robust ships and advanced artifacts. Thus, the rebel strength surged significantly. After a brief period of rest, Jin Huan and his followers settled on an island known as Great Fortress Island. No sooner had they landed than the deputy commander, Adai, conveyed a message instructing the 3 military leaders to prepare for an upcoming communication conference. As soon as he logged in, the voice of the elder Wang rang out. Brother, what a splendid battle. When your center line collapsed, the northern and southern defenses fell apart as well. Both Shuai and I hardly exerted ourselves, yet they suffered heavy casualties. General Li Shuai echoed his sentiments, consistently praising Jin Huan's valor. However, Jin Huan remained silent, the images of fallen comrades lingering in his mind. When the two finally calmed down, Jin Huan spoke slowly. Gentlemen, you flatter me. This victory is not solely my achievement. It is the result of countless sacrifices made by the valiant soldiers of the Central Army. Upon hearing these words, the room fell into silence. One need not ponder the extent of the Central Army's losses, having driven away the artillery with mere small arms. At that moment, Father coughed twice, shattering the awkward atmosphere. However, without the strategic acumen of General Jin, our brothers would have suffered casualties that could have easily doubled. While the loss of those who perished is indeed regrettable, those who remain owe you their heartfelt gratitude. Truly worthy of a commander, your eloquence is an art in itself. Hearing such words, Jin Huan's spirits lifted considerably. Now, Gathering everyone here is not to debate right or wrong, but to discuss a significant matter that requires our collective consideration. What could be so important as to summon all three of us generals? Old Wang remained his usual boisterous self. The Allied forces have sent envoys seeking peace. I wish to hear your thoughts, Father announced, revealing startling news. Peace. Goodness, they only realize the fire is at their heels and now seek to undress. Absolutely not. Old Wang stated bluntly. Commander Li, however, adopted a more cautious tone. Commander, what conditions have they proposed? Sensing the conversation had finally reached a pivotal point, Father expressed his relief. Initially, their conditions were to maintain the current defensive lines, 1 ring for them, 3 for us. As for the second ring, all the islands we currently occupy would belong to us, followed by a mutual non-aggression pact for 50 years. Commander Li's tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. Is that all? I align with General Wang's opinion. They clearly fail to grasp the situation. In my view, at the very least, they should concede the entire second ring for any further negotiations to be feasible. Father nodded in agreement. That was my response as well. Thus, let me reframe the question. If they were to concede the entire second ring to us, would we agree to a ceasefire? What? They would genuinely relinquish the entire second ring to us. In that case, I fear I may have to consent. 1 advocating war, 1 advocating peace. The crucial vote now lay in Jin Huan's hands. General Jin, what is your perspective? The 3 men awaited Jin Huan's decision with anticipation. Yet, instead of providing a direct answer, Jin Huan posed a question of his own. Commander, when you presented the conditions, did they agree immediately? Or did they take time to contemplate before responding? Father, somewhat puzzled by the inquiry, replied. The envoy hesitated for just a second before agreeing. Jin Huan smiled, recognizing that there are indeed shrewd individuals among the Allied forces. Chapter 38. A trap lies ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to share my thoughts. During my brief encounter with the high-ranking officials of the Allied forces on Turtle Island, I observed that while they may appear to be incompetent, they possess an unwarranted arrogance, each one brimming with lofty ambitions. It is perplexing that they would so humiliatingly offer the second ring to us. I suspect there may be a deception at play. Therefore, I propose that the commander should present new conditions to the envoy. Not only should the second ring be ours, but the islands within the first ring must also pay tribute to us annually. Only under such terms should we consider agreeing to a ceasefire. Jin Huan argued his case persuasively. Tribute to us? I believe those people would never acquiesce to that. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, the esteemed Wang responded. Jin Huan smiled faintly, for he awaited precisely this reply. Indeed, such an insulting proposition would be categorically unacceptable to the Allies. However, should they acquiesce, it would imply that something sinister lay beneath. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly grasped the underlying logic. That makes sense. I shall seek out the envoy at once. The elder approved of Jin Huan's counsel and terminated the discourse. After a brief interval, the conversation resumed. Commander, what news do you bring? The impetuous Wang inquired impatiently. As General Jin anticipated, the envoy's countenance darkened upon hearing my terms. Yet, after conversing with his superior, he astonishingly consented. The elder sighed and remarked, this surely indicates a trap laid by the Allies. It appears we cannot agree to the ceasefire. Commander Li, deep in thought, mused aloud. Agree? Why not agree? Jin Huan suddenly retorted, leaving Commander Li momentarily perplexed. Ah, General Jin, did you not suggest there was treachery afoot? To forego the territory presented to us would be a grave mistake. Moreover, if they possess a cunning plan, do we not have a bridge to cross as well? Jin Huan confidently unveiled his strategy, and the other 3, upon hearing it, expressed their enthusiastic approval. Meanwhile, at the Allied Command Center, General Li exclaimed, these rebels are utterly audacious. How could you acquiesce to such humiliating terms? It has brought disgrace upon our alliance. An elder pointed an accusatory finger at a statuesque female officer, who was none other than Li Mu, recently summoned back to headquarters. Oh, does General Ma have the confidence to confront the rebels head-on on the battlefield? Li Mu casually tossed her hair, revealing her signature disdainful expression. General Ma's beard bristled with indignation. Why wouldn't I? If provided with sufficient artillery and soldiers, I fear not those inexperienced youngsters. Li Mu coldly replied, oh, so your near-total defeat in the central line was due to a lack of artillery and soldiers? I thought our armaments far exceeded those of the rebels. How could we suffer such a disgrace? The assembly recognized the veiled implications in Li Mu's words, stifling their laughter and pain. Only General Ma, gasping for breath, could muster no retort. Enough noise, declared a middle-aged general seated at the forefront. General Li's strategy has been ratified by the 8 esteemed leaders above. Your agreement or disagreement holds little consequence. This was Wei Chongqing, the commander of the Allies. With the commander speaking, no further dissent arose among the assembly. Thus it shall be. The main battlefield shall retreat to the first ring. However, elite forces will be disguised as civilians, stationed in various residential islands within the second ring, poised to act when the opportunity arises. Only waiting for the other party to fall into the trap, we shall prepare a feast of dumplings for them. Yes, understood. The meeting was adjourned, and the officers began to disperse. Generally, please stay? Commander Wei Chongqing suddenly interjected. Li Mu, who was on the verge of exiting, halted, his body trembling involuntarily. The others, noticing his distress, hastily bowed their heads and quickened their pace to leave. Once everyone had departed, Wei Chongqing slowly approached Li Mu, lightly tracing his finger across her cheek. What's the matter? Still thinking about your ex? He has been quite formidable lately, inflicting considerable damage on our allied forces. Li Mu shot him a glare, pushing his hand away. I report to the commander that I have no ties with that individual anymore. The next time we meet, I shall personally slay this traitor. Ignoring Li Mu's terror, Wei Chongqing grasped her chin tightly, stating emphatically, it's good that you understand. Our marriage concerns both the Wei and Li families. After we repel the rebels, perhaps I, Wei, might even ascend to the position of the alliance's leader. Otherwise, with someone like you, I would never take a second glance. He then extended his tongue, attempting to lick her face. Please, Commander, have some self-respect. Li Mu struggled fiercely, finally breaking free from his grasp. Humph, ungrateful. Once I sever that man's head, I shall see how willingly you submit beneath me. Wei Chongqing spat venomously before striding out. Alone, Li Mu's facade of strength crumbled, and she wept bitterly. Jin Lang, why did you have to join the rebel army? 21 days remaining. 20 days remaining. Jin Huan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He had finally broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, officially entering the mid-stage of Qi refinement. After consuming another pill, he began to assess his body. Now, he had developed a resistance to the soul-type pills of the Qi refinement stage, and his spiritual strength was more than double that of his peers. Even controlling both his own body and that of Sanpang simultaneously was no longer a challenge. Next, he would consume pills to enhance his vitality. After refining the pills slightly, he stretched his limbs and began to walk outside. Today marked the day the Allied forces and the rebel army were to sign the ceasefire agreement. Everything was proceeding according to plan. 2 days prior, his father had consented to the Allied forces' ceasefire proposal. The Allied forces retreated to the second ring and were to pay a substantial tribute of monster materials to the rebel army each year. Simultaneously, the rebel army was prohibited from launching further offensives against the Allies, with both sides agreeing to a ceasefire for 50 years. Indeed, within 2 days, all Allied fleets had withdrawn from the second ring, voluntarily relinquishing control of the islands within it. The rebel army also promptly took over all islands in the second ring, advancing their frontline troops to the junction of the second and first rings. In 1 hour, it would be time for the commanders of both sides to officially sign the ceasefire agreement. The designated meeting place was a small, desolate island situated between the two armies. General Jin, the time has come. We must depart. His aide reminded him. Let us go and meet this genius commander of the Allied forces, a rarity in a century. Jin Huan donned the newly acquired uniform of the rebel army, his demeanor exuding even greater authority. Chapter 39. This cannot be real. Jin Huan first encountered Generals Wang and Li. The enigmatic Wang spoke in hushed tones. Sanpang, you have indeed proven your worth, just as you suspected. My subordinates have scoured the second ring islands and uncovered numerous unfamiliar faces that do not belong there. Have they been dealt with? Jin Huan inquired. Li made a gesture across his throat. They have been efficiently handled. Even if a few fish slip through the net, they cannot stir the waters. Jin Huan nodded in satisfaction. With potential threats resolved, it was time to tackle the formidable adversary ahead. Upon boarding the command ship, he found Commander Adai waiting. Adai nodded in acknowledgement as the ship's engines roared to life, propelling them toward the front lines. Meanwhile, Wang and Li did not board. Instead, they took a smaller vessel back to their troops, preparing for the forthcoming plans. Shortly after setting sail, they reached the rebel army's front lines. Numerous ships parted to grant passage to the command vessel. As they approached, Jin Huan spotted another command ship stationed across the way. The moment was near. Both command vessels sounded their horns in unison as they advanced toward the small island. Following each command ship were 2 escort vessels. Under the watchful gaze of both armies, the leaders ascended the island. Prior to the meeting, each faction had dispatched guards to the island to prevent any premature maneuvers. Thus, the island remained relatively secure. At that moment, the tables and chairs were set, awaiting the key figures to take their seats. In truth, all matters had been negotiated in advance. Ultimately, the signing of the ceasefire agreement was merely a formality. It was anticipated that this procedure would conclude swiftly. As the Allied forces approached, Adai quietly asked, "When do we strike?" Jin Huan leaned in and whispered, "I will laugh 3 times, and then you may sound the charge." Adai nodded and proceeded toward the conference table, where customary pleasantries were to be exchanged. This must be the commander of the rebel forces, Dai. You truly exemplify vigor with age. Wei Changqing was the first to speak. Commander Wei, your presence is equally imposing. It is said that you are a genius within the allied forces, and seeing you today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. While the two sides engaged in conversation, Jin Huan began to assess the strength of his opponents. After all, once the plan commenced, confrontation was inevitable. At present, it appears that the commander of the allied forces possesses the highest cultivation level, reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. In contrast, the highest cultivation level on our side belongs to my father, who is only at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Although both are in the later stages of qi refinement, the disparity in strength between these two layers is indeed vast in the absence of external factors. However, when external influences come into play, the situation transforms entirely. For instance, Jin Huan wields for exquisite magical artifacts. As long as he possesses sufficient spirit stones to operate them, he would remain an indomitable force below the foundation establishment stage. As for the others, they pose far less of a threat, 2 individuals at the 6th layer of qi refinement and 3 at the 5th layer, while the remainder are all in the early stages of qi refinement, mirroring our own circumstances. There is certainly room for confrontation. Oh, by the way, I have heard that the rebel forces are graced with 3 invincible generals. Have they all gathered here today? After Wei Changqing took his seat, he continued his inquiry. My father chuckled and stroked his beard. Ah, Commander Wei, you flatter me. Among my subordinates, only General Jin possesses considerable prowess. The other 2 are hardly noteworthy. At this moment, those 2 might very well be hiding away in their chambers, indulging in leisure. Wei Changqing, taken aback, pointed at Jin Huan, exclaiming, so, this young general is the formidable Jin Sampang, whose very name instills dread in our army. Jin Huan dismissed the compliment with casual indifference, his mind preoccupied with the current military deployments. According to the original plan, the Allied forces were to launch a sudden offensive during the forthcoming signing ceremony. Not only would the frontline Allied troops mount a fierce assault on our rebel forces, but the ambushed troops stationed on the second ring of islands would also execute a surprise attack, creating a pincer movement. Yet, now that this scheme has been unveiled, the script must naturally be rewritten. The ambushers lurking in the rear have already been eliminated by Generals De Lao Wang and Li Shuai, while the frontline warriors are fully prepared. When the Allied forces initiate their attack, they will face a united front of rebel troops. Even the reinforcements they have been anxiously awaiting will not materialize. Just when they find themselves in the depths of despair, the rebel forces will charge forth, utterly dismantling their physical and psychological defenses. If the timing is executed flawlessly, the complete annihilation of the enemy is not beyond the realm of possibility. As Jin Huan pondered this, Wei Changqing resumed speaking. He chuckled, General Jin, you truly are a youthful hero. Speaking of which, I have a rather intriguing connection to you. This statement instantly captured everyone's attention. To be candid, my fiancé, General Li Mu, was once a celestial companion of General Jin. What? Fiancé, Li Mu? Jin Huan's mind went blank in an instant. My father furrowed his brow. Although he was unfamiliar with this past event, his years of experience hinted that the situation had grown complicated. General Jin must be quite anxious, as he has been unable to reach Mu'er during this time. This is entirely my fault. I have overloaded my subordinates with tasks, leaving them no time to connect with friends or family, nor to inform you promptly about our marriage. Marriage. Jin Huan felt as though the world was spinning, and he collapsed into his seat. His father's face was a picture of distress, urgently urging Jin Huan to regain his composure. Yet, Jin Huan had completely shut himself off, disregarding all external sounds. Wei Changqing continued his incessant chatter. Fortunately, we are about to declare a ceasefire, and the wedding between Mu'er and myself can proceed as planned. Indeed, Mu'er specifically instructed me to personally deliver our invitation to you. With that, he produced a vibrant red wedding invitation from his bosom, inscribed in gilded characters with the names Wei Changqing and Li Mu. Furthermore, the invitation was adorned with a magical engraving of the 2 embracing. Wei Changqing extended the invitation toward Jin Huan, staring blankly at Li Mu's name and their likeness. Jin Huan's heart felt as though it were being torn apart by invisible hands, just as he instinctively reached for the invitation. It slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Clang! The seemingly paper invitation struck the floor, producing a sound reminiscent of metal. A horn blared. Fire the cannons. A barrage of shells filled the sky above the sea. Under the cover of cannon fire, the Allied forces charged forth. Chapter 40. The Battle of the Deserted Island. As the entire fleet of the Allied forces surged forward, Wei Changqing also launched a ruthless attack. A magical iron fan appeared, unleashing 2 blades of wind aimed at Jin Huan's neck. Thud! Jin Huan's father, quick-witted, tackled him to the ground just in time to evade the strike. You Wei, dare to ambush us. Though everything was proceeding according to plan, Jin Huan's father feigned immense fury. The guards on both sides were poised for confrontation. An ambush? You insignificant insects dare to assault the esteemed allied forces? Who is truly ambushing whom? With that, Wei Changqing prepared to strike again. Jin Huan's father shook Jin Huan vigorously, urging him to gather his wits, before plunging back into the fray against Wei Changqing. Yet, Jin Huan remained transfixed by the photograph of the two on the invitation. Disbelief etched across his face. The war at sea was about to erupt, while chaos ensued on the island. Ultimately, Jin Huan's father found himself overpowered by Wei Changqing, gradually losing ground. General Jin. After forcing Wei Changqing back once more, Jin Huan's father shouted at Jin Huan in frustration. If this drags on any longer, not only will we miss our opportunity to strike, but our lives will also be forfeit. Jin Huan finally spoke. What did you say, General Jin? I couldn't hear you clearly. Jin Huan's father, dodging attacks, yelled in desperation. I said, if Wei Changqing dies here, their betrothal will be nullified, right? Jin Huan raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. General Jin, do not act rashly. His father, unaware of Jin Huan's true strength, feared he had lost his sanity. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel, come and meet your end. 3 hearty laughs. That is the signal to attack. Jin Huan's father produced a whistle and, without hesitation, blew into it. The soldiers aboard the frigate heard the sounding of the horn and promptly blew the charge. To arms! To arms! The central forces advanced in unison, while the armies from the north and south encircled from the flanks, gradually tightening the noose around the advancing allied troops. Wei Changqing was taken aback, as were all the soldiers of the alliance. The ambush had not awaited them. Instead, they had unwittingly plunged into the enemy's encirclement. What was happening? Retreat! Retreat! Wei Changqing finally realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap and hastily instructed his subordinates. If they delayed any longer, the allied forces would be entirely ensnared. The horn of retreat sounded. All allied soldiers frantically withdrew, seeking to escape the encirclement. Yet, judging by the current situation, it seemed they were running out of time. Even if they could flee, only a small portion of the rear fleet would manage to escape. Jin Huan observed this scene with satisfaction, then turned to look at Wei Changqing and his companions, who were preparing to flee. Where do you think you are going, Commander Wei? He inquired, before unleashing the full force of his legs, intercepting Wei Changqing like the wind. Did I permit your departure? His hand reached for Wei Changqing's face. Wei Changqing was astonished by Jin Huan's speed, but his own cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refinement was not to be underestimated. He merely sidestepped and easily evaded the attack. Aunt, I have no time to play with you. With that, he attempted to retreat to the command ship. Trying to leave? It won't be so easy. Jin Huan brandished his large blade and struck at Wei Changqing's back, sensing the lethal intent behind him. Wei Changqing hurriedly raised his iron fan in defense. Clang! Both men stepped back simultaneously, thanks to the elixirs he had consumed and the power of his superior artifact. Jin Huan's physical strength could match that of the 9th layer qi refinement Wei Changqing. However, defeating him would not be so simple. Get out of the way. Wei Changqing was genuinely anxious. If this dragged on, no matter how high his cultivation, he would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of rebel forces. He needed to retreat swiftly. Just then, a change occurred on the battlefield. The allied forces, seemingly under some command, transformed from chaotic retreats into an orderly formation. Subsequently, the outermost fleet began to face the encroaching rebel forces from the north and south, striving to halt their advance. With this brief respite, the central allied troops could retreat unimpeded. Should the rebels pursue again, the remaining allied forces on the periphery would, as before, fiercely scatter outward, blocking the pursuers once more. By shedding layers like a cicada, although the allied forces suffered heavy casualties, their core strength managed to escape successfully. Alas, only those soldiers of the alliance, aware of their certain doom, remained resolute in holding the line, despite their utmost efforts. Even the formidable Wang and the illustrious Li could do naught but watch helplessly as their core forces swiftly departed. Fortune favors me. Wei Changqing let out a triumphant laugh, leaping onto the command ship. Leave them to me. Jin Huan swiftly brandished 2 spirit stones, readying his weapons. Boom, boom. 2 beams of laser, as wide as bowls, surged forth towards Wei Changqing. However, the 2 allied frigates reacted with alacrity, positioning themselves directly behind the command ship. In an instant, both vessels were obliterated. Yet, the command ship, now afforded a fleeting moment of reprieve, surged beyond Jin Huan's effective attack range. Cursed be it. He has escaped. Although it was uncertain whether Jin Huan would have had the opportunity to slay him even had he been captured, he was still consumed by frustration. On the battlefield, the conclusion was already unfolding. The remaining allied forces maintained their pride until the final moment, resolutely refusing to surrender. When all was said and done, the sea was awash in a vast expanse of blood. Such a scene could only be described as harrowing. Let us return. Father patted Jin Huan's shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle ultimately culminated in a resounding victory for the rebels. What remains is beyond the realm of human endeavor. Following this battle, the Allied forces would lose all control over the second ring. Even the last bastion of the first ring's third island chain now stood on shaky ground. Moreover, the Allied forces suffered significant losses here. Even if the rebels merely surrounded them, they could entrap them within the first ring. Should the Allies have failed to leave any contingencies, it would seem they have already lost this war. The only question remains the duration until the inevitable outcome. Bah! Jin Huan squinted, casting a final glare at Wei Changqing's departing figure, spitting contemptuously upon the ground. Though uncertain of the events that transpired, he firmly believed that Li Mu would never abandon him without a word. There must be some hidden truth behind it all. As if sensing Jin Huan's gaze, Wei Changqing, standing upon the ship, turned to meet his eyes. The two irreconcilable adversaries, upon locking sight of each other, were consumed by an abyss of hatred. Next time we meet, I shall personally sever your head, they declared in unison, despite the distance that lay between them. Chapter 41. Among the crowd, there are villains. 19 days remaining. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The rebels had already achieved considerable victories over the past days. It was now time to recuperate. Meanwhile, the Allied forces, having suffered consecutive defeats and retreating into the first ring, found the seeds of fear germinating within their hearts. Especially the four lords of the second ring, bereft of their territories, spent their days consumed by anxiety, unable to eat or sleep. 18 days remaining. The rebels dispatched several small units into the first ring, sowing discord within the Allied defensive lines. The art of warfare prioritizes psychological warfare above all, with direct assaults being secondary. Despite several attempts at harassment yielding little tangible results, the Allied forces have become akin to startled birds, in a state of constant alarm at the slightest disturbance. On the 17th day remaining, Jin Huan diligently practiced day and night to enhance his abilities, ultimately breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Having exhausted the elixirs that bolstered his vitality, he now turned to those that would augment his agility. At this juncture, Jin Huan's maximum health points had doubled compared to his peers. Even if he were to stand still and allow an opponent to strike him, the adversary might succumb to fatigue before he fell. Previously, Jin Huan could only achieve a stalemate with Wei Changqing, but now, barring Wei's escape, he could defeat him. However, ensuring that Wei did not flee was decidedly improbable. Yet it was still insufficient. He needed to exert himself further. Jin Huan regulated his breath, restoring his body to optimal condition, and resumed his training. On the 16th day remaining, Big Boss Wang and General Li led their respective armies to launch an assault on the first ring. The 1st Brigade under Big Boss Wang executed a feint, leading the Allied forces to believe it was merely another ordinary harassment. Subsequently, General Li launched a swift and surprise attack, catching them completely off guard. The Allied forces were compelled to retreat once more, relinquishing Mist Island, one of their 4 islands within the first ring. However, as Koitian Rokuro had ominously foretold before his demise, each island of the Allied 10 was akin to an ulcer in the belly of a giant fish. As the Allied forces abandoned Mist Island, they detonated it once more. Unwitting rebel soldiers swiftly landed on the island to pillage, only to fall victim to the ensuing disaster. A torrent of gastric acid erupted from the summit of Mist Island, engulfing the rebels who were caught off guard and unable to flee. Countless soldiers and island inhabitants, amidst agonizing cries, vanished along with the entirety of Mist Island. The once invincible and undefeated rebel army had, for the first time, suffered such a grievous blow. Not only were casualties extensive, but their morale plummeted to an all-time low. Many soldiers who had joined the rebellion later found themselves bereft of any accolades. Faced with such dire risks, thoughts of desertion began to emerge. Even the esteemed generals, Big Boss Wang and General Li, received a barrage of criticism from their subordinates. In a swift turn of events, doubts regarding their leadership capabilities began to surface within the ranks, and pressure mounted on the acting commander, Father, to dismiss them from their posts. In truth, a rift had long since developed between the new and old factions of the rebel army due to conflicting interests. Although these two generals were ostensibly the supreme commanders of their respective armies, they could not exert complete control over all their troops. This was particularly true for soldiers from the second ring, who regarded themselves as superior to those from the third ring, selectively executing commands from above. Initially, the rebellion had advanced with great momentum, rendering such issues trivial. However, when blunders like the current one occurred, the situation transformed dramatically. Following the repulsion of the Allied forces, the two generals had already cautioned everyone against hastily approaching the island. However, those individuals merely believed that they were entitled to maximize their own benefits, thus completely disregarding the warnings from the two. Naturally, the ones who suffered the most were the members of the second ring. Yet, rather than acknowledging their own mistakes, the second ring members gravitated towards a different approach, shifting the blame. This led to the previous scene. If the great Elder Wang and the Suavely were to step down, they could not only recover their losses, but also make a substantial profit. Compared to the Fog Island incident, the conflict between the two factions posed the greatest crisis for the rebels. On the 15th day remaining, after an entire night of contemplation, in order to prevent a mutiny within the rebel forces, the Patriarch chose to temporarily relieve the great Elder Wang and the Suavely of their military ranks, appointing a representative from the Second Ring in their stead. On one hand, this would swiftly quell the unrest among the Second Ring members. On the other, Jin Huan remained one of their own. Moreover, given Jin Huan's esteemed reputation, none would dare to challenge him. As long as the rebels could regain their strength, there would be ample opportunity to rectify the situation. For the time being, as long as the army remained stable, everything could be negotiated. As for the wronged Wang and Li, one could only say that sometimes circumstances are more significant than the truth. On the 14th day remaining, changing generals in the heat of battle is a grave mistake. The opportunistic Second Ring, seizing the moment while Jin Huan had yet to emerge from seclusion, sought to earn military accolades and solidify their position by launching another attack against the Allied forces. However, after such a drastic change, the morale of the rebels had begun to waver. The newly appointed Second Ring lacked cohesion, while the remaining members of the Allied forces were the Armée de la Armée, buoyed by their previous victories and under the guidance of a seasoned commander. Despite the rebels enjoying overwhelming numerical superiority, they ultimately found themselves driven out of the First Ring by the Allied forces. This crushing defeat left the morale of the rebels shattered. Yet, instead of reflecting on their impulsiveness, the Second Ring chose to slander the soldiers of the Third Ring, claiming their disobedience was the cause of their failure. The Third Ring soldiers, already aggrieved by the demotion of their leaders, could hardly contain their fury when faced with such a grave accusation. The two factions engaged in incessant quarrels, and tensions escalated once more. The Patriarch, regretting his decisions, found himself in a precarious position, burdened by the intensifying disputes and hoping fervently for Jin Huan's swift return. On the 13th day remaining, Jin Huan emerged from seclusion, having broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. He consumed the last agility elixir, and his entire demeanor transformed, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Even the Patriarch, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was taken aback by this pressure, unable to suppress the urge to kneel. Subsequently, with a cloud of smoke at his feet, Jin Huan unleashed his formidable presence, swiftly arriving at the Grand Hall. There, the Second Ring, led by the newly appointed generals, was embroiled in heated arguments with the Third Ring, spearheaded by the demoted Great Elder Wang and the Suavely. As Jin Huan himself, accompanied by the formidable aura he exuded, entered the Grand Hall, all disputes ceased, with everyone aligning themselves along the sides according to their respective factions. Congratulations to General Jin on emerging from seclusion. Faced with Jin Huan's esteemed reputation and formidable prowess, the newly appointed general, despite belonging to a different faction, hastened to ingratiate himself first. With a sudden motion, Jin Huan seized his head and slammed it against the ground. The latter's skull shattered instantly, akin to a ripe watermelon, scattering fragments everywhere. In the wake of this abrupt turn of events, the entire assembly was rendered speechless. Chapter 42. If you wish to stir trouble, then none shall eat. How dare you commit such an act of violence before us, Jin? The newly appointed general stared in fury at his fallen comrade. Yet, Jin Huan paid no heed to his accusations, instead muttering to himself, "Oh, has fate ceased to upgrade? It seems that rapid advancement is not always a blessing. Hey, I'm talking to you. If today's incident lacks a reasonable explanation, our Second Ring will not let your Third Ring off the hook." The new general, filled with rage, approached and grasped Jin Huan's shoulder. Observing the hefty hand upon him, Jin Huan furrowed his brow. Your cultivation must be at the 6th level of Qi refinement, right? And if it is? The new general replied, somewhat smug. Such cultivation was indeed remarkable among the impoverished rebels. In the next moment, two fists struck his temples with precision. A muffled groan escaped him. He did not even comprehend how Jin Huan had acted before he succumbed to death. The will of heaven has upgraded. Probability increased to 5.1%. Not bad. That fairy did not deceive me. This technique indeed possesses the potential for continuous advancement. Yet, in this place, I fear it may not rise much further. With the simultaneous downfall of the two leaders of the Second Ring, the remaining members were filled with shock and trepidation, retreating a step back. Their gazes towards Jin Huan transformed entirely, stripped of any respect, now brimming with fear and animosity. Jin Huan, noticing all this, chose to remain indifferent, merely addressing them with a casual tone. Did you truly believe that while I was in seclusion, I was oblivious to the happenings outside? Incorrect. Utterly mistaken. I am fully aware of every move you make. The fate of these two serves merely as a warning. Should anyone dare to exploit their power for personal gain again, I shall not hesitate to use my fists. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Jin Huan surveyed the assembly, declaring once more, "Who is in favor? Who is opposed?" In unison, the crowd knelt, proclaiming, "We are willing to pledge our lives in unwavering allegiance to General Jin." At last, Jin Huan turned to the figure seated at the head, clasping his fists in respect towards his father figure. "Commander, I apologize for taking the initiative. I hope for your leniency and judgment." His father merely smiled and nodded, harboring no concern over Jin Huan's audacity, only admiration and paternal affection. "With this emergence, I trust you are prepared to confront Wei Changqing?" His father refrained from mentioning the earlier suppression. Upon hearing that name, Jin Huan clenched his fists in frustration. While he could not claim absolute certainty, he felt confident, at least 70 to 80% assured. His father nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. "Very well. Since you have spoken it yourself, I shall take comfort in your words." He then rose, his expression serious. "Old Wang, Commanderly, you are reinstated to your former positions immediately." The assembled generals responded promptly, each returning to finalize their preparations. "Tomorrow, our army shall engage in a desperate battle against the Allied forces. A battle to the death. A battle to the death." The chorus of voices echoed resolutely. On the 12th day of the countdown, a resounding horn reverberated through the air. An endless fleet of rebel ships advanced steadily towards the Allied stronghold within the first ring. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the defenders, leaving them breathless. Under Jin Huan's careful orchestration, troops from the second ring were strategically positioned at the forefront as the vanguard. While it was evident that this was a perilous assignment, Jin Huan had his persuasive rhetoric ready. Firstly, those from the second ring had joined the rebellion relatively recently and lacked sufficient military achievements. The imminent circumstances were clear. This would be their final opportunity to earn merit. Jin Huan assured them that as long as they could claim victory on the battlefield, rewards would certainly follow. Whether to join the charge was left to their personal discretion. After much contemplation, the majority of ambitious soldiers from the second ring resolved to join the fray. Secondly, Jin Huan himself would lead the charge, setting an example that alleviated their concerns about potential betrayal by comrades. Thus, his prestige remained intact, and he regained the trust of all. Soon, the rebel fleet approached the defensive line of the Allied forces, and both sides held their breath in anticipation. They all understood that this would be the final confrontation. "Fire! Fire!" The commanders of both sides issued their commands in unison. Smoke enveloped the entire sea, while the sky was filled with freely soaring shells. After a fervent exchange of fire, Jin Huan raised his arm and called out, "Today is the day for glory and achievement. Soldiers, charge with me. Kill!" A deafening roar erupted as the army surged straight towards the opposing lines. Bang! 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 The fleet did not halt, crashing directly into the hulls of the Allied ships. If a ship sank, the battle continued in close quarters in the water. If it remained afloat, they climbed aboard to engage in fierce combat. Everyone seemed to have found an outlet, unleashing years of pent-up resentment and humiliation inflicted by the Allies. Jin Huan suddenly leaped onto an Allied vessel. "Wei Changqing, come out." Jin Huan unleashed two powerful punches, dispatching two approaching Allied soldiers outright. It must be said, the foundational technique, refining the body, was indeed formidable. Although Jin Huan often found himself lacking in spiritual energy, his physical prowess had significantly improved. If one were to gauge the prowess of a magical artifact, it could be posited that Jin Huan's physical form has attained the caliber of a mid-tier artifact, coupled with his superior-grade weapons. His corporeal strength alone could vanquish the majority of Qi refinement stage cultivators. Observing Jin Huan's formidable power, the already beleaguered Allied soldiers trembled in terror. "Speak. Where's that way?" Frightened by the looming threat, some soldiers had succumbed to panic. In the face of Jin Huan's advance, a soldier, trembling, raised a hand and pointed toward a distant location. Why not say so earlier? Jin Huan, having spared these individuals, soared toward the indicated direction. However, his mercy did not extend to the rebels trailing behind. A relentless wave of bloodthirsty insurgents surged forth, brandishing their weapons and ruthlessly striking at the paralyzed Allied soldiers. Meanwhile, Jin Huan leapt across several vessels and finally located the command ship of Wei Changqing. At that moment, Wei Changqing was preoccupied with urgently deploying formations to counter the rebels' relentless assault. "Wei scoundrel, prepare to meet your end," Jin Huan bellowed. Upon encountering his nemesis, both men glared at each other with fiery intensity. Wei Changqing, filled with animosity, longed to rend his adversary asunder. After delegating command to others, he ascended to confront Jin Huan. The two alighted upon an Allied warship, and the soldiers aboard, witnessing the volatile confrontation, discreetly vacated the vessel, granting the combatants ample space. "Wei scoundrel, present your neck for slaughter. Insect, bear my wrath." Chapter 43. Long time no see. How have you ascended in cultivation so rapidly? Upon their initial clash, Wei Changqing immediately sensed something amiss. It was no wonder, as advancing 2 levels in less than 10 days would astound anyone. Yet, unbeknownst to Wei Changqing, Jin Huan's progress had surpassed mere levels. Dare to touch my woman, Wei Changqing. Next year on this day shall be your day of reckoning. Jin Huan propelled himself into the air, swinging his fist downwards with tremendous force towards Wei Changqing's head. Such a bizarre approach was unprecedented to Wei Changqing. Yet his reflexes were swift as he raised his arms to shield himself. Crack! A tingling sensation coursed through Wei Changqing's entire being as he was forcibly driven into the deck, the wooden boards splintering beneath him. Landing on one foot, Jin Huan harnessed his momentum to deliver another kick. Bang! Wei Changqing, who was not adept in close combat, was sent flying until he collided with the mast. Well, I did not anticipate your progress to be so rapid. Wei Changqing propped himself up, slowly rising to his feet. If I allow you to continue your ascent, you shall become a grave threat to the Allied forces. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure you are vanquished forever. He brandished his iron fan, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Before him, a terrifying tornado gradually took shape. The vortex expanded continuously, drawing in the surrounding seawater and transforming into a waterspout. Possessing both wind and water attributes, the tornado's power surged, surpassing Wei Changqing's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Would one dare to confront it head-on? This spell had transcended the limits of superior magical artifacts. Should it clash directly, it would likely shatter Jin Huan's limbs prematurely. Just as Jin Huan prepared to evade the onslaught, Wei Changqing seemed to have anticipated this, redirecting the waterspout towards the bulk of the rebel forces. Although many allied troops remained in front, the damage inflicted upon the rebels would only escalate once the waterspout struck. If the rebel forces were to be repelled, it would be a simple matter for the infiltrated Jin Huan to achieve his objectives. Regardless of the outcome, it was unfavorable for Jin Huan. Wei Changqing's spiritual energy continued to surge forth uncontrollably, having already depleted nearly 90% of his own qi at the 9th level. The power of the waterspout now approached that of foundational cultivation. Alas, how vexing. I arrived in a state of disarray. I might as well return in the same manner. Jin Huan sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile as he positioned himself before the waterspout, raising his hands. Ah, you've come after all. With such a soft heart. How could you ever accomplish great deeds? Wei Changqing laughed heartily, intensifying the output of his spiritual energy. Jin Huan did not argue, but instead infused spiritual stones into his arms. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Stop! Jin Huan, upon hearing that familiar voice, was instantly moved to tears. He slowly turned to see Li Mu, clad in a fitted military uniform, her demeanor striking and valiant. She too shed tears upon seeing Jin Huan. Mu'er, Jin Lang. The two embraced, weeping at their long-awaited reunion. What a splendid pair of lovers. I shall send you both to hell. Wei Changqing, witnessing the woman he desired so effortlessly surrendering herself to his adversary, felt his teeth grind in rage. Li Mu pushed Jin Huan aside, shielding him with her own body. Wei Changqing, have you lost your mind? There are still so many of our own people ahead. Do you intend to obliterate them as well? Wei Changqing laughed maniacally. And what of it? General Li, I acknowledge your military prowess to lead troops to victory. Yet, you lack the qualities of a true commander. For the sake of triumph, such sacrifices are inevitable. Is victory truly that paramount? The soldiers are weary. They only wish to return home. Let us surrender. Surrender? What nonsense are you uttering? We are the noble allied forces, descendants of the esteemed Central Alliance Island. Our lineage is one that these lowly peasants can never hope to match. These ants, these societal fodder, I shall never yield to them. Wei Changqing had descended into madness. Even as his physical strength waned, he continued to burn his flesh and soul, pouring more spiritual energy into the waterspout. I shall never yield. Wei Changqing's body had turned to ashes, and the last vestige of his spiritual energy melded completely into the water vortex. The vortex's power surged as if piercing through a thin veil, attaining the formidable might of foundation establishment. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds obscured the sun. With his qi refining body, Wei Changqing unleashed a spell of foundation establishment, provoking the heavens and invoking divine retribution. Truly, he was a once-in-a-century genius, alas. Wei Changqing was no more. With the target of divine punishment gone, the wrath of the heavens could only wreak havoc indiscriminately upon the scene. The relentless thunder rained down, bringing cries of despair from both the allied forces and the rebels alike. Witnessing this calamity, Li Mu felt a profound ache in her heart. Without hesitation, she shouted to her soldiers, Wei Changqing is dead. All allied troops, cease resistance. Jin Huan, observing Li Mu, echoed her command to his rebel forces. All rebels, stand down. Do not harm the disarmed allied soldiers. With the directives from both leaders, the fighting ceased, and all sought refuge from the falling thunder. Yet, one peril remained. The water vortex, now imbued with the power of foundation establishment, began to move. Moore, there is so much I wish to say to you, and many questions I long to ask. But time eludes us. If I survive this, I shall seek you out again. Jin Huan embraced Li Mu's waist, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her lips. What do you mean, Jin Lang? What are you doing? Though her cheeks flushed crimson, she was taken aback by his words. Jin Huan smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he forcefully propelled Li Mu beyond the range of the vortex's assault. Jin Lang, you. Li Mu suddenly comprehended his intentions. She opened her mouth to protest. But it was too late. Survive. That was her final utterance. Watching Li Mu land safely, Jin Huan exhaled in relief. He then called out to everyone around him. Take care of General Li. And all of you, leave this place. The onlookers were not fools. They had already discerned the overwhelming power of the water vortex. With Jin Huan's permission, all the ships hastily set sail, fleeing with fervor. The vortex approached ever closer, its speed accelerating. Jin Huan sighed. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. He retrieved a spirit stone, simultaneously preparing his legs for action. Let us go. With a surge of strength, Jin Huan anchored himself firmly in place, bringing his hands together, aimed directly at the vortex. Boom. A tremendous wave of light, exuding a ferocious aura, surged towards the water vortex. The combined force of two superior magical artifacts was even more potent than the peak of chi refining. However, the fierce wave merely halted the vortex momentarily before dissipating gradually. The chasm between chi refining and foundation establishment was insurmountable. It was still not enough. In light of this outcome, Jin Huan appeared to have anticipated it long ago. He once again retrieved two spirit stones, loading his arms. Boom. Another wave of light erupted. Undoubtedly, this time the water vortex was merely delayed for an instant before surging forward once more. Due to the frequent overexertion, Jin Huan's arms had begun to scorch with heat. Yet, he hesitated not, reloading his arms once again. Hey. Did I not say not to always seek the limelight at your brother's expense? Jin Huan exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced back. To his surprise, the once empty sea behind him now bore the arrival of Big Wang and Li Shuai, accompanied by their respective confidants, rushing to assist. Quickly retreat. Are you all courting death? Jin Huan shouted anxiously. Big Wang, with his remaining hand, tossed aside his harpoon, preparing to cast a spell. Ever since I embarked on this path of rebellion, I have never contemplated returning alive. Had it not been for you, Brother Sampang, who saved my life, I would have long since perished in some forgotten corner. Jin Huan then turned his gaze to Li Shuai and the others. We vow to follow General Jin to the death, the crowd proclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with a resolve to embrace death. Very well, with such brothers accompanying me on the road to the underworld, I shall not feel lonely. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from afar. Brothers of the second ring, do not allow the third ring to look down upon us. I am willing to die. Who will follow? We are willing to march to death together, to defend the dignity of the second ring. In an instant, countless ships surged toward their location. Although it was still the foolish banter of the second and third ring rivalry, the third ring's people laughed heartily upon hearing it, showing no signs of discomfort. This group even sought to compete in death. From a distance, Li Mu observed this scene and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that during this time, Jin Huan had indeed fared well, forging bonds with those willing to embrace death alongside him. However, in comparison to the unwavering camaraderie of the opposing side, she understood why the Allied forces had faced continuous defeats, culminating in their current plight. The Allied forces had suffered a just downfall. With this thought, Li Mu's expression darkened as she raised her arm and called out, if there are those in the Allied forces who fear death, go home and drink milk with your mothers. The rest, follow me to defend the last dignity of the Allied forces. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Allied forces exchanged glances, bewildered. Witnessing this scene, Li Mu's heart sank further. She kicked aside the other soldiers aboard the ship and steered it forward. The Allied forces are sacred and inviolable. One ship followed suit. The Allied forces are sacred and inviolable. The Allied forces are sacred and inviolable. Other ships soon followed in succession. Even the most timid of individuals, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt their blood stirred. Before long, all the Allied forces had joined the fray. Good, splendid. Jin Huan gazed at the fearless crowd behind him, his emotions surging with excitement. To all the warriors yearning for a new life, and to those valiantly fighting for peace, follow me into battle. Jin Huan readied his arms, and the immense beam surged fearlessly towards the water vortex. However, unlike before, various attacks soon joined the fray. De Lao Wang's water wave projectiles, Li Shuai's ice spikes, Li Mu's diamond stabs, along with an array of fireballs and air blades, collectively formed a formidable assault that countered the water vortex, each side unwilling to yield. Yet, the water vortex had ultimately achieved the power of the foundation establishment stage, gradually overwhelming the collective efforts. How infuriating. We are still a breath away from victory. Sweat streamed down Jin Huan's face, and his companions similarly strained under the effort. At that moment, the final decree of heavenly punishment descended, seemingly finding its target, and struck down upon them. Boom. The colossal thunderbolt landed squarely on the water vortex. The vortex dissipated. In the instant the thunderbolt struck, all attacks perished alongside the water vortex. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun rose, illuminating the small world within Kuan. The group collapsed onto the ground, basking in the long-awaited sunlight. This comfort had not graced them for many years since their childhood. Wei Changqing had died, and all allied forces had rebelled. The remaining leaders of the 4 islands of the Alliance now cowered within the Central Alliance Island, trembling in fear. Guarded by no more than 100 loyal soldiers, the islanders, unwilling to suffer oppression any longer, preemptively confined their leaders within the chief's residence before the rebels could arrive. The chief's residence had no choice but to lower its defensive barriers. The unarmed islanders were momentarily powerless against them. On the 11th day of the countdown, reorganize, rectify, advance. The vast rebel coalition encircled the Central Alliance Island, sealing it off completely. Jin Huan embraced Li Mu from behind, both standing at the bow of the ship, quietly observing the scene on the island. Mu'er, you have yet to tell me what transpired during this time, and why you have been unresponsive to my messages. Hehe. Jin Lang, you must have been quite anxious not being able to reach me. Did you not always wish to know how to escape from this place? I received word that there was a general position available at headquarters for commanding operations, and I leveraged my family's influence to secure it. With this position, I finally uncovered the secrets long hidden by the upper echelons. Li Mu tilted her head, kissed him gently, and said with a grin, "So it was all for me. You have endured much during this time. But what? But what is the matter with your engagement to Wei Changqing?" Li Mu burst into laughter. "You jealous fool. Why are you so possessive?" Jin Huan tightened his embrace, pulling her closer. "I fear you may not want me anymore. All right, my little jealous king. This engagement was arranged by my family for better prospects, behind my back. I was taken aback upon learning the truth. Yet the powerful Wei Changqing left me with no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, my gallant prince rescued me from the depths of despair." Li Mu turned around, affectionately caressing Jin Huan's face. Jin Huan, reveling in the moment, playfully teased Li Mu with the stubble on his chin, eliciting a flurry of squeals from her. "By the way, what was the method you mentioned for leaving this place?" Jin Huan finally recalled the pressing matter and eagerly inquired of Li Mu. After all, only by departing could they hope to remain a pair of lovebirds for eternity. Li Mu, regaining her composure, responded with utmost seriousness, "Jin Lang. This Kuan possesses a severe gastric ailment." Chapter 45. A battle of wits. Due to years of indiscriminate eating, the Kuan's stomach had developed multiple severe ulcers, some of which were even showing signs of malignant transformation. Li Mu stated earnestly. Jin Huan nodded, asking, "Are these locations indeed where the allied 10 islands are situated?" Li Mu was somewhat taken aback. "You already knew?" Jin Huan gently ruffled her hair and continued, "Descending further is certainly not an option. It would only lead to being digested by the Kuan. The only viable path is upwards." Li Mu nodded vigorously. Indeed, by persistently irritating these gastric ulcers, they could provoke a violent gastroesophageal reflux in the Kuan. At that moment, by riding the wave of gastric acid upwards, they could finally escape this place. However, upon hearing this, Jin Huan couldn't help but shake his head. "But the corrosive nature of gastric acid is too potent. Even if we manage to leave, we would likely be reduced to mere pulp." Li Mu covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, exuding an extra charm. "This, precisely, has been the focus of research by the Allied Secret Agency. According to the intelligence I have acquired, they have developed a new elixir termed aluminum magnesium carbonate. Once this medicine is crushed and applied to the body, it forms a protective layer around us, shielding us from the erosive effects of gastric acid. With this potion, we can emerge unscathed. How splendid. We can finally escape." Jin Huan lowered his head, and the two shared another kiss. At that moment, a coarse voice resonated from outside. "I say, brother, why haven't you given the order to attack? What are we waiting for?" It was the boisterous De Lao Wang. Upon witnessing the tender scene before him, De Lao Wang's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly retreated. "My apologies, I saw nothing. Please, continue." "Alas, the atmosphere has been entirely ruined. Give the order to attack." The fleet set sail, and a multitude of soldiers stormed the central Allied island. Under the relentless bombardment of the coalition forces, even the formidable defenses of the Lord's Manor were ultimately shattered. Realizing the futility of resistance, the royal guard surrendered en masse, prostrating themselves. The army surged forward, encircling the 4 island lords within the council chamber. Not wishing to face humiliation, 3 of the island lords took their own lives before the army could enter. Only the lord of the Central Alliance Island, the original lineage of island masters, remained seated upon the throne in the hall, observing as the fierce army surged forth. His countenance bore an unusual tranquility, devoid of any hint of fear. Shortly thereafter, Jin Huan entered, accompanied by a host of generals. The island master scanned the assembly, lingering particularly on Li Mu from the alliance forces. Under such scrutiny, Li Mu felt a pang of guilt and lowered his gaze. Bold traitor, do not hesitate to surrender. One of the junior generals under Jin Huan stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the lord of the island. Traitor? My ancestors established this island a century ago, providing refuge for humanity to thrive until this day, witnessing the flourishing spectacle of numerous islands. It is no exaggeration to assert that without the legacy of my forebears and the protection of the alliance, you common folk would not have survived in such a harsh environment. So who truly is the traitor? The young general was rendered speechless, retreating quietly at Jin Huan's behest. The elder Wang stepped forth, cursing as he went. You are correct. I am indeed indebted to the sacrifices of the previous generation. But what have you scoundrels accomplished? Apart from imposing exorbitant taxes and exploiting the common people, what else have you done? Even hunting beasts on the island requires us to pay you worthless wretches. And you expect our gratitude? Bah! The island master responded with a cold smile. With hundreds of resident islands and tens of thousands of inhabitants, and only a handful of beast islands, you all desire the same. When the time comes, won't it simply be a matter of who strikes harder? I collect your fees to prevent your disputes. Is that not beneficial? Of course not. Have you considered that not all islanders wish to hunt beasts? We merely seek to live in peace. Yet you, in your tyranny, compel every island to pay tribute, leading to the demise of countless innocents. What twisted reasoning do you offer for this? Retorted Commander Li. Have you ever pondered that not everyone cherishes peace? Take, for instance, that one-armed fellow beside you. It would be more torturous for him to live in tranquility than to be slain. Such individuals abound. Once they eradicate all the beasts, whom will they turn against next? You or him? Pausing briefly, the island master continued. I have established this standard to avert the rampant competition that characterized the pre-alliance era, maintaining decades of peace. Should not those of you who yearn for tranquility express gratitude towards me? As for the innocents who perished, can you guarantee that without my actions, fewer would die? Elder Wang and Commander Li found themselves at a loss for words, retreating in disappointment. Li Mu stepped forward. Given the vast sums received, as the leader, you ought to take tangible actions for the common people. Yet the financial transparency within the alliance is woefully lacking and management is chaotic, with everyone eager to fill their own pockets, resulting in rampant corruption. Is this truly the outcome you desire? The chief leader erupted into laughter. I have obstructed the ascent of so many. Must I not leave them a window of opportunity? It is universally acknowledged that the allied forces are corrupt. Yet do they detest corruption itself, or do they resent their own inability to become part of the alliance? As a former recruitment officer of the alliance, you should possess a clearer understanding than I. It is this very sentiment that allows everyone to pursue development and peace rather than causing turmoil everywhere. Li Mu remained silent, clearly touched by these words. Now it was Jin Huan's turn to take the stage. So, is this your justification for exploiting the people? The chief shot him a sidelong glance. I have created suitable living conditions and a productive environment for the people. Is it unreasonable to expect their reciprocation? Jin Huan countered. No, it is the people who must strive to cultivate a positive production environment and work diligently to maintain a good living standard. As the leader of the alliance, all you and your subordinates do is exploit the populace. The chief glared in fury. I have quelled the people's unrest. I have preserved social peace. Jin Huan shook his head. Every matter possesses both merits and demerits. One must adopt a dialectical perspective. Everything you claim to have accomplished is viewed solely from your bourgeois standpoint. What of the people's perspective? You exploit them. You underestimate their wisdom and belittle their efforts. From your elevated position, you have audaciously transformed the fruits of their labor into your own painstaking endeavors, coercing them into reluctant actions while falsely claiming to act in their best interest. You are nothing but a capitalistic tyrant, a vile exploiter. The chief slumped into his throne, seemingly drained of all strength. Yet he suddenly erupted in a furious outcry. No, it is not so. I have given everything for the people. Without the alliance, the people would not even have the right to survive. Everyone brandished their harpoons, resolutely stepping forward. The people shall govern themselves. This is the choice of the people. Chapter 46. The battle with the gastric polyp. I will fight you all. Faced with the pressure of the crowd, the chief let out a wild cry and overturned his throne. Beneath it lay an abyss, unfathomable in depth. Suddenly, a fleshy tentacle surged forth from the depths. That is a gastric polyp. The crowd gasped in shock. The fleshy appendage swayed, seemingly sensing the proximity of the chief, and lunged at him. The alliance has fallen. You shall all accompany me in death. The chief screamed in agony as his entire being was absorbed by the tentacle, which then swayed again, appearing even more robust. This is terrible. The gastric polyp has undergone malignant transformation. Everyone flee. Great King shouted, urgently pulling everyone toward the exit. However, outside, the area was teeming with islanders and soldiers, leaving no time for escape. If the gastric polyp drained these people, the entire Kuan would be doomed, let alone those trapped within its body. It's no use. There's no time. All warriors at the mid-stage of chi refining and above must remain. The rest must evacuate the battlefield. We must eradicate this gastric polyp. Orders echoed outward, and a multitude of warriors boarded the fleet to depart, while a select few remained behind, prepared to fight for the survival of humanity. This choice was not born of cowardice, but rather a manifestation of the people's free will in the face of a shared plight. Jin Huan and his companions had already charged ahead, striving to decelerate the malignant transformation of the polyp, thereby buying time for the retreat of others. If possible, they aimed to obliterate it entirely. However, the Kuan, a primordial true spirit, even in the form of a mere gastric polyp, possessed formidable true spirit power. To contend against such force with mere chi refinement cultivation was indeed a fanciful notion. Yet, just as despair began to set in, several figures radiating a terrifying aura emerged from the surrounding walls of the hall. Who are they? Jin Huan regarded the newcomers with caution. Mere mortals, foolish. We are the cells and leukocytes within the true spirit of Kuan, here to apprehend the malignantly transformed gastric polyp. Armed to the teeth, the group encircled the polyp. Jin Huan was taken aback. Indeed, as expected of a true spirit, even immune cells have attained sentience. The divine immune cells disregarded the rudeness of the onlookers and shouted directly at the gastric polyp, bold cancer cells. How dare you harm innocent cells and corrupt them into malignancy? You are guilty beyond measure. Prepare to meet your end. The malignant gastric polyp's aura shifted dramatically, as it began to voraciously absorb the energy of other cells. In no time, the surrounding cells withered away. How dare you? The immune cells, enraged, could not tolerate such an affront, as the polyp had the audacity to attack its core in their presence. Brothers, we charge. One warrior brandished a massive hammer and surged forward. Before the hammer descended, the power of thunder was unleashed, scorching the malignant cells beneath. Startled, the cancer cells retaliated, directing the polyp aggressively towards the attacker. The other immune cells, not to be underestimated, swiftly intervened. A few of them swung their weapons, striking at the cancer cells. In an instant, many cancer cells perished. The remaining cancer cells huddled closely together, facing the immune cells with newfound trepidation. Is this the extent of your power? Do you dare to instigate malignancy? I advise you to surrender quickly, lest you suffer grievous harm. The cancer cells exchanged glances and suddenly began to scatter rapidly in all directions. Not good, they intend to spread. Individual cancer cells posed little threat, but if they dispersed, capturing them would become exceedingly difficult. Quickly, prevent their escape. All immune cells frantically slashed at the cancer cells. However, the sheer number of cancer cells proved overwhelming, continuously luring new cells into malignancy. No matter how hard the immune cells fought, the cancer cells only multiplied. This is dire. The situation is rapidly deteriorating. We must sever the gastric polyp at its root to halt the spread of cancer cells. All immune cells ceased their assaults, congregating near the entrance. Subsequently, a barrage of attacks descended, fully exposing the root of the gastric polyp. Humans, aid us. The immune cells implored, casting desperate glances towards the onlookers. How can we assist? Our efforts yield no effect. One inquired. You need not attack yourselves. Wield our weapons. The immune cells hastily replied, offering their armaments. Why do you not strike yourselves? Another questioned. We are genetically constrained and cannot assault normal cells. Only you can assist us. However, I must forewarn you, descending into the corrosive gastric fluid with your flesh may lead to your demise. Yet, this matter concerns not only the safety of the great Kuan, but also the lives of all humans within it. We earnestly beseech your aid. The gravity of the situation left the crowd exchanging glances, realizing the dire nature of their predicament. Please, make your decision swiftly. Time is fleeting. I shall go. Jin Huan stepped forward resolutely. Yet, before he could take a single step, numerous hands intercepted him, having plotted this intervention. General Jin, you have already sacrificed too much. It is not yet your turn to engage. You must wait until I fall before you act. I, the great Wang, have yet to make my move. Brother, please step back. The murmurs of protest echoed, as none wished for Jin Huan to be the first to meet death. At that moment, an individual, unnoticed by the crowd, swiftly dashed towards the gastric polyp. Zheng Weixian of the Third Ring Pepper Island, fighting for humanity. That person seized the weapon from the immune cells and shouted as he leaped into the abyss. Crack! The power of humanity was woefully inadequate, unable to unleash even a tenth of the true spirit cell's potential. His strike merely left a small notch at the root of the gastric polyp, and Zheng Weixian vanished into the gastric fluid. Insufficient. Far from enough. You humans, act quickly. Fortunately, the immune cells appeared to generate weapons ceaselessly, drawing forth another long blade. Liu Yunjin of the Third Ring Pear Blossom Island, fighting for humanity. Another individual surged forward, leaping into the pit without hesitation. Crack. The gap widened. Yet it remained far from severed. Do not underestimate the might of the Second Ring. Wang Shuyi of the Second Ring Iron Horse Island, fighting for humanity. A robust man shoved aside those in front, seized the weapon, and jumped down. Subsequently, a succession of self-sacrifices ensued. Zhang Yahui of the Third Ring, Li Guowei of the Second Ring, Ma Sandao of the Third Ring, Han Li of the Second Ring. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen had perished. Yet only a third of the gastric polyp's root had been severed. Let me go? My body can endure. I can save more brothers. Jin Huan roared, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled against the crowd's restraint. Chapter 47. Sir, go to your death quickly, someone. Find General Jin. The strength of Jin Huan was overwhelming, rendering a dozen men powerless to restrain him. Soon, ropes crafted into magical artifacts were brought forth. With collective effort, they bound Jin Huan tightly. Yet, amidst this turmoil, others continued to leap fearlessly into the abyss. 2/3 of the root had been severed, and those remaining were few. Whoa! Jin Huan's mouth was stifled. Despite his desire to speak, no words escaped his lips. The allied forces rallied under Wu Guanyu, fighting for the people. At last, the once timid coalition was stirred by the valorous scene before them, igniting their bloodlust. The allied forces rallied under Liang Qinian, fighting for freedom. The allied forces rallied under Gu Tianfang, fighting for their compatriots. The allied forces rallied under Qian Lianlong, fighting for peace. The scant remaining members of the coalition sacrificed themselves in unison. Only 10 remained on the battlefield. Haha, at last, it is our turn, proclaimed Zhou Yongkang, the logistics minister of the rebel forces, brandishing twin blades. He strode forth, seizing 2 knives and bravely leaping into the pit. The blades were sharp, and with Zhou Yongkang's explosive strength, he cleaved a significant portion away. Yet it was not over. His body, corroded by stomach acid, was reduced to little more than his upper half, yet he endured excruciating pain to deliver his final blow. Snap! The root was severed further. There is hope. If each person could strike 2 or 3 times, the root would soon be severed. Witnessing this, the immune cells erupted in fervent cheers. However, when they turned to look, they found only a handful of figures remaining. Only 9 remained. It is my turn, declared Yang Guobang, the vanguard captain of the rebel forces, wielding twin blades. With unwavering composure, he followed suit and leaped down. Only 8 remained. Please, no more jumping. Jin Huan wept, struggling to rise, but was pressed back down. The deputy generals of the upper, middle, and lower legions, Kudo, Hima, and Zhangyu, prepared to meet their fate together. The trio formed a human wall and leapt down together. The advantage here was that as long as those below remained alive, those above could continue to strike. Only 5 remained. As one remaining female rebel prepared to rise, she was halted by De Lao Wang with a single arm. The men Haven T perished yet. It's south not your place to charge forward, girl. With that, De Lao Wang turned to Li Shuai and smiled. Who among us is first? Li Shuai pointed at De Lao Wang's severed arm and laughed heartily. General Wang, you stole the spotlight last time. It's only fair I get my turn this time. De Lao Wang, rarely serious, replied, very well, brother, you go first. I will follow shortly. On the road to the netherworld, we shall not be alone. Li Shuai held his fists together and swiftly approached the edge of the abyss. Esteemed friends, to have crossed paths with you all, I, Li Shuai, deem my life worthwhile. He seized 2 blades, one held in his mouth, exhibiting the formidable technique of wielding 3 swords. Then, with a bold leap, he plunged into the depths below. That scoundrel, even in death, seeks to deceive me. Old Wang grumbled as he stepped forward. Mimicking Li Shuai, he clutched a knife with his mouth, while his remaining hand grasped another. Despite the arduous effort, he still fell short of Li Shuai's prowess. I, Old Wang, am off, he declared, turning back with a slurred utterance before somersaulting into the void. 3 remained. Fortunately, a slender connection lingered at the base of the gastric polyp. The female officer trembled as she rose, visibly frightened. Li Mu stood up, intending to substitute her, but she resolutely refused. I am Zhao Xiao'er, the chief of the medical department of the rebel forces. General Jin, perhaps you have never noticed me, yet I have quietly observed you from the shadows. She cast a meaningful glance at Li Mu, whose expression was undeniably complex. I harbor no grand ambitions or lofty ideals. I never intended to express my feelings. Secretly loving you has sufficed. Yet, there are words that must be spoken before it is too late. I admire you, your bravery, decisiveness, unwavering resolve, and your relentless fight for the people. With a soft chuckle, Zhao Xiao'er gathered herself, wishing to leave a beautiful impression in the heart of her beloved in her final moments. Approaching the abyss, she took hold of the twin blades, her hands trembling involuntarily. I do not wish to die yet. she shrieked before leaping into the chasm. After a brief moment, silence enveloped the depths. The female officer, whom Jin Huan had just met, departed from this world in the blink of an eye. The immune cells furrowed their brows, peering down. Alas, she only managed to strike once. One more blow is needed for the root to sever completely. Li Mu, absent-mindedly brushing his hair aside, turned his gaze to Jin Huan. Jin, do I appear beautiful? No, stop. Jin Huan frantically struggled. You promised to take me out, right? What does the world outside look like? I have yet to see it. I am so eager. No, don't go. Just one more strike is needed. Let me go. I can do it. Li Mu tightened his belt, accentuating her figure. If we escape, you will marry me, won't you? Damn it. Why is this rope so tight? Let me out. Let me out. Jin Huan's eyes blazed with desperation as he fervently nodded at Li Mu. She turned away, humming a tune. Her steps were light and buoyant, as if she were about to embark on a wondrous adventure. Don't go. Don't go. Jin Huan crawled across the ground like a caterpillar. A sight both comical and absurd. Yet, no matter how he pleaded or shouted, Li Mu would not turn back. The fireworks that night were truly breathtaking. For precaution, Li Mu also seized 3 knives. She gazed melancholically into the depths of the pit, her face etched with sorrow. Jin Lang, forget me, Li Mu whispered, tilting her head slightly before leaping into the abyss. No. Jin Huan finally expelled the rag from his mouth, screaming in a heart-wrenching wail. The sound was as mournful as it was piercing. The gastric polyp severed at its root. Immediately, immune cells sprang into action, retrieving the entire detached gastric polyp to completely eliminate any contact between cancer cells and the host. More cells attempted to rescue Li Mu, but the only thing brought back was a single strand of her black hair. With a hint of regret, the immune cells released Jin Huan from his bonds. Once freed, he cried out, crawling forward on his knees, cradling the last remnants of Li Mu's hair in his hands. No. Why? Chapter 48. Rowing across the vast sea, it is said that the Bodhisattva possesses a compassionate heart, innocent and benevolent. Armed with profound skills, they alleviate suffering. Devotion often leads to the plight of the world, evoking sympathy for the solitary traveler. The 4th sage pinched his nose and murmured, This young lad has been gone for 20 days. I wonder how it has fared? Yi Wushuang, weary of his incessant poetic lamentations, hastily covered her ears upon hearing him begin another bout of senseless moaning. What insolence is this from you, servant? The likes of you are not worthy to hear my verses. Yet, one must ponder the extent of the 3rd sage's injuries. Why has he not emerged from seclusion? The immune cells had eradicated all cancer cells from the gastric polyp. Before departing, they glanced at Jin Huan, who knelt vacantly on the ground. Humanity, we are grateful for all that you have done. As a token of our appreciation, we bequeath this discarded gastric polyp to you. Do not underestimate its worth. It is a genuine piece of flesh from the ancient true spirit, Koan. For you mortals, it holds immeasurable value. Moreover, you surely have more pressing matters to attend to. Arouse yourself, someone awaits your return. With that, all the immune cells vanished into the walls and floor, completely disappearing from sight. Yes, someone is waiting for me. A flicker of light ignited in Jin Huan's hollow gaze. He struggled to rise, stowing the gastric polyp into his storage pouch. Clutching Li Mu's hair tightly, he staggered forward step by step. On the 10th day of the countdown, the rebels had eliminated the remaining resistance and liberated all islands. On the 9th day, all soldiers who had perished in this war were laid to rest within the 1st ring. This ring would no longer house residents, but would be transformed into a martyr's cemetery and peace monument. Furthermore, in a bid to avert regional shackles and discrimination, all islands unanimously agreed to abolish the delineation of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rings, opting instead for an equitable division into square regions devoid of hierarchical distinctions. The various regions shall actively foster cooperation and communication, collectively addressing the diverse needs of their populations. On the 8th day remaining, a nation cannot exist without a leader. To elect a new leader, representatives from each island convened, ultimately deciding that the highest authority of the nation would be chosen by the islanders, granting everyone the right to participate in the election. This approach not only ensures fairness, but also prevents the emergence of autocracy. It is the most prudent solution conceived by the inhabitants. Without a doubt, the inaugural leader was chosen to be father. On the 7th day remaining, Jin Huan acquired a sufficient quantity of aluminum magnesium carbonate pills and arranged with father the timing for triggering gastroesophageal reflux. Everything was in readiness. It was time to depart from this place. On the 6th day remaining, Jin Huan finished packing and came to bid farewell to father. Before his departure, father insisted on a moment of conversation with Jin Huan. Were it not for your imminent departure, the first supreme leader would surely have been you, General Jin. I have merely benefited from your brilliance. You are too modest, father. Were it not for your establishment of the rebellion, the people would not have attained their current autonomy. Father chuckled and replied, to speak truthfully, the inspiration for founding the rebellion actually came from you. Me? This revelation astonished Jin Huan. Indeed, had you not remarked that the clever are too calculating, we would not have achieved our present success. It was that very phrase that led me to contemplate that fools, in contrast, can be excessively reckless. Thus, we, the fools, decided to act on our impetuosity. Who could have anticipated that this impulsive act of founding the rebellion would truly succeed? Jin Huan shook his head, surprised to discover his own involvement in such matters. Alas, those fools are now but you and I. Father sighed deeply. Father, will you truly not come with us? Jin Huan implored once more. We shall not depart. Our ancestors have dwelled here for generations. We have grown accustomed to this life. Moreover, the hard-won democracy must be preserved by someone, must it not? After a pause, Father continued, furthermore, if we were to leave, do you think the Emperor would allow us, who know the truth of the past, to escape? Remaining here is our only viable option. Upon hearing this, Jin Huan relinquished the thought of taking them along. Indeed, life here, aside from its lack of immortality, was impeccable. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, Father remarked, each island has spontaneously erected a statue of you, General Jin, as the rightful inaugural leader. Would you care to name the nation we have forged? Jin Huan pondered for a moment before responding. On our flag, the left side bears a depiction of a harpoon, symbolizing both the people's tools of production and their weapons for self-defense. Thus, the first character shall be the fish character, representing the harpoon. To the right of the banner, fresh catches of fish are depicted. This not only symbolizes the fruits of the people's labor, but also represents the harmonious society attained through their defensive rights. Thus, the second character signifies the freshness of seafood. Fish Fresh. What a splendid name. Henceforth, we shall be known as the nation of Fish Fresh. The people shall never forget their illustrious leader. On the 5th day remaining, as they journeyed back against the current, there remained a 2-day trek to the island where the 4 upward people were stranded. Calculating the time, it seemed sufficient. Jin Huan wrapped Li Mu's hair in a fragrant pouch and hung it around his neck, resolving to carry it with him always. Mu'er, I promise to take you out. And I shall. Jin Huan clutched the pouch tightly. On the 4th day remaining, disaster struck. Due to previous overexertion of his limbs, they began to disintegrate prematurely. How infuriating. They were merely a day away. The spirit stones on Jin Huan's person were nearly depleted, and to return, he could only rely on the meager spiritual energy of his own body to intermittently power the vessel. On the 3rd day remaining, Jin Huan ceased practicing the refinement technique, barely managing to maintain the ship's forward momentum. At this pace, although time was tight, he should still arrive before the appointed hour with his father. On the 2nd day remaining, Jin Huan felt a sense of despair. Alone and helpless, sailing across the boundless, desolate sea was tormenting. Whenever he felt he could endure no longer, he glanced down at the pouch hanging around his neck, drawing strength from the faith Li Mu instilled in him. Jin Huan persevered for yet another day. On the final day, Jin Huan, somewhat delirious, gazed at the island before him, seemingly having arrived. In his ears, he could already hear the chatter of the 4 upward people. With a swift motion, Jin Huan divided half of his spiritual power and transferred his essence into the body of the 3rd upward person, who slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 49. Can we count on something reliable? Wow, 3rd brother, you have finally emerged. The 4 upward people immediately noticed the change in the 3rd fatty. He extended his hand and pointed toward the seaside. The 2 turned in the direction he indicated and beheld Jin Huan, barely clinging to life, sprawled on the boat. Goodness, when did this kid return? How did I not notice at all? The sight of Jin Huan in such a state shocked the 4 upward people. Quick, pull him up, Yi Wushuang exclaimed, filled with concern. Yet, the 3 were completely constrained in their powers and trapped in the ground, rendering them helpless. Fortunately, the old yellow ox belonging to the 4 upward people could still move freely. Once harnessed, it hurried toward the shore. After several attempts, Jin Huan was finally rescued onto dry land. There was no time to explain. The appointed hour was fast approaching. Soon, an overwhelming wave of gastric acid would surge forth, propelling them into the gullet of the Kuan. At that moment, they would be able to escape unscathed. However, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly apply the magnesium carbonate to the masses. Jin Huan, manipulating the body of Sanpang, retrieved the elixir he had concealed upon his person and addressed the crowd. Just before fainting, Jin Xiaozai transmitted a message to me. Time is of the essence. Everyone, please follow my instructions without delay. Once you have the elixir, crush it immediately and evenly apply the powder to your skin, ensuring that every inch is covered. There is more than enough. Should you require additional, do not hesitate to ask. Before Jin Huan could act, Yi Wushuang had already begun to apply the powder to her own body. This sight warmed Jin Huan's heart. However, there was no time for sentimentality. He could already hear the thunderous roar of colossal waves approaching from the distance. Hurry up, he urged. The others frantically smeared the powder upon themselves. Faced with towering waves, they joined hands, with Yi Wuxuang tightly embracing the fractured remains of Jin Huan's corporeal form, bracing for the impending surge, holding their breath. They dared not utter a sound. Jin Huan commanded through Sanpang's voice now. With a resounding crash, the waves engulfed them, pulling them into the depths of the sea. Jin Huan gradually opened his eyes. Everything around him appeared excessively bright. This place resembled the one he had encountered the celestial being before. Indeed, that familiar yet impatient voice echoed once more. Mortal, why are you here again? What kind of obsession is so profound that it has compelled me to descend to the mortal realm? Jin Huan was overjoyed and promptly knelt before the celestial being. Despite her consistently poor demeanor, her efficacy was undeniable. I beseech you, immortal, to revive my beloved wife, Li Mu. Revive? You certainly possess an audacious spirit. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the decrees of heaven. Do you truly believe you can alter them at will? The celestial being reclined upon her celestial seat, barefoot with her legs crossed. Jin Huan lifted his gaze. Hope flickered. According to her words, she indeed had the capacity to resurrect Li Mu, but his status did not warrant such favor from her. Now aware that a solution existed, Jin Huan's mind raced with several strategies. The first was to provoke her. It seems that reviving a mere mortal exceeds your capabilities. If even you, esteemed immortal, cannot achieve this, I must resign myself to despair. Jin Huan feigned a sorrowful expression. Who cannot achieve it? Reviving a mortal is no challenge. How could it be impossible? The celestial being fell into his trap, visibly agitated as she set her feet down. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, reverting to her aloof demeanor. But why should I assist you? Frustratingly, the provocative tactic almost succeeded. Nevertheless, he had a second plan. Since her descent was forced by his overwhelming obsession, it indicated that his state was disadvantageous for her. In other words, this was a bargaining chip for negotiation. Thus, he would amplify his yearning. Oh, immortal, how I long for my beloved wife. Since her departure, I have been consumed by an insatiable longing, unable to find solace in food or drink. Each morning, upon awakening, her visage appears vividly before my eyes. This obsession is excruciating, and I remain uncertain how much longer I can endure such torment. Upon hearing the final words, the celestial maiden visibly faltered. Such fervent affection, while commendable, must not cloud one's vision of the future. Consider, for instance, that young lady, Yi Wuxuang. Does she not also capture your admiration? Fostering a harmonious life together is far more beneficial than anything else. My dear lady, I miss you. How fare you in that distant realm? Jin Huan erupted in tears and lamentations. This was the third proposal. Observing the celestial maiden's perpetual impatience, it was clear she despised dealing with the trivialities of the mortal realm. Since she exhibited such disdain, I resolved to compel her to expedite the resolution of this matter. As Jin Huan continued his relentless outcry, the maiden's patience neared its limit. Very well, resurrection is indeed possible. However, it comes with conditions. Jin Huan promptly settled himself obediently on the ground. Seeing him finally subdued, the celestial maiden let out a sigh of relief. I have truly had my fill of the chaotic affairs of your world. Let me make it clear, reviving a soul contravenes the natural order, and thus must be conducted in secrecy. Moreover, I have several other matters that require discreet handling. I cannot attend to them personally, so I entrust them to you. Once you have accomplished these tasks, we shall revisit the subject of resurrection. Upon hearing that he could possibly revive Li Mu, Jin Huan did not hesitate to agree without inquiring further. Please, esteemed immortal, give your commands. Whatever the task, I shall see it done to perfection. The celestial maiden shot him a sidelong glance, evidently displeased with him for some time. The resurrection of Li Mu involves 3 steps: preserving the spirit, reconstituting the physical form, and the soul's return to its rightful place. Only upon the completion of all 3 steps can one truly be revived. Therefore, I shall assign you 3 tasks. Upon the completion of each, I will facilitate a step in the resurrection process. Once all tasks are fulfilled, you shall be reunited with your beloved. Jin Huan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his body leaning forward involuntarily. First, you must slay the emperor of the human race. His reluctance to ascend has set a poor example. Observing the celestial maiden's nonchalant demeanor, as though she spoke of an easy feat, Jin Huan's mouth fell agape. What jest is this? I am merely at the chi refinement stage, and you expect me to slay the strongest practitioner of the human tribe? If you do not wish for me to revive you, simply say so. Do not present me with these utterly unfeasible tasks as mere trifles. Yet the celestial maiden remained undeterred and continued. Second, you must perform sterilization on at least 5 true spirits. These true spirits, taking advantage of the absence of oversight, roam freely and their progeny possess extraordinary strength, severely disrupting the balance of the mortal realm. This task is increasingly implausible. The emperor was at least an ordinary human who ascended through arduous cultivation. These true spirits have existed since the dawn of time as the mightiest beings in the world. Jin Huan rose from his seat, already overwhelmed by the impulse to shatter his bowl in frustration. What is the next task? To obliterate the entire world. Thirdly, to annihilate the ascension passage to the lower realm. Chapter 50, Becoming an Unlikely Master. Thud. Jin Huan collapsed onto the ground. The celestial being was momentarily stunned by his nonsensical behavior. What are you doing? Jin Huan turned to his side, adopting a more comfortable position. Nothing, just lying down. Lying down for what? Hurry and complete your task. The celestial being was increasingly perplexed. Regardless of whether I do it or not, my wife isn't coming back, right? This task is impossible for anyone to accomplish, isn't it? So I'm just going to lie here. You do as you wish. You. The celestial being gritted her teeth. Well, you're just waiting for me here. This was Jin Huan's final strategy, retreating to advance. All right. I shall lower the difficulty for you. Jin Huan turned back, but remained stubbornly sprawled on the ground. The first task was revised to persuading the Emperor of Humanity to ascend. The Emperor has a young daughter whom he dotes on dearly. You could start from there. Upon hearing this, Jin Huan thought, fine, although the task remains difficult, there is still a chance of completion. The second task was changed to at least having hybrid offspring with 5 female true spirits of the human race. If I cannot eliminate them, then let chaos reign in the lower realm. After all, reaching a certain level of chaos could be considered a form of balance. After speaking, she shot Jin Huan another glance. You have no objections to this, right? With your charm, this foolish task is something only you could accomplish. Jin Huan sat up, nodding vigorously as if he were pounding garlic. As for the final task, never mind. Given your current strength, it is indeed unachievable, so consider it a gift for you. I will first complete the initial step of revival, preserving Li Mu's soul for you. However, there is a time limit of 50 years. Within 50 years, you must accomplish at least one of these 2 tasks. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the integrity of her soul. Furthermore, do not forget this third task. When your strength is sufficiently formidable, I will personally seek you out. Should you dare to refuse or fail the task at that time, I will personally take the life of your dearest. Upon hearing this, Jin Huan immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. What awaited him, however, was another roll of the celestial being's eyes. And do not say I lack compassion. I shall also gift you a ground-level technique to aid in your swift ascension in strength. Let me remind you, this technique can also be advanced. If you enhance your prowess, you might indeed become a unique being in the lower realm, possessing 2 heavenly-level techniques. But then, my troubles will only multiply. Oh, and do not forget to release your obsession. The celestial being's voice faded into the distance, and the space began to shatter. It seemed the dream was nearing its end. Jin Huan opened his eyes to find himself upon a glacial expanse. Communicating with the soul left in Sanpang, Jin Huan learned of the entire escape process. The acidic tides surged against the flow, carrying the masses from the stomach into the esophagus, ultimately reaching the throat of Koan. At this juncture, Sanpang's body had attuned itself to the external spiritual energies, prompting him to decisively activate the pre-prepared teleportation talisman, transporting them to this location in an instant. As for Koan, he seemed utterly distressed, plunging into the depths of the water and never resurfacing again. However, although the group had freed themselves, they did not hasten to depart. Rather, they chose to remain and recuperate in situ, for none among them possessed feet. Previously, the trio's feet had become ensnared in the ground, rendering them incapable of applying medicine. Thus, when the gastric acid surged forth, it naturally consumed their feet along with it. Fortunately, their recovery abilities during the foundation establishment stage were robust, and after a brief interval, they would regenerate anew. Jin Huan had reverted to his human stick form and needed to solicit Xishang Ren's assistance once more to craft a set of prosthetic limbs. Previously, Xishang Ren had been willing to lend a hand due to his need, but now that the group was free, it was uncertain whether the proud Xishang Ren would be inclined to assist again. It appeared necessary for Jin Huan to cloak himself in a semblance of status. After all, one's identity is often self-bestowed in the world. Jin Huan communicated with the soul residing within Sanpang and commenced their performance. Ah, little Jin, you have awakened. Sanpang was the first to speak. The others opened their eyes and turned their gazes toward Jin Huan, reporting to Xishang Ren. Thanks to your blessings, I am now unharmed. Sanpang feigned a nod and prompted Jin Huan to recount his experiences during this interval, a gesture intended to elicit sympathy from Xishang Ren. Thus, Jin Huan embellished his tales of the past month, selectively omitting the more inappropriate and violent details. Upon hearing this extraordinary account, Xishang Ren was indeed moved. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang, after listening to the tragic love story of Jin Huan and Li Mu, wept profusely. Her gaze toward Jin Huan now imbued with sympathy and tenderness. The moment was ripe. Seizing the opportunity, Sanpang declared, "Indeed, you have executed this task with remarkable prowess. and I am exceedingly satisfied. Coincidentally, I am in need of a closed-door disciple. Would you be willing? Upon hearing Sanpang's words, Xishangren, accustomed to opposing him, instinctively retorted, such a talented individual deserves better than to be wasted guarding a dilapidated pill furnace all day. Jin, become my disciple, and I shall teach you the finest crafting techniques. Sanpang, sensing the bait had been taken, quickly fanned the flames. Old four, this is too much. It's one thing to oppose me, but must you also covet my disciple? Xishangren, reveling in Sanpang's agitation, responded, is it truly a matter of coveting? It is a fair competition, you know. Jin, do you wish to stand again? I can craft the finest prosthetics for you right now. Sanpang's face flushed with embarrassment. Choose me. Xishangren, spitting with fervor, proclaimed, choose me. Right now? Jin Huan shifted his body and bowed to Xishangren. I pay my respects, master. Forgive me, esteemed master, for I lack the talent for alchemy. It seems that the crafting of artifacts suits me far better. Upon witnessing Jin Huan's selection of himself, Xishangren's lips curled into a smile that nearly reached his brow, blissfully unaware of the trap he had fallen into. Sanpang feigned exasperation, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Observing this spectacle, Xishangren straightened his posture even more. Since we lack the fated bond of master and disciple, I shall not force the matter. However, you have rendered me a life-saving favor, and should I fail to reciprocate, I fear I shall be unable to overcome my inner demons. Very well, I shall gift you this magical cloak, which has accompanied me for many years. A single deception is a pitfall, 2 deceptions are no different. Since Xishangren had already stumbled into the pit, he might as well bleed a little more. Sanpang produced his most treasured magical cloak and presented it to Jin Huan. After all, to them, they were but one and the same, merely shifting from left hand to right. Yet, to the oblivious Xishangren, this was utterly bewildering. What is this? The miserly Sanpang is actually relinquishing his life-saving artifact? He pondered. What gift should I bestow upon my disciple? Surely it cannot be inferior to a mere passerby's offering. Once Jin Huan accepted the magical cloak, the onlookers turned their anticipatory gazes towards Xishangren. Hee. Xishangren chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 51. The Gift of Death. Noticing Xishangren's nonchalance, Sanpang immediately adopted a mocking tone. Oh dear, little Jin Huan, it seems your master doesn't hold you in high regard. Are you regretting your choice? Perhaps it is time to find a new master? Avoiding a slap, but not a face slap, especially for someone as proud as Xishangren, was no small feat. What do you mean, change masters? I would never neglect my dear disciple. Here, my obedient pupil, I bestow upon you this mechanical yellow ox. Xishangren reluctantly produced his steed, the mechanical yellow ox, and led it to Jin Huan. Oh, I expected something of greater value. I thought it was just a worthless yellow ox. Sanpang was not about to let him off the hook so easily. What is wrong with the yellow ox? Do you understand its worth? In terms of speed, attack, and defense, this ox has reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, with sufficient spirit stones. It is invincible below the golden core stage. Moreover, its 4 stomachs represent 4 artifact crafting furnaces, making it a veritable mobile workshop. Do you comprehend the significance of this for a craftsman? Understanding the ox's importance, Jin Huan quickly bowed again. Thank you, master, for this invaluable treasure. It is truly extraordinary and unique to me. Witnessing Jin Huan's gratitude, Xishangren's expression softened slightly at the loss of his precious item. Well then, everyone seems to have recovered. Old four, hurry and reattach little Jin's limbs. The wilderness is perilous. We must return to the human realm swiftly. It has likely been long enough that our pursuers have given up. A look of embarrassment crossed Xishangren's face. The materials I have on hand are quite scarce. Last time, I barely managed to assemble 4 limbs, and this time, it is simply impossible. The portly figure glared at me. Are you trying to evade your obligations? Old man, such harsh words. What do you mean by evading obligations? Come, everyone, let us gather what materials we possess. If we can amass a complete set, I shall commence immediately. The crowd promptly rummaged through their storage bags, clattering their materials onto the ground. Yet, it became evident that neither Yi Wushuang nor the portly fellow were smiths, and thus, they lacked an abundance of refining materials. Even if they pooled all the spoils from the previous massacre, they would only suffice for 2 legs and 1 arm. As for the remaining arm, it was simply unattainable. At that moment, Jin Huan utilized his telekinetic skill to open his storage bag and retrieve the recently acquired gastric polyp from the coin. Plop! A chunk of flesh, approximately the size of an arm, landed atop the heap of materials. The 4 onlookers gazed at Jin Huan with curiosity, to which he affirmatively nodded. Indeed, this was the gastric polyp of the koan. After the immune cells had thoroughly eradicated all cancer cells, the once towering polyp had shrunk to the size of an arm, a testament to the formidable nature of cancer cells. Nevertheless, even this meager remnant, if placed in the outside world, would be a coveted treasure fiercely contended by countless factions. After all, this was authentic flesh from an ancient true spirit. The four onlookers inhaled deeply as they grasped the polyp. This is sufficient. I, the four onlookers, have never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. To think we could utilize the flesh of a true spirit for refining, without needing the portly fellow's urging. The four onlookers promptly began preparing for the refinement process. For a smith, being able to forge artifacts of superior quality is the hallmark of a true master. Such prestige is a lifelong aspiration for all smiths. After all, materials of this exceptional caliber are not encountered by everyone. Thus, for the four onlookers, this gastric polyp served as the most potent motivation. To this end, he even temporarily borrowed the mechanical ox from Jin Huan once more. Consequently, the group remained in place for another 2 days. During this time, the four onlookers busied themselves fervently with the refining process, uttering only a single phrase. Should it be the left hand or the right hand? This naturally referred to the limb crafted from the Kuan flesh. Jin Huan chose his dominant hand, the right. The four onlookers nodded in approval. The right hand is excellent. It is suited for playing basketball. Thereafter, he delved back into his labor. Meanwhile, the spirit residing within the portly fellow began concocting the various elixirs necessary for foundation establishment. After all, now that the person had emerged, his chi cultivation was evidently insufficient, necessitating an urgent enhancement of power. As for Yi Wushuang, she played the role of a caretaker, willingly attending to Jin Huan's every need, ensuring he was nourished and refreshed. A cold-faced assassin had seamlessly transformed into a dutiful caretaker. Jin Huan's daily activities were remarkably simple: cultivation, cultivation, and more cultivation. In his mind, the newly bestowed earthly level technique Heavenly Shield from the celestial realm emerged. This appears to be a defensive art, divided into 3 tiers. The first tier allows one to block 30% of incoming damage, while simultaneously reflecting 30% back to the source of the harm. It can be mastered during the chi refinement stage. The second tier enhances this to 50% damage mitigation, achievable during the foundation establishment stage. The third tier, however, enables one to block 70% of damage and reflect 70% back, requiring attainment of the golden core stage. As for the Celestial's mention of advancement, the prerequisite is to endure 10,000 attacks after practicing this technique. Subsequently, Heavenly Shield would ascend to the legendary heavenly level art, with damage mitigation across all tiers elevated by 1 level. Furthermore, a new 4th tier technique, Indestructible Diamond, would be introduced. Upon mastering the 4th tier, all attacks directed at Jin Huan would be entirely reflected back to the assailant. This is the true essence of a heavenly level art, invincible. Not only would he remain unscathed, but he could also vanquish his adversaries. With such a formidable technique, who in the lower realms would dare oppose him? Naturally, the difficulty of mastering this art is considerable. One must absorb a full onslaught of 10,000 attacks without defensive measures, and one's cultivation must reach the nascent soul stage to practice it. Fortunately, even without considering the 4th tier, the original technique is already remarkably powerful. As for the advancement, he would contemplate it when the opportunity arises. For now, Jin Huan once again examined his body. Cultivation, Chi Refinement Stage 6. Health, 1500. Spiritual Power, 100. Heaven's Will, Yellow Level Technique, with a 51 chance to instantly eliminate the target upon attack. Can be advanced. Heavenly Shield, Earth Level Technique, 1st tier cultivated. Blocks 30% of damage and reflects 30% back upon being attacked. Can be advanced. Progress, 000. Body Refinement Technique, Earth Level Heart Method, 1st tier cultivated. Absorbs spiritual energy, dissipating half to enhance the physical body. Jin Huan nodded, thoroughly satisfied with his physical condition. Coupled with the magical cloak and the mechanical ox possessing the strength of a late foundation establishment cultivator, he could confidently navigate the world, provided he did not provoke golden core elders. As for nascent soul cultivators, he felt no concern, as long as he did not act recklessly like the 4th Ascendant. Encountering a nascent soul powerhouse would not be so easily achieved. Indeed, he had even devised a self-destructive style tailored to his circumstances. I want you to strike me. The harder you hit, the sooner you perish. Chapter 52. The Divine Martial Rankings. 2 days had passed. After 2 days of relentless crafting by the 4th Ascendant, Jin Huan's limbs had all been completed. This time, without the suppression of the Kuan, all limbs had attained the level of magical artifacts. Notably, the right arm, crafted from the gastric polyps of the Kuan, radiated an exceptionally powerful aura. His legs were classified as mid-grade magical artifacts, while the left arm was a low-grade artifact. As the 4th Ascendant's most prized creation, he even inscribed his signature in a concealed area of the right arm made from Kuan flesh. After all, this artifact had become akin to a work of art. After personally fitting Jin Huan with a prosthetic limb, he gazed at Jin Huan's form with palpable excitement, occasionally caressing the crafted appendage. To an outsider, this scene appeared undeniably ambiguous. even causing Yi Wushuang to blush slightly. Come, throw a punch and see, Si Shangren encouraged. Patting Jin Huan's right arm, eager to ascertain its strength. Jin Huan adjusted his body, striving to acclimate to his limbs. He then raised his right hand and struck fiercely at a nearby iceberg. Boom. The iceberg remained utterly unyielding. The onlookers stared at the iceberg, seemingly anticipating something. However, after a prolonged silence, the iceberg showed no sign of reaction. Shouldn't it have been shattered to pieces? San Pang inquired of Si Shangren, glancing at the iceberg. Indeed. It should at least leave a sizable hole, wouldn't you agree? Si Shangren pondered, equally perplexed, as San Pang and Si Shangren deliberated. Even the usually reticent Yi Wushuang could not resist adding her thoughts. The iceberg appeared unscathed. Could it be that this artifact crafted from Kuan flesh did not even reach the quality of a magical treasure? The ability to move mountains and fill seas is a fundamental trait of such artifacts. If this was beyond its capabilities, it must surely rank below that of a magical treasure. No, that is absolutely impossible, Si Shangren exclaimed, hastily re-examining his creation. He could not bear the thought of having produced such a dismal result. After a series of tests, the group reached a unanimous conclusion. The right arm made from Kuan flesh indeed possessed only the quality of a mid-grade magical artifact, corresponding to the abilities of a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. How fascinating. This is utterly intriguing, Si Shangren exclaimed, disregarding the curious glances from the others as he began to dance exuberantly. Yi Wushuang discreetly whispered to San Pang, "My lord, do you think he has lost his mind? After 2 sleepless days and sacrificing a precious piece of ancient true spirit flesh, he has only produced a mid-grade magical artifact. Even the most inept of craftsmen would find this disgraceful." "Mad? I am not mad. I am positively overjoyed," Si Shangren promptly retorted. Following this, he raised Jin Huan's right hand, addressing the crowd. "Behold, this Kuan arm, merely a mid-grade magical artifact. Does that seem reasonable?" "Unreasonable," the crowd responded in unison. "Is this normal? I believe you're the one who is quite abnormal. Speak your mind without pretense," the spirit residing within San Pang retorted bluntly. "No, consider the logic here. Jin, at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, is precisely at the mid-stage. Yet, this Kuan arm, imbued with true spirit energy, is neither a spiritual treasure nor a magical artifact, but inexplicably a mid-grade magical artifact. Can this truly be mere coincidence? Are you suggesting that the grade of the Kuan arm is linked to the wielder's cultivation level?" Yi Wushuang inquired. "Astute. You are far sharper than a certain dullard. The young man now possesses merely the cultivation of Qi refinement, and thus his Kuan arm is only of artifact quality. However, should he one day break through to the nascent soul stage, would not this Kuan arm ascend to the level of divine weaponry?" Yi Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. The 4th master nodded, his face brimming with pride. "On the divine weapon ranking, there are fewer than 100 divine weapons. Perhaps one day, one will indeed be crafted by me, the 4th master. My precious disciple, you must strive to excel. Whether I am immortalized in history depends on your fortune." The divine weapon ranking is inscribed on nameless stone tablets scattered across the lofty mountains of the lower realm, chronicling all artifact-grade divine weapons known to exist. No one knows who erected these tablets, nor when they will be updated. Yet all acknowledge that each divine weapon recorded represents the pinnacle of artifact mastery in this world. Currently, 72 divine weapons are documented, each deemed a national treasure. On the entire continent of Shenzhou, only one divine weapon exists, the God-slaying whip held by the human emperor. Ranked 54th. This is one of the reasons why humanity can stand firm against foreign invasions. The other divine weapons are firmly held by the savage clans. Without strength, even obtaining a divine weapon by chance would only lead to a fate of being hunted down across the world. This, of course, serves as a testament to the immense value of divine weapons. Jin Huan gazed at his Kuan arm with eyes full of anticipation. Since this Kuan arm possesses such potential, it deserves a resounding name. What thoughts do you all have? I observe this arm brimming with murderous intent. How about naming it the slaughter arm? You certainly resemble a slaughter arm. Perhaps we might call it the Qilin arm? Be wary of accusations of plagiarism. Otherwise, let us name it the Iron Mountain Support. Little Black, get lost. I have a splendid idea. Jin Huan suddenly interjected. Let us hear it. It could be called the unmatched right arm of the ancient true spirit. The indomitable Kuan of legend. The 4th master delivered a flying kick, sending Jin Huan several meters away. Let us call it the true martial arm. San Pang continued. Have you forgotten about me? The 4th master executed a spinning kick, sending San Pang flying as well. How about we call it the northern underworld true Kuan arm? Yi Wushuang suggested softly. That sounds quite agreeable. With so many previous negative examples, it is refreshing to hear something normal. Good disciple. Remember this. Although the northern underworld true Kuan arm is currently only of artifact quality, it is crafted from the flesh and blood of a true spirit. and its hardness is incomparable to any force below that of a true spirit. Therefore, at this stage, you may regard it as an excellent defensive artifact. Jin Huan nodded, committing the fourth master's teachings to heart. Having completed all matters here, it was time for everyone to embark on their journey back to the human realm. However, before that, there was one more task to attend to. During their month of absence, they had had no contact with the headquarters of the Yama Palace. This behavior is indeed a grave transgression. The fourth ascendant activated the communication device of the Yama Hall, attempting to contact headquarters. A familiar bovine apparition materialized amidst the static. Third ascendant, fourth ascendant, you are still alive? Long time no see, Elder Nyo. Why do you curse us upon your arrival? The fourth ascendant replied with a forced smile. Elder Nyo chuckled heartily. That is indeed my fault. To escape the grasp of two nascent soul experts. Even I lack absolute confidence, yet you have succeeded. I must admit, you have surprised me greatly. Feeling somewhat abashed, the third plump one confessed, to be honest, Elder Nyo, our escape was purely by chance. It seems we have inadvertently crossed into the wilderness of the barbarian lands. What? You have entered the wilds? Elder Nyo's expression shifted dramatically. The third plump one and the fourth ascendant exchanged resigned nods. How reckless. Do you not realize that the dangers of the barbarian lands may even surpass the abilities of nascent soul experts? To evade the pursuit of your kind only to plunge into a more perilous realm is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Elder Nyo's tone turned serious. This has already transpired. We merely wish to return as swiftly as possible, the fourth ascendant replied helplessly. Of course, we are all aware of the true culprit behind this situation. Elder Nyo sighed once more. Alas, what am I to say to you? By the way, is the illegitimate child still alive? He is alive, and the fourth ascendant has taken him as a disciple. The third plump one quickly interjected. Oh, that is good news. In that case, I shall inform the personnel at the hall to formally incorporate him as a member of the Yama Hall. Remember, this child is crucial to our forthcoming plans. You must ensure his safety. It was evident that Elder Nyo held great regard for Jin Huan, though the nature of his plans remained a mystery. Yes, we shall obey. The group readily assented. Additionally, there is another matter I must relate to you. Suddenly, Elder Nyo's tone took on an unusual gravity. What is it? The fourth ascendant inquired cautiously. Thanks to the mischief you wrought outside Qingyan City, the city lord has united all the imperial armies to uproot the secret strongholds of the Yama Hall hidden within the major cities. Now, all members of the Yama Hall have been withdrawn to the vast desert. Until the storm passes, we must avoid any actions that might reveal our whereabouts. Despite the distance, the fourth ascendant and his companions could still feel an oppressive aura, causing cold sweat to bead on their backs. Elder Nyo paused before continuing. If you manage to return to the human realm, be sure to conceal your identities and return to headquarters with utmost haste. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. And the illegitimate child? The third plump one hinted. The illegitimate child's aspirations are overly ambitious. Should we hastily bring him back, it may inadvertently cause unnecessary turmoil within the palace. Therefore, since his identity does not yet belong to the Yama Hall and his cultivation level is still low, let him choose to join one of the 10 major sects in the Divine Land. This way, we can ensure his safety while simultaneously establishing him as our sole undercover agent outside the Yama Hall, potentially providing us with valuable intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Nyo issued these directives. Elder Nyo's wisdom is commendable. The crowd hastened to shower him with flattery. All right, let us return quickly. The wilderness is not a place for prolonged stay. With that final remark, Elder Nyo abruptly ended the communication. The group exchanged glances. Realizing that their momentary carelessness had nearly cost them their lives and had entangled the entire Yama Hall in significant repercussions. Looking towards the fourth, their eyes brimmed with resentment. Let us depart. Knowing this place is Biming, we shall continue southward until we reach the Divine Land. As compensation for their troubles, the fourth generously produced a highly rated flying vessel, discreetly ferrying everyone southward. It seemed that Biming was under the dominion of the Kuan, and prior to their departure, they encountered no further dangers. After all, no matter how ferocious the demon tribes may be, they dared not act recklessly in the presence of the ancient true spirit, Kuan. The vessel flew continuously for 2 days before finally leaving Biming. Just how many teleportation talismans did Sanpang use in one go? Upon exiting Biming, they still faced an expanse of endless grasslands before reaching the Divine Land. However, this prairie is inhabited by the Tsanglong tribe, the Zhanshu tribe, and the Meiyang tribe, along with numerous other small and medium-sized demon factions. These tribes not only possess considerable strength, but are also sworn enemies of humanity. Navigating through safely may prove to be quite a challenge. With no alternative, they resolve to forge ahead despite the risks. Fortunately, these 3 major demon tribes are often embroiled in conflict with each other, frequently dragging along several subordinates into their skirmishes. By taking advantage of their internal strife, they might escape through the gaps in their forces with reduced risk. With a firm resolve, the group cautiously ventured deeper into the prairie. After another day, they finally encountered a demon reconnaissance team from the Songlong tribe. Naturally, they concealed themselves before being discovered. What is the situation, fourth? What is the cultivation level of that reconnaissance team? Sanpang inquired quietly while lying on the ground. The Songlong tribe is becoming increasingly weaker. Aside from the leader, a foundational demon wolf with awakened intelligence, the others are mere chi refinement beasts with no intelligence at all, the fourth assessed while discreetly observing. Shall we take them down? Sanpang asked tentatively. Let us go. The fourth responded decisively. However, before they could rise, a striking figure had already dashed forward. Slap, slap. Yi Wushuang boldly took action, effortlessly subduing all the reconnaissance soldiers of the Songlong tribe. To the astonishment of those present, she returned, dragging back a small Songlong wolf that was barely clinging to life. Did you just charge out there? One of the onlookers asked, disbelief etched on their face. Wasn't it the master's command to engage? Yi Wushuang replied with an innocent expression. There were at least a dozen magical beasts on the opposing side. Despite their low cultivation, you single-handedly dealt with them all? Sanpang scratched his head in confusion. I have no idea. As soon as I made my move, they all fell. Yi Wushuang shrugged, extending her hands in a gesture of nonchalance. The crowd was left speechless. This woman truly possessed formidable strength. Although the men had their glory somewhat overshadowed, one could view the situation positively, as their journey had indeed become much more secure. What should we do with the remaining one? Should we interrogate it or directly search its soul? Yi Wushuang tossed the Songlong wolf before them, casually inquiring. Do you understand the language of the Songlong? One of the onlookers asked her. She shook her head. He then turned to Sanpang, who also confirmed with a negative. Then there is no other option. Let us search its soul. The onlooker placed his hand on the wolf's head, delving his consciousness into its mind. In the next moment, the wolf collapsed silently, and a plethora of unfamiliar information flooded the onlooker's mind. Chapter 54. What is wrong with the green spots on the prairie? What did you see? Jin Huan asked curiously. The fifth princess of the Meiyang tribe has come of age. According to the earlier engagement between the Meiyang and Songlong tribes, she was supposed to marry the Songlong tribe's eldest prince. However, the fifth princess secretly met with a junior prince of the Zanrat tribe, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. The onlooker said with a hint of melancholy. The group fell silent, finding the revelation quite absurd. He continued, upon hearing this news. The Meiyang tribe was furious and immediately dispatched troops to attack the Zanrat tribe. The Songlong tribe, feeling betrayed by the Meiyang, retaliated in anger and also sent troops against them. Meanwhile, the Zanrat tribe naively believed that if they defeated the Songlong, the Meiyang would withdraw and agree to the marriage of the fifth princess. Thus, they launched an assault on the Songlong tribe. The group was enveloped in silence. This is quite the triangular conflict. Are the tribes of the wilderness so fiercely spirited? However, one might consider this a fortuitous event for us. The war-torn prairie indeed found itself embroiled in conflict once more. According to the reconnaissance team's recollections, ahead lay the battleground between the Zanrat and Songlong tribes. If we wait for them to engage, we can slip through their territories during the ensuing chaos, the onlooker elaborated. Master, what about the remaining Meiyang tribe? Jin Huan inquired again. We'll address that when the time comes. The onlooker gently tapped Jin Huan's head, signaling him to refrain from further questions. It seems I shall have to rely on Sanpang to speak on my behalf in the future, to ensure their safety. The group was compelled to seek out a secluded location to hide, awaiting the impending clash between the two factions. During these days, Jin Huan diligently continued his cultivation. The external environment lacked the abundant spiritual energy found within the Kuan's body, causing a slight decline in his cultivation pace. Nevertheless, his inherent speed was astonishing. And after several days of rigorous training, he finally reached the final stage of the 6th level of chi refinement. With a muffled grunt, Jin Huan felt an extraordinary clarity throughout his body, rendering him utterly relaxed. Hearing the commotion, the master turned to look. Have you broken through? He inquired. Master, I have indeed just ascended to the 7th level of chi refinement. Jin Huan confessed without hesitation. The master nodded, appearing quite satisfied. Indeed, your aptitude for cultivation is rather dismal. Yet, your progress is commendable. You have not tarnished my reputation as your teacher. By the way, now that you are my disciple, regardless of what path you take in the future, you must not neglect your foundational skills as a refiner. Here is a copy of Introduction to Refining for you to study. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me. With that, the master handed over a tattered book, clearly well-worn from countless readings before being entrusted to Jin Huan. At your command, Jin Huan respectfully accepted the book. He feigned perusing the pages while inwardly examining his own body. Health points, 1700. Spiritual energy, 110. Body tempering technique. Earth level mental skill, first layer. Absorbs spiritual energy and dissipates half to enhance the physical body. Heaven's Intent, yellow level technique, with a 51 chance to instantly eliminate the target upon attack. Can be upgraded. Heaven's Shield, earth level technique, first layer. When attacked, it mitigates 30 of the damage and reflects 30 back. Can be upgraded. Progress, 0. Beiming True Kuan Arm, superior quality magical artifact. Can be upgraded. Both health and spiritual energy have increased. Remarkably, the Kuan Arm has also ascended to a superior quality magical artifact now that I have entered the late stage of chi refinement. However, Jin Huan distinctly recalled taking a solid kick from the master, and yet, Heaven's Shield showed no signs of improvement. It appears this technique is rather cunning. Only genuine combat infused with lethal intent can prompt its advancement. This realization extinguished any notion he had of employing subtle tactics. Once he concluded his internal examination, Jin Huan truly focused on the book introduction to refining before him. It was no wonder the master held this book in such high regard. Its content was not only accessible, but also extensively detailed regarding refining techniques. Even with Jin Huan's exceptionally low comprehension, he could grasp approximately 70 to 80% of the material. Unlike alchemy, refining is relatively straightforward. It primarily requires brute strength. Much like blacksmithing, refining demands that the refiner incessantly hammer the raw materials, purging impurities in the process, thus bringing the materials ever closer to their purest elemental form. The more one hammers, the purer the materials become, and consequently, the higher the grade of the final magical artifact produced. Therefore, refining rigorously tests the strength of the refiner. Such a brute force as Jin Huan's physique is indeed quite suitable. However, there exists a misconception that the higher the grade of a magical artifact, the stronger it becomes. For instance, pure iron is undoubtedly more refined than steel that contains impurities. Thus, an artifact crafted from pure iron would inherently possess a higher grade than one fashioned from steel. Yet, when these two types of artifacts collide, it is the steel artifact that proves to be more resilient. Therefore, an excessive purity of materials can be counterproductive. The delicate balance in this regard truly tests the innate talent of the artifact smith. Fortunately, most magical artifacts have undergone countless refinements, resulting in a general standard of proportions. Hence, as long as one possesses brute strength, the smith can be deemed competent. It is only when unprecedented materials, such as the flesh of a Kuan, or when there are exceptionally high standards for quality, as in the case of divine weapons, that the true talent of the artifact smith is highlighted. When the fourth master first acquired Kuan flesh without any reference examples, he crafted a potential artifact capable of advancing to a divine weapon, showcasing his remarkable talent in the art of smithing. This became the basis for his employment by the Yama Hall as a master. As for Jin Huan, one should not harbor any illusions. His physique lacks any innate talent for smithing. It would be a stroke of luck if he could function as a competent smith. However, with the fourth master as a fortunate mentor, he need not worry about the craft in the future. Despite his poor qualifications, possessing two formidable sources in alchemy and artifact forging has greatly smoothened Jin Huan's path of cultivation. Indeed, in the realm of survival, one's strength is but a part of the equation. Connections are paramount. After a full week of anticipation, the Songlong clan and the Zhanshu clan finally clashed in battle. The mountains were alive with the thundering of wolves trampling the ground, while countless battle mice surged forth from their densely packed burrows, brandishing their claws as they charged at the wolves. The fierce conflict was imminent. Quickly, taking advantage of the fierce skirmish between the two sides, Jin Huan and his companions hastened towards the rear of the Songlong clan. According to the memories gleaned from the soul-searching of a Songlong reconnaissance team member, when the battle commenced, their rear would be guarded solely by the frail and the elderly. This presented an excellent opportunity for escape. Chapter 55. The Hidden Peril on the Prairie Roar. The clash between the Songlong clan and the Zhanshu clan was grotesquely bloody. Just moments after a fierce wolf severed a battle mouse's neck, another battle mouse emerged from the earth, extracting its heart and lungs. The two sides exchanged blows, their momentum evenly matched, quickly staining the prairie beneath them with blood. For Jin Huan and his companions, this scene was nothing short of fortuitous. This way, as the fourth master recalled the memories of the Songlong reconnaissance team member, he guided the group forward. Stop. There's a hidden lookout ahead. We must veer right. Even amidst the fierce combat, the years of conflict had honed their experience, and they remained vigilant for any ambushes lurking in the rear, prepared to counter any surprise attacks from their adversaries. Had it not been for the prior soul-searching, Jin Huan and his companions might not have navigated their way out so effortlessly. Fortunately, their journey was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, and they stealthily arrived at the outermost stronghold established by the Songlong tribe along the front lines. Beyond this point lay the desolate grasslands, ravaged by years of relentless warfare. No race dared to inhabit this forsaken land, thus eliminating any risk of discovery. Caution remained the order of the day. The group concealed themselves just outside the stronghold, meticulously observing the defensive arrangements. After a thorough reconnaissance, they confirmed that the scouts' recollections were accurate. Only a handful of remnants were stationed as guards, and there were no patrols in the vicinity. It appears safe. Let us hasten our departure, suggested Si Shangren, glancing at the two aging wolves at the entrance who were dozing off. Yet, just as they were about to rise, the most vigilant among them, Yi Wushuang, pressed them down. Suddenly, a bleating sound erupted nearby. Soon, a chorus of sheep calls echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce flock of sheep, their ample backsides swaying, charged towards the Tsanglong tribe's stronghold. Upon hearing the commotion, the sentinel wolves of the Tsanglong tribe sprang into alertness, emitting urgent howls. In no time, the remaining wolf soldiers surged forth from the stronghold. However, the Tsanglong's defenses were woefully inadequate, and they succumbed to the onslaught of the main force of the Meiyang tribe, falling victim to their sharp horns. What is happening? The Meiyang tribe is launching an attack on the Tsanglong tribe, and by means of a surprise assault? Si Shangren stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Jin Huan's gaze was entirely captivated by the Meiyang tribe. Are their posteriors truly that large and alluring? Yi Wushuang swiftly smacked Jin Huan across the face. This was dire news. The Meiyang tribe, typically subservient to the Tsanglong, had audaciously initiated an attack, striking while the Tsanglong and the Zhanshu tribe were embroiled in conflict. A foreboding sense enveloped Si Shangren. He sensed that a significant event was on the horizon. We must depart immediately, he urged, his brow furrowed as he beckoned the others to leave. Fortunately, the Tsanglong tribe's forces had been entirely vanquished. Following a brief clearing of the battlefield, the Meiyang tribe surged towards the next stronghold, oblivious to Jin Huan and his companions. With no obstacles in their path, they successfully entered the desolate ruins. From a bird's eye view, the three major powers on the grasslands formed an inverted triangle. The apex was occupied by the Tsanglong and Zhanshu tribes, while the base was held by the Meiyang tribe. The desolate ruins lay at the heart of this triangle, once the site of the most ferocious battles during the height of the three tribes' conflicts, though the ruins still belonged to the grasslands. Years of warfare had rendered the land barren, devoid of any vegetation. Thus, traversing this wasteland offered no cover, should they be discovered by enemies. It would lead to a brutal fight to the death. Jin Huan and his companions had traversed the battleground between the Tsanglong and Zhanshu tribes, now arriving at the desolate ruins at the heart of the triangle. Beyond this point lay the territory of the Meiyang tribe. If they could circumvent the Meiyang, the vast expanse of the Xinzhou continent would be within their grasp. However, the unexpected counteroffensive by the Meiyang against the Tsanglong had rekindled their anxieties. Should any turmoil arise within the Meiyang, Jin Huan and his party, positioned at the very center of the three tribes, would undoubtedly be swept into this inexplicable tempest. Their only recourse was to fervently hope for an escape before the storm broke. Yet, according to the renowned Murphy's Law, if something has the potential to go awry, no matter how minuscule the chance, it invariably will. In simpler terms, what one fears is destined to occur. And indeed, misfortune had manifested. Before Jin Huan and the others lay two factions rushing towards them with alarming speed. On one side was a frantic human cultivator fleeing for his life, pursued relentlessly by a cadre of Meiyang warriors. Master, am I not mistaken? Is that a human? Jin Huan rubbed his eyes. The others, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, furrowed their brows. It was truly peculiar to encounter a fellow kin in such a savage wilderness. Evidently, the fleeing individual had also noticed Jin Huan's group. Help! Help! The fleeing figure cried out upon spotting compatriots, disregarding all else in a desperate plea. Oh, a woman! Jin Huan's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the Meiyang warriors, having spotted the four outsiders, disregarded whether they were allies of the fleeing human and charged towards them with fervor. Haha, master, allow me to handle these little lambs. Jin Huan rubbed his hands together, eager to engage. There were three cultivators of Foundation establishment among the foes. The elder among them cast a disapproving glance at him. I implore you, master, to intervene. Upon hearing the term Foundation establishment, Jin Huan immediately faltered, hastily retreating. Having witnessed the might of Foundation establishment firsthand within the belly of the Koan, he knew even now, he could not best a single genuine cultivator of that tier, let alone 10. Very well, with 3 Foundation establishment foes, I, the third, and the girl shall each take one, the elder said, stretching his limbs in preparation for action. Whoosh! Another striking figure dashed forth. With a flurry of punches and kicks, all the Meiyang warriors were swiftly subdued by Yi Wushuang's martial prowess. Observing her return with a half-conscious Meiyang warrior in tow, the elder could hardly contain his frustration. Did we not agree on one each? Why have you claimed them all? You two were too slow. They were too weak. Yi Wushuang nonchalantly tossed the Meiyang warrior before the elder and returned to the rear of the group. her expression as impassive as ever. Yet, as she passed by Jin Huan, he sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Alas, alas, this woman is quite beautiful. Yet her temperament is so tempestuous. Upon finally being rescued, the young female cultivator of the human race felt an immense sense of relief and ceased her flight. "Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention," she expressed, gracefully circumventing the figures of the three chubby men and the fourth master, disregarding Yi Wushuang's presence, and directly addressing Jin Huan. Chapter 56. What a coincidence, you are here too. Ah, haha, it's merely a trifling effort, Jin Huan responded with a hearty laugh. However, upon beholding her visage, his gaze became transfixed. The young cultivator possessed a sweet and delicate beauty, reminiscent of a pure and innocent girl next door, igniting within him a tender, youthful affection at first sight. Yet, the fourth master merely furrowed his brow at her demeanor, while Yi Wushuang's expression darkened significantly. Particularly after witnessing Jin Huan's infatuated countenance, she felt a strong urge to deliver a punishing blow to his foolish face. "Oh, merely a trifling effort? I dare say you are utterly inept," she remarked, hands on her hips, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Taken aback by her retort, Jin Huan fell silent, obediently closing his mouth. "Ah, by the way, you are quite impressive. Sister, I am grateful for your assistance earlier." The young cultivator seemed to have just noticed Yi Wushuang and smiled in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, Yi Wushuang merely huffed in response, her hostility palpable. In her mind, she had already regarded the individual before her as a master of tea arts. Fair maiden, what lineage do you hail from? How did you come to find yourself in this desolate wilderness?" The fourth master coughed lightly to redirect the conversation. It must be said, encountering a fellow clansperson in this place, while fortuitous, was indeed peculiar under the circumstances. "I am Liu Bei, a young lady. Driven by curiosity to explore the scenery beyond our borders, I stealthily ventured out, only to be pursued by the seductive goat clan shortly after departing from the human territory. I fled for days, unable to escape their clutches, until I encountered several noble friends who came to my aid." The female cultivator recounted her tale. "Liu Bei," both the chubby man and Yi Wushuang exclaimed in unison, staring at each other in astonishment. This revelation sparked not only the curiosity of the fourth master, but even Liu Bei herself. "Could it be that we have crossed paths with you before, dear friends?" the chubby man inquired, swallowing nervously. At the Qingyun city auction, where the infamous Liu Bei was selling scandalous literature. Upon hearing these keywords, Liu Bei's eyes widened in recognition. "Ah, could you be the brother Jin Sampang?" he exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "Indeed, it is you, dear lad. Why did you not reveal your true gender at that time?" "Ah, how shameful. When I previously appeared as a girl, I often fell prey to unscrupulous merchants, suffering considerable losses. Hence, I decided to disguise myself as a boy, which has greatly improved my situation, allowing me to encounter kind-hearted individuals like you." Liu Bei seemed to feel guilty about deceiving them, thus sharing her past tribulations. However, both Jin Huan and the chubby man he influenced simultaneously wiped their brows in relief. "My dear girl, this is not a matter of gender. It is simply that you lack social experience. Moreover, the individual standing before you is not a person of virtue. Had one been aware of the substantial profit Jin Huan amassed from that transaction, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 unscrupulous merchants in Liu Bei's mind. Naturally, Jin Huan would refrain from disclosing such information. Conversely, Yi Wushuang stifled her laughter, finding delight in the naivety of her rival. "Ah, what a delightful coincidence. Look, we have the fortune of meeting again. It is truly serendipitous." The rotund fellow scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Indeed, were it not for your timely rescue, I would have faced dire consequences. Including the previous occasion, you have saved me twice. Such immense kindness shall be repaid upon my return to my family. By the way, may I inquire how to address the esteemed companions?" Although Liu Bei directed her words towards the rotund fellow, her gaze subtly lingered on Jin Huan. This was hardly surprising. Not to mention the magnetic allure Jin Huan possessed, enhanced by his meticulously honed physique after rigorous training. It was enough to captivate countless maidens. It was only natural for the inexperienced Liu Bei to be unable to resist such charm. Observing her inquiry, Jin Huan stepped forward gracefully, introducing himself. "I am Jin Huan. This venerable elder is my master, and Sampang is my uncle. As for this enchanting lady, she is my friend." Upon reaching Yi Wushuang's introduction, he was momentarily startled by her piercing gaze filled with lethal intent, hastily concealing her identity as a maid. "Ah, so you are friends," Liu Bei mused thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she continued to inquire. "May I ask which sect you all hail from?" The group exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The name of Yanluo Hall should not be casually revealed, especially now that they were embroiled in a multitude of troubles. Their true identities must remain concealed from outsiders. Jin Huan promptly responded, "Miss Liu, We are merely wandering cultivators without any sect affiliation. My master and uncle have encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, and in desperation, they sought to venture out in search of resources. By the way, are you perhaps from a prestigious sect? Oh, not at all. My family is merely a minor lineage in the realm of cultivation, having accumulated a modicum of strength. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Jin Huan thought to himself. A minor cultivation family can sell earth-level techniques so freely? I must be dreaming. Liu Bei similarly contemplated. With such an impressive companion. Yet they choose to masquerade as wandering cultivators. I would sooner believe I am the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. Both harbored ulterior motives, yet tacitly chose not to expose one another's pretense. By the way, Miss Liu, now that you are free from peril, where do you intend to go next? Do you wish to continue enjoying the scenery of this grassland? The elder inquired. Having exchanged pleasantries, it was time to address the matter at hand. Liu Bei shook her head repeatedly, a hint of trepidation gracing her features. No. Indeed, my elders were not misleading me. This wilderness is fraught with danger. I should hasten back to the human realm. Jin Huan responded promptly. It's perfect timing as we, too, must return. Lu Xinzi, traveling alone, poses a risk. It would be wise for you to accompany us for mutual support along the way. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Si Shangren and Yi Wushuang changed involuntarily. Si Shangren thought to himself that this individual was of dubious origin, and his group must tread carefully to avoid trouble. Having such a burden along was decidedly inappropriate. Meanwhile, Yi Wushuang harbored a deep-seated aversion to this person, wishing to distance herself at once, let alone travel alongside him. However, there was no recourse, as Jin Huan's words had been spoken, and they had no choice but to turn their gazes toward Liu Bei. To their surprise, Liu Bei gazed back at Jin Huan with tender eyes. His voice tinged with emotion as he said, "How splendid. I was just fretting about how to return. I shall rely on Brother Jin for your kind assistance." The term Brother Jin elicited delight from Jin Huan and San Pang, while causing an involuntary shiver to run through the others. Chapter 57. The cause behind it all. What is your perspective, third brother? Si Shangren swiftly directed his gaze towards the previously silent San Pang, hoping he might provide a resolution. Yet, San Pang, being of one mind with Jin Huan, naturally aligned himself with him. I see no issue. Lu Xinzi is an old acquaintance of mine. Since fate has brought us together, it is only right to extend our aid. Upon hearing San Pang, typically composed, utter such words, both Si Shangren and Yi Wushuang were taken aback. This rotund fellow, could he have succumbed to infatuation as well? Yi Wushuang quickly whispered to San Pang. My lord, this seems rather inappropriate. With this commotion, it was evident to any observant person where their sentiments lay. Liu Bei immediately donned a sorrowful expression, saying, I apologize for being a bother. If my sister finds me unwelcome, then I shall depart alone. What are you saying? Jin Huan swiftly grasped Liu Bei, who was attempting to leave. San Pang, equally incensed, reproached Yi Wushuang. Look at you. Is this how I have taught you to navigate the world? Lu Xinzi is so forlorn and alone. What harm is there in offering her assistance? Yi Wushuang, already displeased by Jin Huan's actions, felt further irked by San Pang's admonishment, turning away in a huff, adopting an indifferent demeanor. In that case, I have no objections. Lu Xinzi, let us return to the human realm together. However, I do have some personal matters to attend to later, and it is likely we shall part ways then. Seeing San Pang's resolute stance, Si Shangren refrained from further protest, opting instead to act as a mediator. Oh, can I truly remain? Liu Bei said with a coy tone, occasionally glancing at Yi Wushuang. Observing her affected demeanor, Yi Wushuang clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Let him stay, let him stay. With both master and uncle expressing their support, who could possibly deny you? Jin Huan exclaimed obsequiously. The speaker may be oblivious, yet the listener is acutely aware. Yi Wushuang, filled with indignation, turned abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears. What do you mean, Jin? Speak clearly. Jin Huan was somewhat perplexed. What did I say? Why are your emotions so unstable? Unstable? Fine. If she won't leave, then I shall. Yi Wushuang summoned her flying vessel and soared away alone into the distance. Oh, why did she leave so suddenly? Liu Bei exclaimed. Brother Jin, you must go after her. Liu Bei urgently shook Jin Huan's hand. At that moment, San Pang interjected. No need to chase after her, let her go. With her skills, if she encounters a situation she cannot handle, our assistance would be futile. We should continue on our journey. The others exchanged glances with San Pang, but remained silent. With no objections forthcoming, the group resumed their journey. Aside from this brief episode, they encountered no further surprises amidst the desolate ruins. After another day's travel, they finally emerged from the wasteland and arrived at the territory of the Meiyang tribe. Once they navigated around this area, they would reach the divine continent. However, since Jin Huan and Liu Bei were still in the qi refining stage, they were unable to endure continuous travel. Therefore, to accommodate the two, The group sought a secluded spot and decided to rest for the night. Later that night, while the two were asleep, Xishang tapped Sen Pang on the shoulder, signaling him to step outside for a conversation. "What is the matter, Lao Si?" Sen Pang asked. Puzzled, "Lao San, although I am accustomed to opposing you, I must express my concerns regarding this matter. What on earth is going on? It's one thing to allow this mysterious little demon to accompany us, but how can you remain indifferent when Wu Shuang storms off in anger?" Xishang argued passionately. "It's one thing if others are oblivious, but I am fully aware. Although Yi Wu Shuang is officially your servant, you have long regarded her as family, haven't you?" Xishang pointed at Sen Pang, filled with righteous indignation. Sen Pang quietly listened as Xishang vented. Once Xishang's emotions settled, Sen Pang replied slowly. "I understand everything you're saying. However, this woman is not simple." "What do you mean by not simple? Is it her youth or her beauty?" "Lao San, you are being foolish. You are no longer the worthy opponent I once knew." Xishang exclaimed, exasperated. "Lao Si, you are a clever man. Think carefully. Could an ordinary chi-refining cultivator, regardless of their hidden cards, survive in the wilderness for so long?" Sen Pang maintained an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His demeanor calm. "What do you mean?" With that reminder, Xishang finally sensed something amiss. Sen Pang continued his analysis. "The first time I met her was at the auction in Qingyan City. Do you know what she was promoting to me at that time? What was it?" Xishang's interest was piqued. Sen Pang lowered his voice. "Earth Tier heart techniques." "Earth Tier?" Xishang exclaimed in astonishment. Sen Pang quickly interrupted him. "Think again. What is her surname?" "Lu." "And what is the surname of the human emperor?" "The surname Lu you mean." Sen Pang made a silencing gesture and pointed upwards. Indeed, Sen Pang, or Jin Huan, upon recognizing Liu Bei, deduced her true identity. The physical cultivation method of the Earth stage is devoid of substance, possessing countless yellow tier techniques, and is capable of traversing the wilderness with an unscathed chi refinement. Thus, her identity can only be that of Lu Inger, the beloved youngest daughter of the human emperor, as described by celestial beings. With the daughter of the human emperor appearing here, it is certain that he would not remain indifferent. Perhaps numerous Golden Core experts are lurking nearby, safeguarding this young princess. If the few were to befriend her, they would naturally earn the human emperor's favor. However, should they dare to bring harm to her, they would likely vanish from the mortal realm without even needing to report to the emperor himself. As for why the bodyguards did not intervene during Lu Inger's pursuit by the charming goat clan, it may be that they believed the young princess could handle such a crisis independently, or perhaps they had already noted the presence of Jin Huan and others, concluding that they would assist her. Given the current circumstances, the latter seems more plausible. But why did it provoke Yi Wuxuan? On one hand, since she was at odds with the young princess, it was prudent to keep her at a distance to prevent any reckless actions. On the other hand, the young princess's safe presence here indicates that any threats above the Golden Core level have likely been neutralized. With Yi Wuxuan's abilities, it is improbable that she would encounter any insurmountable danger again. Forcing her departure could further cultivate goodwill from the human emperor. The four elders were not fools. They quickly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Yet, it was unfortunate for Yi Wuxuan to endure such grievances. Jin Huan opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Inger, who lay in a heap like a puddle of mud. "Humph, are we to commence our mission so soon?" "Moor, please wait for me a moment longer." "For you, I would do anything." Jin Huan glared resentfully at Lu Inger and closed his eyes once more. Chapter 58. Return to humanity after a night's rest. Everyone regained their energy to its fullest potential before deciding to continue their journey. The four elders dragged forth the charming goat clan warrior captured by Yi Wuxuan and began the soul-searching technique. Before long, the warrior completely lost all vitality, and his once robust form slumped. "Master, what did you see?" Jin Huan asked, his curiosity piqued. "How intriguing. The charming goat clan has encountered a mysterious outsider who persuaded their emperor to agree to the marriage between the princess and the rat clan. Thus, the two clans began plotting their counterattack against the wolf clan. This ambush was orchestrated by that enigmatic figure. The four elders stroked their beards, lamenting. "I fear that after this battle, the wolf clan will suffer significant losses and will no longer be able to stir up any disturbances." Following the recommendations of that mysterious individual, the two clans will gradually encroach upon the territory of the wolf clan, ultimately expelling them from the grasslands. The two clans are bound by a marriage alliance, and their mutual cooperation will lead to the complete unification of the long turbulent grasslands, establishing the most formidable force ever witnessed upon the plains. Jin Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Who, pray tell, is this enigmatic individual with such grand ambitions? Might it be that our human race is to bear an even greater burden?" The fourth elder shook his head. "When the heavens fall, there are always those of stature to brace against it. Since those individuals are nearby, it is not our concern to fret." The individuals referred to by the fourth elder are, of course, the bodyguards of the young princess, Lu Inger. However, This coded reference is known only to Jin Huan and his companions who are privy to the truth. This path bears no ambushes. If we continue along this direction, we shall return to the divine land. The fourth elder surveyed his surroundings and pointed in a specific direction. Naturally, as long as they do not intend to forcefully intrude upon the Meiyang clan, they need not worry about any issues. For assistance would be readily available regardless of their chosen route. Thus, the group resumed their journey. 2 days passed as they traveled, uninterrupted on their long trek until they finally glimpsed the borders of the divine land. It appeared that someone had made arrangements in advance, for the border guards did not linger over much on the group's unauthorized crossing. After a brief inquiry, they were permitted to pass. Returning to the human realm, the group, having narrowly escaped peril, was filled with profound reflections. Crossing the border marked the end of their harrowing flight through danger. This border checkpoint, known as Tiger Wolf Pass, falls under the jurisdiction of Huangfeng City. A mere few hundred miles further lies the main city of Huangfeng. True to the saying, help others to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. Jin Huan and the others assumed the role of Lu Ying's visible protectors, escorting her into Huangfeng City. As a bustling border city, Huangfeng, while not as prosperous as the inland Qinyan city, remains the liveliest locale in the vicinity. The group settled in a tavern run by mortals, casually ordering some refreshments. What news of Yi Wushuang? Inquired the fourth elder. Wei made contact. Though she appears still somewhat agitated, it has been confirmed that she has returned to the human realm, having gone back ahead of us, replied Sanpang. That is reassuring. Even knowing that Yi Wushuang was unlikely to encounter any true danger, the confirmation of her safety brought relief to all. The fourth elder, now aware of Lu Ying's true identity, regarded her with increased respect. Fairy Lu, now that we have successfully returned to the human realm, it is time for us to part ways. I wonder, what are your plans henceforth? Disguised as Lu Bei, Lu Ying took a sip of her warm tea and replied softly, I am grateful for your companionship, esteemed elder. Now that I have returned to the human realm, I trust one shall no longer face perilous circumstances akin to the wilderness. Having finally left my family, I wish to visit the major sects and see if there are any that suit me. Upon hearing this, both the fourth elder and Sanpang were momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable coincidence this is. According to the original plan, they were naturally to return to the headquarters of the Yama Hall in the vast wilderness. However, Jin Huan was different. His ambition lay in infiltrating a prominent sect, much like Lu Ying. It was quite astonishing that the daughter of the emperor, a distinguished little princess, would aspire to join various sects independent of the emperor's jurisdiction. One could only wonder whether this was the intention of her esteemed father or merely a manifestation of Lu Ying's own capriciousness. Nonetheless, for Jin Huan, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Whether for the smooth execution of his mission or the prospect of companionship on his forthcoming journey, Jin Huan was more than willing to accompany her, his heart stirred by her beauty. Through the vessel of Sanpang, communication was established with the four ascendants, and the group finalized their upcoming itinerary. How splendid! My esteemed senior brother and I have some personal matters to attend to. Yet, my rather inept disciple happens to seek his fortune among those renowned sections. If he can successfully integrate, it would be far preferable to a lifetime spent trailing behind us, wandering cultivators. Therefore, if Fairy Lu does not mind, why not accept me as your disciple and accompany you on your journey? The four ascendants remarked with a smile. Really? Can Brother Jin accompany me? That would be wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ying's innocent thoughts were vividly etched upon her face. She did not even question Jin Huan's motives and readily agreed. This little princess had indeed been well sheltered, untouched by the harsh realities of society. All right, it is settled then. Jin, you must take good care of Fairy Lu, otherwise, I, as her master, shall not spare you. The four ascendants issued a few more instructions before departing alongside Sanpang. Before leaving, Jin Huan naturally took the opportunity to communicate with the spirit residing in Sanpang. This spirit would remain within Sanpang, assuming his identity and providing all necessary assistance to Jin Huan's true self. Meanwhile, Sanpang diligently played the role of a good uncle, generously bestowing all excess resources upon Jin Huan, including the essential elixirs previously crafted for Jin Huan's foundation establishment. Observing this, the competitive spirit of the four ascendants flared once more, and with a pang of reluctance, he parted with some valuable possessions for his disciples' benefit. In this exchange, Jin Huan emerged with an abundance of gains. After bidding farewell to the two outsiders, Lu Ying felt unencumbered and leaped into Jin Huan's embrace. Her still developing form pressed entirely against him. Brother Jin, where shall we go next? If Yi Wushuang were present, she would undoubtedly explode like a lit gas canister. Even Jin Huan, with his thick skin, found it challenging to withstand such fervent advances. He cleared his throat, and, before his body could react, gently pushed her away. Oh, if my little sister has no objections, let us first explore this city. As we arrived, I overheard passers-by mention that the city is soon to host a joint arena event among the 10 great sects of the Divine Land. Those who shine on the stage may be directly recruited into the top 10 sections. Chapter 59. The self-introductions of the 10 great sects of the Divine Land. The notion of a joint arena? That certainly saves a great deal of effort. Very well. I shall heed Brother Jin's counsel. Lu Inger was naturally inclined to comply with Jin Huan's wishes. After all, with Jin Huan's capabilities and the formidable influence backing Lu Inger, gaining entry into any sect would surely pose no challenge. Departing from the tavern, the two made their way directly to the most crowded area without needing to inquire for directions. In no time, they arrived at the location of the arena. The scene was teeming with a throng of spectators and eager participants. Above the arena, aside from the contest area, sat 10 dignified judges. Presumably, these were the enrollment officers from the 10 sections. Jin Huan guided Lu Inger to a comfortable vantage point from which to observe the proceedings. Large-scale events such as this invariably entangle various interests. For instance, the prime viewing spots had already been reserved in advance, requiring a handsome fee for the privilege of enjoying the view. Jin Huan, of course, had no qualms about spending money. Moreover, even if it were merely to impress Lu Inger, he would not hesitate to incur such an expense. After settling in comfortably and waiting for a while, the contest was finally set to commence. A host appeared to announce the rules. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. It was merely a reiteration of the usual no-holds-barred, life or death stipulations. Aside from the prohibition against seeking assistance, nearly all means were permissible. There were 2 methods for advancement. The first, to gain the endorsement of any one of the 10 judges and be directly admitted to that sect. The second, to maintain a standing position against the reigning champion for 5 rounds, which would also allow for progression. However, participants who advanced in this manner would not know to which sect they would ultimately be assigned, as that decision lay in the hands of the 10 sects collectively. In simpler terms, it was a matter of who would take whom. It was evident to any astute observer that the first method was intended for those with connections. For the majority of ordinary individuals, the second method was the only viable path to advancement. Jin Huan had no objections to this arrangement. As they were all at the chi refinement stage, he did not believe anyone could best him. Standing firm for 5 rounds posed no pressure at all. At that moment, his attention shifted to the 10 judges on stage. As expected, it seemed that the arduous task of judging was beneath the attention of those at the Golden Course stage. The 10 individuals on stage were all at the foundation establishment level, and they bore a distinctly languid demeanor. Suddenly, someone sprinted up to them and whispered something in their ears. Upon hearing it, their expressions instantly turned grave, and they straightened their postures. Observing this, Jin Huan instinctively glanced at Lu Inger, but her expression remained largely unchanged. It appeared she was unaware that a cadre of her father's subordinates had already been trailing her. Once the host concluded the introduction of the rules, it was customary for representatives from each sect to take turns introducing their respective factions. However, this time, the 10 representatives seemed to be brimming with enthusiasm, eager to promote their sections. The first to stand was a robust man. I am Hiwei, a disciple of the Starfall sect. The Starfall sect excels in long-range attacks, harnessing the power of celestial phenomena to enhance our spells. Regardless of whether it pertains to individuals or groups, we possess formidable spells to confront any challenge. We warmly invite all fellow cultivators to join us. The second to rise was an elderly man. I am Guhong, a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley excels in alchemy. Whether it is to enhance cultivation, restore injuries, or break through realms, all can be achieved through the art of alchemy. Moreover, we can utilize poisons against our foes, eliminating them without a trace. Thus, whether you seek wealth or cultivation, the Medicine King Valley is your unequivocal choice. Upon hearing that friends from the Medicine King Valley had arrived, Jin Huan could not help but smile. The third to present herself was a female cultivator. I am Lan Lan from Lingjian Mountain Manor. Lingjian Mountain Manor not only specializes in sword forging, but also in the art of sword manipulation to vanquish enemies. Every disciple possesses a set of flying sword artifacts, capable of dispatching formidable opponents with grace. If you wish to embody both elegance and strength, please join us. The fourth was also a woman, yet her physique and voice were considerably more imposing than Lan Lan's. Yang Shangnan from Linglong Pavilion extends an invitation to women everywhere to unite against mediocre men. Without further ado, Yang Shangnan showcased her muscles, gesturing dismissively at the other men before taking her seat. Upon hearing her name, a twitch ran across Jin Huan's face. If memory serves correctly, it was their unintentional intrusion into the sacred bath of Linglong Pavilion that had attracted the pursuit of a Yuan-ing old demon. Even now, the recollection sends shivers down his spine. The fifth to introduce himself was a handsome bald monk. I am Hui Kong, a disciple from the Great Awakening Temple. The Great Awakening Temple is dedicated to imparting Buddhist teachings, exorcising demons, and alleviating the suffering of all beings. The disciples of the temple are divided into scholarly monks and martial monks. The scholarly monks cultivate the Sutra of alleviating suffering, which attracts the protection of the Buddha, enhancing their and their allies' attributes. The martial monks, on the other hand, cultivate the diamond body, honing their physical form through rigorous training to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Before taking his seat, Monk Huikong reminded everyone that the temple does not accept female cultivators. Consequently, many of the female cultivators who had been excitedly screaming upon seeing him fell silent. Next, the sixth to take the stage was an eagle-eyed elder. I am Guanglingzi, hailing from the Cloud Palace. Our palace specializes in the crafting of various talismans. Over 70% of the talismans across the divine continent originate from our palace. Additionally, we are well-versed in formations. Those interested in joining should perform well shortly. Talismans, which are resource-intensive yet powerful, are the most sought-after items. Thus, even without extensive introductions, many were already eager to join. The seventh to present was surprisingly a young girl. To think that at such a tender age, she had already reached the foundational realm. Could she be a prodigious talent in cultivation? I am Wu Di, a disciple of Beast Summoning Mountain. Although our disciples may not possess great strength themselves, we excel at summoning various powerful spirit beasts to fight alongside us. As long as you can tame a sufficient number of formidable spirit beasts, you can even establish your own army. With that, she summoned a remarkably adorable spirit cat, causing the female cultivators in the audience to stir with excitement once more. The remaining three sects are the Qing Shuang sect, the Long Yuan Pavilion, and the Wu Ji sect. Although these three sects boast formidable strength and are ranked among the top 10 sects in the Divine Land, their lack of specialization in any particular technique, despite their involvement in various schools of thought, has failed to capture significant interest. Consequently, they are merely regarded as alternatives. Once the introductions concluded, the arena competition commenced in earnest. Eager cultivators scrambled onto the stage, vying for the favor of the 10 judges, hoping to officially become part of a prestigious sect. Observing the fervor on the arena, Jin Huan turned to Lu Inger, whispering, "Inger, which sect has caught your eye?" Chapter 60. The arrogance of the young yellow-haired one among the 10 sects. Jin Huan swiftly eliminated the names of Yaowang Valley and Linglong Pavilion, and the reasons were self-evident. As for the last three, he held little interest, not even wishing to give them the chance of an alternative. Although he held an interest in the Vajra body of the Great Awakening Temple, he was not inclined to become a monk. Moreover, choosing the Great Awakening Temple would preclude Lu Inger from joining, which he could not bear, as he cherished the thought of being close to her, and thus had to forego that option. The spells of the Xingyun sect were exceptionally profound and possessed immense lethality. However, due to his own physical deficiencies, Jin Huan found himself lacking in spiritual power, rendering him unable to pursue such spell-focused sections. As for the Yunxiao Palace, it was also not a consideration. He had no need for wealth and could procure talismans directly if desired. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was the neglected formation expertise of the Yunxiao Palace. Ultimately, the finalists consisted solely of the Lingjian Mountain Manor and the Huanshu Mountain. Both sects had minimal requirements for spiritual power, and should they develop well, their potential was limitless. Particularly, the Lingjian Mountain Manor was perfectly suited for the refining techniques imparted to him by the fourth ascendant. In his indecision, he opted to seek Lu Inger's opinion. At the call, Lu Inger initially froze, then realized he was addressing her. Brother Jean, I must confess something to you. After you hear it, please don't hold it against me." Jin Huan gazed at her in surprise. Could she be revealing her true identity? In truth, Liu Bei is merely an alias. My real name is Lu Inger. Oh, what a trivial matter. I thought it was something significant. However, the fact that Lu Inger was willing to share her true name indicated a considerable easing of her defenses. Lu Inger? What a lovely name. Moreover, Inger suits your demeanor perfectly. Jin Huan promptly lavished her with praise. I was worried that you and your brother might be ill-intentioned, which is why I used a pseudonym. You don't blame me, do you? Inger lowered her head, appearing shy. Adorable, simply adorable. Jin Huan shook his head vigorously. Well then, Sister Ing, do you have a preferred sect? It's so difficult to choose. The sister from Lingjin Mountain Manor is so impressive, and the spirit pets of Huanshu Mountain are utterly charming. I just can't decide. How amusing that your choice mirrors my own. If the other party lacks the ability to read minds, then Jin Huan must be quite taken with this young lady, whose appearance and character align perfectly with his tastes. In my opinion, it would be wiser to choose the Lingjian Mountain Manor. There, one could not only find numerous empathetic sword cultivators, but also learn several graceful and charming sword techniques. As the two were engrossed in each other's company, a brash individual with yellow hair suddenly approached and audaciously seated himself beside Lu Inger. Jin Huan and Lu Inger exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. Esteemed friend, may I inquire your name? Jin Huan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. This sensation was not born from any tangible threat, but rather the instinctive awareness of a hunter encroaching upon its prey. I am Jin Huan. I caught a glimpse of the fairy's visage from afar and was utterly captivated. Thus, I took the liberty of intruding. I hope you will forgive me, fair maiden. Jin Huan disregarded Jin Huan entirely, addressing Lu Inger with utmost respect. Zhu, could this fellow be from the Zhu clan, a dominant family in Huangfeng City? That could spell trouble. I do not know you. Kindly keep your distance, Lu Inger retorted with evident disdain. Jin Huan covered his forehead in exasperation. This girl truly wears her emotions on her sleeve. Given that he is from the Zhu clan, she has offended him outright. How are we to navigate Huangfeng City now? However, recalling her status as the daughter of the human emperor, Jin Huan felt a sense of relief. Among the celestial offspring of the human race, who could possibly overshadow the descendants of the human emperor? Indeed, after being treated with such rudeness, Jin Huan initially fumed, but then erupted into laughter. Well, what a candid young lady. It has been ages since I have been treated thus. I find an unfamiliar thrill in it. Excellent, truly excellent. Jin Huan rose but made no attempt to trouble the two further, merely smiling at Lu Inger as he said, Fair maiden, we shall meet again. When next we cross paths, I hope you will bestow upon me your name. With that, he leaped onto the arena. At that moment, two individuals were still engaged in a contest atop the stage. Taken aback by Jin Huan's reckless actions, both fighters halted their duel in astonishment. Stand aside. Jin Huan conjured two wind spears before him and thrust them toward the combatants. Although the two were bewildered, they instinctively sensed the danger posed by the wind spears and swiftly dodged. Almost immediately, a multitude of wind blades coalesced around Jin Huan's form, slicing in all directions, leaving even the seats of the 10 examiners untouched. Such a dense barrage of attacks rendered the two combatants utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the onslaught was confined to the arena, forcing both to leap off the stage and surrender. As for the 10 examiners, all foundational cultivators, they were hardly fazed by such an assault. Yet, Jin Huan's provocatively charged onslaught did not incite their ire, but rather captured their attention. After all, those audacious enough to act in such a manner undoubtedly possess formidable backing, and one can be certain that this support is exceedingly robust. After repelling two adversaries, Jin Huan descended from the air, casting a predatory gaze upon the crowd below as he proclaimed, I am Jin Huan. Who dares to challenge this young master? Step forth. Such arrogance, such audacity. Though the onlookers seethed with fervor, none dared to make a move. Not only was Jin Huan's prowess well known, but the mere utterance of the Zhu family name left no room for opposition. As he surveyed the familiar scene, Jin Huan was suddenly reminded of his experiences within the Kuan body. At that time, individuals had fought fiercely for the chance to join the allied forces, their struggles resulting in bloodshed. Certain noble families, however, effortlessly seized advantages that others could never attain, no matter their efforts. Back then, he had the beloved Li Mu by his side, but now, she had made the ultimate sacrifice for him. This poignant moment reignited the sadness within Jin Huan's heart. Seeing no one rise to the challenge, Jin Huan's arrogance swelled even further. What is this? Not a single one of you wretched souls dares to fight. When he referred to wretched souls, he deliberately directed his gaze toward Jin Huan, who sat beside Lu Inger. You foolish boy. You choose the path of hell when heaven is within your reach. To provoke me, Jin Huan, is to strike iron. Even Lu Inger could no longer endure the spectacle. Tugging at Jin Huan's arm, Brother Jin, Inger does not like this strange person. Would you please bring him down? Of course, how could I refuse? The princess has spoken. Watch as I turn you into a pig. Jin Huan rose, stepping forward toward the arena, each stride causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Chapter 61. A lesson upon reaching the base of the stage. Jin Huan ascended without any ostentatious display. You are far braver than I anticipated. I thought you would cower below, Jin Huan remarked with amusement. Annoying. Jin Huan activated his mid-grade spiritual treasure, forcefully stomping the stage. Although the treasure possessed the power equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, it required foundation spirit stones to unleash its full potential. Jin Huan was not lacking in resources, but he deemed it excessive to use such might against this crowd, thus only employing ordinary chi-refining spirit stones. Nevertheless, the power of the treasure was not to be underestimated. A tremor of magnitude 5 erupted from the epicenter, sending seismic waves, both transverse and longitudinal, rushing outward. As air served as a medium for the propagation of the longitudinal waves, even Jin Huan, suspended in midair, was directly affected, crashing down onto the stage in a disheveled heap. This maneuver, while not particularly damaging, served as a profound humiliation. Jin Huan aimed to diminish his opponent's prestige. As the audience, who had been holding their breath, witnessed Jin Huan's fall, they erupted into cheers. Bold indeed. Once the seismic waves dissipated, Jin Huan staggered to his feet, his complexion ashen. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. After uttering a fierce remark, he swiftly conjured a wind lance, aiming it directly at Jin Huan. This attack, in both speed and power, exceeded that of his previous encounters with the two prior opponents. "Oh, what did you say? I can hardly hear you." Jin Huan, who had been at a distance from Zhu Huan, suddenly appeared before him, grasping his neck with an iron grip. Zhu Huan's face quickly turned a shade of deep purple from lack of oxygen, and the wind lance he had yet to solidify dissipated instantly. "I said, repeat your words. I did not catch them the first time." Jin Huan tightened his grip, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. He neither snapped Zhu Huan's neck nor released him, as the former would irrevocably incite a deadly feud with the Zhu family, while the latter would not align with his character. Thus, in the spotlight of numerous onlookers, he held this arrogant descendant of the immortals, relishing the transformation of his expression from anger to terror, and ultimately to despair. Jin Huan finally released his hold. Any further pressure might lead to fatal consequences. Zhu Huan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, and in that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm in their respective strengths. His opponent was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also unrestrained by any regard for the Zhu family. For the first time, he felt true fear. I surrender," he stammered, casting a trembling gaze towards the 10 examiners on the platform. Not aloud. Before he could finish his plea, Jin Huan stamped his foot upon his face, breaking several teeth in the process. The 10 examiners merely observed in silence, vividly recalling Zhu Huan's earlier provocations. To claim they were unperturbed would be disingenuous. As long as his life was not in jeopardy, they had no fear of the Zhu family seeking retribution. With someone capable of imparting a lesson to him, why not revel in the opportunity? Seeing the 10 remain unmoving, Zhu Huan shut his eyes, succumbing to utter despair. Moments later, a pungent odor of excrement wafted from the arena. TCH, what an ill omen. Jin Huan pinched his nose and withdrew his foot, having initially believed his opponent to be a formidable adversary worthy of elevating his standing. Little did he anticipate that Zhu Huan would collapse before he even exerted himself. Ugh. The spectators below also covered their noses, expressing their disdain. It could be said that Zhu Huan's prior grandeur was now met with utter humiliation. As Jin Huan stepped away, Zhu Huan trembled as he knelt up, clutching his waistband tightly while inching his way towards the edge of the platform. Wait. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out from the judging panel. It was He Wei from the Xingyan sect. "Young Master Zhu Huan, your performance in the recent match was nothing short of extraordinary. Even when faced with a significantly stronger opponent, you exhibited no signs of fear, marking you as a rare talent. Our Xingyan sect is exceedingly pleased with your display, and we cordially invite you to join us." Each word, seemingly a commendation, pierced Zhu Huan's already shattered spirit like nails. If one were to assert that Jin Huan's earlier actions inflicted physical harm, then He Wei's remarks undeniably pierced the very soul of Zhu Huan. Aside from the representatives of Linglong Pavilion, the other factions, despite their disdain for such behavior, felt compelled to rise in deference to the Zhu family's reputation, extending olive branches from their respective sections. Zhu Huan turned back, casting a fierce glare at them, and then scrambled down from the arena in a hasty retreat. As Zhu Huan departed, the 9 examiners displayed expressions of relief and resumed their seats. As for Jin Huan, although his skills were commendable, he had already alienated the Zhu family and appeared to lack any substantial backing. Which sect would dare to invite trouble at such a moment? The beaten Zhu Huan garnered unanimous recognition, while the valiant Jin Huan remained overlooked. The audience erupted in boos, with many impassioned cultivators leaving in fury. However, amidst the revelry and chaos, the sanctity of sect politics was not to be trifled with. The 10 individuals engaged in their own discussions, seemingly indifferent to the audience's reactions. With no alternative, the match continued. Jin Huan clasped his fists and bowed to the crowd, addressing them, "Esteemed friends, my recent actions were merely a lesson for certain arrogant scoundrels. In the forthcoming contests, I shall extend courtesy and maintain decorum. Should anyone wish to engage with me in friendly sparring, I would be most eager." This display of demeanor once more earned him the admiration of all present. For a moment, no one stepped forward to challenge him. Whether out of respect for Jin Huan's character, fear of his prowess, or a silent rebellion against this distasteful system, the spectators were inclined to grant him a favor. Jin Huan glanced at the 10 who deliberately averted their gazes and chose to close his eyes. He had grown weary of such bureaucratic theatrics and felt no anger. With no examiners to acknowledge him and no challengers willing to step up, he resolved to endure the standoff. Let us see who could outlast whom. Ultimately, it was the host who intervened to salvage the situation. After confirming that no one in the audience wished to challenge, he promptly announced Jin Huan's successful defense of the arena, granting him a place in the final round. Upon hearing this outcome, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Amidst the throng, Jin Huan descended from the stage at a leisurely pace. After his descent, The arena continued to buzz with challenges as numerous aspirants took to the stage, rekindling the lively atmosphere. Upon returning to his seat, Lu Inger immediately approached him, offering a massage to his shoulders. "Brother Jin, you were absolutely charming just now." Jin Huan basked in the moment. Alas, even with his advancement, he remained uncertain whether he would be accepted into the desired sect. "What about you, Sister Ing? Would you like to give it a try?" "Naturally. You avenged me, so I shall assist you in returning the favor." With a determined glint in her eyes, Lu Inger lightly leaped onto the stage. The 10 examiners, having received prior notice, immediately rose to their feet upon seeing her ascend. Chapter 62. The little princess's willfulness. Is this truly Her Highness the Princess? Everyone, be vigilant. We must ensure that the princess does not sustain even the slightest injury. Perform earnestly, and once it's nearly over, allow the princess to rest. 10 individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves. Upon witnessing this scene, even the most naive of onlookers could discern the extraordinary status of this young girl. Even the Zhu family does not command such esteem. It appears that her lineage surpasses that of the Zhu family by far. The individual on stage sighed, having fought valiantly through 4 rounds, with just one more standing between him and advancement. Alas, given the identity of this young lady, should he emerge victorious, the repercussions would likely be more severe than a loss. Very well, fate is sealed. He resolved to seize an opportunity to concede defeat. With a deflated spirit, he assumed a combat stance, mustering the courage to utter a defiant remark. "Who is this little girl? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Not daring to utter a single curse, Lu Inger was fully immersed in the moment, brandishing a soft whip with grace. "Your skills are commendable. I wonder how many rounds you can endure against me." With that, the whip lashed out swiftly, striking him fiercely. Remarkably, this maneuver displayed considerable finesse. It seems our princess is no mere delicate flower. The 10 judges observed in approval as the contestant quickly adopted a serious demeanor, erecting an ice wall before him. Crack! The whip collided with the ice barrier, creating a deep gash. Now this is intriguing. Though defeat is inevitable, there is a distinction between an honorable loss and a disgraceful one. The contestant regained his spirit, exerting his utmost effort while ensuring Lu Inger remained unharmed. Excellent. Under his careful control, the two engaged in a fierce back and forth, showcasing a series of breathtaking combat sequences that even the judges could not help but applaud. Ultimately, after a moment of leniency, this formidable contender feigned a misstep, allowing Lu Inger to land a blow, and then voluntarily conceded. "Humph. To endure so long under my hand. Your skills are indeed impressive." Lu Inger relished the encounter, even complimenting her opponent. The man, hearing her words, cast a reluctant glance back at the stage before trudging back down, his head hung low. He had failed to maintain his position on the platform. A sudden voice interrupted, halting his steps. The man paused, turning to look. "Your strength is commendable. Might you be interested in joining the Wujizong? An olive branch from the Wujizong. Would I be willing?" "Absolutely." His face lit up with joy. While Wujizong may not be the pinnacle of choices, it certainly ranks among the top 10 sections. For one who has just faced defeat, it is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, this individual possesses extraordinary prowess. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by Lu Inger, several other factions would have eagerly sought to recruit him. After ensuring his comfort, it was only natural for the others to commence their respective displays. Aside from the Daju Temple, which found it inconvenient to intervene, the other 9 showered Lu Inger with extravagant flattery. They extolled the virtues of women not yielding to men, emphasizing the notion of female empowerment. And one even went so far as to praise the phrase with strength to uproot mountains and a spirit that eclipses the world, simply because he had lost his chance to speak. Once the flattery concluded, the factions, akin to brothel madams, eagerly vied for his attention. Securing the tranquility of this young sovereign had become their paramount objective. However, the willful Lu Inger remained impervious to their overtures. "You noisy lot, be quiet. I have no desire to join any faction. I simply wish to complete my 5 matches on stage and advance alongside my golden brother." At this, the 10 judges exchanged bewildered glances. It turned out that the previously offending brute from the Zhu family was, in fact, a figure of the human emperor. No wonder he had the audacity to reduce Jin Huan to such a sorry state. He indeed had support behind him. That wretched servant had only mentioned that the little princess would compete on stage, neglecting to mention this formidable presence. Reflecting on their earlier treatment of Jin Huan, the others nearly regretted their decisions to the point of despair. They never anticipated that their caution would still lead to offending the human emperor. It appeared their futures were now confined to this moment. However, with the princess still on stage, they had no choice but to see the performance through. Before the unwitting fool could challenge the princess, they hastily found 4 actors to assist her in concluding this farce. Observing the 10 eminent judges being led in circles by the higher-ranking Lu Inger, all the while maintaining forced smiles, Jin Huan, seated in silence below, wore a faint, bittersweet smile. Indeed, the machinations of bureaucracy proved effective across any realm. As it had been in the small world of Kuan, so it was in this grand one. Yet, having benefited from Lu Ying'er's influence, Jin Huan believed that his aspirations to infiltrate the 10 major factions would now face little resistance. The tournament continued for 3 consecutive days, with Jin Huan and Lu Ying'er spectating from below. After all, the combat experience was an invaluable foundation for cultivation. Once all matches concluded, aside from those already successfully recruited by various factions, the remaining qualifiers awaited their final selections. A list was presented to the 10 judges seated above. The fate of these individuals sparked intense and fervent deliberations among them. While most were straightforward, the placements of Princess Lu Ying'er and Jin Huan, both regarded as figures of the human emperor's influence, were not to be decided lightly. Ultimately, they discreetly dispatched someone to privately inquire about the preferences of both individuals. Naturally, Lu Ying'er yielded to Jin Huan's wishes. Seizing the opportunity to exercise his privileges, Jin Huan ultimately chose the beast-summoning mountain. As for the reason behind relinquishing the Lingjian manor, it was twofold. First, I had acquired a mentor in the form of a master of weapon refinement, making the creation of a complete set of flying swords a relatively trivial endeavor. Second, I found myself somewhat weary of interpersonal relationships. Perhaps companionship with spirit beasts would prove to be far more effortless. Thus, it came as no surprise that Jin Huan and Lu Ying'er seamlessly integrated into the Huanshu mountain, preparing to return to the sect alongside the other disciples, led by the young girl Wu Di. However, just before their departure, a minor episode unfolded. Lan Lan from Lingjian Manor and Yang Shengnan from Linglong Pavilion both simultaneously sent love letters to Jin Huan. Particularly, Yang Shengnan included her personal garment within the letter, causing Jin Huan to hastily discard it in a secluded corner upon receipt, washing his hands repeatedly before feeling at ease. His infernal charm truly wreaked havoc. Chapter 63. The egg-laying monkey egg. With the arena competition concluded, the disciples of various sects were naturally expected to return to their respective sects accompanied by their newly recruited disciples. Wu Di summoned the enormous flying ship of Huanshu Mountain, setting off towards its direction with a multitude of disciples. Standing at the edge of the vessel, Jin Huan gazed down at the increasingly distant Huangfeng city, a perplexity arising in his mind. Why is it that the flying artifacts in this world predominantly resemble ships? Surely, there could be some innovation. Once I master the art of weapon refinement, I must create some uniquely shaped artifacts. Huanshu Mountain is situated in the interior of the Shenzhou continent. Departing from the border town of Huangsha, even with the dedicated flying ship of Huanshu Mountain, the journey would take a week. With time to spare, the passengers aboard the ship had little to do but cultivate their skills. Seizing this opportunity, Jin Huan exerted himself and, before reaching their destination, successfully advanced his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement. Experiencing an unparalleled sense of ease within, Jin Huan began an introspective examination of his body. 8th level of qi refinement health points, 1900 spiritual power, 120 body refinement technique, earth tier, mental method, practiced to 1 level. Absorbs spiritual energy, dissipating half to enhance the physical form. Heaven's will, yellow tier technique, with a 51 chance to instantly eliminate the target upon attack. Can be advanced. Heaven's shield, earth tier technique, practiced to 1 level. Mitigates 30 of damage received and rebounds 30 of that damage. Can be advanced. Progress, 000. Biming Jinkuan arm, superior grade artifact. Can be advanced. During this period, no significant events transpired, save for the enhancement of my cultivation. Consequently, this breakthrough only improved my attributes, with no alterations to the techniques I practiced. Ultimately, while Jin Huan felt a deep satisfaction with his capabilities, he found his offensive measures somewhat lacking. Truth be told, the mechanical yellow cattle, which he had deceitfully obtained from the 4th elder, was the only thing he could utilize with any efficacy. Now that he had departed from Yiwu Shuang, it was time to seek out some formidable means of attack. I hoped to discover some capable spirit beasts at Huanshu Mountain. Finally, in the early hours of the 5th day, the flying ship landed within a valley nestled amidst the vast and undulating mountains. Before them stood a magnificent cluster of towering edifices, surrounded by throngs of pedestrians and ethereal beasts weaving through the scene. This was the illustrious beast summoning mountain, renowned even among the top 10 sects of the Divine Land. Upon their descent, disciples assigned to receive them were already awaiting their arrival. Thus, the new disciples were led to complete their registration and to obtain their sect tokens. Subsequently, they were escorted to the Internal Affairs Department to receive their respective sect garments and a selection of fundamental magical implements. In a distinctive feature of Beast Summoning Mountain, unlike other sects, each new disciple was also bestowed with a spirit beast pouch and an egg of a spirit beast. As the name suggests, the spirit beast pouch serves as a sanctuary for the spirit beasts. Each pouch contains a unique realm where the beasts can reside until summoned by their masters. The spirit beast eggs are produced by the exceptional spirit beasts that have been meticulously tamed and refined over the years by the sect. For these novices, 3 varieties of spirit beast eggs were available for selection. The first type was the famed turtle shell beast, known for its defensive prowess. The shell of the turtle shell beast possesses a hardness comparable to that of mid-tier defensive magical artifacts, effectively serving as a shield to protect its master while they deliver sustained attacks from the rear. The second option was the flame bird, adept at spellcasting. The flame bird is capable of flight, boasts remarkable speed, and its spells require minimal incantation time, thereby providing its master with consistent and effective offensive support. The third choice was the big mouth monkey, often regarded as an auxiliary spirit. While it may not engage directly in combat, the incessant chatter of the big mouth monkey invigorates both cultivators and spirit beasts alike, imparting a powerful enhancement that fills their bodies with fervor, enabling them to engage more passionately in battles. Despite its seemingly trivial utility, the big mouth monkey holds the highest value and is the most sought-after companion among new disciples. This is due to the fact that, although the other 2 spirit beasts are practical, they are easily replaceable and quite commonplace. Whether captured or purchased, they are readily available. In contrast, the big mouth monkey is a rarity among auxiliary spirit beasts, making its taming a challenging endeavor. Possessing such an egg saves considerable effort, particularly for insect cultivators who often command hundreds of spirit insects at once. Even a mere increase of 1 point in attack power per insect could result in a staggering cumulative boost in overall damage output. In summary, ordinary cultivators select what they need, while affluent cultivators opt for those with higher potential. Jin Huan clearly belonged to the latter category, having chosen the big mouth monkey egg, while Lu Qing'er selected the adorable flame bird egg. For someone of her stature, practicality and growth potential were secondary to the pursuit of amusement, which was her foremost priority. After the selection of spirit beast eggs, the allocation of disciples' accommodations commenced. However, just as the group prepared to embark, a foundation-building cultivator approached and halted them. "May I inquire which 2 of you are Lu Qing'er and Jin Huan?" Upon hearing their names called, both individuals exchanged puzzled glances but stepped forward from the ranks. "By the command of the sect leader, I request that you 2 disciples proceed to the main hall of the sect to receive your instructions. Other disciples, please continue with your tasks." The advantages of taking the back door have once again manifested. With such a formidable backing in the form of the Emperor of Humanity, what awaits them next is undoubtedly promising. The disciple conveyed a command, summoning a flying sword and inviting the 2 to ascend. For Jin Huan, this was his first experience aboard such an innovative aerial vessel. He nearly lost his balance and fell, but ultimately managed to reach the Grand Hall safely by holding on to Lu Qing'er throughout the journey. The Grand Hall itself was resplendent. At this moment, numerous individuals were already seated within. It goes without saying that the central figure was none other than the sect leader, flanked on either side by the esteemed elders. The disciple waited outside the hall, allowing the 2 to enter on their own. Upon stepping into the Grand Hall, the once merry gathering turned to gaze upon them. "I, disciple Jin Huan, pay my respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. I, disciple Lu Qing'er, pay my respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders." The assembly nodded in acknowledgement. Despite their allegiance to the Emperor of Humanity, the 2 exhibited the requisite decorum, leaving a favorable first impression. "Indeed, impressive youth. I have already received reports of your deeds from Wu Di. Therefore, after discussions with the elders, we have decided to make an exception and accept you both as inner disciples." What a trivial matter of deeds, fundamentally. It was merely an acknowledgement of their backing from the pinnacle of power within the human realm. As inner disciples, you are permitted to select an elder to serve as your master. Take your time to ponder this. Chapter 64. Becoming an insect cultivator is quite acceptable. Ordinary disciples typically begin their journey as outer disciples. Not only do they receive a meager stipend, but they must also complete designated tasks assigned by their sect monthly. It is only after establishing their foundation that outer disciples may ascend to inner disciples. Upon advancement, their benefits multiply several times, and they are no longer burdened by tedious sect tasks. Moreover, upon becoming inner disciples, they can select a golden core elder as their master. This not only provides ordinary disciples with a formidable ally at the golden core stage, but also allows for personalized guidance in their cultivation. Jin Huan and Lu Qing'er, having just embarked on their journey, are granted the extraordinary privilege of becoming inner disciples while still at the Qi refinement stage. It is indeed a tremendous boon, made possible only by the favor of the Emperor of Humanity. Noticing their dilemma, Wu Di, who had been standing in the hall, took the initiative to introduce the various elders and their respective sections. Although 7 or 8 elders were present, only 3 positions remained available. Elder de Jin Gang, at the late Golden Core stage, specializes in the fusion of humans and beasts. The essence of this school of thought lies in a technique that allows cultivators to temporarily merge with spiritual beasts. Upon merging, the cultivator retains their own spiritual energy and intellect, while simultaneously gaining the physical strength and innate abilities of the beast. When executed skillfully, this school is nearly invincible in close combat. Elder Jiang Fan, at the mid-golden core stage, is adept in the cooperative synergy between humans and beasts. This school is rather commonplace, lacking any notable uniqueness. Provided one possesses a sufficiently powerful spiritual beast, the potency of this school can be immensely formidable. Thus, the essence of this school lies in the pursuit and cultivation of advanced spiritual beasts. The last elder, Niu Daozi, is in the early stage of the golden core and excels in the insect cultivation school. The crux of insect cultivation is to achieve victory through sheer numbers. Imagine, when tens of thousands of spiritual insects of the same rank simultaneously launch an assault upon you. Even the most gifted cultivator would struggle to cope. Therefore, even if practitioners of the insect cultivation school possess relatively modest personal cultivation levels, they can easily triumph even against those of higher levels. However, despite its formidable prowess, the insect cultivation school has a critical flaw. It demands an exorbitant consumption of resources. After all, resources in the realm of cultivation are finite. Cultivators must not only elevate their own power, but also nurture their spiritual insects. While managing one or two may be trivial, the insect cultivation school requires at least hundreds for it to take shape. Such a resource drain is not something everyone can bear. Hence, it has been humorously remarked that the essence of insect cultivation is, in fact, money. Just as Jin Huan was still in a quandary, Lu Ying had already made her choice. Master, I wish to select Elder Jiang Fan as my mentor. The audience was taken aback not only by her informal address, but also by her choice. The human-beast fusion school, which requires merging with spiritual beasts, is rather unappealing. Inger disdains it. Indeed, for someone like Lu Ying, who values beauty above all else, her decision is entirely justified. As for the insect cultivation, she harbors a deep-seated fear of insects. This too makes sense. After all, she is the most cherished little princess of the human emperor. While others ponder how to enhance their strength, she is preoccupied with these intangible matters. Truly, poverty restricts our imaginations. Very well, then Inger, you may train under Sister Jiang Fan. The master agreed with pleasure, and Elder Jiang had no objections. However, this left only two mentors for Jin Huan to choose from. Prompted by Lu Ying's reminder, Jin Huan resolved within himself. Respected master, I wish to study under Elder Niu and learn the insect cultivation school. Jin Huan declared resolutely. It is true that insect cultivation is costly, but he still has some savings remaining. If it proves insufficient, he could always borrow a little from Lu Ying. After all, her wealth is likely inexhaustible. The master had no objections to this. But Elder Niu's expression revealed some displeasure. Elder Niu, do you harbor any concerns? The master inquired discreetly, noting his demeanor. No, since this is your arrangement, I shall comply. Elder Niu quickly regained his composure. Yet, despite his straightforward response, he seemed reluctant to accept Jin Huan. Jin Huan himself felt a twinge of dismay. Do I truly appear so inadequate? After the mentorship was established, the master seemed to have pressing matters to discuss with the elders and dismissed the two. Wu Di, who exited alongside them, was tasked with escorting the pair to their new disciples' quarters. Now that they were inner disciples, they would no longer reside in a communal dormitory, but could enjoy their own cave abodes. Though this cave abode may not rival the opulence of the elders, it possesses a quaint charm and a degree of privacy. As Jin Huan made his way to the new dwelling, he cast a glance at Wu Di, who had yet to fully mature, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Senior sister. Wu Di halted and turned around. What is it, junior brother Jin? Observing Wu Di's innocent and naive expression, Jin Huan came to a realization. His allure seemed ineffective on a child who had not yet begun to secrete hormones. By the same token, what would be the effect on an older woman who had ceased menstruation? Wait, do cultivators even experience menopause? It appeared he would need to find an older specimen for further experimentation. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to inquire how to acquire more spirit beasts. Currently, I only possess one spiritual pet, which is insufficient for my combat needs. Jin Huan casually posed this question. Ah, so that's what you wanted to know. You can simply ask your fellow disciples for guidance. However, since you've asked, I'll provide you with an answer. At our sect's beast garden, you can exchange spirit stones or sect merits for some already tamed spirit beasts. If you wish to capture your own, you may purchase the necessary tools at the treasure pavilion next door and then wait in areas where spirit beasts frequently appear. Here, I will also give you a map that marks the locations and coordinates of the spirit beasts commonly found in the nearby mountains. With that, Wu Di generously handed over a map made of beast skin. Thank you, senior sister. Jin Huan gratefully accepted the map. This was indeed something he needed, as he aimed to bolster his combat readiness. Before long, They arrived at the living quarters for inner disciples. Lu Yinger insisted on residing close to Jin Huan, prompting Wu Di to help them find 2 adjacent caves. Thus, the two had officially settled in the beast summoning mountain. After bidding farewell to Lu Yinger, Jin Huan entered his cave, closed the door, and leaped onto the soft, inviting bed. So comfortable, utterly delightful. This is the first place I can truly call my own since arriving in this world. Just as he reveled in his joy, the token at his waist vibrated. Hurry to your master's cave. Glancing at the words and coordinates that appeared on the token, Jin Huan sighed and reluctantly rose from the bed that had yet to warm beneath him. Chapter 65. Jin Huan and his insect-cultivating senior brothers. The cave of the Golden Core Elder was relatively easy to locate, as their residences were not only expansive but also few in number. By the time Jin Huan arrived, 4 or 5 individuals were already present. Elder Niu Daozi and a beautiful woman sat regally in the main hall, while 5 young disciples stood below. Upon seeing Jin Huan enter, Elder Niu Daozi nodded and introduced him to the assembly. This is your junior brother, Jin Huan. Come forth and pay your respects to your master and the 5 senior brothers. Jin Huan stepped forward and bowed deeply to the seated pair. I pay my respects to my master and my esteemed senior sister. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes collided with those of the matriarch, who was observing him. In the next moment, an unusual flush graced her well-maintained visage. Alas, his charm was wreaking havoc once more. Jin Huan promptly turned around to greet the 5 standing before him. Junior disciple Jin Huan, it is an honor to meet all esteemed seniors. Unexpectedly, while other Golden Core elders possessed numerous disciples, Elder Niu Daozi had yet to fill even 2 hands' worth. It seemed he was destined to be the 6th again. Fortunately, the 5 senior brothers appeared quite amiable. Upon meeting his gaze, they immediately jested. Oh dear, where did our master find such a fair and delicate junior disciple? Even I, a man, cannot help but feel a surge of affection. The others burst into hearty laughter. Second senior brother, you must be so starved for female company that even the junior disciple has caught your eye. You truly are desperate. Nonsense. How could I possibly lack female companionship? We have the enchanting matriarch right here. Their mirth only grew, while the master wore a solemn expression. Enough of this foolishness. 6th, come here. Take these 2 tomes, Insect Manipulation and Illustrated Compendium of Insects. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to consult your matriarch and the senior brothers. Elder Niu Daozi presented the books to Jin Huan. I must now depart to seek out insects. I shall be gone for a duration ranging from 1 year to 10. The affairs of the sect shall be managed by the eldest in conjunction with your matriarch. Understood. The others replied respectfully. What a situation. Just after accepting me, he vanishes? No wonder this lineage feels so desolate. Moreover, judging by the reactions of the others, it appeared that this was the master's customary practice, and they had grown accustomed to it. The thought of potentially not seeing his master for a decade led Jin Huan to contemplate changing mentors. After imparting a few more instructions, Elder Niu Daozi departed the cave, leaving everyone behind. Sensing Jin Huan's unease, the eldest brother quickly reassured him, Fear not, junior disciple. This is simply how our master is. You shall grow accustomed to it. Should any issues arise in your cultivation, seek guidance from the matriarch. She has reached the late stages of foundation establishment and will soon attain Golden Core, thus addressing your concerns will be a mere trifle. If you face any difficulties or bullying within the sect, come to us. We have dealt with those arrogant rascals, and none would dare to lay a finger on you out of respect for us. It appeared that even in the absence of their elder, these fierce senior brothers could navigate their days quite independently. Now that your master is away, I shall take the lead. Let us introduce ourselves, so that the 6th may quickly become acquainted with us. With Elder Niu Daozi gone, the matriarch became animated, her gaze towards Jin Huan unreserved. Madam's cultivation has reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, and the spirit insect she commands is the 100-flower butterfly. This exquisite creature can unleash various types of pollen to inflict illusions, paralysis, or poisoning upon its adversaries. Jin Huan immediately consulted the insect compendium, discovering that the 100-flower butterfly ranks 32nd. Next, the eldest senior brother introduced himself. I am the eldest brother, Yi-chun, with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of foundation establishment, and my spirit insect is the iron needlebee. The iron needlebee possesses an exceptionally sharp stinger and a fierce temperament, making it a formidable offensive spirit insect. Jin Huan swiftly referred to the insect compendium again, where the iron needlebee was listed as 27th. Remarkably, the eldest brother's spirit insect surpassed that of the madam in rank. Then came the playful taunt from his 2nd senior brother. I am the 2nd senior brother, by Ruofeng, also at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. As for my spirit insect, come forth. From both his ears, 2 tiny spiders crawled out and scuttled across his body. The flesh-eating spider is highly venomous and classified as an assassination-type spirit insect. Jin Huan promptly checked the insect compendium once more, noting that the flesh-eating spider ranks 49th. Although it falls below the madam and the eldest brother, it remains within the extremely dangerous zone of the top 50. It is important to note that while the compendium lists 100 insects, in reality, it documents over 10,000 types of spirit insects. The top 50 are deemed extremely dangerous, while those ranked 50 to 200 are considered high risk, and those from 200 to 500 are regarded as dangerous. Insects ranked beyond 500 are not considered hazardous, hence they are recorded without a rank. The third senior brother, Ku Guazai, is at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, with the spirit insect Ghost Cry Cicada. The Ghost Cry Cicada ranks 65th and can induce resonance within an opponent's internal organs through its sound waves. The greater the amplitude of the resonance, the more damage inflicted upon the internal organs. When the number of Ghost Cry Cicadas reaches the hundreds, they can effortlessly eliminate an opponent. Moreover, this type of attack cannot be defended against unless their numbers are swiftly diminished. Otherwise, the only option is to flee. The fourth senior brother, Fathead Fish, is at the 4th layer of foundation establishment, commanding the spirit insect Giant Devouring Ant. The Giant Devouring Ant ranks 80 and often appears in swarms of thousands. These ants are not only robust, but also possess razor-sharp mandibles capable of swiftly tearing through any material. Thus, they are somewhat overkill for killing foes, as they are more commonly employed to dismantle large defensive artifacts. The 5th senior brother, Wang Matzi, is at the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, with the spirit insect Stinking Bug. The Stinking Bug ranks 99th. Upon contact with a living creature, it will perish. After its death, it emits a foul odor that can incapacitate opponents. However, due to the distinct and persistent nature of this stench, the Stinking Bug is more frequently utilized for tracking and locating targets. Ha ha ha, old 5, now that Jin Huan has arrived, you can finally shed your identity as the junior brother. Laughter erupted among the group. By the way, junior brother, take a look at the insect compendium and see if there are any spirit insects that catch your fancy. Once you decide, we, your senior brothers, will assist you in capturing one. Wang Matzi, relishing his brief return to seniority, eagerly took on the responsibility. Jin Huan perused the book back and forth, contemplating the possibility of nurturing nearly every type of insect. The result is that no conclusion can be reached. One can only fret over the pages of books. Very well. The selection of the spirit insect is pivotal to the future cultivation journey of the disciples, spanning decades or even centuries. Allow your junior brother to ponder this matter thoroughly. If there are no pressing concerns, you may take your leave. Observing Jin Huan's troubled expression, the considerate matriarch swiftly intervened. Yes, matriarch, with her directive to depart. The 5 had no choice but to leave, albeit reluctantly. As they exited, they patted Jin Huan on the shoulder, casting sympathetic glances before walking away. Chapter 66, Matriarch. Do not approach. Jin Huan gradually became aware that something was amiss. Matriarch, perhaps I should return home. Selecting a spirit insect is exceedingly arduous. I estimate it will take at least 2 or 3 days to arrive at a decision. I will not disturb you any further. After speaking, he attempted to stealthily make his exit. However, upon turning, he was startled to find the cave walls adorned with a multitude of vividly colored butterflies. These are the 100 Flowers butterflies. Jin Huan immediately felt a surge of alarm and was about to dash outside. But it was already too late. His entire spiritual energy was sealed, and his body began to weaken. Yet his consciousness remained remarkably sharp. The matriarch rose gracefully and glided towards him, wrapping her delicate arm around his sturdy back in a tight embrace. Your master frequently absents himself from home. As a woman of such exquisite beauty, how can I endure this solitude? Fortunately, I have you, my dear brothers, to keep me company. No, no, matriarch, do not approach. Hearing the agonized cries echoing from within the cave, Wang Matzi shed tears outside. Once, he too had been a strikingly handsome youth. To escape the matriarch's clutches, he had marred his own visage, resulting in his current scarred appearance. Little did he know that the matriarch was truly ravenous, even in such a desolate state. She would not hesitate to indulge. It was only with Jin Huan's arrival that he realized he had finally been liberated. His fellow brothers did not stray far, gathering around Wang Matzi to offer reassurance. It will pass. Everything shall come to an end. Time will heal all wounds. After all, they had all endured similar trials. As evening fell, Jin Huan, supporting his waist, returned slowly to his cave. Upon his return, the ever-watchful Lu Inger hurried to knock on his door. Although Jin Huan desperately sought a confidant to unburden his heart, that person could not be Inger. After all, he felt sullied. Inger, I am rather fatigued and need to rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow, he called through the door. Lu Inger murmured softly, Brother Jin. Such a strong physique can still feel tired? Jin Huan buried his head in the bedding, quietly weeping. 8 times, 8 times. Even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle. How much could his formidable body withstand? Fortunately, Lu Inger did not press the issue further. After a brief wait, Silence enveloped the outside. Jin Huan rose from his bed. His efforts had not been entirely in vain. His master's wife had promised him a premium insect net for each round of sparring completed. This net was essential for capturing the top 50 most perilous spirit insects. Purchasing one from the treasure pavilion would not only cost an exorbitant price, but also come with a yearly limit of just one. Thus, his day's endeavor had spared him 8 years of waiting. Yet, his body could hardly endure any longer. With the net success rate merely at 10%, he ought to prepare at least 10 to ensure a higher chance of success. Jin Huan thought of his senior brothers, whose spirit insects were also among the top 50. It seemed they had endured considerable hardships as well. Lost in thought, he resumed his study of the illustrated guide. This time, he finally halted his page turning. The wingless ladybug, ranked 15th, was a lethal spirit insect. Contrary to its name, this ladybug was not truly wingless. Rather, its wings could only be used once throughout its lifetime. Once it took flight for the first time, its life would enter a countdown. Given its ranking, the power of this spirit insect was undoubtedly formidable. It possessed a voraciousness akin to that of a giant ant, a speed surpassing that of the carnivorous spider, and an attack strength greater than that of the iron bee. Coupled with an exceptionally resilient body, almost nothing could pierce through it. More terrifyingly, it was immune to all toxins and illusions. Even the resonant attacks of the ghost-screaming cicada were ineffective against it. The sole method to deal with them was to wait until their wings fell off, and they perished. Remarkably powerful, yet utterly impractical. Jin Huan's interest in it stemmed not only from its rank and strength, but also from the fact that they were abundant on the nearby mountain. Typically, such exceedingly dangerous spirit insects are either exterminated by cultivators or captured entirely by insect cultivators. Consequently, finding those in the top 50 was an arduous task, especially for those ranked higher. However, the wingless ladybug was not only present, but plentiful. This was primarily because they would die upon attacking. Thus, they developed an exceptionally docile nature, rarely assaulting cultivators without provocation. Furthermore, due to their robust physique, few would dare to provoke them unnecessarily. As for why other insect cultivators did not seize this valuable resource, it ultimately boiled down to financial constraints. Insect cultivators often needed to allocate all their resources to nurture the spirit insects they raised to enhance their own strength. If such spirit insects were one-time use, losing one would mean a significant loss. In summary, it was more prudent to select other, albeit weaker, spirit insects capable of sustainable development. But Jin Huan was different. He embraced extravagance and whimsy. Therefore, he resolved to wait until dawn to venture to that mountain with the mere 8 premium insect nets he possessed. Hoping to test his luck, the night passed swiftly. Early the next morning, Jin Huan sent messages to his senior brothers, informing them of his decision to capture the wingless ladybug. However, upon hearing that it was a wingless ladybug, the crowd not only declined to assist, but also urged him to think carefully, especially Wang Matzi, who earnestly advised him that a high-quality insect net was hard to come by and should not be wasted. The seriousness of his counsel was akin to crafting a heartfelt essay. Ultimately, with no other option, Jin Huan had no choice but to send a message to his master's wife. After all, capturing such a formidable insect was beyond the capabilities of a novice disciple in the chi refining stage. To his relief, his master's wife not only agreed promptly, but also arrived swiftly. From afar, Jin Huan beheld a resplendent figure fluttering gracefully from the horizon, accompanied by dancing butterflies. As she landed lightly, dust rose from her silken stockings. The scene resembled that of a celestial maiden descending to earth. Jin Huan watched, entranced, unable to suppress a gulp. Was this truly his fierce master's wife? She giggled softly, covering her mouth, and playfully tapped his forehead with a finger. "What's the matter? Are you mesmerized?" Jin Huan quickly shook his head. "Shall we proceed with the task at hand?" he suggested. Indeed, his master's wife finally adopted a serious demeanor. "Are you well acquainted with the habits of the wingless ladybug?" "I have learned all I could," he replied earnestly. "Since you are aware and still wish to pursue it, you must be prepared for the consequences. Thus, I shall cease my admonitions." She waved her hand, and the butterflies gathered around, forming a grand flying platform. "Let us ascend. The wingless ladybug often appears at Qingliang Peak. We shall head there now." She took Jin Huan's hand and leapt onto the butterfly-crafted platform. Chapter 67. Spirit Insects and Mischievous Monkeys. The breeze at Qingliang Peak was refreshing, and the grass was lush with the sweet melody of birdsong. Savoring the faint floral fragrance emanating from his master's wife, Jin Huan could not help but inquire, "Master's wife, you are so beautiful. Has master never laid a hand on you?" With a sigh filled with melancholy, she gazed at him with a look of deep yearning. "Your master, years ago, ventured into perilous territories in search of insects. He returned alive, yet in that regard, he was forever changed. Thus, over the years, to atone for this, he has taken on only handsome young disciples. To ensure my peace of mind, he has often used the excuse of insect hunting to remain away for long periods. No wonder, having just become his disciple, Master had hurriedly departed. It seemed he was creating opportunities for both Jin Huan and his master's wife. Reflecting on the previous insistence of his senior brothers for him to stay, he realized it was also a means to divert attention away from him. Master truly treats you well, Jin Huan remarked. His master's wife nodded, leaning into his embrace. To be honest, I have never thought he has wronged me in the slightest. On the contrary, he has done remarkably well. Everything that should and shouldn't be done has been meticulously arranged for me. Yet, we can never return to the way things were, since Master was aware of everything. Jin Huan knew he could only look after his master's wife. With a gentle lift, he cradled her in his arms. Master's wife, allow me to carry you. You little rascal, you certainly know how to have fun. The teacher's wife giggled softly, covering her mouth. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and butterflies danced gracefully. The kaleidoscope of flowers dazzled the eyes, stirring unspoken emotions. Embraced by Jin Huan, the teacher's wife quietly closed her eyes. Just as Jin Huan leaned down, his peripheral vision caught sight of something. Ah, a wingless ladybug, Jin Huan exclaimed. He knew ladybugs were easy to find, but he had not anticipated spotting one so quickly upon arrival. The teacher's wife quickly descended from his embrace. Hush, keep your voice down, and lie low. The two cautiously crawled on the ground, silently observing the cluster of ladybugs before them. Some lay on their backs basking in the sun, while others clung to flower stems sipping nectar, and some bumped into each other playfully. Do you see that one? It's a female, and that one is a male. To cultivate a population of insects, you need at least one pair of each gender, the teacher's wife instructed Jin Huan with care. Jin Huan nodded earnestly, retrieving the 8 exquisite insect nets from his belongings. Let's catch that one first. It's isolated and easier to capture. The teacher's wife pointed delicately with her slender hand at a ladybug nestled in the shade, fast asleep. Jin Huan took an insect net, aimed carefully, and threw it with all his might. Whoosh! The net got caught on a branch and was torn apart. Oh dear, you wasted one for nothing. Remember to throw with a parabolic arc. The teacher's wife sighed in exasperation, placing her hand over Jin Huan's to guide him in finding the right angle. Whoosh! The insect net successfully enveloped the wingless ladybug. However, it immediately awakened and, after a struggle, managed to break free. So close. When throwing, be mindful of the angle. You must avoid covering its mouth. After all, the mouthparts of a wingless ladybug are incredibly strong, capable of escaping even the finest nets. The teacher's wife, a seasoned insect cultivator at the foundation stage, quickly identified the crux of the issue. They selected another ladybug and made another attempt. Whoosh! Success! The insect net securely bound the ladybug's body while leaving its mouth exposed. No matter how hard it struggled, it was in vain. The teacher's wife swiftly summoned the captured ladybug back using her telekinetic skill and placed it into a specially designed wooden box. With just 3 nets, they had successfully acquired 1 ladybug, thanks to the expertise of the teacher's wife. This one is a female. We still need to capture a male. The teacher's wife reminded him. This time, she decided to let Jin Huan try on his own, as there were still 5 nets remaining. Jin Huan took a deep breath and selected a male ladybug. Whoosh! The male ladybug was fiercely aggressive. Before the net could even descend, it launched an attack first. With a rip, the net was torn open. A failure. Failing is normal. Let us try another one. The teacher's wife gently patted Jin Huan's shoulder, offering him encouragement. Jin Huan grasped the net and sought out a significantly more docile male bug. After 3 attempts, he finally succeeded in capturing the ladybug. Triumphantly, he raised the captured specimen. And his mentor blushed, thoroughly captivated by the overwhelming presence of masculine energy. The propagation of the first-generation ancestor bugs was of paramount importance. This time, his mentor did not allow Jin Huan, a novice, to intervene. She personally transported the 2 ladybugs back to the den for nurturing. It was not until a week later that she summoned Jin Huan to collect the second-generation bugs. As for the 2 ancestor bugs, one perished from exhaustion, while the other succumbed in a tragic display of devotion. The second-generation bugs exhibited significantly less wildness, making them considerably easier to tame. However, they were still far from being battle-ready. Fortunately, the remaining steps were manageable even for Jin Huan, a mere beginner. Thus, his mentor entrusted all the second-generation bugs back to him, granting him full authority to oversee their care. A month later, when Jin Huan successfully cultivated the 3rd generation of wingless ladybugs, another piece of delightful news arrived. The big-mouth monkey had hatched. Jin Huan leaned over the egg, watching as more and more cracks appeared on the shell. With a crack, the big-mouth monkey emerged. Wow, what an adorable little monkey, Jin Huan exclaimed, gazing at the fluffy creature before him. Wow, what an ugly master. The little monkey mimicked, looking at Jin Huan and attempting to speak. Wait, you can talk? Jin Huan gasped in astonishment. Can you understand human speech? The big-mouth monkey mirrored his surprise. I'm human, of course I can understand. Jin Huan replied, somewhat speechless. Oh, then I'm a big-mouth monkey, Naturally, I can speak. The monkey also appeared perplexed. Isn't there any connection between the two? Jin Huan questioned. Confusion etched across his face. This time, the big-mouthed monkey refrained from imitating him and instead wore a derisive expression. Isn't there any correlation? Jin Huan gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeves. It was said that the big-mouthed monkey could enhance attack power, and there was no doubt about that. Jin Huan slapped the little monkey, sending it spinning through the air like a top. What a thrill. It has been ages since I experienced such exhilaration, he declared as he stepped outside to retrieve the barely conscious big-mouthed monkey. To establish a bond with a spiritual beast or pet, one must utilize the owner's blood to sign a contract. All of this was documented in a book given to Jin Huan by Niu Daozi. Following the prescribed methods, he forged a contract with both the third-generation wingless ladybugs and the big-mouthed monkey. Soon, a direct connection with both creatures was established in his mind. Chapter 68. Foraging for medicinal herbs. Another month passed. Jin Huan completely halted his cultivation and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the selective breeding of the wingless ladybugs. At long last, the fourth generation of ladybugs was successfully cultivated. The current generation of spirit worms not only exhibits heightened obedience, but also boasts the most formidable attributes among all previous iterations. Jin Huan surmised that with the cultivation of a fifth generation, they would soon be ready for battle. However, while Jin Huan reveled in this progress, others were less fortunate. Lu Inger, having ventured out for mere amusement, found herself ill-equipped to endure such arduous training. Fortunately, her master did not impose any strictures upon her, allowing her to navigate her own path. Thus, she spent her days languidly waiting at Jin Huan's doorstep, yearning for his company to indulge in leisure pursuits. Meanwhile, the gluttonous monkey, after a month of indulgence and a carefree existence, had grown remarkably, now standing at half a human's height. Its daily routine involved idly keeping Lu Inger company, lost in contemplation at Jin Huan's threshold. One might ponder the essence of life. The monkey, gazing at the sunset while chewing on a half-eaten banana, could only muse, I do not know. Lu Inger, resting her chin on her hands, wore an expression of profound disillusionment. I believe the meaning of life lies in the pursuit of joy. No, this is not joy itself, but rather the journey leading to it. For instance, take this banana in my hand. When I acquire it and place it in my mouth, I am filled with immense delight. Yet, when I truly savor the banana, well, it's rather mundane. The monkey consumed the last morsel of banana, carelessly discarding the peel outside. Oh, Lu Inger replied, half-heartedly, returning to her daydreaming. Many contend that life should be a quest for happiness. However, I beg to differ. Joy is a rarity, a precious gem. Experiencing only a handful of joyful moments throughout one's lifetime suffices. Just like this banana, I can only indulge in one a day. Overindulgence leads to discomfort, which diminishes joy. The monkey smacked its lips, squinting against the setting sun. I still have bananas in my room. Help yourself. Lu Inger pouted, her face still a picture of discontent. All right. The monkey leapt into action, brimming with energy as it merrily dashed next door. At that moment, Jin Huan finally emerged. Oh, Inge, what brings you here? Jin Huan observed Lu Inger sitting at his doorstep, a look of confusion crossing his face. Brother Jin, you've finally come out. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Inger sprang to her feet, weeping as she threw herself into his embrace. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Jin Huan gently patted her head, attempting to soothe her distress. After all, who would dare provoke the cherished little princess of the Beast King upon Mount Huansho? Such audacity was non-existent. It's just that I'm so bored. Please take me out to play. Lu Inger whined, her charm overwhelming even Jin Huan. All right. I need to fetch a medicinal herb for the spirit worms, so Inger can accompany me. Jin Huan had commenced the cultivation of the fifth generation of wingless ladybugs, and according to the texts, feeding them specific herbs could further enhance their prowess. Naturally, Jin Huan would not let this opportunity pass him by. Moreover, he did not forget his primary task, which was to gain Lu Inger's trust in order to secure an opportunity to approach the Emperor of Humanity. Hence, since they had the chance to be alone together, it was imperative to seize the moment. What? We can go out to play? Master, take me along. At that moment, a large-mouthed monkey, clutching a bunch of bananas, emerged and joyfully scampered over. The sight of this large-mouthed monkey made Jin Huan feel as though his head might explode. This creature was simply too boisterous. Seeing that Jin Huan was ignoring him, the monkey assumed its pose was incorrect and hurriedly attempted to snuggle into his embrace, only to receive a curt dismissal. Fine, I'll take you. But you must remain obediently in the spirit beast pouch and refrain from causing any trouble. As you command. Falling Phoenix Valley was a desolate place, rife with miasma. It was evidently a perilous area. However, the elusive lawn ku grass that Jin Huan sought could be found at the periphery of Falling Phoenix Valley. Thus the risks were not as formidable. This was also his reason for bringing Lu Inger along. Lawn ku grass, a toxic herb with corrosive properties, was often utilized in the creation of poisons. Yet, when fed to the wingless ladybugs, it would not poison them. Rather, it would imbue their subsequent attacks with a degree of toxicity and corrosive effect. This remarkable effect was precisely why Jin Huan was determined to procure this herb. Luinger, having been well protected since childhood, was unafraid of anything. Upon witnessing such desolation, she became exhilarated. The beast's summoning mountain was exceedingly dull. It was far more enjoyable to venture out and play. She audaciously inhaled deeply in the miasma-laden valley, causing Jin Huan to hastily provide her with an antidote pill. For safety's sake, he consumed one himself. To ensure further protection, he also released 2 fourth-generation wingless ladybugs, immune to all poisons. Since Inger had a fear of insects, he concealed them discreetly on his person. Nevertheless, the environment remained exceedingly harsh. The ground was littered with decaying leaves and scattered animal bones. Even Jin Huan dared not let his guard down. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Large-mouthed monkey, come forth. The large-mouthed monkey, comfortably reclining and munching on bananas, found itself transported before the two. What on earth? Why have you brought me here? Is this still our homeland? The monkey's expression changed dramatically, and the bananas slipped from its grasp in fright. Go ahead, clear the way and find me some lanku grass. Jin Huan kicked its rear end, commanding without hesitation. Excuse me, is that even human language? How can you expect such a small monkey as I to pave the way? The large-mouthed monkey reluctantly sat down. Don't make me resort to hitting you. Jin Huan, resolute and succinct, had mastered the art of communicating with the monkey. All right, I'll lead, if that's what you want. The large-mouthed monkey, wearied and begrudging, slowly rose to its feet. It was only when it noticed Jin Huan silently raising his foot that it hastily quickened its pace. The journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, guided by the knowledgeable big-mouthed monkey. The pair swiftly gathered the requisite quantity of the decayed grass. With no other matters at hand, it was prudent for them to depart from this place without delay. Just as Jin Huan was about to summon his steed, the old yellow cow, a menacing aura suddenly emerged on the horizon. This ominous presence was approaching rapidly, and its target was none other than the Valley of Falling Phoenix, where Jin Huan and his companion resided. Alarmed, Jin Huan hastily stowed the big-mouthed monkey back into the spirit beast pouch and draped the magical cloak over himself and Lu Inger. Boom. A burly man with a fierce beard landed near them. Chapter 69. How am I being pursued again? Such a terrifying aura. This sensation must indicate at least a golden core level of power. The robust man did not leave. Instead, he sat down on the ground. Jin Huan and Lu Inger were at a loss regarding the identity and intentions of this stranger, so they held their breath and hoped he would depart soon. After a while, another dreadful aura manifested nearby, this one even more potent, likely belonging to a nascent soul cultivator. However, this individual was clad in armor, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Why did it take so long to arrive? Being late is not your usual style. The burly man stood up, clearly irked. Apologies. I encountered a few pests nearby and took care of them, which caused a slight delay. Upon saying this, the armored figure tossed 3 steaming heads to the ground. From those severed heads, one could unmistakably sense the strength of golden core cultivators. 3 haughty golden cores dispatched so easily. The sudden display of heads startled the robust man. But upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. These are not the elders of our beast summoning mountain. Where did you find them? Could it be that our secret has been uncovered? The armored figure replied, I find it strange as well. These individuals were quietly lurking nearby as if guarding someone. Moreover, judging by their techniques, they seemed to be from the human emperor's entourage. The burly man quickly grasped the situation. That explains it. Recently, the human emperor's daughter inexplicably joined our beast summoning mountain. These individuals must be her clandestine protectors. The little princess? Has the human emperor sensed something amiss? The armored figure immediately became vigilant. That seems unlikely. The little princess appears to have sneaked out for some fun. The burly man hurriedly clarified. That is a relief. However, our plans are extensive and must be executed with utmost caution. For instance, our meeting today must remain undisclosed to outsiders, the armored man kindly warned. Rest assured, the Falling Phoenix Valley is fraught with peril, and it is unlikely anyone will venture here, the burly man assured, patting his chest. Oh. The armored man glanced at the 3 still warm heads on the ground. The robust man chuckled awkwardly. What a surprise. What would happen if that little princess you mentioned were to accidentally perish? That would be quite the predicament. She is the most cherished daughter of the emperor. Her misfortune would surely stir great chaos. The armored figure, noting his gravity, nodded thoughtfully. Very well, here's what you seek. The armored being produced a jade slip, which the robust man accepted with evident delight, a smile stretching across his face. By the way, since killing is not an option, you shall decide how to proceed. After handing over the jade slip, the armored figure casually glanced at the positions of Jin Huan and his companion before vanishing in a flash of light. Alarmed, Jin Huan and his companion, who had witnessed the entire exchange, were drenched in sweat. Who could that be? The robust man, despite his dullness, realized that they had been overheard. The magical cloak only shields its wearer from those of a lower cultivation level. Had it not been for the robust man's carelessness and their clever concealment, they would have been discovered long ago. However, now that the robust man was aware of the eavesdropping, it was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Run! Jin Huan, as he dispelled the magical cloak, summoned the mechanical ox. Swiftly, the two scrambled onto the ox's back, recklessly urging it to flee. Jin Huan, Ingo, Elder de Jin Gang? In an instant, both parties recognized each other's identities. The next moment, the mechanical ox sped away, leaving Elder de Jin Gang momentarily stunned. The little princess was indeed a source of great trouble. With his late-stage golden core cultivation, catching up to Jin Huan and his companion would be effortless. Yet, he feared that his overwhelming power might inadvertently harm Lu Inger, leading him to dispatch his spirit beasts for the task. Afu, Abayo, you are to capture the princess alive. Remember, do not harm her. As for the other, do whatever is convenient. Afu was a mid-stage Foundation Establishment spotted python, while Abayo was a late-stage Foundation Establishment fighting baboon. Two spirit beasts of the Foundation Establishment realm pursuing two chi refinement cultivators seemed more than sufficient. He then pondered how best to handle the situation. Killing was certainly out of the question. Whether by accident or design, should the little princess perish, all living beings within 1,000 miles would suffer the consequences. However, releasing her might expose his plans, leading to a multitude of heads rolling. Thus, he was left with no choice but to forcibly erase her memories. It goes without saying that this would likely harm the little princess's spirit, perhaps rendering her a fool for life. Nevertheless, facing the Emperor's wrath would be a far lesser price than her outright demise. Meanwhile, Afu and Abayo pursued Jin Huan and his companion closely. Yet they could not close the distance. It was no jest. The mechanical ox was the proud creation of a fourth-tier master, rendering it invincible against those below the Foundation Establishment level when it came to speed. As the nascent soul cultivator and the elder of the great golden ape did not pursue him, Jin Huan gradually decelerated his pace. It was evident that these two sought to eliminate him. However, their choice to refrain from direct confrontation and instead dispatch two Foundation Establishment spirit beasts indicated their concern for Lu Ing'er's identity. Should he create too much distance, leading them to believe the spirit beasts were incapable of subduing him, they would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands and pursue him directly. At that point, escape would be utterly impossible. Faced with the two Foundation Establishment spirit beasts, Jin Huan, despite the challenge, still harbored a glimmer of hope for victory. If he could stealthily make his way back to Beast Summoning Mountain, even the elder of the great golden ape would hesitate to act against him in person. Once he relayed the entire situation to the sect leader, he would truly be free. Thus, Jin Huan cautiously adjusted the speed of his yellow ox, gradually moving toward the location of Beast Summoning Mountain. Finally, when he was a mere 100 miles away from the mountain, a Fu and a Biao successfully blocked the two pursuers in midair. This was the elder's limit. If he could not halt them, he would take reckless measures to eliminate them personally. What should we do? Brother Jin, are we going to perish here? Lu Inger, unaccustomed to such perilous situations, burst into tears. All the guardians who had secretly protected her had been slain, and among her pursuers was a formidable nascent soul. Only someone like Jin Huan, who had previously evaded death while being hunted by two nascent souls, could maintain his composure in such a crisis. In response to Lu Inger's distress, Jin Huan sought to both deepen their bond and make her aware of the harsh realities of their world, thereby encouraging her to train earnestly. He exaggerated the gravity of their situation. Sister Inger, we may very well meet our end here, but I must confess, I have grown fond of you. Before we face our fate, would you grant me a kiss? Brother Jin, I like you too, but I don't wish to die just yet. Please think of a way out. Lu Inger shyly returned a kiss. Very well, Jin Huan replied, feeling a bit awkward. It seems the daughter of the Emperor of Humanity is not so easily swayed. He stretched his neck and loosened his body, realizing it was time to demonstrate his true abilities. Since it was Lu Inger's request, he felt compelled to devise a plan to save her. I will handle the giant serpent while you stay to the side, ensuring you do not get harmed. Although a Fu and a Biao lacked full sentience, they understood the elder's command to avoid harming Lu Inger and thus cooperated by allowing her to retreat from the battlefield. Watching her escape the area of conflict, Jin Huan smirked coldly. Now he could unleash his full potential. He had yet to employ his death-defying techniques, and he would test them on these beasts. In his strategy, even though he was a mere chi-refining body opposing Foundation Establishment foes, he possessed the means for self-preservation through various tactics. The real challenge lay in evading the elder of the great golden ape, who had been lurking in the background. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he discreetly dropped two wingless ladybugs hidden on his person onto the ground. He intended to harness their formidable devouring capabilities to swiftly excavate a tunnel leading to Beast Summoning Mountain. As long as he could approach the mountain, Jin Huan was confident that the elder of the great golden giant would not dare to act against him under the watchful eyes of the Yuanian Grand Elder stationed at the sect. At present, his objective was merely to bide his time, awaiting the completion of the tunnel. In a blink, Huang Niu had already engaged in combat with a Biao, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Jin Huan had preemptively supplied it with ample spirit stones, ensuring it could endure for a considerable duration. Meanwhile, a Fu, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, fixed his gaze on Jin Huan, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. To hell with you. The so-called death-seeking style hinged entirely on the act of courting demise. Jin Huan, with a peculiar cry, charged directly at a Fu, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this lad exhibit such audacity? Who truly was the one in foundation establishment? Once a Fu regained his composure, he immediately opened his mouth to bite at Jin Huan, revealing his foul, gaping maw and two sharp fangs. Jin Huan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand to shield himself. "Brother Jin, be careful," Lu Ing'er shouted anxiously. With a sickening crunch, a Fu's venomous fangs sank into Jin Huan's right hand. Yet, this arm was as unyielding as steel. No matter how fiercely a Fu exerted himself, he could not penetrate even a fraction. This was a prosthetic crafted from true spiritual-grade flesh. It was indeed remarkable that a mere foundation establishment hybrid spirit beast could inflict any damage. What was more alarming was that while Jin Huan remained unscathed, a Fu discovered two bloodied holes had inexplicably appeared in his abdomen. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he was compelled to release his grip. The attack proved effective. Heavenly Shield Upgrade Progress 001. It was the Heavenly Shield that had activated. A Fu's assault was entirely absorbed by the Beiming True Kuan arm, but 30% of the rebound damage landed squarely upon him. Even this fraction, which disregarded defense, had significantly depleted a Fu's health bar, forcing him to reassess this Qi refinement practitioner who had unwittingly inflicted such intense damage upon him. Observing a Fu's retreat, Jin Huan shook his hand, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. "Sister Ing'er, do not fear. Without your consent, I shall not perish." With that, he swung his fist, embodying the essence of death-seeking once more. A Fu hissed in anger, indignant that a mere Qi refinement novice could chase him down. With this thought, he twisted his massive form, swinging his tail violently towards Jin Huan. With a loud crack, despite Jin Huan having raised his right hand in defense, he was still hurled away by the sheer force, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. The foundation establishment stage was indeed formidable. Although his right hand remained unscathed, other parts of his body suffered considerably, and he estimated at least 3 or 4 ribs were fractured. Of course, a Fu was not without his own suffering. As he knocked Jin Huan down, the same immense force sent him tumbling away. Moreover, due to the exertion of all its strength, the rebound damage inflicted upon itself reduced its health to below half. Hiss. At this moment, a Fu was genuinely frightened and dared not act recklessly any longer. The attack was effective, and the progress of Heaven's shield reached 002. Jin Huan swallowed a healing potion and slowly rose from the ground. It seemed that this reckless strategy had significant flaws. After all, apart from his right hand, his entire body was riddled with vulnerabilities. Wait a moment, vulnerabilities? Couldn't he simply cover them? Jin Huan hastily summoned all the wingless beetles to shield his vital points completely. With the defense of the wingless beetles, there were virtually no attacks capable of breaching their protection. Furthermore, as he had not commanded them to attack, he need not worry about their depletion while remaining grounded. This combination with his reckless strategy was indeed a perfect match. The only regret was that the number of 4th-generation wingless beetles was still quite limited, far from sufficient to cover his entire body. However, for now, it was adequate. Feeling his health gradually replenishing, Jin Huan charged once more towards Ah Fu. "You beast, come at me." Observing the audacious Jin Huan, Ah Fu had no temper left and immediately turned to flee. It was no surprise, as a spirit beast lacking awareness. How could it confront such an overpowering entity? Meanwhile, on the other side, the mechanical bull and Ah Biao were engaged in a heated battle. Despite Ah Biao's advanced foundation-building cultivation, he couldn't land a single blow against the speed-maxed bull. To buy time, Jin Huan deliberately refrained from allowing the bull to attack with full force, lest it inadvertently scare Ah Biao away. Thus, while Jin Huan chased Ah Fu across the landscape, Ah Biao pursued the mechanical bull in a similar fashion. This continued until the elder, the Great Diamond, who had been observing the situation from a distance, was on the verge of losing patience. At last, Jin Huan received the signal from the 2 wingless beetles. The tunnel was cleared. Without hesitation, Jin Huan dashed to Lu Qing'er and scooped her up in his arms. He then recalled the bull and sprinted towards the tunnel at full speed. "How dare you?" The Great Diamond Elder, who had been contemplating whether to intervene, was momentarily bewildered by Jin Huan's actions, but quickly regained his senses and gave chase. The tunnel was narrow, just wide enough for one person. After Jin Huan and Lu Qing'er entered, Ah Fu and Ah Biao quickly followed suit. Unfortunately, their massive sizes rendered them incapable of fitting through. Thus, the two spirit beasts began to frantically assault the passage, attempting to widen its dimensions. However, by the time they managed to expand the tunnel, Jin Huan and Lu Qing'er had already escaped far away. The approaching Great Diamond Elder, exasperated, pushed the two beasts aside and hurried toward the tunnel. With his golden core cultivation, even if he allowed Jin Huan and Lu Qing'er a few seconds of head start, he could easily catch up. Chapter 71. Committing outrage in public. Feeling the rapidly approaching figure behind him, Jin Huan was taken aback. At this rate, he would not last until he reached the exit of the tunnel. Thus, he quickened his pace once more, urging Lu Qing'er to hastily collapse the passage behind them. Lu Qing'er immediately comprehended his intent and began to cast spells repeatedly. Almost every few seconds, the two would collapse another section of the tunnel. Initially, to clear the passage, the Great Golden King had to pause to unleash his attacks. However, after being delayed multiple times, he resolutely summoned a mole spirit beast to merge with, swiftly digging forward. It appeared that this method was proving ineffective. Alternative strategies were necessary. Reluctantly, Jin Huan gritted his teeth and left behind 10 wingless ladybugs to intercept their pursuer. This was indeed his capital. With such a significant reduction in numbers, the successful cultivation of the 5th generation of wingless ladybugs was now in jeopardy. Nevertheless, when weighed against the value of life, the latter was undoubtedly of greater importance. As anticipated, this tactic proved effective. The pursuing elder of the Great Golden King, upon witnessing the obstructing spirit insects, instinctively launched an attack. With his golden core cultivation, even without exerting his full strength, dealing with the chi-refining spirit insects was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, much to his astonishment, the few spirit insects, upon being attacked, merely rolled backward a few times before soaring back into the air, lively as ever. The elder's expression was one of disbelief. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He unleashed his full power, sending 2 terrifying fist shadows hurtling toward the spirit insects. However, the wingless ladybugs were merely disrupted in their formation, remaining unscathed. After a brief moment, they regrouped and once again blocked the passageway. At this point, the elder of the Great Golden King could no longer remain passive. Watching Jin Huan grow ever distant, he clenched his teeth and reverted from his merged state. He then summoned a formidable tortoise-shell beast, merging with it once more. Generally speaking, the fusion technique inflicts considerable harm upon a practitioner's physical body. Thus, after merging, a period of recuperation is required before attempting another fusion. However, the Great Golden King could not afford to wait. Ignoring the risk of severe bodily repercussions, he merged with the tortoise-shell beast. Subsequently, with his immensely powerful fused form, he charged directly at the 10 wingless ladybugs. Since the wingless ladybugs had already taken to the air, they would not last long before perishing on their own. Hence, they did not hold back, biting fiercely at the Great Golden King's body. The wingless ladybug, known for its indomitable nature, truly lived up to its reputation. At this moment, the Great Golden King's physical form was capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage golden core, yet he was still being bitten, leaving small wounds all over his body. The speed at which they inflicted these bites, however, was still slower than the rate at which the Great Golden King could heal. Even so, these wounds were indeed real and tangible, and he genuinely experienced the accompanying pain. Yet at this moment, there were more pressing matters at hand. Ignoring the pain, he accelerated in pursuit of Jin Huan. Meanwhile, Jin Huan was nearing the other exit of the tunnel. Outside the cave, a group of patrolling and onlooking disciples from the Call Beast Mountain were gathered around the mysterious hole, gesturing and speculating about its sudden appearance. In the next moment, Jin Huan leapt from the cave, holding Lu Qing'er, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat in fright. Jin Huan surveyed the crowd surrounding him and immediately shouted, "Quickly report to the sect leader, Elder de Jin Gang has betrayed us." Just as he finished speaking, Elder de Jin Gang burst forth. Upon hearing Jin Huan's accusation, he swiftly retaliated, "Come forth. Jin Huan has colluded with the demon sect. Apprehend him at once." The mention of the demon sect left the onlookers stunned, unsure of whom to believe amidst this unexpected turmoil. However, the patrol captain, seasoned in experience, regained his composure swiftly. He stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Elder de Jin Gang, saying, "The matter of Brother Jin colluding with the demon sect is of grave importance. Might I accompany you to meet the sect leader to clarify the details?" "It is too late for explanations," thought Elder de Jin Gang, determined that his secrets must remain hidden at all costs. He calculated that even if a confrontation ensued here, the Grand Elder would not arrive in time to intervene. He would find a way to deflect blame, using his status as an elder to concoct some excuse. Without further hesitation, he launched himself at Jin Huan. You, a mere junior with only chi refinement cultivation, have repeatedly thwarted my plans. Even my 2 foundation establishment spirit beasts have been toyed with by you. Let us see if you can withstand this move I am about to execute personally. The crowd gasped in shock. Who among them dared to withstand the full force of a golden core cultivator? Even Jin Huan, with his Kuan arm, dared not confront him head-on. This was dire. He truly dared to strike. In an instant, a massive palm print shot forth, descending heavily upon Jin Huan. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed through the air. At some point, a golden wall had appeared before Jin Huan, successfully blocking the entire palm print. Upon closer inspection, this golden wall was composed of countless densely packed golden cicadas. Master! Jin Huan exclaimed with joy, recognizing it as the spirit insect of Neo Daozi, the 3rd-ranked golden cicada. What a fortunate arrival. Elder, why do you attack my disciple without cause? Neo Daozi, his face filled with fury, positioned himself between Elder de Jin Gang and Jin Huan. I have told you countless times to refer to me as Elder de Jin Gang, not simply as Elder. Elder de Jin Gang retorted, equally enraged. It appeared that the Grand Elder had already been alerted, yet Jin Huan remained lively and unscathed, complicating matters further. He resolved to seize Jin Huan directly. Along. A bow to me. Elder de Jin Gang summoned his strongest spirit beasts, a primary golden core Jiao Dragon and a primary golden core Swift Leopard. As the 2 spirit beasts emerged, they lunged at Neo Daozi with all their might. Let us see whether your spirit beasts are stronger or my spirit insects. With a command, Neo Daozi conjured a golden sword formed from countless cicadas, grasping it firmly in his hand. The rivalry between insect cultivators and beast cultivators was well known. Today's battle would reveal who was superior. Yet, Elder de Jin Gang had no intention of engaging Neo Daozi. His sole objective remained Jin Huan. The moment the spiritual beast appeared, he stealthily made his way to the back, reaching for Jin Huan. Master, save me! Jin Huan exclaimed in alarm. There was no time to escape. He could only hastily push Lu Inger out of his embrace. In the next instant, the great golden elder seized Jin Huan's shoulder, and the 2 vanished from the spot. Disaster! A ruse to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. Neo Daozi immediately realized the situation and swiftly disengaged from battle to pursue them. Meanwhile, within the depths of Huansho Mountain, a brilliant light burst forth, streaking across the sky. How dare you commit murder in my Huansho Mountain? Do you truly believe I am absent? It was the Grand Elder of the Nascent Soul stage. The Grand Elder had made his move. Chapter 72, Nascent Soul versus Nascent Soul, Golden Core versus Golden Core. The Grand Elder materialized before everyone, gently pinching the air above. In the next moment, the figures of the Great Golden Elder and Jin Huan plummeted from the void, firmly bound in place. The Great Golden Elder, face etched with fear, cried out in desperation, Demon Lord, save me. What a useless fool. You can't even handle 2 at the chi refining stage. Luckily, I didn't stray too far. In the watchful gazes of the crowd, the armored figure slowly emerged. The Demon Clan. The Grand Elder inhaled sharply. Well. Great Golden, you have the audacity to consort with the Demon Clan. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks. As soon as the words left his lips, a beam of light shot towards the Great Golden Elder with such speed that even he, at the late Golden Core stage, could not discern its trajectory. But soon, a black vortex appeared before the beam, swallowing all light within. To use a great one to bully the lesser is rather contemptible. Why not allow me to spar with you instead? As for the Golden Core matter, let the Golden Core deal with it themselves. The armored figure spoke with a smile, displaying no trace of fear. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, reflecting his unease at how effortlessly the opponent had neutralized his attack. Very well. The Demon Clan dares to rampage openly in my Huansho Mountain. If I do not intervene now, I might as well remove my own head and use it as a ball to kick. Xiongqi, emerge. With a tremor that shook the very foundation of Huansho Mountain. A resounding roar echoed. A spirit beast resembling a tiger with wings leapt forth from the mountain's interior, glaring menacingly at the spectators. It was the guardian beast of the sect, one of the ancient true spirits, Xiongqi, at the command of the Grand Elder. Both he and the beast charged towards the armored figure. How intriguing that you can tame an ancient true spirit as a spiritual beast. You humans are truly fascinating. The armored figure, unperturbed, retreated with laughter in the direction away from Huansho Mountain. The Grand Elder had been lured away, with the situation now exposed. The Great Golden Elder no longer needed to hastily deal with Jin Huan and casually tossed him aside. At long last, the sect leader and several elders arrived, albeit belatedly. Great Golden, you are betraying the sect leader admonished. And what of betrayal? What of loyalty? The elder Kong Long stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. Without the Supreme Elder, as a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, he harbored little fear towards the individual before him. The sect leader exchanged glances with the other elders, and they charged forward in unison, determined not to let him escape. Upon uttering these words, they all launched their attacks at Conglong. Conglong's fusion with the tortoiseshell beast had yet to dissipate, rendering his exterior formidable and impervious. Despite the relentless barrage from the group, he did not even attempt to evade. The expressions of the sect leader and several elders darkened further. "Let me handle this," Niu Daozi bellowed, wielding the golden cicada sword and striking fiercely at the tortoise shell on Conglong's body. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, it suddenly disintegrated, reverting to the form of a cicada. A multitude of cicadas swarmed towards Conglong, soon enveloping him entirely. "Ah!" Conglong screamed in agony as the cicadas navigated around the shell, finding unprotected areas to burrow in and gnaw at his flesh. "I hate bugs and cultivation." Conglong articulated each word with venom. Then, with a violent shudder, he shook off all the cicadas clinging to him. Yet, the remaining cicadas did not perish. They climbed back up and charged towards him once more. "Vile insects! Vile insects! Vile insects!" Conglong exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he stomped on the cicadas one by one. "Return," Niu Daozi commanded, and the remaining cicadas swiftly returned to his side. "Master is so impressive." Jin Huan gazed in awe, realizing how formidable the insect cultivator was. Beside him, Lu Ying's eyes were filled with admiration as she supported Jin Huan. Niu Daozi cast a sidelong glance at him and addressed the sect leader. "I shall take responsibility for breaking through the rebels' defenses. Following that, I request the sect leader and esteemed elders to join forces and capture him in one fell swoop." The sect leader nodded in agreement. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Elder Niu." However, Conglong scoffed at this, dismissing them with disdain. "You think a mere early-stage golden core insect cultivator can pose a threat? Such arrogance. I shall show you the true extent of our disparity." With that, he formed hand seals, his aura swelling ominously. This is bad. He intends to refine his spirit beast to augment his combat prowess. An elder warned, "This is madness. Spirit beasts are as vital to us as life itself. How could he act so recklessly?" The sect leader seethed with anger. "We shall not allow you to succeed." Niu Daozi waved his hand, summoning forth more cicadas. The cicadas coalesced into a long spear, which Niu Daozi seized and hurled with great force at Conglong. Thud! Ignoring the defenses of the tortoise shell, the cicada spear astonishingly pierced through Conglong's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his energy waning. Yet, this singular strike had drained the cicadas of their essence, leading to their complete demise. Each cicada had been meticulously nurtured by Niu Daozi, and seeing this scene, his heart ached with sorrow. Conglong, now furious and desperate, roared, "You insect cultivators have thwarted my plans time and again. Even if I must risk my life today, I will make you pay dearly." Afu, Abayo, the giant python and the baboon emerged. The great ape placed his hands upon their heads, swiftly refining them. In an instant, the two vibrant spiritual beasts were reduced to mere skins. Simultaneously, the injuries on the great ape's body healed completely. Madness. He must be insane. To refine two foundational spiritual beasts consecutively, all merely to heal his wounds. One must realize the immense effort required to nurture them to the foundational stage. Coupled with the previously absorbed tortoiseshell beast, 3 spiritual creatures had already been consumed by the great ape. The elite present from Beast Summoning Mountain were deeply pained by his actions. Yet, this was not the end. Along in a bio, 2 golden core spiritual beasts returned to him reluctantly. Again, he refined them. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. After all, golden core spiritual beasts were not something everyone among the golden core elders possessed. Yet, the great ape had absorbed 2 in one go. At that moment, the aura of the great ape surged tremendously, reaching the terrifying pinnacle of the golden core. He slightly tilted his head back, taking deep breaths, and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Upon a closer glance, he had grown to a size towering over dozens of people, fully transformed into a formidable body. "Who dares to battle me?" A resonant voice echoed from above. The great ape's colossal foot came crashing down towards the location of the crowd. Retreat. If they were no match for him before, now, after refining 2 golden core spiritual beasts, his power was insurmountable. Only one person dared to advance. Niu Daozi, the insect cultivator, came forward to claim your life. Chapter 73. Must we perish together? In an instant, countless golden cicadas soared through the sky, forming a massive golden hand that slowly ascended. The collision of the giant hand and foot resulted in a momentary stalemate. However, the great ape had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core, while Niu Daozi was still at the initial phase of the golden core. It was evident who was stronger. The great ape retreated after his initial strike failed. In that fleeting moment, Niu Daozi summoned all the golden cicadas on his person. The myriad golden cicadas danced in the wind, spiraling upwards in the air. From a distance, it resembled a golden tornado. Once everything solidified, A headless golden giant stood before the great ape's formidable form. Jin Huan opened the compendium of insects. The golden cicada ranked third, capable of transformation. The golden cicada swarm could be shaped into various forms according to the master's will, with the new form S strength being the sum of the cultivation levels of all participating cicadas. Thus, the more cicadas combined, the greater the power of the new form. Now, with all the golden cicadas summoned, the headless giant's cultivation approached that of the great ape's golden core pinnacle. Only one final step remained. Neo Daozi soared into the air, positioning himself atop the giant's head. The golden giant took shape. The great ape's formidable body and the golden giant faced off against each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bang! As the two combatants simultaneously launched their strikes, they collided with each other as forms. The force of the blow diminished the mighty golden titan, causing its physique to slightly shrink. Concurrently, numerous deceased golden cicadas fell from the golden giant, signaling a reduction in its formidable aura. At this juncture, the battle transcended technique, devolving into a pure contest of cultivation levels. Each fighter exchanged blows with unwavering resolve, determined to see who would emerge victorious. A tempestuous wind surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. The sect leader and the esteemed elders, all possessing golden core cultivation, managed to maintain their composure. However, the remaining foundation establishment and chi refining disciples were scattered like leaves before the gale. Humph! The sect leader let out a cold snort, conjuring a protective barrier that shielded the disciples behind him from being swept away by the shockwave. "Thank you, sect leader," the disciples exclaimed, their faces pale with gratitude. The clash between the titan and the giant continued unabated. The titan's form had been reduced to half its original size, while beneath the golden giant, a heap of cicada corpses lay scattered. The titan felt increasingly uneasy if this battle continued, although he could wear down his opponent. Numerous elders were watching him with predatory intent. Meanwhile, he had no reinforcements left. "Neo Daozi, what is the purpose of this? If this continues, your years of effort will be in vain. Even if you manage to slay me, what will you gain? Will that person truly grant you the position of sect leader?" Neo Daozi threw another punch, unwavering in his determination. "This battle is meant to pave a grand path for all insect cultivators. If my path succeeds, what does it matter if I perish?" The titan, infuriated yet amused, bellowed, "Well said. A grand path indeed. Since you seek death so fervently, allow me to grant your wish." With a monstrous cry, a swirling mass of dark purple energy began to emanate from his body, enveloping him in a thick shroud of malevolence. "Not good. He is on the verge of demonic transformation. We must stop him," the sect leader warned. Neo Daozi hastily quickened his pace, unleashing 2 consecutive punches, pushing himself to his limits. The effort proved effective, as the titan's form shrank further. Yet, the titan exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. The invigorating flow of power was simply magnificent. The onlookers could distinctly perceive the titan's aura swelling once more. In an instant, his entire being became shrouded in darkness, sprouting numerous tentacles, each radiating the oppressive might of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Alas, the demonic energy, foreign to this realm, faced rejection from the very fabric of existence. The demonic titan was relentlessly tormented by the forces of heaven and earth. "Since you wish to die, let us descend into the abyss together." The titan's tentacles ensnared the golden giant's limbs, while his hands reached for the golden giant's head, where Neo Daozi resided. This was dire. The situation had turned perilous. Neo Daozi could choose to extricate himself from the golden giant at this very moment, thereby evading this wave of assault. However, such an act would inevitably result in the powerful demonic energy corrupting all the golden cicadas, leading to their near-total annihilation. At that point, no one would be able to thwart the great golden giant. Yet, if he were to endure and persist, he was confident he could ultimately drag the giant to its demise. After all, the repulsive force was currently inflicting substantial damage upon the golden giant. As long as he remained in this state of demonic transformation, it would eventually exhaust itself. However, this would mean he could not safeguard his own well-being and would likewise succumb to the taint of demonic energy. Moreover, such passive demonic transformation could not be undone by his own will. If he did not promptly sever the affected area, he risked becoming entirely consumed by demonic energy, losing his reason and succumbing to the oppressive repulsive force. From the very beginning, the golden giant harbored a desire for mutual destruction. All eyes turned to Neo Daozi, eagerly anticipating his choice. As cultivators, we must eradicate demons and uphold the path. Should the way be accomplished, we shall not shun death. Neo Daozi not only refrained from retreating but, with both hands gripping tightly, clutched the giant's tentacles, preventing its escape. Why not evade? Why not evade? Upon witnessing Neo Daozi's actions, the golden giant became utterly unhinged. Its colossal fists rained down upon Niu Daozi with relentless ferocity. As a bug cultivator, Niu Daozi's physical form was not particularly formidable. After enduring 2 solid blows, he was already dizzy and disoriented. Simultaneously, the suppressed golden giant began to dissipate at the edges of its form. If it did not relinquish its demonic state soon, it would truly vanish into the ether. Yet, once contact was made, not only Niu Daozi but also the other elders, who had been waiting patiently, would meet a gruesome fate. The battle must come to a swift conclusion. Die, die. It pounded Niu Daozi desperately, urging him to release his grip. Initially, it had merely sought to test the opponent's limits. It did not wish to perish so easily. After sustaining another grievous blow, Niu Daozi's vision spun, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, he stubbornly refused to let go, determined to see who would collapse first. Jin Huan, noticing his master's precarious state, hurriedly knelt before the sect leader. Master, esteemed elders, my master is on the brink of collapse. I implore you all to save him. The elders exchanged glances, devoid of any desire to intervene, instead directing their gaze toward the sect leader. Observing this, the sect leader furrowed his brow. It is not that we do not wish to assist. We are simply powerless. You have witnessed the situation. Aside from your master, none can contend with that traitor. You need not intervene. If you can withstand a few attacks for your master, victory shall be ours. But those are attacks imbued with demonic energy. Should they strike, they could cause irreparable harm. Furthermore, given your master's severe injuries, even if he survives, his lifespan will be drastically shortened. Rather than sacrificing more lives, the sect leader fell silent. Would you prefer to let him die for your sake? Jin Huan rose, glaring with fury. Chapter 74. Farewell. In the face of Jin Huan's egregious behavior, although the sect leader was infuriated, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and patiently explained. One must always prioritize the greater good. To hell with your greater good. If you want to save him, I shall do it myself. Jin Huan retorted angrily, summoning the yellow bull to hasten towards the battlefield. Fool, you, a mere chi refinement disciple, will only be marching to your own demise. The sect leader shouted at his retreating figure. Yet, Jin Huan paid no heed. At that moment, the lower half of the great golden man had completely disintegrated. It would not be long before he was reduced to ashes. The situation for Niu Daozi was equally bleak. His once mighty golden form had reverted to its original state of the golden cicada, the numbers of which were few and far between. He himself was left with but a final breath, yet he clung desperately to the great golden man. The great golden man was truly desperate, pouring all his strength into a single punch. Should this blow land, Niu Daozi would undoubtedly perish. Who dares harm my master? Jin Huan, racing towards them atop the yellow bull, delivered a fierce kick, propelling himself into the air. He roared, swinging his right fist with all his might. On one side was the colossal fist of the golden man, akin to a mountain. On the other was the diminutive fist of a frail being. One was a peak golden core powerhouse transformed by demonic forces, while the other was a weakling of the 8th layer of chi refinement, augmented by artificial limbs. As the great golden man pondered how this young upstart dared to emerge and seek glory at such a moment, Jin Huan's fist was already upon him. Boom. Unquestionably, Jin Huan's body shot forth like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Peering into the pit, one could see that, aside from his right hand remaining intact, Jin Huan's body was riddled with cracks, resembling shattered glass. He was but a breath away from death. Brother Jin, Lu Ying'er's face paled as she scrambled towards the enormous pit. The others, however, seemed to have anticipated this outcome, wearing expressions of profound sorrow. Meanwhile, the great golden man's fist unexpectedly halted. He gazed quizzically at his own hand, which gradually began to disintegrate like weathered stone in the air. The attack had taken effect. Heaven's Shield Upgrade Progress, 003. The great golden man's enhanced full-force strike, amounting to a third of its power, rebounded and was reflected back upon himself. Overwhelmed by the forces of heaven and earth, he could no longer withstand the blow. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the great golden man's form began to collapse. His face was a mask of disbelief, unable to accept that he was truly facing his end. No, it cannot be. How could I die? I began my cultivation at 5, reached the peak of chi refinement by 15, broke through to foundation establishment at 18, achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment at 35, and attained golden core at 40. Before I reach 80, I shall certainly reach the late golden core stage and even aspire to form my nascent soul before the century mark. I am a once-in-a-century genius of Huanshu Mountain, the youngest disciple in history to condense the golden core. The position of the sect leader was rightfully mine to inherit. Yet that useless fool, relying on the power of his family, brazenly snatched from me the leadership that was within my grasp. As if that were not enough, he has repeatedly targeted me, obstructing my resources and hindering my cultivation. Now, It is not merely a matter of forming a nascent soul before my centenary. I have been so grievously harmed by him that I am left with little hope of ever achieving it in this lifetime. For the sake of the path to immortality, for the sake of my elusive dream, I was compelled to ally with the demonic clan, thus descending into the path of darkness. I had clearly seen the dawn of success before me, so why, oh why, must I meet my end at this juncture? I refuse to accept it. I am unwilling. As the final words escaped his lips, the great Golden King vanished from the mortal realm. Eradicate the demonic path. The sect leader was the first to launch an assault into the void where the great Golden King had been. The other elders, witnessing this, hastened to unleash various spells in retaliation. Yet that place was undeniably empty. Niu Daozi, clinging to the last remnants of his strength, slowly approached Jin Huan. Jin Huan gazed at Niu Daozi, his lips moved, but no words could emerge. Do not move. I shall heal you at once. Niu Daozi ignited his golden dan, transforming his lifetime of cultivation into pure essence, which he gradually infused into Jin Huan's body. The wounds on Jin Huan's body began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate under the nourishment of the essence. Master, I can speak now, Jin Huan exclaimed. I am beyond saving. There is no need to persuade me otherwise. Moreover, had you not shielded me from that final blow, I would never have had the chance to converse with you here, Niu Daozi replied, his heart filled with gratitude. Jin Huan found himself at a loss for words and fell silent. Instead, Niu Daozi continued, Is your master's wife still pleased with you? Jin Huan, blushing, nodded in affirmation. That is good indeed. In this world, there remain two things I cherish. The first is that I have yet to find the number 1 ranked iron-threaded worm on the bug list. The second is my regret towards your master's wife. Niu Daozi said with a smile, expressing his regrets in the twilight of his life. Master, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one dares to trouble your wife. As for the search for the iron-threaded worm, I shall inherit your will and continue along your path, Jin Huan declared. Now able to sit upright, I have one last matter to entrust to you. Niu Daozi gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Speak, master. Jin Huan steadied the faltering Niu Daozi, urgency in his tone. Cultivation of bugs does not solely rely on the bugs themselves. One can also employ formations. All that I have learned in my life shall be passed on to you. Niu Daozi trembled as he removed his storage bag and placed it into Jin Huan's hands. Then, he closed his eyes forever. Master, Jin Huan cried out, raising his voice to the heavens. At that moment, the sect leader and his entourage, who had been delayed, finally arrived. Elder Niu has rendered immeasurable merit, rescuing Beast Summoning Mountain from the brink of disaster. All disciples of Beast Summoning Mountain, pay your respects to Elder Niu. The sect leader sighed, his expression solemn as he spoke with righteous gravity. With deep respect, the disciples bid farewell to Elder Niu, expressing their sentiments in unison as they bowed before his lifeless form. Having regained most of his strength, Jin Huan coldly regarded the assembly while cradling the corpse of Daozi Niu. He then made his way through the throng, step by deliberate step, towards his master's cave. Lu Ying'er followed closely behind him. The remaining disciples stood rooted in place, paying their respects to the retreating figures. In the elder's cave, the master's wife sat before her vanity, meticulously adorning herself. Jin Huan, accompanied by his fellow disciples, arrived at her chamber's threshold. Master's wife, I have returned. Jin Huan spoke wearily. Her hands trembled slightly, yet she did not turn around, continuing to groom herself. Upon waking today, I felt an ominous premonition, as if something significant were to transpire. Thankfully, you have returned. As for Master, do not say it. I already know. Let me bid him farewell with my most beautiful visage, she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Chapter 75. The aftermath of the Demon Clan incident. 2 months swiftly passed. The sect leader, exhibiting some conscience, did not expel the insect cultivators from the Jin Dan cave, following Daozi Niu's demise. However, the disciples of the Great Vajra were not so fortunate, as they were unceremoniously cast out from the Beast Summoning Mountain in disgrace, including the promising young disciple Wu Di. Perhaps out of a sense of obligation to Daozi Niu, the sect resolved that his salary would continue uninterrupted, with the corresponding benefits of his disciples doubled. Niu's valiant deeds earned him the utmost respect from all disciples at the Beast Summoning Mountain. Jin Huan and his companions faced no further obstacles in their duties, greeted instead with reverence. In a grand ceremony attended by all sect members, Daozi Niu was interred with honor in the sect's cemetery, where a statue was erected in his memory at the transmission square. What transpired with the Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder, accompanied by Qiongqi, pursued the armored man, engaging in fierce combat that lasted a day and a night. It was only on the following day that he and Qiongqi returned to the Beast Summoning Mountain, both battered and bruised. The armored adversary fared little better. Stripped of all armor and losing his right hand, he fled back to the demon realm in disgrace. However, This conflict cost the beast summoning mountain 2 formidable golden core warriors, and even the Supreme Elder was injured and required seclusion, his strength significantly diminished. Not only the other 9 major sects, but even the smaller sects surrounding the beast summoning mountain began to covet the many resources under their control. Fortunately, the situation with the demon clan drew sufficient attention from higher authorities. The Emperor's army took residence in the beast summoning mountain to investigate the matter, instilling a temporary fear that deterred any underhanded actions. Jin Huan slowly opened his eyes, concluding his period of seclusion. This battle imparted a profound realization. Beyond authority, it is strength that serves as the soul's safeguard in this perilous world, protecting oneself and those dear to them. Upon his return, he promptly prepared the necessary materials and commenced his secluded cultivation. This period of retreat proved to be immensely fruitful. Jin Huan's cultivation level officially ascended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and he successfully nurtured the 5th generation of wingless ladybugs. He began to introspectively examine his own body. At the 9th layer of Qi refinement, his attributes were as follows: health, 2100, spiritual power, 130. Body tempering technique, Earthgrade heart method, capable of being cultivated 1 layer at a time. Upon absorbing spiritual energy, half dissipates, resulting in physical enhancement. Heaven's will, yellow grade technique. Possessing a 51 probability of instantly slaying a target during an attack, it is capable of advancement. Heaven's shield, Earthgrade technique, cultivatable 1 layer at a time. When attacked, it mitigates 30 of the damage and reflects 30 back to the attacker. It is also capable of advancement, with current progress at 003. The North Sea True Kuan Arm, superior magical artifact, also capable of advancement. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. After absorbing the true essence from the golden elixir burned by his master, Niu Daozi, Jin Huan distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his foundational abilities, surpassing the effects of any medicinal pill. This not only facilitated his cultivation, but also eased the process of breaking through bottlenecks considerably. However, even with such remarkable results, within the entirety of the lower realm, the opportunity to nourish the foundations of a Qi refinement cultivator with the golden elixir of a golden elixir cultivator was a luxury that only Jin Huan could encounter. Consequently, in light of this, he felt an even greater sense of indebtedness towards his master, and his resolve to grow stronger in order to protect others grew ever more fervent. Alas, haste does not yield favorable results. Jin Huan rose to assess the condition of the 5th generation of wingless ladybugs. Due to the severe damage sustained by the 4th generation, he had expended considerable effort to replenish their numbers. Now, with the 5th generation, the count of wingless ladybugs had finally reached 120, surpassing the milestone of 100. With such a substantial number of spiritual insects at his disposal, Jin Huan even felt confident enough to challenge a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a one-on-one encounter. Moreover, bolstered by his previous combat experience, Jin Huan conceived a bold idea. The wingless ladybugs possessed exceptional attributes across the board. Their only drawback lay in the fact that their lives began to burn endlessly once they activated their wings for attack. What if he were to equip them all with mechanical wings, allowing them to move freely without relying on their own wings? Wouldn't this flaw be rectified? After discreetly reporting this matter to the headquarters of the Yama Palace, Jin Huan sought the guidance of his informal master, Xishang Ren. Xishang Ren affirmed this audacious notion and personally drafted blueprints for the mechanical wings, which he entrusted to Jin Huan for reference. Not one to disappoint, Jin Huan utilized the materials at his disposal to forge the first version of the mechanical wings, although these wings appeared somewhat rudimentary in craftsmanship. Upon being affixed to the wingless ladybugs, they indeed proved effective. However, compared to their original wings, their flying speed had diminished considerably, and their agility was somewhat lacking. Furthermore, each ladybug required time to train in order to adapt to their new wings. In response, the 4 ascendants agreed to continue enhancing the craftsmanship of the wings and expressed their willingness to personally assist in the refinement process. However, at present, the 5th generation bug had already significantly augmented his prowess. Subsequently, Jin Huan emerged from seclusion to pay visits to several acquaintances, including a few senior brothers, the officially widowed Master's wife, and Lu Ying-er, who had begun earnest cultivation. The Master's wife found an outlet for her solitude, while Ying-er alleviated her monotony. During this outing, Jin Huan also received unexpected news, not only in the Beast Summoning Mountain but among the other 9 major sects. There were also undercover agents of the demonic sect lurking within the upper echelons. Thus, the entire human race was poised to undergo a tumultuous cleansing. The extent of any remaining remnants of the demon clan or the number of innocents who might be purged under the pretext of eradicating evil remained uncertain. Nevertheless, in the following period, the realm of human cultivation experienced a notable calm. In conversations with Lu Ying-er, she officially acknowledged her identity as the daughter of the human emperor. Although Jin Huan had known this all along, he feigned shock, much to Ying Er's satisfaction, affirming her belief that his interest in her was not motivated by her lineage. Additionally, this outing brought an unexpected surprise. Upon learning the truth, Yi Wushuang completely forgave Jin Huan and San Pang, even feeling that she had been the unreasonable one, thus developing a sense of indebtedness towards Jin Huan. Consequently, after the demonic incidents had subdued the fervor surrounding the underworld palace, she chose to personally act as a messenger, delivering some resources prepared for Jin Huan by San Pang and the Four Ascendants. Naturally, Jin Huan seized this precious opportunity, taking advantage of her in a rather bold manner, provoking her ire. However, Jin Huan's strength had vastly improved. Even if Yi Wushuang were to unleash her full might, he could withstand her onslaught with the aid of the wingless beetle. Once he had settled all matters, Jin Huan gathered another batch of cultivation resources and commenced a new round of seclusion. Chapter 76. The struggle between black and white in the blink of an eye. Half a year had swiftly passed. Jin Huan's aura had reached its zenith, finally attaining the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. He was poised to begin the foundation establishment. However, Jin Huan did not rush to break through. Before doing so, there were certain matters he had to attend to. He retrieved the storage bag left to him by his master, Niu Daozi, and meticulously examined its contents. First, he found a volume titled Insights, wherein Niu Daozi recorded his thoughts on cultivation from the perspective of the Golden Core and his insights into the insect cultivation sect. This included analyses of various spirit insects. However, the section dedicated to the top-ranked iron threadworm remained conspicuously blank, an enduring regret of his life. Next, he discovered a collection of insect eggs. From the 2nd to the 200th ranked spirit insects, Niu Daozi had preserved eggs for each variety. If Jin Huan wished to transition to other schools of spirit insects, he could simply hatch the corresponding eggs, thus saving a considerable amount of trouble in catching them. Yet, despite some of these spirit insects being ranked higher than the wingless beetle, they failed to capture Jin Huan's interest. He currently has no intention of changing his cultivation style, so he has gathered everything together. Next are some elixirs and cultivation methods of the Golden Core stage. The insect cultivator does not place much value on these items. Aside from their potential to fetch a good price, they hold little utility for Jin Huan at the moment. Following that is a volume titled Elementary Array Formation. Before his demise, Niu Daozi had mentioned to Jin Huan that combining insect cultivation with array formations could significantly enhance one's power. However, given Jin Huan's mediocre comprehension, it would take time for him to grasp these concepts. There are also some high-quality spiritual stones of Golden Core rank. As an elder, Niu Daozi received a considerable stipend, but most of it was entrusted to his master. He kept only a modest sum for his own sustenance. Nevertheless, for Jin Huan, it constitutes a significant amount of capital, which he graciously accepts. Additionally, there are some advanced insect catching nets and various high-grade spirit beast bags. These are essential tools for an insect cultivator, and Jin Huan unhesitatingly claims them all. Lastly, there is a mysterious jade slip. Jin Huan feels an uncanny familiarity with this slip. Wait, isn't this the same jade slip that the armored figure handed over to the great Jin gang that day? It was precisely because Jin Huan and Lu Ying stumbled upon this transaction that a series of subsequent events unfolded. It seems that Niu Daozi must have pried it from the great Jin gang just before his dissolution. However, it is unfortunate, as a late-stage Golden Core, the great Jin gang surely possessed numerous valuable items within his storage pouch. If only he could have obtained those treasures, it would have been a considerable windfall. Yet, apart from this jade slip, everything else turned to ashes with him. Even with just this jade slip, given the extent to which the great Jin gang was willing to expose himself for its acquisition, its value is likely to be considerable. With this thought, Jin Huan focused his consciousness towards the jade slip. Buzz. A torrent of information surged into Jin Huan's mind. Techniques for refining qi into demons, transforming demons into the physical form, refining the body into divinity, and transmuting divinity into spirit presented themselves before him in various postures, as if practicing some peculiar method. Once the figure completed all its movements, an entire set of demonic cultivation techniques was inscribed within Jin Huan's consciousness. This system of techniques elucidates how to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and refine it into demonic energy. Once the demonic energy is produced, it will nourish the body, enhancing its physical strength. When the physical strength reaches a certain threshold, the soul will also be fortified, granting the practitioner the ability to alter their physical form at will. The tentacles exhibited by the great Jin gang were an application of the transformation of body into divinity. Ultimately, the practitioner will become one with the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy of the world becomes their own, and all things within it can be wielded at their discretion. At that point, the practitioner will emerge as the true sovereign of the universe, the genuine creator. Such is the terrifying nature of the demonic cultivation methods. It is no wonder that when the Grand Elder and the ancient True Spirit, Qiong Qi, launched their assault, they could not capture the armored figure. Had it not been for the repelling force of this realm, the outcome could have easily been different. Such formidable power is hardly surprising. It is no wonder that the great Titan would forsake his sect to acquire this set of skills. With it, his attainment of the nascent soul is imminent. Just as Jin Huan wavered on whether to cultivate this technique, a sudden rupture seemed to occur in his mind, plunging his consciousness into an abyss of darkness. From this boundless void, a colossal visage gradually emerged, its enormity overshadowing the world. The face opened eyes as profound as the moon, gazing intently at Jin Huan. How intriguing, a body cursed by heaven. What say you? Will you embrace the darkness? I can fulfill all your desires, particularly your thirst for power. A crackling sound ensued as the vision shattered, the world crumbling around him. In an instant, the entire realm transformed into a blinding white. The celestial being he had encountered twice before was now relentlessly striking him with her bare feet. Awaken! Awaken! The demon ancestor deceives you. Regardless of his promises, do not believe him. Ascend to divinity. That is your soul path. The scene inverted once more, engulfing him in darkness. The colossal face reappeared, urgently proclaiming, "Who is lying here? Injustice, disloyalty, and ingratitude reign. The world thrives on profit, and all are driven by self-interest. That seemingly luminous domain is rife with shadows. Yet within this darkness lies the light you desperately seek." Blackness constricted, white erupted. The world blazed anew. The celestial being grasped Jin Huan's collar, repeatedly striking him. "Snap out of it. Every gift comes with a hidden price. Reflect on his promises, even if you attain them. What will he demand in return?" The contention between the two intensified. The world alternated between pitch black and blinding white. Fragmented voices echoed in his ears, repeating and receding. Caught in the relentless tug-of-war between the two forces, Jin Huan felt as though his head would shatter under the strain. Ultimately, he could endure no longer and succumb to unconsciousness. "Brother Jin, awaken!" At the sound of a familiar voice, Jin Huan's eyes flew open. Before him were three familiar faces. Lu Inger, pressed closely against him, the anxious expression of his mistress beside the bed, and Yi Wushuang, standing nearby with a worried countenance. "At last, Brother Jin, you are awake," Lu Inger cried, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Jin Huan struggled to sit up, inquiring of the three, "What transpired? How long have I been unconscious?" "It has been 3 days. You nearly frightened Inger to death. The sect leader has already visited and stated that your wavering while during cultivation allowed the celestial demon to invade your mind. There is a specific term for this phenomenon." Lu Inger scratched her head in contemplation. His mistress interjected, "It is called losing oneself in cultivation. Huaner, for the time being, it would be wise to refrain from practicing and focus on regaining your composure." Chapter 77. Losing oneself in cultivation. The concept of losing oneself in cultivation was also referenced in the texts left by Niu Daozi. This phenomenon typically arises during a practitioner's breakthrough, when a wavering will lead to a backlash from one's inner demons, resulting in a descent into madness. However, due to Niu Daozi's unwavering resolve, he has never encountered such a predicament. The descriptions surrounding this matter are merely relayed from others, thus lacking substantial reference value. Nonetheless, Jin Huan remains perplexed about how he could have fallen into this state of turmoil. Logically speaking, he has neither experienced a breakthrough nor engaged in further cultivation. The only action he undertook was perusing the demonic techniques documented in that jade slip. Recalling the torment he endured when the demon ancestor and celestial immortal were at odds, he could not help but feel a sense of dread. "Are you still feeling unwell?" the master's wife inquired with concern, noticing his pallor. Jin Huan shook his head and turned the question back to her. "Master's wife, do you know what consequences arise from falling into madness?" After pondering for a moment, she recounted her memories. "I recall that if one succumbs to madness, it signifies that a demon has entered your body, becoming your inner demon. Subsequently, during each breakthrough, this inner demon will ensnare you with your deepest desires. Once you become ensnared and unable to return to your true self, the inner demon will seize your body, completely replacing you." Jin Huan's expression shifted dramatically. The implications were terrifying. "Therefore, Huaner, you must refrain from any further cultivation until your mindset is properly adjusted," the master's wife cautioned. Jin Huan hastily inquired, "Then, master's wife, do you know of any methods to overcome the inner demon, besides steadfastly maintaining your true self? Think of something that has persistently troubled you. Resolving that matter might help you release the inner demon," she advised. "Something that has troubled me?" Jin Huan was taken aback. There were indeed numerous matters weighing on his mind. The covetous gaze of the Medicine King Valley, the schemes of the Underworld Palace, the task he promised the celestial immortal to resurrect Li Mu, and the quest to continue Master Niu Daozi's legacy in searching for the Iron Thread Worm. All of these were sources of considerable distress. Not to mention the recent deliberation on whether to cultivate demonic techniques, which has embroiled him in the conflict between the demon realm and the divine realm. His existence felt unbearably constricted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jin Huan again sought the Master's wife's guidance. The matters troubling me may not be resolved anytime soon. Master's wife, do you know of any other methods? She shook her head. Strengthening your spirit may, to some extent, mitigate the influence of the inner demon. Beyond that, my knowledge is rather limited. Jin Huan nodded in understanding. It appeared that this issue could not be rushed, and he would have to seek alternative solutions in due course. Nevertheless, with the constraint of the inner demon, he hesitated to cultivate demonic techniques for the time being. After all, his current cultivation was sufficient to sustain him for a considerable period. It was best to avoid this perilous endeavor for now. Master's wife, I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest a little longer. You should also return and take some time to rest, Jin Huan urged, aware of their concerns for him. The Master's wife, seemingly unfazed, promptly stood up. However, Lu Inger, in her childlike stubbornness, insisted on staying with Jin Huan. Ultimately, it was only through the persistent efforts of the matriarch that she was finally led out of the room. Now, the space was left with only Jin Huan and Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang found herself in a state of indecision, neither standing nor sitting comfortably, and awkwardly inquired, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Jin Huan suddenly clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Ah, my heart aches." Yi Wushuang hurriedly sat beside him, anxiously supporting his body. "What is happening? You seemed fine just a moment ago." "Oh, it turns out it was merely an act of longing." Jin Huan ceased his dramatics and playfully formed a heart shape with his fingers. "What nonsense." Yi Wushuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully struck his chest. "You mustn't joke like that again. You nearly gave me a fright." Jin Huan swiftly embraced her in response. All right. Whatever Frost says goes." Remarkably, Yi Wushuang did not resist this time, evidently quite startled. "By the way, I will be returning to the headquarters tomorrow. Although your prosthetic has been repaired and is barely functional, it would be wiser to replace it with a new one. Once the fourth person completes their tasks, I shall bring it to you." Noticing Yi Wushuang's lack of resistance, Jin Huan tightened his embrace. "Does that mean I will be separated from Frost once more?" "Humph. With so many women around you, will you still remember me?" "Oh, they cannot compare to you." "I doubt that. Look at your matriarch, so voluptuous and alluring, still retaining her charm. And that young girl, so adorable and playful, quite clingy as well. Why do all the good fortunes of the world seem to favor you?" Not at all. Is it too much?" "Not at all." Yi Wushuang raised her delicate fist again, but considering Jin Huan's condition, she ultimately refrained from striking him. "I shall not bicker with you any longer. I must take my leave. Take care of yourself." With those words, Yi Wushuang exited the room, leaving Jin Huan once again alone. He quickly got up and began to search the room. Indeed, in a corner, he discovered a shattered jade slip. This item was evidently a one-time use. Fortunately, the entire set of techniques was inscribed in his mind, requiring no reliance on his meager understanding. Whenever he wished, the contents of the techniques would manifest before him. This also served to conceal the demonic arts from being discovered by others, as apart from Jin Huan and Lu Inger, no one else was aware of its existence. Now that the jade slip was damaged, all evidence had been rendered moot. Since he could not continue his cultivation for the time being, Jin Huan resolved to venture out to gain experience and simultaneously upgrade his heavenly intent and heavenly shield. Both techniques required substantial combat experience for advancement. Jin Huan had yet to establish his foundation. With his current strength, he could wreak havoc during the Qi refinement stage. However, once he reached the foundation establishment stage, defeating others would not be so simple. Presently, he had three options for plentiful enemy encounters. The first was to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. This type of task encompasses the collection of spiritual herbs, the eradication of beast lairs, and the escorting of merchant caravans, among others. Each undertaking presents its own set of adversaries. Upon completion, one can earn a substantial amount of spiritual stones and sect merit, making it a choice with minimal risk. Secondly, there is the option of exploring the wilderness. Numerous uncharted mountains and desolate areas remain unexplored by humankind on the map. These regions not only harbor various ferocious beasts, but may also conceal unforeseen adventures. However, this choice lacks any safety net, rendering the potential crises encountered highly unpredictable and perilous. The third option involves joining the border army of the human emperor to safeguard the boundaries of humanity. The border army often interacts with the troops and spies of various races, frequently encountering battles. However, the presence of high-level cultivators within the army makes it unlikely to face insurmountable crises. Yet, once joined, one must serve a minimum term of 3 years. Faced with these three choices, Jin Huan found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Chapter 78. Investigating the cult. Recalling that his new prosthetic had yet to arrive, Jin Huan resolved against taking risks for the time being. Thus, he opted for a sect task. The latest sect assignments were all posted in the External Affairs Hall. As the hall was not far from his residence, he prepared to head over and take a look, riding on a yellow ox. It took him but a few breaths to arrive at the entrance of the External Affairs Hall. Inside, only a disciple at the Qi refinement stage was on duty. Jin Huan had seen this disciple before and had a vague recollection of him, seemingly named Hozhua. Hozhua, however, was quite familiar with Jin Huan and approached him from afar upon seeing him. "Isn't this senior brother Jin Huan? What brings you to the External Affairs Hall today?" Jin Huan clasped his hands in greeting. "Junior brother Ho, I trust you are well. I have come to inquire about any sect tasks suitable for me." Upon hearing that Jin Huan was there for a task, Hozhua displayed a peculiar expression. Although senior brother Jin is still at the Qi refinement level, he must have been exceptionally promoted to an inner sect disciple by the sect leader. Inner sect disciples are no longer required to undertake sect tasks. Why subject yourself to such arduous endeavors? Junior brother, you may not be aware. Lately, I've been feeling a bit restless and wish to find an outlet. Jin Huan leaned closer to Hozhua and whispered. Hozhua's expression instantly conveyed understanding. In a prominent sect like the Huanshu Mountain, private duels among disciples were strictly prohibited. Thus, when disciples felt the urge to stretch their limbs, they would often use the pretext of sect tasks to venture out and wreak havoc on the outside world. Such occurrences were far from uncommon in the cultivation realm, and Hozhua, working in the External Affairs Hall, was naturally accustomed to this. He glanced at the recorded tasks and informed Jin Huan, "Senior brother Jin, your timing is unfortunate. There is currently only one task available, which involves investigating the cult incidents in the nearby town." Jin Huan's interest was piqued, and he curiously inquired, "A cult? What are the specifics?" Hozhua flipped through the records above and continued. "We received reports from mortals indicating that a demonic organization in the nearby Qingyou town is causing chaos and deceiving people for wealth and lust. Numerous victims have already emerged. The task requires one to ascertain the origins of these events. If it is indeed a cult, then all relevant personnel must be eradicated." After a brief pause, he continued to elucidate. "This task not only requires extensive investigation, but also does not allow for the display of one's true capabilities, rendering it undesirable to most. I suggest, brother, that we wait a little longer. I shall personally notify you when a new and suitable task arises." Jin Huan stroked his chin, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "How long has this task been posted?" "Over 3 months. Brother, do not fret. I will simply assign a few new interns to handle it." "Over 3 months. And that cult has been allowed to grow unchecked?" Hozhua fell silent. After all, for him, the plight of mere mortals held no significance. As long as he fulfilled his duties diligently, he felt no guilt. However, Jin Huan certainly did not share this perspective. He mused, "How could I miss out on such an opportunity for deceit and exploitation? Without further ado, I shall take on this task." Qingyou Town, a small city entirely inhabited by mortals, lies not far from Huanshu Mountain. It is a place so utterly ordinary that no sect of cultivators would take notice. It is precisely such a hidden gem that allows a casual cultivator to effortlessly establish a cult and thrive to this day. In larger cities, such an entity would have been eradicated multiple times over. Jin Huan suppressed his cultivation, masquerading as an ordinary person, as he wandered the streets of Qingyou Town. Despite the absence of cultivators, Qingyou Town bustled with activity. The townsfolk wore cheerful expressions, and street vendors called out enthusiastically, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Were it not for his assigned task, one might easily mistake this for an ordinary town. So where exactly is this so-called cult? Surely, one cannot simply accost a passerby for inquiries. As Jin Huan strolled along, he decided to first explore the town's most vibrant locale. The liveliest, or perhaps the most densely populated area, was near the local government office. Jin Huan needed no directions. He simply followed the flow of people and soon found himself at the government office's location. Indeed, a throng of people gathered outside, all crowding around the bulletin board. Unable to squeeze his way in, Jin Huan grasped the arm of a nearby individual and inquired, "My fellow townsman, what is everyone looking at?" The passerby, straining to push forward, replied casually, "The longevity sect is recruiting new disciples. Everyone is eager to sign up." "The longevity sect? What is that?" Jin Huan asked, somewhat puzzled. The man shot Jin Huan a look of disbelief. "Brother, are you from out of town?" "Huh, you've caught me. To be honest, I grew up in the mountains. This is my first time in the city," Jin Huan admitted, slightly bashful. Lying had become a skill Jin Huan had mastered to perfection when he spoke falsehoods. His demeanor remained unfaltering, easily deceiving anyone. Passerby A was convinced by his words and thoughtfully explained, "The Chongqing sect is the most formidable faction in our Qingyou town. The sect leader, Master Xin, is a cultivator capable of summoning the winds and calling the rain. It is said that he has certain connections with the esteemed Beast Summoning Mountain." "Oh, Beast Summoning Mountain. That is indeed a grand sect. Even ordinary cultivators cannot simply enter at will. If Master Xin is so powerful, what spirit beasts does he command? Jin Huan was fully immersed in his mortal guise. I heard it is a dragon that can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, passerby A recalled. No, it is a ferocious tiger, chimed in passerby B, eager to join the discourse. You are all mistaken. It is a centaur from a foreign realm, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. Passerby C argued, his face flushed with fervor. Seeing their endless debate, Jin Huan promptly interjected. Let us set that aside for now. What, pray tell, is the purpose of the Chongqing Hall? Of course, it is for healing. Passerby A replied proudly. The immortal masters possess divine medicines that can remedy various ailments, from minor coughs and colds to severe conditions like kidney deficiency. A single pill from the immortal can resolve any affliction. What advantages does one gain from joining the Chongqing sect? Jin Huan continued to inquire. The benefits are immense. I assure you, not only will your life, aging, sickness, and death be cared for, but if you are found to possess celestial bones, you may even become a direct disciple of the immortal master, thereby attaining the status of an omnipotent deity. Passerby B exclaimed with envy. Are there any requirements for joining the Chongqing sect? Jin Huan felt a stirring of interest in his heart. Joining the Chongqing sect has only 2 stipulations. If you are female, you must be as beautiful as a flower. If male, you need only have a shapely posterior, Passerby C added. What peculiar requirements? It sounds rather like the standards for recruitment at a pleasure house, Jin Huan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated that Master Xin would have such a flexible approach to gender. This undercover mission might require him to sacrifice his own appearance. Standing outside the government office, he listened to the surrounding crowd discussing the Chongqing sect and began to formulate a general direction in his mind. However, he was taken aback to discover that the sect had brazenly posted their recruitment notice on the official county office's bulletin board. Did this not imply that their actions had the blessing of the authorities? It was no wonder so many had fallen victim. In any case, he resolved to infiltrate this so-called cult to understand its inner workings before seeking an opportune moment to dismantle it. Jin Huan expanded his spiritual awareness, scrutinizing the announcement on the bulletin board. The recruitment location was at a manor on the outskirts of Qingyou town, which was evidently the stronghold of the Chongqing sect. Very well, he decided, he would go take a look. He fell in line with the throng of others heading to register and followed them toward the Chongqing sect. As he approached, he beheld a grand manor in the distance. The estate boasts an artificial mountain, a waterfall, and even a man-made canal. The opulence of the scene left Jin Huan utterly astounded. What an exorbitant expenditure this must have entailed. At the entrance of the estate, 2 middle-aged men clad in Taoist robes sat, presumably the supervisors for this recruitment. There is a connection to the Buddha and a connection to the Tao. To join our long life sect, we must see if you possess the fate for longevity. Now, line up in order. Only through our unanimous approval can you be admitted into our sect, one of them proclaimed. All present were eager to join the long life sect, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Soon, they formed an orderly line for evaluation by the 2 men. Not bad looking, you've passed. After a thorough appraisal of the first woman in line, they announced their verdict. A radiant smile spread across her face as she entered the estate. The second candidate was a rugged man, brimming with anticipation for the 2 men's assessment. Well built, a fine specimen indeed. What about you? One of them remarked, feeling the man's abdominal muscles, accompanied by a sound of approval. And quite the rear as well. It seems you've put in considerable effort, the other added, giving his backside a playful pat, causing it to bounce. The burly man blushed and explained, in truth, esteemed mentors, I have indeed trained my glutes extensively. I can now lift a bamboo pole. Good, good. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings. This indeed counts as a connection to longevity. You have passed. The first man also gave him a squeeze. The burly man, adopting a delicate pose, hopped joyfully into the estate. With 2 candidates successfully evaluated, those waiting behind felt a surge of hope. Could it be that today's trials were exceptionally lenient? However, when the third candidate, an elderly woman, approached with great enthusiasm, the 2 men barely glanced at her before issuing a rejection. What do you mean? Why is this old woman unfit? She retorted, visibly displeased. Leave. Do not provoke me to strike. Infuriated, the 2 men seemed ready to lay hands on her, prompting the elderly woman to flee in fright. The evaluations proceeded swiftly. One by one, candidates finished their assessments. Some left elated, while others departed disheartened. Soon, it was Jin Huan's turn. Your limbs appear artificial. Are you disabled? One examiner inquired. Perplexed. Indeed, but sir, my posterior is of genuine quality. Feel for yourself. Jin Huan, fearing the first step of his undercover mission had failed, hastily attempted to clarify. Examiner B gave his rear a firm pinch, causing Jin Huan to wince in pain. No problem, quite elastic. He joked. Jin Huan held a strong confidence in his physique, for it was the source of his greatest power. However, Examiner still hesitated regarding the notion of disability. Ah, sir, who hasn't he faced challenges? A rose given brings forth lingering fragrance. Jin Huan placed his hand on the examiner's chest while discreetly slipping some pre-prepared gold into his robe. You make a valid point. You, my friend, have sufficient connections to longevity. Step inside. The examiner, upon witnessing the unfolding events, was delighted, his laughter blooming like a flower. Indeed, beauty and wealth proved to be formidable assets in any realm. The first step had been successfully taken. Jin Huan let out a sigh of relief and proceeded deeper into the estate. Inside, he found a number of alluring maidens clad in revealing attire awaiting him. Are you all members of the longevity sect? Jin Huan gazed in astonishment at the young, beautiful maidens before him, questioning them. However, the maidens shook their heads in unison. No, we are merely devotees who have benefited from the grace of the longevity sect and have vowed to serve the immortal master. Jin Huan nodded, though a sense of grievance began to stir within him. That Sin Taoist certainly knew how to indulge in pleasure. Should the opportunity arise, he too would relish such delights for a few days. Following the maidens, Jin Huan was led into a quaint courtyard, where many others who had previously passed the tests awaited. Please wait here for a while. Once all the trials are concluded, the immortal master will make an appearance, said one of the maidens, bowing to Jin Huan before returning to the entrance to welcome more guests. Observing the excited crowd in the courtyard, Jin Huan began to formulate his thoughts. If the sole purpose was to fulfill a task for his sect, he could simply slay the Sin Taoist upon his arrival. Yet, curiosity piqued his interest. He wondered what means had been employed to persuade so many to willingly offer their wealth and beauty. Until he unraveled this mystery, he refrained from taking any rash actions. Time passed swiftly, and the number of people in the courtyard grew, signaling the nearing conclusion of the trials. Finally, an elegantly dressed elder Taoist descended from the clouds in a splendid display. The immortal master has arrived. Truly, the immortal master, as a cultivator, is capable of traversing heaven and earth. The crowd erupted in fervor. Everyone humbly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to the Sin Taoist. Jin Huan, knowledgeable in such matters, discerned the ruse at once. This was nothing more than a commonplace flying artifact, merely enhanced with dry ice to create an artificial mist. It was nothing extraordinary beyond the pretense. Nevertheless, to avoid revealing his identity, he begrudgingly knelt alongside the others. Rise. You are all individuals destined for longevity. Hence your ability to behold this presence. However, whether you become my direct disciples depends on your celestial fate. Upon landing, the Sin Taoist hastily concealed the flying artifact and dry ice, fearful of exposure. Chapter 80. Appointment as Hall Master. Upon hearing of the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the Sin Taoist, the crowd sprang to their feet, brimming with excitement. Next, I shall impart to you an enigmatic cultivation technique and grant you 3 days. Those who successfully cultivate within this time frame shall pass the assessment and receive all of my authentic teachings. The Sin Taoist pronounced with unwavering confidence, articulating the cultivation method word by word. The eager crowd echoed his words in unison, except for Jin Huan, for this technique was all too familiar to him. Isn't this merely the simplest, most ordinary, and most commonplace technique of object manipulation? In the past, Jin Huan managed to escape from the confinement of the Medicine King Valley solely through a single cultivation method. It is surprising that Master Xin is incapable of testing spiritual roots, relying instead on the ability to cultivate techniques as a means of assessment. Jin Huan, who initially harbored hopes of gaining an advantage, was thoroughly disheartened by this revelation. There is little more to discuss. Apart from Jin Huan, out of over 100 individuals, only 2 truly mastered object manipulation within 3 days. The rest, aside from a few favored disciples who caught Master Xion's attention and awaited his endowment of spiritual energy for transformation, were all dispatched to various halls of the longevity sect to perform menial tasks. However, what astonished Jin Huan was that, traditionally, only 1 in 10,000 possesses a spiritual root, yet among a random selection of 100 from Qingyou Town, 2 emerged. Could it be that Qingyou Town is a place teeming with talent? Of course, these matters are for another time. At present, the 3 who became Master Xion's direct disciples were escorted to the luxurious suite at the very center of the estate. As disciples of the sect leader, their status ranked just below that of the sect leader and vice leader within the entire longevity sect. With such elevated standing, Jin Huan had effectively completed the second step of his mission, infiltrating the enemy's upper echelons. The progress was so smooth that even Jin Huan himself had not anticipated it. Each of the selected trio was assigned a separate residence, forming a square that surrounded Master Xion's abode. Viewed from above, Jin Huan's quarters occupied the southeast corner of the square. Upon opening the door, one was met with nothing but opulence. Each residence was also equipped with a butler and 4 maidservants, ready to attend to the whims of the homeowner. Experiencing the warm welcome of his subordinates, Jin Huan was reminded once again that each individual's path is distinct. During the first 3 days of joining the longevity sect, Master Xin assigned no tasks to the trio, as he was preoccupied with facilitating their metamorphosis. Naturally, Jin Huan relished this leisure time, seizing the opportunity to explore the entire estate under the guise of indulging in food and entertainment. By now, he had gained a considerable understanding of the headquarters of the longevity sect. On the 4th day, Master Xin, supporting his weary back, gathered the 3 of them together. You 3 possess abundant celestial affinities and are fortunate to become my direct disciples. I shall not disappoint the divine expectations and will teach you supreme immortal techniques. With that, Master Xin produced 3 identical tomes and presented them to the trio. Jin Huan received the book and casually flipped through a few pages. To his astonishment, what Master Xin had bestowed upon them was a genuine yellow-tier heart method. Even a grand sect like Huanshu Mountain would not extend such generosity to outer disciples. Regrettably, the tome contained only the first half, lacking the latter portion. It remained uncertain whether Master Xin had concealed it or merely possessed half of the text himself. Observing that Master Xion's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, Jin Huan surmised that he likely belonged to the latter category. Certainly, since you have joined our eternal life sect, in addition to cultivating celestial arts, you must also endeavor to enlighten the masses. At present, 3 new halls have opened in the neighboring town of Yunxiao. You may each select one to manage, continued Taoist Xian. What a stroke of fortune to assume the position of hall master upon arrival. It appears the eternal life sect is eager to expand, hastily recruiting new members. However, this is fortuitous. Having already become well acquainted with the headquarters, Jin Huan believes that spending some time working with the various halls connected to the outside world will allow him to fully grasp the operations of the entire sect. In due time, he will be able to eradicate this nefarious cult entirely. The trio deliberated over the new map for some time. Ultimately, Jin Huan chose the hall located in the southeastern corner of Yunxiao Town. By pedestrian standards, the distance from Yunxiao Town to the Eternal Life Sect headquarters is a full day's journey. It seems he shall not indulge in this lavish lifestyle frequently in the future. Jin Huan spent a sleepless night reveling in his room. At the break of dawn the following day, the 3 packed their belongings and boarded the luxurious carriage that had been prepared. Jin Huan, weary, glanced at his companions and noticed they too bore dark circles beneath their eyes. They exchanged knowing smiles and took the opportunity to catch some sleep during the journey. Upon awakening, they discovered the carriage had arrived at Yunxiao Town. After bidding farewell to one another, they set off towards their respective halls. As Jin Huan made his way towards the southeastern hall, he yawned, still feeling the fatigue of the previous night. Approaching his destination, he observed it ablaze with light, where a throng awaited at the entrance, braving the chill of the wind. Upon recognizing Jin Huan's face, the assembly hastily bowed in greeting. We, the southeast hall of the Yunxiao branch of the Eternal Life Sect, warmly welcome Hall Master Jin. Jin Huan was taken aback. Was his position as Hall Master truly so grand? After your long journey, you must be exhausted. We have prepared a banquet in your honor, eagerly awaiting your enjoyment, said the leader, a rotund man sporting a handlebar mustache, who gazed at Jin Huan with an ingratiating smile. Jin Huan had recently perused the records and retained a vague recollection of this individual. You must be Deputy Hall Master Husisi. Such thoughtful arrangements. I shall remember your kindness. It is quite cold outside. Let us speak within, Jin Huan replied, adopting an official tone. Newly appointed officials often ignite 3 fires. If the flames do not blaze brightly, the seat cannot be held. To uncover the truth behind the cult's events, Jin Huan must fulfill his role as Hall Master effectively. To do so, he must engage in the trivial machinations of the mortal realm. This display of both benevolence and authority immediately dazzled Husisi, who grinned and followed closely behind Jin Huan, bowing even lower. Upon entering the hall, Jin Huan was indeed greeted by an extravagant banquet laid out before him. Feeling quite famished, he seated himself and began to feast heartily. The others, having waited all day, were also ravenous and eagerly anticipated joining him. However, just as they prepared to take their seats, Jin Huan spoke up. Deputy Hall Master Hu, as I am newly arrived and unfamiliar with the workings here, might you provide an introduction? Without prior warning, the moment had arrived to speak, testing the delicate balance of propriety. Caught in this predicament, Husisi found herself in a state of indecision, ultimately choosing to obediently bend and stand behind Jin Huan. Even the vice leader, the highest ranking among them, could not take a seat, and the others dared not do so either, standing awkwardly to the side. As Husisi concluded her work report, Jin Huan had nearly finished his meal. He set down his chopsticks, feigning confusion as he glanced at the others. Why is everyone standing? Please, sit down and enjoy your meal. Look at this table of food that I am wasting. It seems I am the one lacking consideration for my subordinates. Not at all. You are our superior. It is only right that you eat first. Though the group harbored their silent grievances, smiles adorned their faces as they hurriedly took their seats. Just when they believed they could finally enjoy their meal, Jin Huan began his antics once more. He wiped his mouth with the napkin and stood up. All right, I've eaten my fill. I shall return to rest. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Do not mind me. With the leader standing, none dared to remain seated. Furthermore, in this unfamiliar environment, who would truly allow him to wander alone? Thus, the group reluctantly set down their chopsticks and accompanied him to the leader's quarters. The leader's residence was the finest room in the entire southeast hall. It had been meticulously arranged, with 2 maidservants prepared to warm the bed. While it could not compare to the headquarters, it was still quite satisfactory. Jin Huan nodded in approval, igniting his final spark. Well then, it's getting late. You all should return to rest soon. By the way, I have another announcement. Our new hall must embody a new spirit. Therefore, I have decided that from now on, we shall all arrive 2 hours early. A little cleaning and arranging can only be beneficial. After all, the day's plan begins in the morning. This was a blatant provocation. What work necessitated a start 2 hours in advance? So early, would one not need to forego sleep? There would be no overtime pay for extra hours, and one's personal time would be arbitrarily taken away. Did he not have a family? Indeed, upon hearing this news, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Yet, due to Jin Huan's status, no one dared to voice their dissent openly. Silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Hastily, the vice leader, who stepped in to ease the tension. Truly, the leader is wise. The day as planned begins in the morning. How clever. How could I have overlooked such an idea? No wonder I am the vice leader while you are the head leader. I must learn much from you in the future. Now, you have all heard the leader's words. We shall implement this starting tomorrow. If anyone is late, I, who, will be the first to discipline you on behalf of the leader. With Hastily's endorsement, the matter was sealed. The group departed with heavy sighs. The following morning, indeed, all members of the Southeast Hall arrived punctually for work. It was winter, and the outside air was chillingly fierce. A group of individuals stood in the biting wind, waiting interminably for Jin Huan, the initiator of the reform, who remained absent. Meanwhile, Jin Huan languished in his cozy sanctuary, lost in slumber. A maid, with good intentions, gently awakened him. My lord, the time you mentioned has arrived. It is time for work. Jin Huan, still in a daze, pulled her into his embrace. No rush, let them wait for an hour. He replied before drifting back into sleep. He believed it was imperative to instill a sense of discipline in his subordinates rather than impose it on himself. Thus, it was unnecessary for him to rise early alongside them. Besides, these members of the cult were not his peers, and he felt no guilt over their exploitation. An hour later, prompted by the maid, Jin Huan finally rose from his bed. Upon his arrival at the reception hall, he discovered that under Hastily's leadership, the area had been thoroughly cleaned and arranged. The sight of their leader arriving so late incited indignation among the others. You summoned us so early, yet you sleep so soundly? How shameless. However, Jin Huan paid no heed to their accusatory glances and clapped his hands, declaring, excellent. You have passed the test. What our Chongqing sect seeks is individuals with initiative. I am quite pleased with your performance in my absence. Hearing Jin Huan finally speak words of affirmation, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly. Next, we shall make good use of this morning to invigorate our spirits. Please, follow me outside. With that, Jin Huan strode confidently toward the door. The crowd, perplexed, could only follow him outside. There, Jin Huan instructed them to form a square and shout in unison, Long live Chongqing. I love Chongqing. Strive for excellence. Do not be mundane. The group exchanged glances, for they had never engaged in such publicly embarrassing antics before. Embarrassment? Precisely. What Jin Huan aimed to achieve was a test of obedience. By compelling others to partake in actions they were reluctant to perform, he sought to discern their susceptibility to control, a common tactic employed by leaders. Faced with the crowd's hesitance, Jin Huan pressed on. Did you not hear my words? His tone grew increasingly stern. As anticipated, several individuals began to murmur the chant, Long live Chongqing. I love Chongqing. Strive for excellence. Do not be mundane. Yet, for every acquiescent soul, there was one who resisted. A young man in the front row remained silent, glaring defiantly at Jin Huan. Sensing the fire of rebellion within him, Jin Huan knew it was time to make an example. Pointing at the young man, he deliberately adopted a calm tone and asked, Why do you not join in? The atmosphere thickened, as the tranquility of the superior's voice signified the gravity of the situation. A storm was brewing. The discerning members have begun to feel a sense of apprehension for the young man. Yet, he seems to have reached his limit. Stepping forward to confront Jin Huan directly, pray tell, esteemed leader, what is the significance of this course of action? Is it to unify the team, enhance performance, or perhaps to showcase your authority as the leader? Such a bold affront leaves no room for pretense. Jin Huan, incensed, thundered, impudent fool. Are you questioning me? His roar sent a shiver through the crowd. Husisi swiftly emerged to mediate, saying, "This child is merely groggy, his mind is clouded. Esteemed leader, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to quarrel with a mere child." Just as Jin Huan pondered how to respond, the young man dismantled the very ladder who had extended. "Husisi, I may be groggy, but this newly appointed leader seems to be sleeping soundly. Why not inquire of him from which in such a foolish decision originated?" This inquiry not only deeply offended Jin Huan, but also cast Husisi into the flames of embarrassment. To call the deputy leader in such a public setting would surely stir discontent within the true leader's heart. Chapter 82. A Nest of Thieves. Ah, splendid. Husisi, is this how you educate your subordinates? Jin Huan drawled sarcastically. As Jin Huan's gaze shifted towards him, Husisi felt a wave of despair wash over him. What kind of situation is this? Despite his diligent efforts and unwavering loyalty, he had become a casualty of workplace strife. He decided to abandon pretense and assert himself. Pointing an accusatory finger at the young man, he bellowed, "Silence. The position and status you enjoy today are all thanks to my unwavering support. Have you grown wings now, so that mere slogans threaten your existence?" The young man, feeling wronged, retorted, "Brother Hu, I will forever cherish your kindness. Yet, this sycophant is intolerable, and my brethren can no longer endure it. If need be, I shall resign." Jin Huan seized the moment to stoke the flames. The Longxing sect offers generous benefits and high salaries. If you choose to leave, there are plenty who would gladly take your place. Depart, fueled by youthful fervor. The young man removed his uniform in a fit of rage and stormed out. Effective. The unruly troublemaker has indeed been provoked to flee. Jin Huan, seizing the opportunity, continued, "Anyone who harbors grievances against me should follow him now. Those who remain and later dare to challenge my commands shall not escape my wrath." These words echoed the reprimands he had once endured in his past life as a subordinate. Little did he know that one day he would ascend to power, wielding such rhetoric with greater finesse than his predecessors. Before long, 2 or 3 more individuals stepped forward, openly resigning. These were all subordinates of Husisi from before his tenure at the Southeastern Hall. He had anticipated that his promotion would allow him to bring his brothers along for a prosperous journey, but to his dismay, many had already departed before they even began. Observing the departure of his loyal subordinates, whom he had painstakingly nurtured over the years, Husisi could not contain his sorrow as he slapped his hand in frustration. Glancing at those who remained, Jin Huan nodded in satisfaction. Though their faces bore traces of resentment, it was overshadowed by a palpable sense of anxiety and trepidation. Indeed, there were many who were obedient. With the troublesome ones gone, the subsequent investigative tasks would undoubtedly proceed with far greater ease. To govern effectively, one must wield both benevolence and authority. Excessive oppression could jeopardize one's own position. Well done, everyone. For those present today, each shall receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. Additionally, considering the early hour, we shall close the establishment 2 hours ahead of schedule, and all early openings in the future are hereby cancelled. In the mundane world, rewards must be tangible. As expected, upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers, their anticipation of the imminent silver overshadowing any recollection of the recent conflicts. Under this fickle manipulation, the memory of Hu Tangzhu faded, leaving only Jin Tangzhu in their hearts. Now let us continue to chant together. Jin Huan once again led the crowd in their rallying cry. Long live longevity. I love longevity. Strive for greatness. And eschew the mundane. This time, the volume of the crowd surpassed even that of Jin Huan himself. Unlike before, each individual now shouted with genuine fervor. Humiliation? Injustice? Anger? None of these sentiments held weight compared to the allure of wealth. This was true mastery of manipulation. Thus, Jin Huan accomplished another step in his scheme, earning the trust of the populace. 3 days swiftly passed. Perhaps the name of the Longxing sect had gained too much renown, or perhaps Husisi was managing affairs effectively. In recent days, the Longxing Hall had been inundated with individuals seeking medical assistance. Thanks to his subordinates' rigorous training, Jin Huan found himself with little to do but sip tea in the sidelines. This was hardly surprising. The Longxing sect had developed a comprehensive system over time. The sect leader, Exine Daorin, had allocated his disciples merely as eyes and ears, without any inquiry into their skills or character, provided they remained loyal. After observing for several days, Jin Huan began to grasp the deceptive tactics employed by the Longxing sect. Inland cities like Qingyou Town and Yunxiao Town had been spared from warfare and natural disasters. Their sole threat stemmed from the frequent incursions of wild beasts, which plagued the residents. However, when Exine Daorin first arrived years ago, he had subdued all nearby monsters with his formidable might, thereby securing the initial wave of support. With life stabilized, the common folk sought excitement, gravitating towards heavy, salty foods. Some unscrupulous merchants, eager to tantalize their customers' palates, resorted to adding various prohibited substances to their offerings. Consequently, the ailments afflicting the majority were primarily born from their diets. Upon discovering this truth, the Taoist Xin, though lacking in medical expertise, established the Chongqing sect, providing free medical services to the common folk. However, this so-called medical treatment merely entailed condensing essential nutrients into a pill, instructing patients to consume only the medicine and abstain from food. As these patients endured hunger for a few days, they naturally found themselves cured of their ailments. With an increasing number of recoveries, the Chongqing sect grew in stature, even attracting its first loyal followers. Under the guidance of these devotees, the management of the sect became increasingly refined, eventually welcoming individuals with genuine medical knowledge, which led to the formation of the formidable entity that exists today. Despite the Chongqing sect's consultations being free of charge, it boasted two stable and substantial sources of income. The first stemmed from followers willingly offering their entire fortunes to support their leader, Taoist Xin. The second source comprised donations from grateful nobles who had been healed, expressing their gratitude through generous contributions. As the sect progressed to a certain stage, additional revenue streams emerged. Some individuals, enticed by the sect's benefits, sought to join, necessitating the cultivation of connections. Meanwhile, some merchants, eager to align themselves with the sect, willingly paid handsome endorsement fees. Eventually, the Chongqing sect established direct connections with the authorities. The officials required the sect's prestige, while the sect sought the legitimacy of official endorsement. Their collaboration engendered mutual benefits across various sectors, be it real estate, agriculture, or education. This is why Jin Huan's first encounter with the Chongqing sect occurred at the announcement board of the Qingyo town government. Life, wealth, and power, all intertwined with a touch of mysticism, created a formidable balance of influence that the ordinary populace found nearly impossible to resist. Inevitably, their fortunes were siphoned away. Having comprehended the intricate web of events and confirming that the Chongqing sect was indeed a cult, Jin Huan resolved to take action. How dare you deceitfully exploit the impoverished? Await the judgment of justice that I, Jin Huan, shall deliver upon you, you heartless scoundrels. Chapter 83. The Free Clinic in the Square. Old Who. Make arrangements for a large-scale free clinic event in the town square tomorrow. I shall personally attend to the consultations. Jin Huan summoned Hu Cixi, preparing to embark on the final phase of his mission. Whether it be to topple Taoist Xin or eradicate the entire Chongqing sect, with Jin Huan's current capabilities, it was but a trifling matter. The crux, however, lay in the fact that while vanquishing external demons is simple, dispelling internal fears proves far more challenging. If the populace remains unenlightened, even if Taoist Xin were to be defeated, others like Taoist Li or Taoist Wang would inevitably rise to take his place. Jin Huan's task was to awaken these misguided souls. Upon hearing Jin Huan's command, Hu Cixi hesitated. Esteemed leader, hosting a large event to enhance our sect's influence is indeed a commendable endeavor, and I wholeheartedly support it. However, as per the sect's regulations, consultations should be handled by designated personnel. Would it not be prudent for me to delegate these minor tasks to my subordinates? Hu Cixi humbly suggested. Jin Huan closed the ledger before him and gazed steadily at Hu Cixi. Are you here to instruct me? The atmosphere was frigid. Hu Cixi quickly bowed in apology. No, I shall arrange this immediately. Indeed, after a thorough re-education, none dared to defy him any longer. The following day, a stage had been erected in the square. The news had spread among the common folk, who gathered tightly around the area, creating an impenetrable crowd. Even the local officials were compelled to dispatch personnel to maintain order. Since this was a spectacle, it was essential that it be executed with utmost grandeur. Concealed in the distance, Jin Huan selected a flying artifact shaped like a gourd from his storage pouch. Though it was not particularly swift and could accommodate only a few individuals, its aesthetic appeal made it perfect for this occasion. As the crowd in the square began to buzz with conversation, one passerby remarked, "Hey, have you heard? The healer this time is a direct disciple of Master Xin." Another responded, "Indeed, ever since Master Xin retired, only ordinary members of the longevity sect have been attending to patients. In my opinion, the results were never as effective as when Master Xin was present. So, upon hearing that it is his direct disciple, I even closed my shop to come and see for myself. I wonder how much of Master Xion's true teachings this disciple has inherited. However, I can't shake the feeling that free services often lack quality." A third passerby expressed with concern, one cannot speak so negatively. When Master Xion first arrived, he maintained the tradition of offering free consultations. Now that the longevity sect is thriving, it is commendable that his disciple remains true to that principle. I believe this alone showcases the disciple's admirable qualities reminiscent of Master Xion. The second passerby continued. With this clarification, the crowd began to agree with the second passerby, heightening their anticipation for Jin Huan. The time has come, Jin Huan signaled, and the musicians who had been waiting nearby commenced their performance. A flutist began to play, the melodious notes resonating deeply, capturing the attention of the crowd. Following this, horns and swonas joined in, their lively tunes accompanied by the resounding beat of drums, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Now, Jin Huan leaped onto the gourd artifact, which soared gracefully above the heads of the audience before landing steadily on the ground. Bravo! The audience erupted into applause as Jin Huan addressed them. I am Jin Huan, the 8th direct disciple of Master Xen, and the head of the Southeast Hall in Yunxiao town of the Longevity sect. I extend my greetings to all esteemed elders and townsfolk. He bowed slightly, and his dignified demeanor left the spectators momentarily stunned, as if they were gazing upon a celestial being. Let us not delay any further. Those seeking medical consultation, please line up and approach the stage. Jin Huan took his seat, officially commencing his performance. Although he lacked medical expertise, he possessed an understanding of human nature. After all, merely studying medicine would not heal the individuals before him. The first to step onto the stage was a middle-aged woman. Madam, what seems to be the issue? Jin Huan inquired directly. Ah, young master, how dare you speak to me so? The elderly woman's expression soured slightly. Jin Huan cleared his throat and swiftly rephrased his question. No, I meant to ask, are you feeling unwell? Not at all. The woman crossed her legs nonchalantly. If there is nothing wrong, why have you come here? Jin Huan asked, perplexed. Why are you being so harsh? It's my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law has a problem. Jin Huan paused, taken aback. Oh, so you seek assistance for someone else? Very well. What seems to be the matter with your daughter-in-law? She is like a hen that cannot lay eggs. As Jin Huan sipped his tea, he suddenly spat it out upon hearing this. The audience erupted in laughter. Wait, madam, if I am not mistaken, you are implying that your daughter-in-law is infertile? The woman grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Indeed, young master, you are quite astute. Jin Huan composed himself and continued. Regarding fertility, it is a matter concerning both parties. Have you considered whether your son might have any issues? My son could not possibly have a problem. I raised him with great care, tending to every aspect of his life. How could he have any issues? The urgency in her tone revealed the source of the problem. Jin Huan stroked his chin and smiled. Madam, please remain calm. Allow me to venture a guess. Your daughter-in-law likely hails from a rural background, with a family situation far less fortunate than yours. Moreover, she may be indulgent, contributing little while consuming much, truly a parasite in the household. Is that not so? The woman's eyes lit up as she seized Jin Huan's hand. Divine doctor, you've deduced everything without my saying a word. Please, tell me, what remedy can assist such a person? No remedy will suffice. The ailment lies not with her, but in a distorted heart, Jin Huan replied. Adhering to his principle of offering aid wherever possible, he began to suggest a separation. Madam, listen closely. In this situation, your daughter-in-law cannot be entirely blamed. Ultimately, it is your family's noble lineage at play. Anyone who does not match your esteemed bloodline is unqualified to bear children for your family. Therefore, I recommend that while your son is still young, he should seek a daughter-in-law of a more suitable lineage. Every word resonated deeply with the woman. She clasped Jin Huan's hand with increasing fervor. And how might one discern the quality of a lineage? First, they must come from wealth or nobility. Second, they should possess beauty, with ample physique, capable of nurturing children. Lastly, they must be resilient, industrious, and obedient. Only such a woman deserves to bear the noble blood of your family. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. I am heading home to dismiss that ineffectual village girl. The matron straightened her posture and descended the stage with a rosy complexion. In this world, even if there exist remarkable women, it is inconceivable that one would take an interest in a mother's boy like yours. Let your inferior genes cease here. Jin Huan muttered under his breath and began to call forth the next participant. Chapter 84. What ails you? The next to approach was a frail, elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. His delicate demeanor nearly compelled Jin Huan to offer him assistance. Sir, what troubles you? Jin Huan inquired. Young sage, I implore your help. The old man trembled in response. Assistance is precisely what I am here to provide. Please, share the nature of your predicament, Jin Huan replied. I arrived at the break of dawn to secure my place, driven by a pressing issue that has long plagued me. I shall not depart until this matter is resolved. The old man declared with fervor. Very well, very well. Do enlighten me about your conundrum, Jin Huan said, beginning to feel exasperated. This issue. I have sought the counsel of several branches of the Longevity sect, yet not a single one has been able to assist me. Can you fathom such incompetence? The old man continued to ramble. Jin Huan was rapidly losing interest. I must tell you, when Taoist Xian first arrived, I recognized his potential. Back then, his circumstances were not favorable, and I even enlisted my relatives from Qingyou town to provide him with sustenance. Such bonds are forged in life and death. Now that Taoist Xian enjoys prosperity, he ought not to neglect those who supported him in the past, should he? To Jin Huan's astonishment, despite the old man's frail appearance. He was utterly loquacious. If this continued, the old man might speak until dusk. A few drinks and some peanuts, and he could easily hold forth for a week. Jin Huan leaned closer, pinching the old man's lips between his fingers to silence him. Sir, do you often suffer from dryness in your mouth? He asked. The old man, as if struck at the core, nodded vigorously. Does your throat frequently feel uncomfortable? Jin Huan pressed on. The old man could not articulate a response, but confirmed with a decisive blink. Jin Huan released his grip and returned to his seat. Moreover, when you are alone, do you feel a sense of unease? The old man sprang from his chair in astonishment. How astute. Young sage, you must truly be the reincarnation of Hua. How could it be otherwise? A boastful old man, profoundly yearning for validation from others, often indulges in idle chatter. It is no wonder his throat is in such disarray. Your condition is grave. Should you neglect it further, your days may be numbered. Jin Huan exaggerated the severity of the ailment deliberately. Young sage, save me. The old man cried, collapsing to his knees in terror. Jin Huan made no move to assist him, instead speaking languidly. There remains a remedy. From this day forth, you must consume no less than 8 cups of water daily. Furthermore, from this point onward, you must refrain from speaking and recite the Tao Te Ching silently 100 times each day. Should you fail to adhere to this regimen even for a single day, your condition shall undoubtedly deteriorate. Drinking water will alleviate the discomfort in your throat. Refraining from speech will prevent you from causing further harm to others. And reciting the Tao Te Ching will provide you with a purpose, alleviating the emptiness within. Through this entire regimen, both your ailments and those of your close ones can be cured. The elderly man clasped his mouth and bowed several times in gratitude. Subsequently, he descended from the stage with a look of contentment. At last, a resolution has been reached. The afflictions of these individuals are indeed increasingly severe. However, having successfully treated 2 individuals in succession, both of whom departed with satisfaction, the audience's gaze toward Jin Huan was devoid of any skepticism. They all believed in his genuine expertise. Even Hu Cece, who had initially harbored concerns, silently gave him a thumbs up from backstage. Yet, if this continued, Jin Huan would not be able to endure many more rounds. He resolved to expose the truth about the Chongqing sect during his next consultation. Fortunately, the next individual to take the stage was a middle-aged man who appeared exceedingly fatigued. He sat obediently before Jin Huan, not initiating conversation, and consistently kept his head bowed. Jin Huan furrowed his brow and felt compelled to inquire, "Good sir, do you have any discomfort?" The man replied, "I cannot quite articulate it, but I frequently experience tremors in my hands, a tightness in my chest, and difficulty in breathing. Moreover, my heart occasionally races unexpectedly. Isn't this a manifestation of somatization? It is a physical expression of anxiety and depression." Coincidentally, Jin Huan had suffered from this affliction in his previous life, making him exceedingly familiar with it. "You seem to be under considerable stress. What is your occupation?" Jin Huan asked. "I have rented a few acres of land from the local landlord near the dock, where I cultivate vegetables to support my family," the man responded. "A farmer, I see. Are you married? Do you have children?" Jin Huan continued. "Yes, I have a family with 2 children. However, my wife did not take proper care during her postpartum period and has since suffered from chronic ailments. Thus, I am the sole laborer in our household." "How old are your children?" "They are of an age to attend private school. Unfortunately, we cannot register them due to our lack of housing, preventing them from attending the government school. As for the private Chongqing Academy, its fees exceed our family's financial capacity. I plan to send them to the city to learn a trade from a master, hoping they can earn a living." Jin Huan was taken aback at the magnitude of burdens this man bore. "I believe I have gleaned some insight into your condition. Since you mentioned your wife also suffers from a chronic illness, would you mind sharing more about her? I could treat her as well." After a lengthy pause, Jin Huan finally spoke. "Thank you, master, but it is unnecessary," the man replied with a bitter smile. While Jin Huan was in the process of writing a prescription, he suddenly lifted his head upon hearing this response. "My wife is aware that her days are numbered and does not wish to burden the family further. Hence, she has chosen to fast. She has not consumed a drop of water for 3 days and is now on the brink of death." Jin Huan's pen fell to the ground. He fixed his gaze on the man's eyes and asked, word by word, "Voluntary? Was she truly willing?" The man, with reddened eyes, appeared on the verge of emotional collapse. "What difference does it make? The landlord's rent is set to rise. The prices of grains and oils are escalating. The needs of the children are increasing. Everything is surging, except for the price of vegetables. After a year of arduous toil, not a penny has been earned. Instead, he finds himself buried in debt. Whether death comes early or late, we all must face it." Jin Huan stood up and pressed down on the man's shoulder. "You have not answered my question. Your wife, did she willingly choose to die?" The man completely broke down, weeping openly before the multitude of thousands. "It is my inadequacy. I cannot earn money. I cannot support this family. You are right. She chose to fast willingly. But all of this is my doing. I drove her to her end. If it were not for the 2 children I still have to care for, I would wish to follow her now. Jin Huan grabbed the collar of his shirt, dragging him from the chair and throwing him to the edge of the platform. He pointed at the crowd below and shouted at the man, "Answer me like a man. Who is truly responsible for the demise of your family?" Chapter 85. Whose fault is it? The man was momentarily stunned. His sobs halted. "Tell me, why did your wife choose to die?" Jin Huan yelled at him. "Because we can barely afford to eat." The man hesitated to respond. "Then why can you not afford to eat?" "Because I cannot earn money." "And why can you not earn money?" The man paused for a moment, weakly replying, "Prices have risen, yet vegetable prices have not, which is why I cannot earn." "Who controls the vegetable prices?" Jin Huan pressed. "Vegetable prices fluctuate according to market demand. However, Changxing Farm has been selling various vegetables at low prices to suppress small farmers. Hence, vegetable prices have remained stagnant." Upon hearing the name Changxing Farm, the crowd gasped in shock. Speaking ill of the Changxing sect in front of Jin Huan, a core figure of the sect, was a perilous act. Yet, this was precisely what Jin Huan wished to hear. He softened his tone and asked, "Changxing Farm has always claimed to assist farmers. How can you say they oppress you?" Though the man clearly hesitated due to Jin Huan's status, after a moment's contemplation, he revealed the truth. Changxing Farm has a standard for its assistance, which hinges on whether one has given a bribe to the staff. Moreover, even if one becomes a beneficiary, the final income is split 30-70. This declaration caused the crowd to erupt once more. This was the reaction Jin Huan sought. "You mean to say that even if farmers offer bribes, they only receive 70% of their earnings?" "Sir, you have it wrong. 70% goes to the platform. Farmers only take home 30%. Jin Huan slammed his thigh and shouted in feigned outrage, "What utter nonsense! If that were the case, who would still be willing to collaborate with Changxing Farm?" The man hastily explained, "My lord, this is an injustice. Even this 30% is already quite favorable. If we do not collaborate with the Changxing Farm, given their influence, no matter how low the price, customers would still refrain from purchasing. Moreover, should we offend the Changxing Farm, they would frequently send individuals to create disturbances and deliberately leave negative reviews. Who among the ordinary farmers can withstand such torment?" Jin Huan nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the reason for the low vegetable prices became clear. All of this was a consequence of the Changxing Farm exploiting the farmers. But what, then, was the cause of rising prices? The audience below was once again astounded. Jin Huan, as a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Xian, and a high-ranking member of the Changxing sect, openly acknowledged the dark underbelly of the Changxing Farm. This revelation left the crowd momentarily incredulous. Sensing that Jin Huan bore him no ill will, the man's confidence surged, prompting him to speak even more assertively. The Changxing sect monopolizes various industries, with bloodsuckers present at every juncture. Whenever a leader finds themselves in need of funds, the sector they oversee abruptly hikes its prices. Over the years, housing prices have surged, the cost of oxen has risen, and tuition fees for private schools have escalated. Even drinking water has been promoted as healthier if sourced from the wells of the Changxing sect. The Changxing sect is nothing more than a parasite within society. The crowd was left in utter shock. Even if they had some inkling of the truth, none could articulate it as he did. Who among them would willingly step forward to slay the dragon unless driven to a desperate situation? Cece hurriedly ascended the stage, casting her gaze upon Jin Huan. However, Jin Huan remained expressionless. Assuming that Jin Huan was merely reluctant to express his displeasure directly, she resolved to adopt the role of the enforcer. "Silence. You speak utter nonsense. Slandering the Changxing sect. I believe you are simply here to stir up trouble. Guards, subdue him." At once, enforcers of the Changxing sect rushed onto the stage. Now, not only the man, but even the audience below felt he was doomed. Yet at that moment, Jin Huan suddenly called for the enforcers to halt. "Do not act hastily." He personally assisted the man to his feet and spoke gently. "If what you say is indeed true, why not report it to the authorities? Surely, the government would not turn a blind eye." The man, now thoroughly frightened, hesitated to speak further. "My lord, I have reported it. But the officials, aware of the situation, simply expelled me. In my desperate quest to eradicate this malignant tumor, I even traversed 1,000 mountains to reach Huanshu Mountain to report this matter. Yet for months, not only has the Changxing sect remained unscathed, but my wife and children have also been used as leverage, forcing me to bow my head in submission." It was revealed that this man was the very individual who had reported the matter to Huanshu Mountain. Alas, he had arrived too late to save his wife. With this realization, anger surged within Jin Huan, and he addressed the crowd. "What he dares not voice, I shall proclaim. The Changxing sect is guilty of all manner of atrocities, exploiting the populace, oppressing the weak, and disturbing societal order. They are the most malevolent parasites in our society. The officials of these 2 towns, complicit in their corruption, seek personal gain and are utterly depraved. Both must face justice." The audience below was filled with indignation, anger boiling within them for the words they had long yearned to express but dared not utter. As common folk, they found themselves bereft of benefits. Yet when it came to shouldering the burdens of hardship, they were always the first to bear the brunt. They had long since grown weary of such a life. Simultaneously, they were astonished that the voice articulating their innermost thoughts belonged to a core member of the Chongqing sect. Could it be that there were still individuals of conscience within the sect? Hastily furrowed his brow. Although he acknowledged these sentiments, he was, after all, a member of the Chongqing sect, and could only cautiously advise, "Master, one must not speak so recklessly." Jin Huan glared furiously. "What? Are you threatening to send thugs to silence me?" Just as the two were locked in a standoff, two other disciples from the Chongqing sect's sub-branch hastened to the scene upon hearing the commotion. "How dare you, Jin Huan, speak such nonsense here? Seize him at once and return with me to face the master's judgment." These newcomers, who had accompanied Jin Huan to Yinxiao town, now brought along a formidable entourage, their demeanor exuding a palpable air of menace. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Protect the master. To everyone's surprise, it was Hastily, who had always been accommodating, who boldly stepped forward to support Jin Huan. In that moment, all members of the Chongqing sect's southeastern branch in Yinxiao town stood united. Who dares to harm the master? Even those who had previously been driven away by Jin Huan, upon hearing his declarations, chose to stand in front of him. "If you wish to touch the little immortal master, you must first step over my body." The awakened men resolutely took their stand. "Indeed, do not even think of laying a finger on the little immortal master." The entire audience surged forward. Those who gather wood for the people must not be allowed to perish in the storm. This formidable display momentarily subdued the thugs from the two sub-branches, leaving them hesitant to act. "Everyone, remain calm. Did you not wish to take me to meet the master? I shall go with you. My subordinates and the common folk are innocent. Allow them to leave freely." Chapter 86. Confrontation. Hastily hastily intervened. "Master, you must not. If you go, the odds are truly against you." Others echoed his sentiments, urging him to reconsider for the sake of his own life. However, Jin Huan had already achieved his objective and was determined to return to confront Taoist Xian. "Step aside. Are you defying me again?" Jin Huan pushed away Hastily's restraining hand. Yet unexpectedly, Hastily stood his ground, unyielding. "Master, I can heed your counsel on other matters, but this is non-negotiable. Should you proceed, it could lead to your demise." Hastily spoke with earnest conviction. Jin Huan sighed, taken aback by the genuine recognition from his subordinate. "Very well. I assure you, my willingness to return with them comes with a comprehensive plan. Rather, you all must remain united, particularly in safeguarding the innocent from any reprisals following the autumn harvest." Observing the seriousness etched on Jin Huan's face, the crowd began to waver in their resolve. Jin Huan pushed through the crowd before him, making his way towards his two senior brothers. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. "Rest assured, I shall return with you. However, you must promise me that no harm shall come to others." Jin Huan implored the armed enforcers. Naturally, they were more than willing to comply. With such a multitude of innocent civilians gathered, the outcome of any confrontation was uncertain. To prevent Jin Huan from escaping, the enforcers procured sturdy ropes and bound him securely. Subsequently, his two senior brothers personally escorted him onto the carriage, leaving a dozen men behind to ensure everything went smoothly. As they watched the figures fade into the distance, someone from the crowd was the first to speak. "The wind howls, the waters of the Yi River grow cold." The crowd, in silent understanding, echoed the following words together. "The brave shall depart and not return. Farewell, noble hero." They all knelt in reverence, bowing towards the direction in which Jin Huan had vanished. Seated in the carriage, Jin Huan listened to the shouts of the crowd, gradually lost in reflection. Once upon a time, he too had a band of brothers willing to brave fire and water for him. Yet, back then, his abilities were insufficient, leading to the sacrifice of all. Now that he possessed the strength, he would not allow anyone else to perish because of him. The carriage hastened its journey, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Relevant information had already been communicated via carrier pigeon. Once they returned, the remaining matters would be handled directly by Master Xian. His two senior brothers watched Jin Huan with confusion, unable to comprehend his actions. "Old 8, weren't we fine when we came? It's only been a few days. Why must you engage in such foolishness?" Old 7 lamented. Jin Huan looked at him and countered, "Brother, do you understand how many ordinary lives were sacrificed for the comfort we now enjoy?" Old 7 dismissed it, saying, "Throughout history, countless bones have been laid to rest for the glory of a general. The survival of the fittest is an immutable truth. We provide safety and free medical care, which is already a tremendous act of kindness. What is there to feel guilty about?" Jin Huan scoffed. "Provide safety? Do you know how many families face starvation, unable to put food on their tables?" Old 7 retorted sharply. "Then they should reflect on their own circumstances. Over the years, have wages increased? Have they truly dedicated themselves to their work? One cannot simply blame society with closed eyes. Jin Huan, infuriated, laughed bitterly. The wealth has been drained by those above. How can the efforts of those below make a difference? It seems that the harder the underprivileged work, the more comfort the elite enjoy. Just as Old 7 was about to argue back, Old 6 intervened. What are you wasting your breath for? Once we return to headquarters, he will have his reckoning. Hearing this, Old 7 promptly fell silent. Inside the carriage, tranquility returned. The distance between the two towns was a day's journey. They had departed in the morning and would arrive by evening. By the time they returned, morning had dawned. Despite the carriage's hurried pace, they arrived in the dead of night. Yet, the estate was ablaze with lights, resembling broad daylight. A multitude of horsemen awaited beyond the estate, anticipating Jin Huan's arrival. As the carriage slowed, Jin Huan sensed that the moment of reckoning had come. It's time, Lao Ba, step down. The master awaits our presence. With a swift motion, Jin Huan opened his eyes and leaped from the carriage. With his current consciousness, he was acutely aware of everything within a 1,000-mile radius. Outside the estate, there were 100 ruffians, while 50 guards patrolled within. In addition, there were 78 idle bystanders who posed no threat. However, among them, only one true cultivator, aside from the Taoist Xian, had returned, a senior brother at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As for the ever-present Lao Lu and Lao Qi, they hadn't even reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. This feeble combat strength was scarcely sufficient to pose a challenge to Jin Huan. Lao Lu and Lao Qi promptly followed suit, disembarking the carriage. Before them stood a battalion of mercenaries led by their senior brother. You must be Lao Ba. Come with me, their senior brother said with a teasing smile. The 100 mercenaries gradually encircled Jin Huan. He surveyed his surroundings and coldly remarked, Senior brother, you are far too courteous to have gone to such lengths to welcome me. I am truly flattered. The senior brother, unfazed by his banter, led the way without further ado. To compel Jin Huan to advance, several thugs brandished long spears, pressing them against his back as they closed in. It was not yet time for conflict. Jin Huan desired to capture them all in one fell swoop, sparing himself the trouble of chasing down any remaining remnants later. Thus, he willingly moved forward. The betrayal of a core team member was a grave issue. He was confident that the remaining senior brothers would soon return. Silence enveloped the journey. Jin Huan was escorted into the hall where Taoist Xian sat, his gaze cold and indifferent. Lao Ba, do you recognize your mistakes? Jin Huan threw back his head and laughed heartily. Mistakes? What wrong have I committed? As a dull disciple, I implore the master to enlighten me. Taoist Xian's expression darkened. How obstinate. Do not blame your master for being unmerciful. A searing fireball materialized in his palm, hurtling towards Jin Huan. Boom. All of Jin Huan's garments were reduced to ashes, and the ropes binding him were incinerated. Yet, his skin remained unscathed. The attack registered, and the heavenly shield upgrade progressed to 004. Taoist Xian stared in disbelief at his own abdomen, now burned and split open. Why, you are also a cultivator. Jin Huan's consciousness detected several approaching figures nearing the estate. Without a doubt, they were the returning senior brothers. With everyone gathered, the feast could commence. Free from restraints, Jin Huan cracked his neck and stretched his limbs, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chapter 87. Rampage. Xian Daoran, in a state of utter panic, urgently shouted, Quick, someone! Kill him, kill him! He was acutely aware that the opponent, who could withstand his attack unscathed, possessed strength far superior to his own. Even if they all joined forces, they may not stand a chance against him. However, the others held a different perspective. Bold Jin Huan dared to lay hands on his master, an act of sheer defiance. Brothers, charge! Commanded the eldest disciple with fury. Jin Huan responded with a cold smile. Come at me one by one. It will save me the trouble of hunting you down. One of the henchmen swung a club towards him. Jin Huan raised his right hand to block. Crack! The wooden stick shattered into two, leaving the attacker bleeding profusely and unconscious. The attack was effective. Heavens will upgraded progress to 005. Another assailant brandished a steel knife, aiming for Jin Huan's neck. Jin Huan stepped back just in time to evade the blade's edge. He then closed in, delivering a powerful punch to the man's head. Smack! The skull shattered like a ripe watermelon. Within mere breaths, two had fallen. The remaining henchmen, witnessing this scene, were gripped by fear and hesitated to advance. Jin Huan licked the brain matter that had splattered onto his lips. What a pity. If their cultivation had been even slightly higher, his heavens will could have leveled up by 1 or 2 ranks. At that moment, he caught sight of Xian Daoran attempting to sneak away from behind. Master, where are you going? Jin Huan said with a sly grin. Xian Daoran cried out and fled. Jin Huan swiftly pursued him. The henchman standing in Jin Huan's path, upon seeing him approach like a demon, screamed in terror and thrust a spear towards Jin Huan's abdomen. Clang! The weapons of mere mortals could not harm Jin Huan's current physique. Instead, A gaping wound appeared in the attacker's own abdomen. The attack was effective. Heavens will upgraded progress to 006. Annoyance. Jin Huan glared at him and seized the spear thrust against his abdomen, lifting it sharply. The man, along with the spear, was sent soaring into the air. When he landed, he instantly became a mere puddle of flesh. The onlookers were thoroughly terrified. The figure before them was no mortal. He was a god of slaughter. As Jin Huan advanced a step further, everyone before him retreated. With another step back, those behind also began to withdraw in fright. Stand aside. The naive eldest disciple still believed that Jin Huan was merely a strong mortal, incapable of comparing with his own cultivation at the third level of chi refinement. He formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a fireball materialized before him and was hurled at Jin Huan. This left Jin Huan momentarily astonished. Did Xian Dao not teach him that the fireball technique required no incantation? And why did they only know the fireball technique, lacking any higher level spells? This time, Jin Huan directed his finger towards the fireball and gently flicked it. A formidable force compressed the air, forming an air cannon that collided with the fireball, extinguishing it. Remarkably, Jin Huan had not even expended his spiritual energy, relying solely on a mere 10% of his physical strength. Observing the incredulous expression on his elder brother's face, Jin Huan shook his head, devoid of any desire to kill, and proceeded to pursue Taoist Xian. Feeling the approach of Jin Huan, Taoist Xian's heart raced. Protect me, he shouted while fleeing. Those who had witnessed Jin Huan's prowess dared not move. In fact, as Jin Huan passed by, they willingly cleared a path for him. Seize him. I shall reward anyone who can halt him with 100 taels of gold. Taoist Xian cried out in desperation. Under the allure of generous rewards, valiant souls soon emerged from the ranks, charging towards Jin Huan. Fools. Cursed fools, Jin Huan succinctly remarked. If previously there had been individuals who, out of desperation, had strayed onto the wrong path, he might have considered sparing them. However, now that some were willing to act as accomplices for the sake of bounty, he saw no reason to hold back. Jin Huan stood his ground, passively enduring their attacks. Yet, after a flurry of assaults, many of them collapsed before him. Attack effective. Heaven's shield upgrade progress 020. Jin Huan mused. He was well aware that he had endured a solid 17 hits, yet the upgrade only recorded 14. Could it be that there was a limit to the upgrade progress achievable each day? He pointed to a trembling henchman beside him and beckoned. You, come over and strike me. The henchman could hardly believe his ears. He had never encountered such an unreasonable request. Hurry. If you don't strike me, I shall strike you. Jin Huan impatiently insisted. Oh. The henchman reluctantly approached and lightly struck his shoulder. Attack effective. Heaven's shield upgrade progress 020. Indeed, the upgrade had ceased. This technique was truly demanding, with so many restrictions. The henchman pulled back his shirt, examining the bloodline on his shoulder, heaved a sigh of relief. He had noticed earlier that Jin Huan possessed some form of retaliatory ability. Thus, he had been cautious and deliberately refrained from exerting too much force. Indeed, he bore only a superficial wound. Just as he reveled in his narrow escape, Jin Huan found him obstructive and kicked him away. After that kick, he would likely be confined to bed for several months. Meanwhile, Jin Huan, having realized there was a cap on the upgrade for Heaven's Shield, no longer wished to waste time. As long as he could eliminate Taoist Xian, he would accomplish his primary objective and impart a lesson to others. Should anyone dare to resist, they were obstinately deluded and would be sent on their way. At this moment, Jin Huan's clothing had been completely burned away, leaving him bare, while his storage bags and spirit beast pouch had long been concealed. He chased after the Taoist in the estate, completely bare. Upon sighting him in such a state, everyone assumed they had encountered something extraordinary and hastily fled. There was no one to impede him, and soon, Jin Huan captured the Taoist in front of a courtyard. Master, you truly can run, Jin Huan exclaimed, lifting him by the neck. Please don't kill me. Senior, whatever you desire, I can provide, be it male or female companions, or gold and treasures, I will offer them all. The Taoist pleaded in haste. Oh, what are you doing? We are master and disciple. Discussing this is rather impolite. Jin Huan jested. Just as the Taoist was about to say more, a piercing scream interrupted them. Stop. That naked man, do not defile my master. Jin Huan was taken aback and turned to the source of the voice. He beheld 4 burly men with beards, who had rushed over under the leadership of the eldest brother. At that moment, one of them, filled with wrath, pointed an accusing finger at Jin Huan. Chapter 88. The power of the formation. Undoubtedly, these 4 were Jin Huan's other 4 senior brothers, whom he had never met before. No, you've misunderstood. Jin Huan realized the awkwardness of the situation and quickly explained. Enough talk. Brothers, form the array. The burly man shouted. The 5 encircled Jin Huan, each beginning to form seals and chant incantations. Jin Huan watched their performance with a sense of resignation. noting that their cultivation levels were merely at the second or third tier of chi refining. 5 elements locking immortal formation. A furious roar echoed, and the 5 halted their actions. Is it over? Jin Huan tossed the Taoist aside. Curiosity painted on his face as he observed the 5. To be honest, he did not believe these individuals could stir up any significant trouble, since they intended to employ a formation. It would be a perfect opportunity to assess its power and gauge their capabilities. Enough of your smooth talk. The formation is complete, and you have nowhere to escape, the burly man declared. Junior brother, do not underestimate him. This rogue is quite formidable. Even my master and I are no match for him. The eldest brother, having witnessed Jin Huan's prowess, cautioned. Rest assured, elder brother, the power of the 5 elements locking immortal formation is evident. No matter how formidable he may be, he will fall here today, the burly man asserted confidently. Oh, is that so? Then I shall truly put it to the test. Jin Huan replied with a smile, taking a step forward. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The air around him seemed to take on a tangible form, creating immense resistance with each of his movements. It felt akin to walking underwater. What is this? Jin Huan inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. It's a water formation. Softness subdues hardness. Rest assured, you cannot escape. The burly man elucidated. The corners of Jin Huan's mouth lifted in amusement. Interesting, this formation has such capabilities. How about this? With a sudden surge of strength, he exerted 50% of his power and struck the air with a punch. Although he still faced resistance, his movements remained fluid. Instead, the 5 individuals maintaining the formation seemed to be subjected to an immense force, all toppling in the direction of Jin Huan. This is bad. This rogue's strength is astonishing. Quickly, change the formation. Another burly man urged. The 5 hastily adjusted their positions, altering their incantations as well. Earth formation, ensnare the enemy. As the words fell, a sturdy earthen sphere suddenly materialized beside Jin Huan. To be precise, he found himself ensnared within this sphere. What is this? Curiosity piqued. Jin Huan approached the earthen sphere and gently tapped it with his hand. The sphere was remarkably solid, appearing to be at least 4 to 5 inches thick. If an ordinary person were trapped inside, escaping would be no simple feat. Just as he was examining the structure of the sphere, a sharp spike abruptly protruded from the wall, aiming directly for his eye. Jin Huan instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the attack. What formation? Thorns abound. Jin Huan touched the spike, noting its sharpness. If it were to pierce an unsuspecting individual, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His heavenly shield could inflict retaliatory damage on those who attacked him. But what if the attack was initiated by the formation itself? Would the retaliation then be inflicted upon those sustaining the formation? Embracing a spirit of experimentation, he raised his right hand and violently struck the spike. Crack! The spike shattered into 2 pieces. However, there was no reaction from outside. Could it be that because he had initiated contact, the attack was deemed ineffective? Soon, a second spike emerged, swiftly lunging toward Jin Huan. This time, he did not evade but allowed the spike to pierce his flesh. Crack! The spike broke once more. With curiosity, Jin Huan shouted outward, Hey, has anyone been injured? A provocation. This was a blatant challenge. Hearing Jin Huan's taunt, the others were nearly driven to fury. They had not anticipated that the formidable 5 elements locking immortal formation would be unable to subdue him in 2 forms. Change the formation. Quickly, change the formation. This child is too sinister. He must be annihilated here. Gold formation, invulnerable. A row of golden needles erupted from the ground, encircling Jin Huan. For some reason, gazing at these golden needles, he felt an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Almost immediately, the needles gleamed menacingly and began to plunge toward his body from all directions. Ah! Jin Huan cried out in pain. The golden needles had pierced through his defenses. As he observed the blood seeping from the punctures in his skin, a wave of dread washed over him. He had not expected that these 5 cultivators at the initial stage of chi refinement could actually inflict harm upon him. It is worth noting that at this moment, Jin Huan's physical resilience could withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the late stage of chi refinement. Furthermore, based on his earlier experiments, the formation's damage indeed did not trigger the heavenly shield. If he did not unleash his full power soon, he would likely meet his demise here. Ha ha ha, rebellious thief, I have finally wounded you. Let us see how long you can endure. Upon witnessing Jin Huan's injury, everyone erupted into laughter. However, in the next moment, a fist emerged from the earthen sphere. Following this, the entire mound collapsed, revealing Jin Huan, who was bristling with needles like a hedgehog. Hey, you've hurt me, Jin Huan exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he advanced towards the burly man who had been speaking. With each step he took, numerous golden needles were forced out of his body. This is bad. He is about to escape. Quickly, utilize the 5 elements to aid each other. The fallen Taoist Xian urged. Noticing that the 5 were still in a daze, The five quickly regained their composure, exchanged glances, and reformed their formation. Earth and gold combined formation. Two walls, thickly embedded with golden needles, surged from the ground, trapping Jin Huan in between. Simultaneously, the walls began to converge, threatening to crush him to death. This is utterly unfair. Jin Huan bellowed in anger. He then leaped high, landing atop the earthen wall, narrowly evading the impending doom. He distinctly felt that the recent attack was significantly more ferocious than the previous ones. He was uncertain if he would emerge unscathed. However, as he stood atop the wall and gazed at the five, he noticed they were all sweating profusely, their faces etched with exhaustion. It seemed that executing such an attack was quite taxing for them as well. Too slow, too slow. Allow me to lend you my strength, Taoist Xian admonished. Rising from the ground, he continuously channeled his spiritual energy into the formation. With the infusion of his Qi level 5 energy, the pressure on the five was notably alleviated, and the formation stabilized considerably. Change again. Water and gold formation. The earthen walls vanished, and the air grew still once more. Jin Huan sensed that this time, the resistance was far greater than before, and with each movement he made, he felt countless sharp blades slicing against his skin. Now this is truly a headache. Chapter 89. A bloody night, what a joke. Jin Huan roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Enduring the pain, he summoned all his strength into his most resilient right hand and struck the ground with all his might. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The tremendous force coupled with the instability caused everyone to tumble to the ground. With the formation shattered, the restraints on Jin Huan vanished instantly. However, he was now drenched in blood. Apart from his unscathed arm, every other part of his body bore gashes from the blades. Notably, 2 deep lacerations on his upper right back exposed bone. I must deal with them swiftly. Before the others could regain their footing, Jin Huan dashed towards his closest senior brother, delivering a punch to his chest. Bang! The senior brother let out a muffled groan and was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Quick, stop him. Use the wind formation, Taoist Xian exclaimed in alarm. In the span of a single breath, one had already perished. If this continued, their side would face total annihilation. Seizing the fleeting opportunity for respite created by his elder brother's sacrifice, the remaining 5 swiftly formed a formation. A tempest arose, obscuring their vision with swirling sands. Jin Huan was taken aback. Amid this fierce wind, not only could he not see, but even his spiritual sense was compromised. Simultaneously, the gale tugged at him, disorienting his sense of direction. This is peculiar. Wasn't he the 5 elements comprised of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? When did wind become a part of it? Struggling to stabilize his stance, Jin Huan called out loudly, "Surely, you must not be aware of this. The 5 elements locking immortal formation, in full, is the yin-yang 5 elements locking immortal formation. Beyond the 5 elements, it also incorporates the attributes of yin and yang. The combination of yin wood and yin fire can summon the wind array." The Taoist Xian chuckled with self-satisfaction. "I have learned," Jin Huan replied with a smile. His inquiry was not solely for the sake of acquiring knowledge of formations. It was also intended to expose their location. And indeed, Taoist Xian took the bait. By discerning sound and position, Jin Huan quickly pinpointed Taoist Xian's whereabouts. In a swift motion, he broke free from the tempest. Taoist Xian's figure lay unguarded before him. Die! Jin Huan leapt into action, his fist swinging towards Taoist Xian's head. "Master, move aside." The closest, the 5th brother, rushed in and shoved Taoist Xian away. Bang! The 5th brother's face was crushed inward, resulting in instant death. "No, 5th brother," Taoist Xian cried out in anguish. "But it's not over yet." Jin Huan kicked aside the 5th brother's lifeless body, intent on pursuing Taoist Xian. "Master, run." As the formation had already faltered, the 4th brother hurriedly approached, gripping Jin Huan's shoulder to halt his advance. Seizing this chance, Taoist Xian hastily scrambled to his feet. However, at that moment, the 4th brother could no longer withstand the pressure. Jin Huan enveloped him in an embrace and forcefully thrust him, piercing through his head. He convulsed twice before falling still. "4th brother, you lecherous fiend, may you not find peace in death," Taoist Xian lamented, tears streaming down his face. The 2nd and 3rd brothers shielded Taoist Xian protectively. "Master, go, don't worry about us," the 2nd brother urged. "No, we must leave together, or we shall perish together," Taoist Xian insisted resolutely. "Master, please. If we don't leave now, we will all truly die here," the 3rd brother pleaded. "Enough. Without you, what meaning is there in my survival?" Taoist Xian placed a hand on both their shoulders. "Very well. In our next life, we shall be master and disciples again." The trio clasped hands tightly, their expressions resolute. Prepared to face their fate, Jin Huan observed the 3, a curious expression crossing his face. "What is happening? Why do I appear to be the villain in this narrative? Has the script been reversed? If I had known this day would come, I would have acted differently from the start. When you committed those heinous acts, you should have anticipated today's outcome. Jin Huan flexed his knuckles, advancing step by step towards them. The victor prevails, while the vanquished has naught to say. If you seek my master's life, you must first tread over my fallen form. Old Third bellowed. He picked up a broken wooden stick from the ground and charged towards Jin Huan. With ease, Jin Huan sidestepped Old Third's attack, seized the stick, and retaliated with a strike to Old Third's leg. Old Third collapsed to his knees. Humph! Overestimating oneself, Jin Huan scoffed. Witnessing this, Old Second roared in fury and lunged at Jin Huan, his palms aimed fiercely at Jin Huan's chest. Once again, Jin Huan evaded, delivering a swift chop to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. In an instant, both were at the mercy of Jin Huan. Without the formation, the few of them were utterly defenseless. Before the Taoist Xin, Jin Huan lifted Old Second and Old Third by their heads, violently colliding them together. At the sight of this ghastly scene, the Taoist Xin's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Kill me, Taoist Xin uttered in despair. Jin Huan discarded the bodies and brushed his hands together, saying, to kill, indeed, is what I must do. Your establishment of the eternal life sect has wrought calamity upon the land, inflicting untold suffering upon countless innocent lives. Regardless of your pleas, you shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow. However, before I proceed, I have a lingering question for you. Ask away, Taoist Xin responded, his face devoid of hope. At this juncture, he had come to terms with his fate. Jin Huan settled before Taoist Xin, crossing his legs. It is said that upon your arrival here, you not only drove away the beasts plaguing the populace, but also tended to their ailments free of charge. I wish to know if your actions stemmed from genuine intent or were merely a ruse to earn their trust. Upon hearing Jin Huan's inquiry, Taoist Xin lifted his gaze, a glimmer of light emerging in his murky eyes. He looked towards the starry sky, his thoughts drifting far away. 7 years ago, I was an outer disciple of the Cloud Palace. At that time, due to a sect mission, several of my fellow disciples and I were tasked with seeking assistance at Beast Summoning Mountain. However, just as we approached, we were ambushed by a formidable foundation-building beast. As mere chi refinement practitioners, we were no match for it, and could only resort to a formation to fend it off. Tragically, no one came to our rescue until our spiritual energy was utterly depleted. I could only watch helplessly as my brothers were devoured one by one. Fortunately, by the time it was my turn, the beast had feasted enough and spared my life. In the end, I became the sole survivor. With my team nearly annihilated, I lost all desire to reach Beast Summoning Mountain, nor could I bear to return to the sect. I intended to find a secluded place to end my days. Yet, it was then that she appeared. As he recounted this, a rare, affectionate smile graced Taoist Xin's face. Jin Huan did not interrupt, allowing him to revel in his memories, for it was the subsequent revelations that held his keen interest. Chapter 90. Reclaiming the heart of Taoism. Taoist Xin continued his recollection. When I first laid eyes upon her, she was scaling a cliff, her goal to harvest a spirit herb growing precariously upon the precipice. It was a crucial medicinal herb required for her father's treatment. However, after a recent rain, the rocky cliff was still somewhat slippery, and she lost her grip, tumbling down the mountainside. Just as it seemed she was destined for a tragic end, I instinctively summoned my flying artifact and rescued her. Upon catching her, I glimpsed her face and realized I had irrevocably succumbed to my feelings. I gathered herbs for her and treated her father. In gratitude, they took me in, recognizing my plight of having nowhere else to go. Thus, I settled in Qingyo Town, offering medical consultations to the local residents free of charge. By day, I attended to patients in my home while she assisted me in gathering herbs. As time passed, our bond deepened significantly. Simultaneously, my reputation soared, and the number of people seeking my services increased, overwhelming their household. Consequently, some individuals whom we had previously aided proposed to support the establishment of a formal medicinal hall. It was then that the idea of founding Changsheng Hall first took root in my mind. I planned to propose to her on the occasion of its grand opening. However, shortly thereafter, the expression on Xindao's face darkened ominously. Yet, this period of prosperity was fleeting. My practice of offering free consultations disrupted the livelihoods of many pharmacies and clinics, and they would not tolerate the establishment of Changsheng Hall. They conspired against us, intent on silencing us permanently. That night, waves of assassins besieged our home. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated me as a practitioner of cultivation. Even united, they were no match for my prowess. While I could defend myself, I was powerless to shield others. By the time I vanquished the last assassin, her entire family lay lifeless in a pool of blood. I yearned to report the incident, urging the authorities to bring those orchestrating the plot to justice. However, the officials dismissed the matter, attributing it to a tragic encounter with wild beasts due to its complexity. In a fit of rage, I eradicated every beast den within a 100-mile radius. Yet upon my return, they remained evasive, merely promising to conduct a thorough investigation. From that day forward, I realized that no matter how formidable my strength, I was powerless against the encroaching darkness. Only by becoming a force darker than the shadows could I attain true power. Thus, from that moment, Changsheng Hall ceased to exist, replaced by the formidable Changsheng sect. All the impoverished souls joining the sect would achieve an instantaneous transcendence of class, never to be innocently harvested again. As he spoke passionately, Xindao abruptly rose. His expression contorted with malice. When asked how I would confront the destitute who suffered due to my actions, I would express my sorrow. Yet, even in my absence, as long as class disparities persist in this world, the poor will remain the targets of exploitation. But if you were to inquire whether I regret founding the Changsheng sect, I would firmly declare that I do not. The only regret I, Exine, harbor in this life is my failure to protect her. But fear not, Jinner, for I have come to join you now. Xindao suddenly raised his hands and unleashed a fireball upon himself. Flames engulfed his entire being as he screamed in agony while laughing maniacally. Ultimately, a charred corpse collapsed to the ground. It seems that the death of the venerable Exine has invoked a profound response, drawing all the inhabitants of the manor towards this site. They encircled the lifeless form of Exine, kneeling in unison, entirely disregarding the terror that Jin Huan had once instilled in them. Shall they all be annihilated? Jin Huan shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Although the cult of eternal life has been vanquished, the avarice and malevolence inherent in human nature remain indelibly entrenched. In a society that relentlessly pursues fame and fortune through unscrupulous means, the eradication of one cult of eternal life merely paves the way for another to rise. Perhaps true tranquility will only be achieved on the day of universal harmony. The task had come to a close. Jin Huan chose to overlook the prostrate figures before him and nonchalantly donned a set of garments from a deceased individual. Subsequently, he intended to retrieve his concealed storage and spirit beast bags, preparing to return to Beast Summoning Mountain. This mission, while fraught with challenges, was not devoid of merit. At the very least, Jin Huan felt he had discovered his true purpose, to grow stronger in order to protect those dear to him. Had the venerable Exine been sufficiently powerful, his brothers would not have perished, and he would not have been unable to safeguard his beloved. Had he possessed greater strength, Li Mu would have survived, and the likes of Old Wang would have continued to thrive. All fear stems from insufficient strength. And I, Jin Huan, am resolutely determined to become the most formidable entity in this realm, solely to protect those around me. At Beast Summoning Mountain, in the Outer Affairs Hall, upon seeing Jin Huan's return, Hoswa immediately stepped forth. Senior brother Jin, here are the spirit stones and the accolades from the sect for completing your task. Jin Huan, puzzled, inquired, do you not wish to ask whether I succeeded in my mission? Hoswa waved his hand dismissively. Oh, with your prowess, senior brother Jin. How could I possibly worry? Besides, that trivial task would have yielded the same outcome regardless. In the past, Jin Huan would have taken the time to impart a lesson to Hoswa. However, he was weary and chose to accept his reward before departing. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he found Yi Wushuang and Lu Inger languidly awaiting his arrival at the entrance. The moment she spotted him, Lu Inger rushed forward. Brother Jin, where have you been? I heard from the senior brothers that you ventured outside the mountain for a task. Why did you not invite me along? Jin Huan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, it was merely a trivial task, rather dull indeed. Besides, even if I had invited you, dear sister, you might not have been allowed to accompany me. He glanced at several guards trailing at a distance. Ever since the incident involving the great golden giant, the emperor had directly assigned bodyguards to Lu Inger, including a formidable presence from the nascent soul stage. It is a rare occurrence for a nascent soul expert to serve as a mere guard for a chi refinement stage individual. Only the emperor could orchestrate such a thing. This clearly underscores the emperor's profound regard for his little daughter. Indeed, that is the case. Uncle and the others now prohibit me from going out, Lu Inger pouted. Jin Huan playfully flicked her forehead. Once your strength has grown, they will feel secure enough to allow you to venture forth. Therefore, dear sister Inger, you must diligently practice. All right, Inger, you may return for now. I shall seek you out later. At present, I have some matters to discuss with your sister Yi. Jin Huan gently ushered Lu Inger away. Although she wore an expression of reluctance, the fierce visage of Yi Wushuang compelled her to flee without hesitation. Come in and let us converse. Jin Huan opened the door, gesturing for her to enter. However, as soon as Yi Wushuang stepped into the room, he swiftly took advantage of the moment and playfully smacked her rear. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jin Huan shot up like a cannonball, soaring into the air. Chapter 91. Who his father and who his son Yi Wushuang applied a healing ointment to Jin Huan's injuries. Throughout the process, he grimaced in pain, having indeed been struck rather forcefully. Despite his robust physique, being in the chi refinement stage, he nearly succumbed to the pain. Frost, could you perhaps be gentler next time? Jin Huan remarked through gritted teeth, touching his injured face. Who told you to be so indiscreet? Yi Wushuang murmured softly, though she had the upper hand in the matter. Witnessing Jin Huan's considerable distress stirred some compassion within her. By the way, what brings you here this time? Has my new prosthetic been completed? Jin Huan shifted into a more comfortable position, cautiously lying back. Yi Wushuang nodded, retrieving a pristine left hand and 2 legs from her storage bag. Considering your lackluster long-range combat capabilities, the artisans have specially integrated laser and missile functions into your left hand. The laser can deal substantial damage in a short span, while the missiles allow for widespread attacks. However, both functions are exceedingly taxing on foundational spirit stones. Thus, the artisans have also provided you with a new supply of spirit stones. She produced another storage bag filled with spirit stones. Jin Huan accepted the bag and peered inside. Wow, did the artisans go raiding again? There are so many. Yi Wushuang sipped her tea and shot him an exasperated glance. This funding comes from the Yamahal. The higher-ups are quite pleased with your intelligence reports. Thanks to your insights, they believe the storm has passed and are preparing for a resurgence. Currently, secret strongholds are being fervently constructed across various locations. They are quite impatient, aren't they? The matter with the demon clan is not yet resolved, and they are already eager to make a comeback. Jin Huan expressed satisfaction as he secured the storage bag. Yi Wushuang removed his tattered prosthetic and fitted the new one in its place. Jin Huan adjusted to the new limbs and found them rather agreeable. Constantly changing them is not ideal. I wish every prosthetic could be as sturdy as my right hand, he lamented. Count your blessings. Having a right hand made from genuine spiritual flesh is already a remarkable fortune. Do you truly desire to replace all your limbs? Moreover, the strength of these magical prosthetics is already commendable. Even foundational cultivators cannot easily damage them. As a mere chi refinement practitioner, can you not appreciate what you have? Yi Wushuang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Dear sister, I narrowly escaped from the clutches of a peak golden core cultivator. Preserving my life is a triumph in itself. Why should I lament over this prosthetic? Jin Huan replied, his face a picture of indignation. Isn't your damage rate alarmingly high? Even as someone who isn't a disciple of the Four Peaks, I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Well, I shall be more cautious next time. By the way, during this outing, I believe I have rediscovered my path. Therefore, I have resolved to strive for foundational establishment. Yi Wushuang unexpectedly cast a glance at him. The heart's demons are no trifling matter. Are you truly prepared? Jin Huan nodded earnestly, stating, I am confident of achieving success with a 70 to 80% certainty. Furthermore, this mission has deepened my understanding of the importance of strength. I wish to grow swiftly and protect you all. Protect me? Yi Wushuang laughed, her mirth causing a flurry of blossoms. If you don't hold me back, I shall be eternally grateful. Yet, gazing into Jin Huan's earnest eyes, she continued, very well. It is indeed best to establish a foundation quickly, sparing me from constant worry about you. I knew you still cared for me. Jin Huan lunged towards Yi Wushuang once more, only to be ruthlessly sent sprawling onto the bed. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Wushuang took her leave. Thus, Jin Huan proceeded to visit the neighboring Luqing. After a heartfelt conversation, he made his way to the cave dwelling of his master's wife. Master's wife, I have returned, Jin Huan announced loudly upon entering the cave. In the past, his master's wife would immediately appear upon hearing his voice. However, today, she remained conspicuously absent. Sensing something amiss, Jin Huan was about to venture further when his 5th elder brother, Wang Matzi, emerged. Little Sixth has returned, Wang Matzi said politely, though his gaze held an unusual intensity. Since Master Nadatzi's passing, the brothers had lost their reason to frequent the cave. As time passed, the dwelling had grown too desolate. To care for their master's wife and to alleviate her sorrow, they had decided to take turns attending to the cave, maintaining the formation, tending to the medicinal fields, and raising spiritual insects were all tasks that needed to be attended to. It was now Wang Matzi's turn for duty. Jin Huan looked at Wang Matzi in confusion. 5th brother, why do you regard me thus? Where is the master's wife? Why hasn't she come out? Wang Matzi regarded him with a knowing look and replied. The master's wife has been experiencing frequent nausea and her abdomen has noticeably swollen. What do you mean? Has she overindulged in elixirs? Jin Huan asked. Perhaps you should go in and see for yourself. The master's wife is resting in bed. Jin Huan became increasingly puzzled. Why would she be lying in bed during the day? Is she unwell? He approached the master's wife's chamber, calling out as he walked, Master's wife, are you in there? I'm coming in. Gently, he pushed open the door, only to find her pale face resting on the bed. Ah, master's wife, what has happened? Why do you look so pale? Have you been injured? Upon his entrance, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Ah, Juana, you're back. Was everything smooth this time? She attempted to divert the conversation. The journey was somewhat convoluted, but thankfully the mission was ultimately completed successfully, Jin Huan replied, taking a seat beside the bed. At that moment, Jin Huan noticed a slight bulge in his master's wife's abdomen. This appearance did not seem to be the result of an upset stomach. "Master's wife," he exclaimed, pointing at her belly, rendered momentarily speechless by his surprise. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Since your arrival, I have not engaged in such matters with anyone else. Curiously, despite having attempted with many, only you have succeeded." Upon finishing her words, she lifted her gaze. Looking at him with deep affection, Jin Huan jumped up from beside the bed, his expression shifting from shock to fear, and then to a flurry of confusion, before settling into a determined resolve. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master's wife. Who would have thought that master's spirit could bless you with successful conception?" Jin Huan performed a respectful bow. The master's wife stared at him in astonishment, seemingly unprepared for such a response. After a prolonged internal struggle, she managed to calm her emotions and spoke with tranquility. "Is this truly what you desire?" Jin Huan lowered his head further. Disciple harbors no improper thoughts. With a sigh, the master's wife regained her smile. "You are correct. Your master has indeed manifested, ensuring a legacy remains. This child shall be the sole heir of the Niu family, and I will nurture him to adulthood." Jin Huan asserted resolutely, "Rest assured, master's wife, I will guarantee the safety of our little junior disciple with my life." Upon hearing his words, the master's wife burst into laughter, though tears inexplicably streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 92, Foundation Establishment. The news of the master's wife's pregnancy ultimately spread throughout the entire sect. In light of this, the sect leader made a special visit to offer his condolences. With this child, the late Niu could finally rest in peace. He looked at the master's wife with a sense of relief. Naturally, the truth was not disclosed to him. Everyone maintained a consistent narrative, stating that the child was indeed left behind by Niu Daozi. "Do not worry about life's affairs. If difficulties arise, come to me at any time. I will forever remember the contributions of the late Niu to our sect and will not neglect your family," the sect leader declared as he prepared to take his leave. "Huaner, please see the sect leader off," the master's wife instructed promptly. Jin Huan followed closely behind the sect leader, escorting him out of the cave dwelling. Once outside, the sect leader patted Jin Huan on the shoulder before soaring into the air. Jin Huan paused, puzzled by the gesture. Did the sect leader already know the underlying truth? As the ruler of the sect, Jin Huan did not truly believe this matter could remain concealed from him. However, since the sect leader chose not to expose it, he decided to treat it as if nothing had transpired. Since the sect leader's visit, the master's wife required no further care from them. The sect had not only assigned dedicated disciples to guard her, but also provided maidservants to attend to her daily needs. With this arrangement in place, Jin Huan felt a great deal of relief. Next, preparations for Foundation establishment were in order. Jin Huan returned to his residence and summoned the big-mouthed monkey. "During this period, I shall enter seclusion to break through. You will guard the entrance and refuse all visitors," Jin Huan instructed. "Understood, understood. Fortune seems perpetually elusive, while the burdensome and laborious tasks invariably fall upon my shoulders. How amusing it is to be in your service." The large-mouthed monkey, with an air of impatience, dug into its nose. "Bananas are plentiful," Jin Huan remarked with exasperation. Instantly, the large-mouthed monkey stood at attention, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall not falter in my duties." Subsequently, Jin Huan released all 5 generations of wingless ladybugs, strategically positioning them in every corner of the room. Any slightest disturbance would be promptly detected. Though this was the interior of the beast summoning mountain, past incidents of infiltration necessitated utmost caution. Moreover, the greatest taboo during a breakthrough is to be interrupted, a precaution that must be diligently observed. To this end, Jin Huan summoned Lu Inger to serve as his protective guardian. Though her cultivation was modest, the imposing presence of the great Buddha behind her deterred any potential threats. Everything was in place. Jin Huan settled on his bed, engaging in a meditative state while adjusting his mindset. As the spiritual energy within him surged like a billowing mist, he recognized that the moment had arrived. He removed the cap from the vial and swallowed all the foundation-building pills. The cascading medicinal force flooded his body like a torrential deluge. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, purging impurities from within. Once the toxins were nearly expelled, Jin Huan felt an unparalleled lightness enveloping him. Both his body and soul underwent profound purification. It was time. He began to surge forward against the bottleneck. Suddenly, his consciousness blurred, and he found himself in a realm of chaos. Here, he could not perceive his physical form, only a faint sense of self-awareness. Refining the foundation, before him emerged a kaleidoscope of luminous orbs, representing all his spiritual energy. He directed this energy, transforming into a colossal hammer, striking at the foundation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow dimmed the brilliance of the hammer, signifying the expenditure of spiritual power. Yet, each subsequent strike fortified the foundation further. As long as he could successfully refine the foundation before his energy was depleted, he would achieve a successful breakthrough into the foundational stage. Any remaining spiritual energy would serve as an enhancement thereafter. The more energy left, the greater the attributes of the foundation. Should he achieve a perfect foundation, his vitality and spiritual energy could nearly double that of the Qi refinement stage. However, Jin Huan harbored no lofty expectations, given his rather mediocre aptitude. Merely succeeding in establishing the foundation would be a stroke of luck. 512, 513. At last, the foundation neared completion. But his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Just then, a resounding voice echoed through the void. Alas, you are indeed a child favored by fate. Yet even the establishment of a foundation proves to be such an arduous task. How unfortunate. This voice belonged to the demon ancestor, who had surfaced during his previous bout of madness. Jin Huan was taken aback by its reappearance. Ignoring the voice, he continued to hammer away at his foundation. You should heed my counsel and turn to the practice of demonic arts. With the technique I have imparted to you, the foundation establishment should be a trivial matter. The demon sovereign continued to tempt. Yet, Jin Huan remained unmoved. However, within his heart, he was in a state of utter turmoil. His spiritual energy was running low, yet his foundation had yet to be completed. If this continued, his attempt at foundation establishment would surely end in failure. Although a failed foundation establishment would only slightly damage a cultivator's progress, it would have no other repercussions. Jin Huan could not afford to wait. Remaining at the Qi refinement stage would eventually wear down his Tao heart, and the demon sovereign's control over him would only grow stronger. The demon sovereign, sensing the shift, adopted a mocking tone. Oh dear, you're so close. What shall you do? I can assist you. If you agree to cultivate demonic arts, I can lend you my power. I assure you, not only will your foundation establishment succeed, but it will be perfected. Yet, Jin Huan remained silent. The erosion of his Tao heart was one matter, but descending into demonic paths for the sake of foundation establishment would inflict a far graver wound upon his spirit. Fortunately, at that moment, another voice emerged. Jin Huan, you have done well to resist the demon sovereign's temptations. It was undoubtedly the celestial fairy. Barefoot, she stepped into the chaos. With my presence, you are safe here. Depart swiftly. With a wave of her hand, a beam of light shot toward the location of the demon sovereign. Humph. Just wait. You will inevitably require my strength. The demon sovereign bellowed in frustration, retreating completely from the scene. With the demon sovereign's departure, the celestial fairy breathed a sigh of relief, her expression softening considerably. Now that you have maintained your Tao heart, I cannot simply overlook your plight. Allow me to lend you a small hand. The celestial fairy placed her jade hand upon the luminous sphere representing Jin Huan. In an instant, the sphere swelled significantly, and the spiritual hammer solidified once more. This should suffice. I hope you continue to uphold your Tao heart. We shall meet again. With that, the celestial fairy vanished from the scene. Jin Huan resumed his efforts in shaping his foundation. At that moment, the foundation finally took form. He had succeeded in establishing it. Subsequently, he continued to utilize the remaining spiritual energy to gradually enhance his foundational attributes. His aura grew increasingly robust. Chapter 93. Emergence. Meanwhile, outside Jin Huan's dwelling, a tempest arose, and spiritual energy surged violently. Someone was establishing their foundation. This celestial phenomenon quickly drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. Fortunately, Jin Huan had arranged for Lu Qing'er and the big-mouthed monkey to guard him, preventing anyone from entering. The onlookers dared not act recklessly and stood by, observing. Since this was the residence of inner disciples, most had already reached the foundation establishment stage. They began to speculate about the phenomenon. Though the spiritual energy is fierce, it lacks staying power. I suspect this junior disciple is on the verge of failure, remarked Disciple A. Not necessarily. If he were to fail, it would not last this long. I believe it's a 50-50 chance. Disciple B analyzed. Upon hearing their discussions, Lu Inger exclaimed in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Jin will undoubtedly succeed in his foundation establishment. Failure is out of the question." "Oh no, could that be Her Highness the Princess?" someone whispered. "We should refrain from speaking too freely, lest we invite trouble." With that, everyone discreetly fell silent. At that moment, the flow of spiritual energy around them began to accelerate. And soon, 5-colored auspicious clouds appeared in the sky. It had worked. It had truly worked. This omen was indeed a sign of successful foundation establishment. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in excitement. If I recall correctly, this junior brother is attempting foundation establishment for the first time, and he seems quite young as well. It appears this junior brother has a promising future ahead. As they saw Jin Huan succeed in his foundation establishment, many felt a desire to befriend him. Yet, due to Lu Inger's interference, no one dared to act impulsively. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jin Huan slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He had finally succeeded. This strength was a significant leap from what he had experienced before. Moreover, Why did it seem even more potent than the physique of Sanpang? He recalled the sensation of controlling Sanpang's body, which paled in comparison to the exhilaration he now felt. He then began to introspectively assess his body, eager to gauge the extent of his newfound attributes. Cultivation level, foundation establishment, first layer. Health points, 4,000. Spiritual power, 260. Body refinement technique, earth tier, mental method, first layer. Absorbs spiritual energy, dissipating half to enhance physical form. Heaven's will, yellow tier technique, with a 51 chance to instantly slay the target upon attack. Can be advanced. Heaven's shield, earth tier technique, first layer. Mitigates 30 of damage taken and reflects 30 back to the attacker. Can be advanced, progress 02. Northern Underworld True Kuan Arm, inferior grade magical artifact. Can be advanced. Excellent. His health points had nearly doubled, bringing him tantalizingly close to perfect foundation establishment. He hadn't anticipated such generosity from the celestial beings this time. Additionally, Jin Huan was pleasantly surprised to find that his upper limit of spiritual power had also doubled. However, even with this increase, his spiritual power still paled in comparison to that of Qi refinement stage cultivators, let alone those of the foundation establishment stage. Under the current circumstances, he could only cast a few more spells than before. It appeared he would have to tread the path of body refinement unwaveringly. Nevertheless, now that he had succeeded in foundation establishment, he could begin to practice the second layer of certain techniques. Furthermore, the formation skills demonstrated by Taoist Xin and his disciple were extraordinarily potent, igniting a fierce ambition within Jin Huan to delve into the study of formations as well. Jin Huan communicated his intention to continue his closed-door training to the big-mouthed monkey through his thoughts, then resumed his meditation. Outside, the visitors initially displayed great patience as they awaited Jin Huan's emergence. However, as one day turned into two, and the door remained unyielding, impatience began to take hold, leading some to depart. A month later, only the big-mouthed monkey and Lu Inger remained outside the door, as all others had left. This period of seclusion consumed a full 6 months. When Jin Huan finally rose, his cultivation had reached a remarkable level. Notably, the body refinement technique had ascended to the second layer. Upon absorbing spiritual energy, the dissipated energy diminished from half to a mere quarter. This signifies that his spiritual essence could now gradually accumulate. Furthermore, the heavenly shield also advanced to the second layer. It could now not only block 50% of incoming damage, but also rebound an equal share. This enhancement provided Jin Huan with substantial defensive capabilities while simultaneously augmenting his passive damage output. Should anyone attempt to assault Jin Huan, only half the attack would genuinely reach him, while the other half would be redirected back to the assailant. If Jin Huan were to block with his right arm, the direct damage would be negligible. Only the damage transmitted through his right arm would truly affect him. For instance, if someone were to kick Jin Huan's right hand, all that damage would be absorbed by the arm. However, if the kick were delivered with great force, causing the arm to recoil and strike the body, that impact would remain unmitigated. Likewise, should Jin Huan be sent flying and collide with the ground or a wall, that force would undeniably inflict damage upon him. In summary, while the heavenly shield can mitigate all types of damage, the right arm can only absorb direct harm. Naturally, with his breakthrough in cultivation, the Baiming Jinkuan arm has also ascended to the rank of a low-grade magical artifact. Just the mere act of swinging his right arm allows him to unleash the spell power of an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator without expending any spiritual energy. The advantages of his right-hand attacks are finally beginning to manifest. In addition to these advancements, Jin Huan learned a simple formation from the array book left by his master, Neo Daozi, known as the Arhut formation. When spiritual insects execute the Arhut formation, the strength of all insects within the formation is compounded onto the one positioned at the heart of the formation. Thus, as long as there are enough insects, their combined power can surpass their individual capabilities. However, this compounding only enhances offensive power. Defensive attributes remain at their original levels, making the heart insect quite vulnerable to demise. Fortunately, this poses little threat to the wingless ladybug, as there are few beings in this world capable of vanquishing them. Soon, Jin Huan imparted the essence of the Arhut formation to all the wingless ladybugs through his thoughts. In the next battle, they would be able to test the extent of their power enhancement. With his realm solidified and his techniques perfected, it was time for him to confront the world anew. Jin Huan opened the door and stepped outside. The gaping-mouthed monkey and Lu Qinger, lost in thought, instantly turned upon hearing the commotion. "Brother Jin, you have finally emerged," exclaimed Lu Qinger. "There's trouble. You must find the sect leader at once." Her initial joy swiftly transformed into urgency upon seeing Jin Huan. "Do not rush. What has transpired? Speak slowly," he urged. "To vie for a mineral resource point, the Qingxuang sect has officially declared war on our beast-summoning mountain. The sect leader has mandated that all elders must engage in battle. In light of Elder Nyo's passing, your esteemed Master's wife, who enjoys the privileges of an elder, shall take his place on the battlefield. What?